This young man was reincarnated into another world, and he didn't come alone. He brought a system with him. However, even for a system, this one Hanju has is incredibly strange. It's basically a gambling den in disguise. Every time he rolls the dice, it feels exactly like a high-stakes gambling match. This time, it gave Hanju a reward called the Cursed Lone Star. He'll live to be hundreds of years old, but he'll die a virgin. Hanju was so desperate and enraged that he let out a frustrated scream. Damn it, you motherf. Who the hell wants to be alone for the rest of their life? 10 years have passed, and this damn system hasn't given him a single decent talent. He got transmigrated and reincarnated, yet his life is still a total dumpster fire. But as much as he complains, the system is Hanju's only hope for a better life. So he'll keep rolling until he drops dead. He will find a way to cultivate, no matter what. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. Hanju began moving around, trying to gather the world's luck to boost his fortune. He wondered what kind of surprise this system would throw at him today. Spiritual root aptitude. A millennium of uselessness. This unexpected blow stung Hanju like a physical stab to the heart. Even though he had grown somewhat numb to it, he still felt a bitter surge of resentment. But he still had one roll for innate providence left, so Hanju swallowed the pain and continued. To his surprise, this time he rolled 4 super innate providences, unparalleled beauty, heaven's chosen sword path, peerless movement, and immortal emperor's descendant. Needless to say, Hanju was completely stunned. One moment, it gave him absolutely nothing. The next, it drops 4 godly rewards all at once. He started rolling around on the grass, soaking in the sheer joy of the moment. It's true what they say, good news really does lift the spirit. Next, he just needs to focus on rolling a top-tier spiritual root to complete the ultimate combo. With these 4 premium fortunes, he's willing to roll enthusiastically for another few decades if he has to. Having lived 2 lives now, Hanju is determined to live this one grandly. He refuses to spend his entire life as a slave in this medicinal garden. That afternoon, everyone was summoned to meet 2 cultivators from the Jade Pure sect. A man and a woman walked in with expressions that said they were God's gift to the world. The servants standing below craned their necks just to get a glimpse of them. Are those actual immortals? You can tell just by looking at them that they're incredibly powerful. If only I could become like them. That would be amazing. Hanju heard them and just curled his lip in disdain. Once he rolls a top-tier spiritual root, those people will be nothing more than insects compared to him. The man announced that from today on, he would be in charge of guarding the medicinal garden. Servants were strictly forbidden from disturbing their cultivation. Hanju was confused by the news. What happened to Elder Tai? The woman explained that a demonic cultivator had recently infiltrated the sect, so Elder Tai had to leave on a mission. They would be taking his place to protect the garden and everyone in it. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was someone to protect his life until he could roll that top-tier root. Up until now, he'd mostly been playing around. But in reality, the cultivation world is far from a peaceful or kind place. He was lucky just to be alive. Having the system as a protective charm was his only real saving grace. He wondered if the system was still functioning properly. But 2 years had passed without a single high-grade spiritual root appearing, causing Hanju to slowly lose faith. He was dying to start cultivating, but he only had a mediocre spiritual root. Still, in this life, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. He had to become a long-lived legend. While he was lost in thought, a voice called out from outside. Hey, you, drop everything you're doing and come pay your respects to the master. Elder Tai stood before the gathered servants and livestock. He had been gone for 2 years, but since they had worked without issue, he seemed quite pleased. Everyone put on their best smiles to welcome Elder Tai back. This is only what we should do, master. It is our greatest honor to ease your burdens. Hanju curled his lip again. What a bunch of brown-nosers. No matter how much they suck up to him, Elder Tai isn't going to give them an extra scrap of food. While he was mentally mocking Elder Tai, Hanju was suddenly called over along with a few other young men. They walked over, nervously wondering what was going on. To their surprise, Elder Tai wanted to test their spiritual root aptitude. Hanju found it strange. In the past, the elder never allowed the servants to cultivate. Why the sudden interest in testing them? Suddenly, he caught sight of bloodstains on the hem of Elder Tai's robe. Before he could think further, it was Hanju's turn to be tested. The elder's gaze felt like he wanted to eat him alive. Hanju reached out his hand, drenched in a cold sweat. Don't tell me this old geezer wants to turn us into medicinal pills to heal his injuries? No spiritual root. Next, Hanju finished the test and let out a long breath of relief. Thank God he hadn't used the system to start cultivating yet. The next guy, surprisingly, actually had a spiritual root. Elder Tai didn't punish him. Instead, he led him out of the valley. He claimed he was taking him in as a disciple. The lucky kid was overjoyed and agreed instantly. The others all offered their congratulations. He's going to be an immortal now. He'll be on a whole different level from us. He's so lucky. Only Hanju's face remained dark. I bet once he leaves this valley, he'll never see the sun again. 3 more springs passed by. A loud shout echoed from Hanju's house, signaling good news. He rolled around on the floor, absolutely ecstatic. This time he rolled a 6 attribute high-grade trait, the 6 Paths Spirit Body. It contained all the spiritual roots: wind, fire, water, earth. The misery of the last few decades was finally over. However, Hanju still couldn't start cultivating just yet. It was all because of Elder Tai. He wondered if that lucky kid was even still alive. He hadn't seen his face in 3 years. Seeing Hanju struggling with this dilemma, the system suggested helping him create a barrier. No matter the cultivator, none would be able to detect the changes in his body. Finally, this system did something useful. Hanju agreed immediately. From this day forward, he officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. The countdown to becoming the master of the world has begun. A brilliant, dazzling light erupted. A moment later, Hanju found himself in a different dimension. The system summarized Hanju's life story with a few flowery words. But the main point was for him to choose his cultivation path, because he possessed 6 different mysterious powers of heaven and earth. Hanju didn't know which one to pick: sword, lightning, wood, fire, or water, earth or wind. It took Hanju years to roll the full 6 paths of reincarnation. Choosing only one would be a total waste. After thinking for a while, he decided to choose the sword path. A real man has to wield a sword to be truly powerful. The system began the cultivation process. Hanju felt his entire body being submerged in a flow of pure power. The system warned him to look out for himself from now on. Because once you step onto the path of cultivation, 1,000 years can pass like a dream, and there is no turning back. From now on, he had to work hard to increase his stats. The system interface had also updated, and Hanju wasn't quite used to it yet. There was a new relationships tab. He decided to click on it. To his surprise, Elder Tai was the first one to pop up. As expected, the man absolutely hated him. If he knew I had a spiritual root, he definitely wouldn't let me be. Hanju was so angry he could spit blood. I've been slaving away, growing herbs for him since I was born, and he still holds a grudge against me. But then he realized the old man probably hated him because his parents had abandoned him. Regardless, the elder had been running off to God knows where lately, so he could cultivate in peace for now. There was no time to lose. Hanju got straight to work on increasing his cultivation level. Once I hit the 9th level of Qi refining, I'm getting the hell out of here. Let's see what that 7th level Qi refining geezer can do to me then. As he clasped his hands and focused, Hanju could see bubbles of various sizes. It seemed this was spiritual Qi, but he could only sense wind, earth, water, and wood. Even though he couldn't see lightning and fire yet, Hanju decided to use these 4 types of Qi to cultivate first. As he entered the path of cultivation, the system gave him 2 choices. Option 1, become a flashy, arrogant genius. Reward, a Qi refining grade Dharma treasure. Option 2, cultivate low-key. Reward, unlock the function to hide your cultivation and spiritual root. This wasn't even a contest. Hanju chose the second option immediately. He continued to cultivate diligently every single day. Just like that, 2 years flew by. Hanju still tended to the herbs with all his heart. He hoped the spirit plants would grow quickly so he could finally reap some benefits. All 4 of his Qi attributes had reached the 7th level of Qi refining. The effect on the growth of the spirit herbs was clear as day. Hanju glanced around cautiously. He hoped no one would discover him here today. Hanju picked up his basket and headed back. Some girls who were busy eating dragon fruit by the river saw him and started squealing. Oh my God, he's handsome and he knows how to grow herbs? I want to kidnap him and make him my husband. In the past, they wouldn't have even spared him a glance. But ever since he started cultivating, His charm stat had begun to manifest. Standing out isn't a good thing. Why can't this system help me hide my looks too? While he was fretting, Xing Hongxian suddenly blocked his path. She wanted him to follow her into the forest. Han Ju followed her, feeling apprehensive. For the past few years, she had been helping Elder Tai look after the garden. She never bothered interacting with lowly slaves like him. What could she possibly want with him now? Han Ju quickly checked the system. To his shock, her favorability toward him had already reached 2 stars. His mind was spinning. We've never even had any physical contact before. Why is she suddenly interested in me? Han Ju clutched his head. I'm screwed. It has to be that damn charm stat. If she tries to use me as a dual cultivation furnace, I guess that wouldn't be the worst. Wait, no, that would be terrible. Seeing him clutching his head, Xing Hongxian spoke up to ease his tension. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I just want to ask, are you really content being a garden slave for the rest of your life? Han Ju didn't understand what she was getting at. He scratched his head and played dumb, saying he didn't know what else he could do. Xing Hongxian then made him an offer. If he helped her with one task, she would take him away to become a cultivator. He could escape his life as a mere mortal. What does the fairy want this lowly servant to do? Han Ju thought she was going to ask for something incredibly difficult. Turns out, it was even crazier than he imagined. She wanted him to steal Elder Tai's pill manual. After that, she would take him to join a demonic sect. She even said she could become his wife. Han Ju froze right where he stood. He never expected a demonic cultivator to have infiltrated the Jade Pure sect, let alone make it all the way into the herb garden. Now, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Cross the Jade Pure sect, and they'd hunt him to the ends of the earth. But if he refused her, Xing Hongxian would silence him forever right here. In these deep, deserted woods, no one would hear him scream for help. To make matters worse, Elder Tai wasn't even around. Xing Hongxian seemed confident that he wouldn't utter a single word. She even gave him some time to think it over. Both of them were at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. However, Han Ju hadn't learned any spells yet. He didn't have any magical artifacts, either. For the time being, he was in no position to go head-to-head with her. So, he played the part of a clueless fool to try and survive. I really don't know where that thing is. Besides, your fellow disciples are guarding Elder Tai's pavilion. Suddenly, Xing Hongxian whipped around and slammed Han Ju's head into the dirt without a shred of mercy. It's an Elder Tai's pavilion, obviously. That old fossil went out looking for longevity herbs. He won't be back for years. As for those guards, don't you worry about them. I'll lure them away when the time comes. Finding the manual shouldn't be that hard for you, right? As for Han Ju's lack of cultivation, she had already prepared a pill to help him open his spiritual roots and make things easier. Han Ju cursed under his breath. This is clearly some gut-rotting poison. What do you mean, pill? She shoved it directly into his mouth and forced him to swallow. Then, she leaned in close to his face and cooed, "Good boy. Don't worry. Once we succeed, I'll take care of you like you're my own husband." Back at his shack, Han Ju tried everything to vomit up that pill. He finally managed to purge it from his system. Wiping his mouth, he felt a surge of resentment. He was definitely going to remember this. Still, he wasn't sure if he should actually follow Xing Hongxuan's orders. Demonic cultivators were ruthless and stopped at nothing to get what they wanted. Even if he helped her, there was no guarantee he'd get anything out of it. She'd likely just turn on him the moment she got what she wanted. Finally, the system presented him with choices to handle the situation. If he stole the manual, he'd gain Xing Hongxuan's trust, but he'd also earn 5-star hatred from the Jade Pure sect. On the other hand, if he refused, he'd receive a sword technique, the God-slaying finger. As long as he didn't help her, he'd gain a brand new skill. Without a second thought, Han Ju chose the second option. That night, Han Ju waited for Xing Hongxian. She had caught wind that the manual was hidden in Elder Tai's study. He was to sneak in the moment she lured the guards away. Before leaving, she gave him a pointed warning. Remember this. There's a formation inside the pavilion. If anything goes wrong, that old man will sense it and come back instantly. Time is short. You have to be fast. An hour later, Han Ju stood before the pavilion. He looked at the guard, who had been killed so brutally his eyes were still wide open, and sighed. Xing Hongxian said she'd lure them away, but she just flat out murdered them. She really is a cold-blooded demon. A moment later, the shouts of other guards rang out. She's heading that way. After her. Report this to Elder Tai. Hanju took the opportunity to slip into Elder Tai's study. The place was 10 times larger than his own meager shack. He fumbled through every nook and cranny, but found nothing. It would have been much faster if Xing Hongxian had just snuck in herself to find it. Why did she go through all the trouble of recruiting him? She must be out of her mind. Hanju picked up a gold-plated brush. His eyes narrowed with bitterness. The gap between people is truly disgusting. This old man's brush is made of gold, while herb slaves like me have to use the cheapest junk available. Greedy old landlord. What are you mumbling about? Did you find the manual yet? Xing Hongshuan's voice appeared right behind him, making Hanju's heart skip a beat. His voice instinctively turned weak. Not yet. There's just too much stuff in here. Are you slacking off? She didn't care about his excuses. She was getting tired of playing cat and mouse with him. After all, her hands were already stained with the blood of many. Killing one more person was no big deal. Hanju stumbled backward in a panic. He accidentally bumped into a bookshelf. A white vase tumbled off the shelf and shattered into pieces, revealing what was hidden inside. Is this the manual? Thousands of scrolls spilled across the floor. Her expression darkened. Hanju cursed inwardly. That old geezer actually hid something this important in such a precarious spot. Seeing Xing Hongxian lunge forward, Hanju's mind raced. He was panicking. Once she had the manual, she would definitely kill him. To his surprise, she pulled Hanju into a tight embrace. Her voice was completely different from the murderous tone she had moments ago. I knew it had to be you. You really are my lucky charm. I never expected someone as honest as you to have such a romantic streak. Hanju had lost the manual to Xing Hongxian, and with it, he thought he'd lost the god-slaying finger as well. But he noticed her aura was unstable. She must have exhausted a lot of energy luring those guards away. Hanju grabbed a nearby inkstone. He put all his strength into it, intending to bash her over the head. Suddenly, a massive wave of power surged toward them. The manual flew straight into the hands of Elder Tai. He stood at the doorway, trembling with pure rage. Lusting after my manual? You got a lot of nerve. Xing Hongxian was stunned to see him return so much earlier than expected. As it turned out, Elder Tai had returned long ago. He was simply waiting for her to show her true colors. He had his eye on her from the very moment she arrived. Over the years, no other disciples bothered to come to the herb garden. Only the two of them worked here. Something was definitely suspicious. Elder Tai launched a relentless assault. He seemed to have the upper hand completely. Xing Hongxian was indeed drained from her earlier confrontation with the guards. Stealing the manual now was going to be nearly impossible. At this point, escaping was her only option. Even Elder Tai would find it hard to chase her down. Demonic cultivators had perfected their escape techniques after being hunted by the Jade Pure sect for thousands of years. Hanju finally woke up in feigned agony. He clutched his head, putting on a performance. Master, you're finally back. I tried to hold that demoness back. I almost didn't make it. Elder Tai initially suspected he was her accomplice. But after hearing Hanju's story, he realized the boy had just been used. She wanted to make you her husband? And you actually believe that? After a thorough scolding, Elder Tai sent Hanju back to his shack to sleep it off. The system rewarded him with the god-slaying finger, just as promised. Finally, he had a way to fight back. 2 years passed quietly, but Hanju's progress never slowed. Now, he even used spells just to chop firewood. His sword technique had reached a usable level. Today would be the last time he ever chopped wood here. The herb garden could no longer support his cultivation. In those 2 years, Hanju had brought all 4 of his spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. If he could just refine his lightning and fire elements, he could break through to the foundation establishment realm. But there was no lightning or fire energy around the herb garden. He had no choice but to leave. Hanju walked along, plotting a way to slip away unnoticed. Lately, Elder Tai had been absent more and more frequently. His cultivation was stuck at the 7th level of Qi refining. Not everyone could break through as effortlessly as Hanju. That was the difference between having a system and not having one. His only goal in life was to live forever. To grow stronger, he had to leave this place. After spending 20 years in this herb garden, Hanju was determined to leave and never look back. The garden was only considered part of the Jade Pure sect because Elder Tai was an outer disciple there. So, Hanju decided he would go there to continue his cultivation. Aside from Elder Tai, no one knew his true identity. Seeing a fresh face approach, The two guards demanded to see his sect token. Now, he could finally introduce himself to the world with confidence. My name is Hanju. I am a rogue cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining. I wish to join the J-Pure sect. At the mention of the 9th level of Qi refining, the guards hurried off to report the news. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. No need for a report. I happen to be heading out anyway. If I heard correctly, a 9th level Qi refiner wants to join our sect? Yang Luo was a manager of the J-Pure sect. Because demonic cultivators have been infiltrating lately, he needed to test the boy first. Show me your spiritual energy. Hanju nodded. Then, he executed the god-slaying finger. He gathered his power into 2 fingers. With a casual flick, a chunk of the distant mountain was instantly sliced away. The 3 men stood there, eyes wide and completely frozen. Is he really only at the 9th level of Qi refining? Yang Luo realized that what he just saw wasn't exactly a sword technique, but a spell. Compared to his cultivation level, it was a bit extraordinary. But the purity of his spiritual energy was definitely not demonic. And so, he led Hanju away to register his identity. From that moment on, he was officially an outer disciple. Along the way, Hanju asked a few questions about the sect. The J-Pure sect had over 2,000 outer disciples. But to enter the inner sect, one had to reach the foundation establishment realm. Every 3 years, the sect held an inner sect competition. The top 3 would receive foundation establishment pills to help 9th level Qi refiners break through. The inner disciples lived within a separate minor dimension. Even Yang Luo wasn't sure exactly how many of them there were. Hanju chatted a bit more before getting to his main point. Tell me, is there a place in the J-Pure sect to cultivate lightning and fire energy? Yang Luo looked surprisingly shocked that Hanju possessed a lightning root. Unfortunately, the outer sect didn't have such a place. If he needed one, he'd have to get permission from the Elders' Hall. They might even make an exception and let him join the inner sect early. It turned out that lightning roots were so rare that the sect would go to great lengths to nurture them. Hanju performed a small lightning spell for Yang Luo to prove his affinity. Brother Yang, I'd appreciate it if you could put in a good word for me. If I make it into the inner sect, I won't forget your kindness. Yang Luo hurriedly led him toward the Elders' Hall to register. An old man sitting there told Yang Luo to start with the spirit root assessment. He looked perfectly ordinary, but Hanju couldn't discern his cultivation level at all. But the moment spirit root testing was mentioned, all he could worry about was his 6 spirit roots being exposed. That would bring a mountain of trouble down on his head. I gotta keep a low profile. So, Hanju only revealed 3 of his spirit roots. He never expected that just 3 would be enough to make him the center of attention. Yang Luo handed him a pile of supplies and spirit stones. He was even given a brand new room to live in. Before leaving, Yang Luo specifically told him to get some rest, and that he would be notified if there was any exciting news. Hanju sighed. Going from a freelance servant to being put on a special care list was putting him under a bit of pressure. However, the room Yang Luo chose for him was filled with fire spiritual Qi, so it wasn't all bad. In terms of cultivation, this could be considered a blessing. Normally, a cultivator only practices one type of cultivation art, and they only have a single elemental attribute. Someone like him, who had to cultivate all 6 attributes, was destined to work 1,000 times harder than anyone else. Thankfully, he had the abundant resources provided by the system, and he never felt tired from cultivating. Besides, the feeling of extending his lifespan was absolutely the best. So many years had passed since Hanju first saw the system. In the end, it was all for the sake of longevity. In his past life, he didn't treasure his body. He wasted his youth staying up all night watching porn. It wasn't until he was diagnosed with a terminal illness that he understood how precious life was. This life probably wouldn't give him a third chance. So in this life, Hanju didn't care for fame or fortune. He didn't need beautiful women either. All he wanted was to live a very, very long life. Hanju immersed himself in his cultivation. One day, Yang Luo opened the door and announced, "My apologies. I've kept you waiting for half a year. The great elder has returned." Yang Luo sensed that his aura had grown much stronger. He was stunned to see that the clothes on Hanju's body were still the same. "Have you been cultivating this whole time, without ever leaving this room?" Hanju finally snapped out of his trance. He asked with a bewildered look on his face. "Has it really been half a year?" Hanju followed Yang Luo to the Elder's Hall. The old secretary praised him effusively. Your spiritual power has grown quite a bit. You have great aptitude and you're diligent. Yang Luo hoped he could become one of the sect's elite disciples. His disposition is not bad. No worse than an inner sect disciple. In fact, he's almost on par with an elite disciple. The Great Elder, a portly man with a round head, praised Han Ju. If you wish to join the inner sect, you must take a master. Within the inner sect, there are 18 peaks corresponding to the 18 teaching elders. If any of them take a liking to you, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. If not, then you'll have to participate in the inner sect competition. You should strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. He nodded in understanding. His eyes were filled with determination. On the way, the Great Elder gave him a rundown of the teaching elders of each peak. Some are fiercely competitive, some are humble cultivators, and some are out on missions year-round. The important thing is, what style of cultivation do you wish to follow? He didn't like crowds, nor did he like to stand out too much. So choosing to be a humble cultivator was for the best. As soon as he said that, the Great Elder stroked his chin and gave him a knowing smile. Excellent, excellent. As it happens, Jade Serene Peak will be a perfect fit for you. You will definitely like it there. Along the path, several red-crowned cranes flew overhead. Their shadows completely enveloped the two of them, startling Han Ju. Ahead of them lay the territory of the Jade Pure Sect's inner disciples. It was a landscape of towering, overlapping mountains. Watching the disciples flying on their swords, Han Ju couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As they walked, the Great Elder pointed out a few places, like the center of the Jade Pure Sect, where one could accept missions, receive stipends, and trade goods. All this time, Han Ju had underestimated the true strength of the Jade Pure Sect. He had thought it was just some minor sect from a historical martial arts drama. Finally, they arrived at Jade Serene Peak. Unexpectedly, it was the lowest of all the peaks, and it was incredibly cold and desolate. It also had the fewest disciples in the entire inner sect. That's because the teaching elder is Fairy Shi Xian. Her cultivation is high, but she prefers to cultivate in seclusion. She only desires peace and quiet. Furthermore, she forbids her disciples from forming romantic relationships. So you could say this place is filled with ascetic cultivators. It's not too late to change your mind. How about it? The Great Elder turned to him, only to be met with Han Ju's ecstatic, almost deranged expression. Jade Serene Peak is perfect for me. The last thing I want when I'm cultivating is to be disturbed. Haha. The Great Elder led him inside to pay respects to Fairy Shi Xian. Fairy Shi Xian seemed to accept disciples easily. She only asked him one question. Are you willing to join this peak, to forsake worldly matters, and focus only on cultivation? Before he could even answer, a girl with a seemingly outgoing personality appeared. Finally, Jade Serene Peak has a decent disciple. This was Chang Yuer at the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but her favorability towards him was only 2 stars. Looks like your charm is slipping. Han Ju coolly stated that he could cultivate for 100 years without leaving his room, as long as there are no orders. His cold rejection sent Chang Yuer's favorability plummeting. Fairy Shi Xian found this amusing. Try and attack me. Let me see what you're capable of. Han Ju didn't hold back. He unleashed a spell with all his might. Just as it was inches from Fairy Shi Xian's face, he instantly dispelled it. Her expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Yuer was delighted to see that he knew when to stop. Her favorability rose back to 2 stars. Fairy Shi Xian, however, was still at 1 star. Fairy Shi Xian noted that his swordsmanship wasn't bad. She granted him permission to stay and cultivate on Jade Serene Peak. Seeing that Han Ju had found a place, the Great Elder bid them farewell and left. But at that moment, Fairy Shi Xian was staring at him intently, making him feel uneasy. Have my 6 attributes been seen through? Yuer whispered a reminder to him. She's telling you to formally accept her as your master. Han Ju had completely forgotten about this part. It was his first time taking a master, so all he knew was what he'd seen in TV dramas. He dropped his knees and shouted, Disciple Han Ju pays his respects to Master. Master, may you live 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Fairy Shi Xian sighed. I'm not an empress. Oh, never mind. Yuer, take your junior brother to register with the inner sect and arrange a cultivation cave for him. Yuera immediately dragged Han Ju away. On the way, she asked if he knew how to fly on a sword. Meanwhile, Fairy Shishien watched him leave, thoroughly pleased. A fine disposition. He has the looks and a good temperament as well. Since Han Ju didn't know how to fly on a sword, he had to be carried by Yuera. Staring down from 1,000 meters in the air made him shake uncontrollably. And his only support was her. Han Ju had no idea what she was saying, so he just said the first thing that came to mind. Thank you, senior sister. If you ever need anything, senior sister, you can always call on your junior brother, you. She told herself she would protect him and not let anyone bully him. For 5 years, she had been all alone on Jade Serene Peak. Now, she had a junior brother, Han Ju, and he was handsome and well-behaved, too. Han Ju caught her predatory expression and felt a shiver of fear. I hope my life from now on will be peaceful. Yuera brought Han Ju to his cave abode. Her own cave was right next to his. Because the caves were located deep within a secluded cavern, they could focus on cultivation without fear of being disturbed. Han Ju looked around the room. He was amazed at the grandeur of the inner sect. From the moment he started cultivating until now, this was the first time he had ever felt pressure. The deeper his cultivation, the more he felt the vast difference in power. Fairy Shishien was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. That was a height he couldn't even dream of reaching. The Great Elder had taught him a valuable lesson. The gap between the inner and outer sects wasn't just a single level. He was only half a step from the Golden Core realm, yet he could only serve as the Great Elder of the outer sect. Speaking of cultivation levels, the lowest was Qi refining. One absorbs the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth into the body, nourishing the limbs and enhancing physical attributes. Foundation establishment is when the Dantian is filled with spiritual Qi, and the spiritual Qi is condensed into a liquid state. The spiritual Qi undergoes a transformation, becoming spiritual power. Golden Core is when the spiritual power coalesces into a solid pill-like state. Using the body as a crucible, one focuses essence, Qi, and spirit to form a sacred embryo. When the essence, Qi, and spirit condense into an infant form and break out of the Golden Core, one becomes a nascent soul. At this stage, a cultivator can connect with the natural world and attain immense, boundless power. Above the nascent soul realm, only the founding patriarch of the Jade Pure sect had achieved it. But he had been gone for many years and had not returned. Therefore, Fairy Shishien was the strongest cultivator he had ever encountered. Jade Serene Peak was indeed a good place to rely on. Before Han Ju became strong enough, he would have to depend on his master. Who knows what dangers lurk in the outside world? After some thought, Han Ju began to seize the time to cultivate. I can't let master lose face. Just then, the system presented him with 2 paths for his development. One was to gain fame and glory, led Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak. The reward would be a supreme grade magic artifact, but it would also incur the wrath of Fairy Shishien. The second option was to cultivate in obscurity. He would earn her affection and receive a secret movement technique manual. Seeing the words, incur the wrath of Fairy Shishien, Han Ju was left speechless. My master truly is a strange one. Making her proud isn't necessarily a good thing. 3 years passed in a flash. Han Ju cultivated without taking a single step out of his cave. Today, the weather was beautiful, so he decided to learn sword flight. If he had to walk everywhere, it would take him half a year just to get around the inner sect. He glanced at the sword flight manual and then tossed it aside. For someone with his level of sword Dao aptitude, he was certain he could learn it in the blink of an eye. That's the difference top-tier talent makes. You don't need to act like a wallflower like those guys over there. Just then, he happened to pass by Fairy Shishien. She was standing on a nearby cliff, taking in the view. Han Ju, you really are an interesting one. 3 years in seclusion. You weren't kidding. Han Ju immediately landed to pay his respects to his master. He also happened to have something he needed to ask her. Master, my wind and fire spiritual roots have already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. I was wondering if you could point me toward a place where I can cultivate lightning Qi. Fairy Shishien didn't give him an answer immediately. Instead, she countered with a question. Are you planning to reach foundation establishment with a triple element cultivation? Han Ju nodded eagerly. Actually, he had 6 elements to worry about, but Fairy Shishien was about to burst his bubble. I'm afraid that won't work. Focusing on a single element is difficult enough as it is. Not to mention, the heavenly tribulations will only get stronger from here on out. Wasting time like this would be a massive setback. Hanju knew she had a point, but he already possessed these spiritual roots. If she couldn't help him, he'd just find his own way. Hanju pleaded with her earnestly. I understand, Master, but I believe that with my willpower, I can succeed. I am prepared to dedicate every waking moment to my cultivation. A faint smile played on Fairy Shixian's lips. She pointed him toward an inner sect teleportation formation that would take him directly to the lightning spirit pool. Upon arriving, Hanju was once again struck by the sheer generosity of the Jade Pure sect. The scale of this lightning spirit pool was far beyond anything he had imagined. Even standing near the entrance, he could feel the dense concentration of lightning chi. The further up he went, the purer the lightning chi became. It felt as though cultivating here would rocket him straight to the 9th level. In such a vast place, there was only one other person cultivating. Hanju finally realized just how rare this opportunity was. Suddenly, a voice whispered like a low groan into his ear. Don't wander around aimlessly in the lightning spirit pool. Stay by the lake to cultivate. Otherwise, you'll be struck dead by the lightning. Startled, Hanju let out a sharp cry of alarm. His shout reached the ears of a young man who was focusing on his training further up. What's with all the screaming? Never seen a handsome guy before? The tree demon, having successfully spooked him, turned and walked away. But not before warning him a second time to stay away from the center. Hanju didn't expect to run into a tree demon even in a place like this. He wondered just how wealthy the Jade Pure sect actually was. The tree demon looked gloomy, but being near it doubled the efficiency of his cultivation. Hanju suddenly wanted to raise a tree into a demon himself just to speed up his training time. That way, he'd reach the 9th level of lightning chi ahead of schedule. The thought alone made Hanju giddy. All right, let's do this. Starting from 0, let's see if I can hit the 9th level in just 1 year. From a distance, the other young man thought Hanju had completely lost his mind. No one can reach max level in a single year. With such a greedy mindset, he surely wouldn't get very far. A year later, that same man had to take back every word he said. Hanju was officially the absolute beast of the year. By now, he had reached full mastery in all 6 elements of chi refining. He was ready to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Shixian had worried that cultivating too many elements would lead to chi deviation. But she didn't know the cultivation technique he used had accounted for everything. It was the cultivation technique of avoiding tribulations. Just then, rolling black clouds and majestic lightning gathered in the sky. The tree demon's face twisted in a grimace. Foundation establishment, lightning tribulation? He's toasted. He really picked the worst possible place for this. According to the tree demon, Hanju shouldn't be facing his tribulation in the lightning spirit pool, because here, the power of the lightning bolts would be doubled. The tree demon urged the other young man to leave before they got caught in the crossfire. As far as he was concerned, Hanju was a goner. Fate was sealed. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted as a massive bolt of lightning slammed down onto Hanju. His entire body glowed with the golden barrier of the avoiding tribulations technique. It allowed him to absorb the heavenly lightning and transform that raw power into the purest form of spiritual energy. It's just a little lightning tribulation. Come on, turn into my strength. Hanju let out a fierce roar. The blinding light was so intense that neither the tree demon nor the young man could see what was happening. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed. Hanju paid the fee for his 3-year stay in the lightning spirit pool. He had originally planned to stabilize his cultivation after the breakthrough. Hitting the 3rd level of foundation establishment was an happy accident. But his lifespan was already approaching 200 years. Now, the system presented Hanju with another choice for his path forward. Option 1. Bring fame to the Jade Pure sect and receive the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. However, this would earn him the resentment of Fairy Shixian. Option 2. Continue cultivating in secret to reach the Golden Core stage soon. Reward: a top-tier Grey Dharma sword. Hanju made a face. He had no idea his master was such a cultivation fanatic. You reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment in just 2 years. In all of the inner sect, you'd be considered a top-tier talent. The young man who had been cultivating with him in the pool approached to strike up a conversation. I am Ma Fuchio of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Might I ask for your name, fellow cultivator? Hanju introduced himself politely. We learned Hanju was from Jade Pure Peak. Ma Fuchio was both surprised and disappointed. Junior brother, you're from Jade Pure Peak? What a waste for someone of your caliber to be there. Why not come to Heavenly Thunder Peak and study under my master, a master of lightning cultivation? Hanju had already taken Fairy, Shi Xian, as his master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. How could he just switch on a whim? Seeing that he couldn't convince him immediately, Ma Fuchio decided to give him some time to think it over. The system interface popped up with new information. Whatever was written there made Hanju's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, Xinghong Xian was being pursued by a group of people. They looked like they were from the demonic sect. It seemed she had betrayed them, but she had nowhere left to run. With her identity, everyone wanted her dead. There was only one person she could trust to help her turn her life around. And that was Hanju. He was the only one who had ever stood up for her. She had come to see him as her destiny. A black crow let out a caw. Caw, caw, spotting her red hair in the bushes. Xinghong Xian set off on the run again. Dreaming of the day she would reunite with Hanju. Back at the pool, Hanju read the notification that Xinghong Xian was being hunted and clutched his head in frustration. Why is she still alive? We haven't met in years. How does she still have such high favorability for me? It's even stronger than before. On another note, the system now had a log feature to record events and phenomena. He wondered what else it could do. He just hoped it wouldn't end up screwing him over. Whatever. Back to cultivation. Right then, a strange bell began to chime outside. Hanju hurried out to see what the commotion was about. Chang Yuer came running toward him, looking excited. Quick, we have to go see Master. A second later, she nearly tripped over her own feet when she realized he'd reached Foundation establishment after just a few years. What's more, she couldn't even see through his cultivation level. She was at the second level of Foundation establishment, which meant he was at least at the third level. She had promised to protect him, but now she was weaker than him. This realization caused her favorability to take a dip. Jade Pure Peak rarely ever rang the bell, so she had forgotten to mention it to Hanju. When that bell rings, it means the master is summoning all disciples. When Hanju arrived, all eyes were on him. Everyone looked like they were ready to break the rules of Jade Pure Peak just to get a closer look. A four-eyed young man walked up to greet him. His name was Lu Sanxin, and he handled the peak's affairs so Fairy Shi Xian could focus on her cultivation. Hanju politely thanked his senior brother. Just then, Fairy Shi Xian arrived. The sect master has ordered that the bottom 3 peaks of the 18-peak competition must send disciples to fight the Clear Brightness demonic sect. Over the years, the demonic sect has sent spies to plot against us, so the sect master has decided to strike back. Hanju scanned his surroundings. Everyone seemed fired up, so he wasn't too worried about being sent away. But being in the bottom 3 peaks, it was unclear if they were going on a suicide mission or just joining the ranks. Fairy Shi Xian didn't care about the rankings. But since this involved a conflict between the demonic sect and the Jade Pure sect, a battle was inevitable. She warned them to take their training missions seriously. Not a single second could be wasted. Lu Sanxin reported that the sect recently planned to train the most outstanding disciples as the foundation for the next generation. He assumed this plan was meant for senior disciples like himself. To his surprise, Fairy Shi Xian had her sights set on Hanju. Who could blame her? He'd jumped from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment the moment he joined the peak. Naturally, the other disciples didn't think it was fair. In terms of both strength and seniority, senior brother Lu is the best choice. Junior brother just got here. Why is he being picked for special training? Hanju didn't want to waste any cultivation time anyway. He proactively raised his hand and stood up to decline. Being handpicked by the master wasn't necessarily a good thing. She might even suspect him of being a demonic spy. Fairy Shi Xian didn't force him. She sent Lu Sanxin instead. But deep down, she wondered why he would pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After the meeting, Lu Sanxin profusely thanked Hanju for giving him the chance. Thanks to this, his favorability toward Hanju jumped by a whole star. As Lu Sanxin walked away, Chang Yuer excitedly volunteered to show Hanju the ropes. Lu Sanxin looked back at him with a mysterious, knowing smile. It was as if he was telling him, good luck putting up with her. Chang Yuer wanted to take Hanju on a sect mission. Since arriving, he had done nothing but stay in his cave and cultivate. At the mention of going outside for a mission, Hanju put on his most lethargic expression. Do I have to go? Well, you don't have to. But aren't you bored out of your mind, cooped up in that cave all the time? Besides, doing missions provides a lot of cultivation resources. Hanju came up with every excuse in the book to avoid the mission. The truth was, he was just plain terrified of dying. Changware snapped and began to scold him. How can a cultivator like you be so afraid of death? If I weren't afraid of death, why would I bother cultivating for immortality? Changware was stumped by his logic. In fact, she found it surprisingly reasonable. The conversation between the two reached the ears of Fairy Shixian. As expected, she suspected him of being a spy for the demonic sect, though her suspicion had lessened slightly since he'd turned down the special training. But the fact that a rogue cultivator like him didn't lack top-tier resources only made her want to observe him even more closely. Over 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju finally returned to the Lightning Spirit Pond. The tree demon was puzzled to see that he was still only at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. After all, it had pegged him as a once-in-a-century genius. Seeing Hanju sigh, the tree demon tried to offer some comfort. Take a word of advice from an old tree. The path of cultivation is deep and treacherous. You can't expect to master everything at once. But not mastering it wouldn't be Hanju's style. They could only see his lightning spiritual root at the 3rd level. They couldn't see the others. He had spent nearly 400 superior Great Spirit stones to bring all his roots up to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. His actual cultivation was already on the verge of hitting level 5. With his remaining handful of spirit stones, he needed to train his lightning chi until it reached perfection. Junior brother Han, you're here too? Mo Fuchio hopped over to greet him. He was accompanied by a young woman, his junior sister. The moment Mo Zhu saw Hanju, she curled her lip in disdain. How are you still only at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment? My senior brother said you might have reached level 6 by now. Talk about a letdown. Steady wins the race. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanju sat down and immediately began his cultivation. Every second spent standing here cost a fortune in spirit stones. He specifically warned them to keep their distance while he trained. Mo Zhu was visibly disappointed that he hadn't made any progress over the years. What a waste of Mo Fuchio's high regard. She looked at her own progress, breaking through 2 levels in just 10 years. Now that was the speed of a true genius. Suddenly, Mo Zhu felt something strange in the air. The surrounding spiritual energy was being sucked in at a dizzying, terrifying speed. It even far surpassed Mo Fuchio's absorption rate, and he was already at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Mo Zhu's face turned pale. She had no idea what kind of cultivation technique Hanju was using. If it was due to his natural aptitude, why hadn't his cultivation level increased at all? Mo Fuchio could only think of one explanation. He was intentionally suppressing his cultivation. It was possible he had already caught up to Mo Fuchio's own level. Every time they met, Hanju gave him another reason to be in awe. His favorability toward Hanju continued to climb. 8 years later, Hanju successfully trained his lightning chi to the 9th level. Only then did he finally leave the pond to go collect his sect stipend. The tree demon now realized this kid was anything but ordinary. He even had a way to hide his true power. The tree mentioned it knew of an opportunity that could help him gain even more resources and invited him to join. Hanju only cared about one thing. Is it dangerous? Opportunities always come with risks. The moment he heard that, Hanju turned on his heel and walked away without a word. Opportunities in the cultivation world sounded great on paper. But if there was even a hint of danger, he'd much rather just collect his regular paycheck and stay safe. However, every time Hanju showed his face, he became the center of attention for all the local female disciples. Being this attractive was starting to feel like a curse. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed Hanju's arm. Mo Zhu appeared out of nowhere, acting as cozy as an old friend. Brother Han, you're here too? It must be fate. It just so happens I need your help with something. It's a massive opportunity, you know? Hanju's face soured. Why did this word opportunity keep stalking him like a debt collector? Seeing Hanju's silence, Mo Zhu leaned in closer, trying to pull him along. If we succeed, wealth, and status won't just be a dream anymore. We might even find some unexpected treasures. Seeing her clinging to him, Hanju coldly brushed her hand off. Miss, please have some self-respect. I have to go back and cultivate. Being rejected so bluntly made Mo.Ju fume with rage. Before she could vent her frustration, Hanju had already vanished into thin air. He was currently hiding behind a secluded wall. He just hoped she wouldn't chase after him. Two girls walked by, gossiping about a guy who was even more handsome than Mo Fuchio at last year's Intersect Assembly. He didn't need to guess twice to know who they were talking about. But what caught Hanju's attention was the intersect competition. He had been so buried in his training that he completely forgot about it. His master was definitely going to kill him. He rushed back to apologize to Fairy Shishien. Fortunately, she wasn't upset about that. She was bothered by something else. You're still at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment? Are you pulling my leg? I know your potential goes far beyond this. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Hanju honestly reported that he was actually at the 9th level. He explained he just wanted a quiet life, so he masked his true power. Fairy Shishien narrowed her eyes, half skeptical. If everyone at Jade Serene Peak worked as hard as you, we'd easily be the strongest peak in the sect. Having gained his master's recognition, the system rewarded Hanju with a movement technique, the 7 layers of phantom steps. He had almost forgotten about the system rewards entirely. He was so busy talking to Fairy Shishien that he didn't notice a newcomer waiting to join Jade Serene Peak. Turning around, he came face to face with the weathered, weary face of Elder Tai. Even Hanju hadn't expected such an awkward reunion after all these decades. They stared at each other in shock. Elder Tai? Hanju? Yuera stood between them, curious if they already knew each other. It was more than just knowing each other. To make matters weirder, Fairy Shishien assigned Hanju to be Elder Tai's senior brother. He was now responsible for mentoring his former master. The two of them sat together, both feeling incredibly gloomy. Hanju obviously didn't dare to actually call Elder Tai junior brother. Meanwhile, Elder Tai was still reeling, trying to process what had happened. Back then, he had tested the boy and found no spiritual roots. Now, the kid was an intersect disciple. It took Elder Tai 20 years just to reach Foundation Establishment. But Hanju was already at the 9th level. If he had known back then, he would have broken through much sooner. Junior brother Tai, what's with that look on your face? Yuera suddenly appeared behind Elder Tai. She looked like she was ready to tear him apart. Junior brother Han is our peak's genius. I won't let you get any funny ideas. Fairy Shishien had called Hanju over today to give him a mission. Since he was even more obsessed with cultivation than she was, she arranged for him to go and guard the Jade Pure Sect's myriad beast realm. The moment Hanju heard the name, he could practically smell the danger. But Yuera was hyped, acting like they were going to a party. That's where the sect keeps all its spirit pets. Master, let me and junior brother go together. No, it's too dangerous there. The beasts are constantly breaking out of their cages. Disciples have even died there. Hanju's blood ran cold. If it was that dangerous, why on earth was his master sending him there? It turned out every peak had to send one disciple to help with the guard duty. Plus, the spiritual energy there was incredibly dense, perfect for his training. It was risky, but as long as he was careful, he'd be fine. With that reasoning, Hanju had no way to refuse. He could only obey Fairy Shishien's orders. After he left, she turned to Elder Tai and warned him to stay on Hanju's good side. She didn't care about whatever happened between them in the past. From what I know of him, he isn't the type to plot against you. You can rest easy. From now on, Hanju is a legacy disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Elder Tai's eyes nearly popped out his head. He wondered if the kid truly deserved such an honor. 6 months later, thanks to the dense energy in the myriad beast realm, Hanju reached the 6th level of the wind's spiritual root. However, his other roots hadn't budged. Feeling a bit frustrated, he checked the system to see if there were any new updates. The Relationships tab had a new entry. Xing Hongshuan's favorability had actually reached 4 stars. She was apparently determined to make him her husband. She must have lost her mind after being hunted by both the demonic sect and the Jade Pure sect. It was time for his patrol. He stood up and stretched his stiff muscles. Every patrol was an opportunity to practice the 7 layers of phantom steps. While the myriad beast realm was great for training, the frequent beast riots made the guard duty a necessity. As Hanju stepped out today, he encountered a spirit beast that looked like a cuddly toy cat. It looked completely harmless, so he just whistled and walked right past it. The moment his back was turned, it transformed into a massive, ferocious predator and lunged at him. It swung its powerful claws, intending to shred Hanju to pieces. But his body vanished like a mirage, leaving the beast confused. Hanju was already hovering in the air. If this beast could just wander into his restricted area at will, it was clearly no ordinary creature. Each level of the 7 layers of phantom steps allowed him to create an afterimage. At the peak of the 7th layer, he could manifest 7 phantoms at once. This didn't just boost his speed, it could completely disorient his enemies. Even though Hanju was dancing through the air with lightning speed, the beast was surprisingly quick. He had to pin it down. After splitting into 7 phantoms to surround the beast, Hanju unleashed the god-slaying finger. From the sky, brilliant sword beams rained down, piercing through the beast's body. It let out a howl of pain and bolted away with its tail between its legs. But it wasn't actually lethally wounded. With the phantom steps, only his true physical form could deal real damage. Luckily, the beast was all speed and had no real combat tricks. He was just curious what kind of big cat could break through his restrictions so easily. Lately, the Beast Riots were becoming more frequent. It was time to report this to the higher-ups. The sect immediately called an emergency meeting. Everyone suspected the Azure-held demonic sect was behind this. They feared the demons were trying to weaponize the myriad beast realm. Exactly. Lately, the number of demonic spies we've cleared out has tripled. We should send more disciples to reinforce the myriad beast realm. The J-Pure sect was facing 2 major crises. The sect leader was missing, and the beasts were rioting. Immortal Daolei, the presiding elder of Heavenly Thunder Peak, suggested they investigate both matters immediately. He turned to Fairy Shixien for her opinion. She had been sitting there as silent as a statue since the meeting began. She simply told them she'd go along with whatever they decided. Daolei began to suspect she knew something about the secret plan to nurture the geniuses of each peak. He immediately asked where the sect leader had taken the disciples from the 18 peaks. Senior brother, you know I spend all my time in meditation. I only know a little about such things. If there's a mole among the elders, you're the only one I can trust. We should join forces. Fairy Shixien nodded. They were from the same lineage, after all. For some reason, Immortal Daolei gave a very cryptic smile. 2 years later, Hanju sat down to rest within the center of his defensive formation. Thanks to the way he'd set up the arrays, he could patrol and rest at the same time. Currently, Hanju had reached level 6 in all of his spiritual roots. Not even someone in the Golden Core realm could break into this formation. He could cultivate in peace without any fear of being disturbed. Little friend, using the myriad beast realm as a personal training ground? How clever. Hanju's face went bone white as he replied. Wasn't he supposed to be the only one here? Now this strange old man had just appeared out of nowhere. The formation hadn't affected him at all. That meant his cultivation was far beyond the Golden Core realm. Seeing the boy's terrified expression, the old man smiled kindly. Don't be afraid. Like you, I am a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, sent to guard the 10,000 demon realm. Despite saying that, the old man could see right through Hanju's cultivation with a single glance. He knew full well the boy had already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. After a statement that could scare a man to death, the old man lightened the mood. There's no need to be so tense. Did you come here on your own initiative, or were you sent by your master? My master, Fairy Shixien, sent me. For some reason, the old man let out an interested "oh." He then pried, asking if Fairy Shixien had given Hanju any specific mission. Of course, Hanju wasn't about to spill everything to a complete stranger like him. Can't tell anyone, huh? Now, this is interesting. Little brat, do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're in? Hanju's eyes filled with panic. This was the first time he'd ever faced someone with such a high cultivation realm. The old man told him to follow him, and that he'd help him resolve the matter. Only then did the system send him the information. That old man was actually the sect master of the Jade Pure sect, Li Qingzi, 8th level of the nascent soul realm. And what's more, he was in love with Fairy Shixien. As Li Qingzi led him away, he started to explain. The demon beasts in this place are all subordinates of the Demon King, the heart-guarding white dragon. And the heart-guarding white dragon has a vengeful personality. This time, it has summoned numerous demon beasts to lay an ambush, preparing for an uprising. Now, spit it out. What exactly did you do to provoke the heart-guarding white dragon? Hello. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Li Qingzi went on a long spiel, but none of it registered with Han Ju. His mind was filled with images of the old man getting close to Fairy Shixian. Absolutely unacceptable. This old geezer isn't worthy of her. After he recounted the story of his fight with the heart-guarding white dragon from 2 years ago, Li Qingzi realized Han Ju wasn't the one who angered it, as the demon uprising had started earlier than predicted. He suspected the demonic path was stirring up trouble from shadows, and that Han Ju was lucky to be alive, having caught the Demon King when it was weakened from falling into a trap. But what kind of movement technique were you using? How could you be even faster than the heart-guarding white dragon? Faced with the old man's question, Han Ju mumbled that he'd just stumbled upon a movement technique that happened to be faster than it. Let's get back to the matter at hand. For now, we have to deal with the demon uprising first. Han Ju naively asked him, does dealing with it mean we have to kill it? Are you insane? That Demon King has immense potential. Do you think you're capable of killing it? Li Qingzi was exasperated with him. Fairy Shixian probably sent him here, hoping Han Ju would achieve something great. But the kid didn't seem to have a clue. However, his movement technique was extraordinary. To be able to survive an encounter with the heart-guarding white dragon, it gave the old man an even crazier idea. How about you go and subdue it? Senior, you should find someone else. I just want to cultivate in peace. A demon king? Did this old man want him to serve himself up on a platter? There's no way in hell I'm dying for such a stupid reason in this life. Li Qingzi tried every trick in the book to keep him there. He would cast a formation to trap it. If Han Ju succeeded, he would give him the Jade Pure Sect's ultimate cultivation art, the Jade Pure Art. Seeing Han Ju pause, Li Qingzi thought he had him convinced. But Han Ju was just reading the system notification that had popped up behind the old man's back. If he accepted the mission, he'd receive the Jade Pure Art, but also the Demon King's hatred and the attention of the demonic path. If he refused, he could just continue cultivating and receive a secret sword technique manual. But Li Qingzi's favorability towards him would drop. Naturally, Han Ju couldn't care less about that old man's favorability, so he refused on the spot. Seeing him walk away, Li Qingzi stomped his foot in frustration. Why would junior sister accept a disciple like this? He sighed. In the end, I'm the one who has to carry all the burdens. Wouldn't you agree? Demon King. The heart-guarding white dragon had appeared behind Li Qingzi at some point. Facing it, the old man remained as calm and composed as ever. The heart-guarding white dragon roared, summoning hundreds of other demon beasts. A battle of one against hundreds was about to begin. Meanwhile, Wearer and another young man were in the 10,000 demon realm, looking for Han Ju. After walking for a while, they came across countless trees that had been violently felled. The damage looked more like the result of a powerful sword technique than a demon rampage. A short while later, they arrived at Han Ju's Cave Abode in the demon realm. As always, Yue was thrilled to see him. I'm so happy I could burst. Come on, try and catch me. And as always, Han Ju completely ignored her. He walked over to greet his fellow disciple. I am Ma Teng. It is an honor to meet you, Han Ju. Ma Teng was the 7th senior brother of Jade Serene Peak. His strength was at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. He had been sent by Fairy Shixian to assist Han Ju. The first thing he did upon arriving was ask about the situation here, especially about the felled trees on the back mountain. Han Ju scratched his head awkwardly. He made up a story about being surrounded by demon beasts and being saved by a passing senior. Ma Teng acted every bit the part of senior brother. He immediately volunteered to patrol the surroundings, leaving Yue and Han Ju to rest. Yue sat and enjoyed some tea with him. Master was worried you'd be in danger this time. I heard that spies from the demonic path have infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm. Now Han Ju understood why the system said he'd attract the demonic path's attention if he took that mission. No wonder Li Qingzi came all the way out here. It seems this 10,000 demon realm isn't as simple as it looks. With that thought, Han Ju turned to Yue. Senior sister, maybe we should leave the 10,000 demon realm. Just then, Ma Teng burst in frantically. He was in a wretched state. Are there any restrictive barriers that haven't been activated yet? Hurry. It turned out he had run into a greater demon as soon as he went outside. Judging by its aura, it was likely at the Golden Core realm, which explained his severe injuries. Before that, Ma Teng had also seen a group of demon beasts trapped in a formation in a deep ravine a few miles away. Yue now understood why Han Ju wanted to leave. But he'd been here for 2 years and was still perfectly fine. On the contrary, Han Ju was more certain than ever that he had to leave the 10,000 demon realm. And if they couldn't leave, they couldn't just wander around aimlessly. Just then, the demonic aura grew thicker and thicker. It seemed they were moving towards them. Sure enough, a horde of demon beasts charged madly towards their cave from a distance. There were so many that even the restrictive barriers couldn't hold them back. In the heat of the crisis, Han Ju wondered, "What are you waiting for? Let's run." But this area is under the management of our Jade Serene Peak. If we run, won't that be considered deserting our post? Hearing Yue say that, Han Ju took off by himself. Whoever wants to be a hero can go right ahead. Ma Teng also felt he had a point. All 18 peaks have their own designated areas in the 10,000 demon realm. If we're under attack, the other peaks are probably being targeted too. Just as they left, the horde of demon beasts flattened the pavilion and continued charging straight ahead. It seemed they weren't the target after all. The horde was just passing through. Right at that moment, a demon beast opened its jaws behind them. Han Ju immediately grabbed Yue. It was the same golden core greater demon from before. And Ma Teng was already flying away on his sword, leaving them behind. And to think he was acting like a proper senior brother earlier. Junior brother. Up there. Yue looked up. Above them, 6 or 7 more were circling, preparing to attack. One of them dived towards them. She squeezed her eyes shut, ready to die. 3 pure shadow sword. Han Ju called out the name of the technique. This was the reward he'd receive for refusing Li Qingzi's offer. It transformed sword chi into tangible shadows. He could channel up to 3 different types of spiritual power at once. 1 sword shadow for each type. Now, it was Han Ju's turn to play. He directed the sword chi to cut down all the greater demons. After witnessing Han Ju's absolute power, Yue was utterly stunned. How is that possible? Those were golden core greater demons. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe how ridiculously strong junior brother Han was. 1 golden core greater demon and 6 at the peak of Foundation establishment. They were all gone. Killed by a single sword strike from junior brother Han. At that moment, he cast his gaze into the distance. That one look was enough to make Yue blush to the tips of her ears. That icy gaze. I'll never be able to forget it. Is that really the junior brother I thought I knew? Although, he's just so strong and handsome. Yue was still lost in thought, when Han Ju's voice suddenly snapped her out of it. All right, all taken care of. What a huge haul today. These demon beasts are treasures from head to toe. I hear you can exchange them all for spirit stones. Let's go. His abrupt change in demeanor made Yue puff out her cheeks in frustration as she followed him. After a long while, they finally reached the main teleportation formation of the 10,000 demon realm. Seeing them appear, Ma Teng suddenly burst into tears. Junior brother, junior sister, it's so good to see you're still alive. His cry was answered with a swift kick to the face. Yue scolded him furiously. Why didn't the demon beasts just eat you? Finally, the formation activated, accompanied by the miserable wails of Ma Teng. As they teleported, a thought emerged. A path I had never considered before. I was worried I wouldn't have enough spirit stones to cultivate to the peak of Foundation establishment. But now it's here. The train of thought was broken. Because Han Ju never imagined that killing demon beasts could be so profitable. Clutching a bag full of money, he felt like a rich man for the first time. Seeing his jaw-dropped expression, Yue stepped in to explain. The 10,000 demon realm is where the various sects raise demon beasts. Every single one is extremely valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples are not allowed to kill the demon beast there. This time was a special case, so we won't be held accountable. Hearing this explanation, he pondered. I think I'll stick to cultivating in seclusion. I'll just save these spirit stones for later. After all, this is more than enough to cultivate all the way to the Golden Core realm. Some time passed. Finally, they returned to their master's cultivation peak. Facing her, Han Ju could only lower his head. Master, the 1,000 demon world isn't just dealing with a monster uprising. Even the shadows of the demonic sect have begun to appear. It was no longer safe for me to remain inside. I've come to beg for your forgiveness. I am willing to accept 100 years of secluded reflection as punishment. Fairy Shishin looked at him and shook her head. 100 years of seclusion? And what if you aren't allowed to cultivate during that time? Her calm question sent a jolt of shock through Hanju. Wait, what? Chang Yuer immediately spoke up in his defense. Master, this isn't Junior Brother's fault. We were ambushed by monsters at the time. Our 7th senior brother abandoned us and ran away on his own. However, Fairy Shishin did not accept her reasoning. Meng, he simply chose not to save you. Ultimately, it's because you were too weak and held him back. It is better for one person to survive and bring back information than for all 3 to die inside. Chang Yuer was stunned. But that's... Fairy Shishin cut her off and continued. Meng, he didn't break any sect rules. He was merely protecting himself. Now, you and Meng here dismissed. Left with no choice, the 2 of them obeyed her command and withdrew. As for Hanju, he was still trying to parse the hidden meaning behind his master's words. His expression was as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Is she planning to settle the score with me one-on-one? Before he could overthink it, Fairy Shishin spoke. Hanju, you've been cultivating for so long now. What is your ultimate goal? He answered his heart's desire with full conviction. To achieve immortality and live forever. Fairy Shishin shook her head. But if you only ever stay in secluded cultivation, without seeking out opportunities, immortality will remain out of your reach. Hearing this, Hanju's eyes lit up. I understand, Master, but I want to focus on increasing my cultivation first. Once I have enough strength, I'll go out and seek those opportunities. His words only made her frown deepen. I had already arranged an opportunity for you. If you had performed well in the Thousand Demon world, becoming a core disciple wouldn't have been far off. Unfortunately, you gave it up. Furthermore, the grade of the cultivation technique you use is something even I can't see through. When it comes to techniques, there's nothing more I can teach you. Fine then. Do you want a cave abode with high-quality innate chi, aside from lightning chi? It also contains various other elemental spiritual energies. This offer was incredibly enticing, and Hanju couldn't help but pay close attention. Where's this place? Fairy Shishin looked at him with a steady gaze. It's near the Jade Pure Sect. However, you must rank in the top 3 of the inner sect Decisive Trials to earn it. Seeing his usual worry about everything expression return, she felt her temper rising. Are you seriously afraid of competition too? It's not like your life is on the line. Hanju looked at his master with a face full of skepticism. Master, in this competition, will there be anyone at the Golden Core stage or higher participating? She shook her head. Do you think Golden Core cultivators are as common as street weeds? Once they reach that level, they either become core disciples, or they take positions as elders and deacons. Hanju pondered for a moment. So that means everyone in the inner sect trials will be at the foundation establishment stage. The moment he realized this, a sharp glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. All right then, I'm in. Thank you for the suggestion, Master. I will do my absolute best to bring honor to Jade Pure Peak. Fairy Shishin couldn't believe it. She had to exhaust every bit of her persuasion just to get this disciple to agree. She let out a long sigh. Finally, you're talking sense. Some time passed. A voice rang out in front of a building. Is the manager here? I'd like to open a heaven-grade cultivation room. Here's 100 spirit stones. The man looked Hanju up and down and nodded. Very well. Your spot is in Section A, number 444. Everywhere Hanju walked, his extraordinary aura drew compliments from every woman nearby. But for Hanju, nothing in his heart was as attractive as immortality. He arrived at a place with breathtaking scenery. Cultivators were flying on, swords everywhere. The sight before him stirred a competitive fire in his heart. He was determined to break through his current boundary immediately to prepare for the trials. But before 3 seconds could even pass, something caught his eye. A group of men were huddling together suspiciously, piquing his curiosity. As it turned out, a bunch of thugs were ganging up on a young man named Zhou Fan. Despite witnessing the whole thing and staying true to his peace of mind philosophy, Hanju decided to just be a bystander and watch the drama unfold. But it seemed the system had other plans, as a notification suddenly popped up. Hanju was utterly shocked by the text appearing on the screen. Detected an innate providence holder. Would you like to view his background? Back at the scene, Zhou Fan was finally driven to the edge and began to bite back. He gritted his teeth and glared. If you lot dare to lift a finger here at the spirit pool, aren't you afraid of the law enforcement's punishment? The demonic sect has been making moves lately, and here you are, causing internal strife. I have every reason to report you to the elders as suspected demonic traitors. As he finished his sentence, a smirk played on Zhou Fan's lips. Simultaneously, his information appeared before Hanju. Turns out, he was the reincarnation of a great enlightenment cultivator. It was the classic reincarnated expert trope you see in every story. As for Hanju, his face darkened after seeing the system's warning. A reincarnated cultivator? That's a heavy-duty identity right there. In a novel, this guy would definitely be the protagonist. His backstory even feels familiar. I hope there isn't some old spirit hiding in a ring helping him out. As he thought, a little angel and a little devil appeared on his shoulders. The little angel smiled. He has the destiny of a main character. If you help him now, your future will be smooth sailing to the top. But the little devil angrily shot back. No way. Do you have any idea how many side characters get killed off during a protagonist's growth? Don't go getting any delusions of grandeur. In the end, he decided to listen to the devil. Zhou Fan ended up getting beaten like a stray dog because of his bluff. Time flew by like a weaver's shuttle, and 8 years passed like a dream. Hanju had finally reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage. The inner sect trials were about to begin. Just then, a voice caught his attention. But why? It was the destined protagonist himself. Zhou Fan was standing across from a girl holding a red umbrella. His face was framed by autumn leaves fluttering in the breeze. His hands were trembling as he clutched the hem of his robe. The girl spoke in a soft, earnest voice. I'm so sorry. I know. You're a good person. The classic line used by every heartbreaker. With that, she turned and walked away without another word. Hanju, standing nearby, let out a sigh. See that? Cultivation is definitely better. None of that emotional baggage. But before he could leave, Zhou Fan called out to him. Hanju turned around to acknowledge him. Is something the matter, brother? Zhou Fan immediately replied. Pardon me, but are you Hanju? He nodded. I don't hide my name, nor do I change my surname. That would be me. Hearing this, Zhou Fan's expression became quite complex. I am Zhou Fan of Heavenly Thunder Peak. I often hear Senior Brother Mafucho mention you. He says you will undoubtedly become a great power of the Jade Pure sect in the future. I've been wanting to meet you. Hearing those words, Hanju grumbled internally. Mafucho, look at the trouble you've caused me. Based on this guy's behavior, he's definitely stuck in some cultivation novel cliché. Hanju expected a challenge or a duel. Instead, Zhou Fan suddenly dropped to his knees. I've heard that women adore you. I wanted to ask, what must I do to successfully pursue the one I love? This was completely off script. It left Hanju totally speechless. Are you serious, man? I thought you were going to challenge me to a fight. Zhou Fan ignored his look and shouted loudly. Please, show me the right path. To fulfill the man's wish, Hanju's voice rang out. Brother Zhou, honestly, you should just let it all go. How can we, as cultivators, be weighed down by petty romance? What are women compared to the Great Tao? If you master the Great Tao and win the heart of the world, whatever you want will naturally be yours. Have you ever seen me get close to a woman? This is a step where you must realize the nature of your own heart. As he finished, the sunlight seemed to catch him perfectly, making his words even more persuasive. This single sentence struck a chord deep within Zhou Fan. Why is it that my heart, which had just died, is suddenly racing with excitement again? However, this didn't stop Hanju from leaving. He turned away, his mind filled with private thoughts. What a fool. Do you really think your looks can even compare to mine? And you're still worried about girls? The scene shifted to another location. Hanju looked at the line of people in front of him, lost in thought. Another summons for all disciples. Probably has something to do with the inner sect trials. His senior brother walked up from behind him. Junior brother, it's been a long time. I actually have something I need to talk to you about. Do you happen to know a woman named Xing Hongxian? Hanju was taken aback. How does he know about her? Hanju looked at Lu Sanxin and gave a flat denial. Never heard of her. Why would senior brother ask me something like that? He answered me immediately. All these years, I've been following the sect master, lying in wait within the myriad demon realm to fight the demon cult without a single scratch. That's all thanks to the intel we got from a traitor within their ranks. That was why the sect master only pretended to leave the Jade Pure sect. In reality, he was setting an ambush in the Myriad Demon Realm that very day. Yang Luo continued his explanation. The traitor in question is actually Xing Hongxian. Back when she was just a child, she was captured by the Qingming demon cult and forced into submission with some kind of poison. They sent her to the Jade Pure sect to act as their mole. Because of that, she harbors a deep-seated hatred for the demon cult. She even tried to steal a pill recipe from an outer sect alchemist before just to find a cure. Han Ju stood there in utter shock. Yang Luo didn't stop there. That girl actually knew how to use her identity to manipulate the situation. Later, Xing Hongxian was rescued by the sect master. Because of her contributions, he gave her special permission to enter the inner sect as a disciple. Once he finished speaking, I decided to chime in. Old Xing is truly something else. Such loyalty and righteousness. I really admire her. At that moment, Yang Luo turned his gaze toward me. Xing Hongxian is currently cultivating at our main peak. We've crossed paths with her before. Word is, she's been looking for a certain disciple. A servant alchemist named Han Ju. Coincidentally, our Jade Serene Peak also has a disciple named Han Ju. Junior brother, don't you think that's a bit too much of a coincidence? I finally realized what he had been hinting at this whole time. My face practically turned to stone. Did she seriously spill everything? Left with no other choice, I could only come clean. Fine, I admit it. I am the Han Ju she knows. I didn't exactly have a choice back then. However, the mood shifted unexpectedly. Yang Luo smiled and pulled me into a half hug. I get it, I really do. I just never imagined your talent would be this extraordinary, junior brother. And despite the promises you two shared, you still chose Jade Serene Peak, instead of moving to a more prominent peak. It's truly our honor to have you. Don't you worry, we'll make sure you get the best resources for your cultivation. Putting that little interlude aside, Shi Xian appeared to make an announcement. The intersect trial officially begins now. She then proceeded to announce the rules of the examination. Every main peak must put forward at least one disciple. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? The moment the disciples heard this, hands shot up like wildfire as they scrambled to volunteer. I was among them, too. I looked over at Meng, he'd asked for some details. Everyone seems so eager to participate. Are the rewards for this trial really that amazing? Mengi nodded. The rewards are substantial. Besides inheriting secret techniques, there are also 500 top-grade spirit stones, along with an elfin shield. But hearing that only made me reconsider. Is that all? Why didn't Fairy Shishian mention anything about a Khanate abode? Could she be planning to give me one for the back door? In the end, I decided to raise my hand anyway. Since everyone is so excited, I might as well join the fun so I don't look like I'm not a team player. However, Shishian's booming voice filled me with instant regret. Hanju, you'll be the first one. Does anyone else want to go? I stood up immediately, looking protested. Master, surely there's been some mistake? But she completely ignored me and turned away. After a long while, the list of candidates was finally finalized. The other disciples left while chatting excitedly amongst themselves. I was the only one left behind. It was by Shi Xian's specific request. She looked at me and began her inquiry. Your cultivation has improved once again. It seems I underestimated your talent. You're practicing 3 different elemental paths simultaneously. And yet, your breakthrough speed is absolutely remarkable. I'd even go as far as to say, no one in the Jade Pure sect can compare to you. Faced with such high praise, I immediately cupped my hands in respect. This is all thanks to your guidance, Master. You're the one who's truly incredible. But my flattery only seemed to make Shi Xian feel exasperated. I don't recall teaching you anything yet. Your movement techniques and swordplay are both excellent, but they aren't part of our sect's secret arts. A look of profound seriousness crossed her face. You must have had a master before joining us. But since you've entered the sect, you've been diligent and focused on your training. You've shown no intent to harm the sect. And there are witnesses who can vouch that you grew up in the outer sect. It's clear you simply stumbled upon some fortuitous encounters in your youth. Everyone has their own destiny. I won't pry into yours. The reason I'm telling you this is simple. I want you to feel confident enough to show your true strength in this inner sect trial. Don't worry about causing yourself any unnecessary trouble. She didn't stop there. To avoid any further complications, from this day forward, you shall be my personal disciple. Her words hit me like a bolt from the blue. I was left speechless. A personal disciple? But the system didn't give me a chance to decline. A congratulatory notification popped up instantly. And the reward for becoming Xian's personal disciple was the 9 Dragons demon-slaying seal. Knowing my status was now set in stone, I didn't refuse and shouted out immediately, "Thank you, Master." A small smile tugged at her lips. She turned around and gave a dismissive wave of her hand. "This is the personal disciple Jade token. Keep it safe. You're dismissed." After that meeting, I returned home and began familiarizing myself with my new techniques. I looked at my hand and muttered to myself, having these 3 spells should be enough. They shouldn't be too different from standard techniques. Using different elemental energies produces different effects. Interesting. I've got a few more trump cards up my sleeve now, but I'm still not fully proficient with them. Coupled with the 3 pure shadowless sword, I should be fine. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. No, this won't do. Even though Master said there are no restrictions on techniques, the destructive power of these 2 is just too high. I shouldn't use them unless I absolutely have to. But if I don't, I'm basically out of spells to use. Suddenly, Chan Yuer popped out of nowhere. "Junior brother, the intersect competition is about to start. Are you feeling confident?" I stuttered over my response. "Oh, good morning, senior sister." The scene shifted to a certain mountain peak. A startled cry rang out from the area. "How did you 2 even get in here?" "It's a secret, junior brother. We're here for the intersect competition, after all. Follow me. There's a place we need to go." Yuer began to explain. "Master was worried you wouldn't understand the rules, so she specifically sent me to explain them to you. All 18 peaks have set up their own combat arenas. You probably already knew that, right? Disciples will be assigned to different peaks for one-on-one matches. Eventually, the top 10 will be selected. The final matches will take place in the intersect city, where the entire sect will be watching. Look at this, junior brother. You're scheduled for the Heavenly Punishment Arena tomorrow." I looked up at the notice board and asked, "So, before the top 10, there won't be many spectators?" Yuer confirmed my suspicion. "That's right. Wait, is your goal the top 3? I believe you definitely have the strength to do it." She allowed a weary sigh. "I'll just do my best." Yuer seemed very happy. "We should head back and let Master know. Good luck, junior brother." "Thank you, senior sister. Take care on your way back." As soon as Yuer left, I thought to myself, this isn't bad at all. I can keep a low profile during the matches. I really don't want to draw too much attention to myself. Suddenly and without warning, Xing Hongxian appeared right behind me. Her voice whispered softly in my ear, "Husband." I jumped out of my skin and whipped around, shouting, "My lady, you can't just go around calling people that." But she just chuckled, clearly enjoying my reaction. How teasing. We already talked about this back in the outer sect. I didn't expect us to run into each other here. Fate truly is a mysterious thing. I shot back a quick response. The situation back then, it was just a chance encounter. If I had refused you, I was afraid you'd kill me. But Xing Hongxian didn't seem to care. That's fine. I'm taking it seriously. Besides, you didn't sell me out back then. If you had, I wouldn't have the status I have today. I heard them say you've reached the 9th level of foundation building. Is that true, Hanju? I confirmed the rumor. To be precise, I'm just a hair's breadth away from the 9th level. With the competition coming up, I haven't had time to push through yet. Xing Hongxian continued. Just a little bit more then. She began reaching into her ample bosom. Well, I have something that helps foundation building cultivators increase their power. Let me find it. Xing Hongxian pulled out a small medicine bottle. These are jade pure pills. I don't really have a use for them. You might as well take them. Despite wanting them, I try to maintain a dignified front. You should keep them for yourself. She said one thing, but the next moment, the pill bottle was in his hand. She continued, "Don't worry. I get a regular supply of these pills." But that wasn't what Hanju was concerned about. "I'm cultivating under perfected Jing Si. My master has them. You don't need to worry." Her voice held a hint of warmth. "Husband, good luck in the intersect competition. At first, I had no idea you were such a genius husband. My own aptitude is mediocre. But if you ever need anything in the future, I'll do everything in my power to help you." Hearing this, Hanju's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Before he could finish, Xing Hongchuan vanished before his eyes. Hanju gripped the pill bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, this is karma. The scene shifts to the inside of a room. Xing Hongchuan is sitting in cultivation with her master. This person is perfected Jing Si. You gave the jade pure pill to that little brat. Do you regret it? Hong Quan's reply was firm. No regrets. Your disciple has already fallen head over heels in love. But perfected Jing Si was still skeptical. Foolishness. Is it just because he's handsome? Her true thoughts exposed, Xing Hanchuan blushed. Isn't that enough? Her master was left speechless. For you to go to such lengths to help him. I don't think he's worth it. But Hong Quan explained. His aptitude is extraordinary. When I first met him, he hadn't even started cultivating. I heard from his sect master that he's already at the 9th level of foundation establishment. But Jing Si was still puzzled. With aptitude like that, why have we heard nothing about him all these years? Hong Quan explained. The sect master said he's very low-key. He's always cultivating in seclusion. The sect master even wanted to give him a great opportunity before, but he flatly refused. Only now did she find the young man a little interesting. It seems I'll have to pay more attention to him myself. The scene changes to the competition arena. Hanju. Only now did he realize he'd been tricked. They said only the top 10 matches would be watched by the entire sect. He thought there wouldn't be that many spectators from the other peaks. But before him now was a sea of people, like a swarm of black ants surrounding the fighting stage. Hanju screamed internally in despair. Damn it! How am I supposed to act now? Just then, the system's notification chimed. The J Pure Sect Intersect competition has begun. You now have the following choices. 1. Win the final victory. Become famous throughout the J Pure Sect. Reward. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. 2. Humbly place in the top 3. Try to minimize your influence. Reward. 1 spirit treasure. After reading the system's notification, he immediately chose the second option. It was perfectly in line with his motto of keeping a low profile. Looking up at the sky, Hanju felt the system truly understood him. With that, a bell rang, signaling the start of the first match. Mo Zhu pointed ahead the moment she saw Hanju step onto the stage. She was completely confident that Hanju would win the first round. But contrary to his overwhelming advantage in cultivation, he deliberately put on a struggling performance. He used his movement technique to dodge left and right, never letting his opponent land a hit. The other guy, completely unaware that he was being played, attacked with gusto, paying no mind to his depleting spiritual energy. He even wore a look of utter disdain for his opponent. Their match was proving to be completely unappealing to the discerning audience around them. Even the two Mo brothers were stunned by what they were seeing. Senior brother Mo's face darkened. He knew Hanju was just putting on a show. And it was true. He was actually getting tired. It was exhausting trying to suppress his true strength. Sensing the time was ripe, his eyes sharpened. He noticed that most of the audience had already left. The referee was even dozing off. He closed in on his opponent at top speed. The guy, still full of arrogance, didn't see death coming. And then, a triumphant smirk appeared on Hanju's face. A loud crash echoed, and a cloud of dust billowed out, startling the referee awake. He had used his overwhelming power to pin his opponent, rendering him unable to stand. Victory! The two Mo brothers watched from a distance, completely speechless. Hearing their voices, he turned to them with a radiant smile. Brothers, I was just looking for an opening. And so, his subsequent matches unfolded just like the first. Mo Zhu sat to the side, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Senior brother, I can't shake this feeling that he's deliberately avoiding me. Fujio, standing beside her side. He is an ascetic cultivator. He doesn't want women to hinder his path of cultivation. At this, his expression turned serious. What he seeks is the great Tao and eternal life. Even with his sister's comfort, the brother just shook his head. I'm nothing compared to him. The sun peeked over the pavilion roof. Hanju was cultivating, his mind wandering. At first, my strategy was to wait for the audience to leave before defeating my opponent in one blow. Now that the competition has entered the top 10, with so many people watching, it's hard to hide my strength. Notably, the reincarnated Mahayana Zhou fan has also surprisingly fought his way into the top 10. It's truly unexpected. The most important task now is still to get stronger to avoid any surprises. Just then, a beautiful landscape appeared. But Hanju's eyes narrowed. Something's not right. He looked into the distance. The leaves weren't stirring. There's clearly no wind. So where is that whistling sound coming from? Could it be I've been targeted? The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, his eyes blazed as he unleashed the divine dragon, demon-subduing seal. A powerful beam of light shot downwards. But it wasn't enough to destroy them all. A remnant survived. He immediately roared, "Evil creature, surrender now, or face destruction." A massive explosion ripped through the night. It was followed by the sound of powerful footsteps rushing through the air. A dark figure appeared, screaming, "Stop!" Hanju was surprised. It can talk. These demons and ghosts have really evolved. But on closer inspection, it was an old man. "I told you to stop fighting. I'm the Grand Elder of the Jade Pure Sect. How can the Jade Pure Sect have a beast-like disciple like you? And so disrespectful to your elders, too." Hearing his words, Hanju's eyes widened. The Grand Elder? Could it be? The Grand Elder angrily berated Hanju. "I was just passing by, and you just had to go and use your ultimate moves. Have you no decency? Have you no respect for the law?" Hanju couldn't make any sense of this old man. Running around, acting strangely in the middle of the night. It's no wonder people misunderstand. The old man ignored him, still sulking. "I was cultivating my nascent soul, letting it wander. Don't you get it?" In truth, the Grand Elder was terrified. That spell just now had nearly destroyed his nascent soul. Even his physical body might not have been able to withstand it. Are all the inner sect disciples this powerful now? Not wanting to argue with the old man, Hanju turned to leave. "I have to tell my master about this. Senior, what you did could have scared a disciple to death." Hearing this, the Grand Elder was startled and hurriedly stopped him, even swallowing his pride to apologize to the boy. Seeing his reaction, Hanju asked suspiciously, "Do you know my master?" The old man puffed out his chest and boasted seriously, "Actually, your master was originally my disciple. Even the current sect master was." Hanju replied briskly, "Then let's just pretend today's incident never happened. Please, take your leave. I won't see you out." The Grand Elder looked Hanju over with delight. "Little brat, I can see you have an extraordinary foundation. Do you want to inherit my legacy?" Out of politeness, Hanju played along. "What legacy?" "The heavenly astral fiend celestial body technique, want it? In the entire Jade Pure Sect, only myself and the sect master know it. This muscle-building manual is the heavenly astral fiend celestial body." It sounds really cool. Hanju wanted it, but when the words came out, he changed his mind. "Never mind. Thank you for your kind offer, senior." Hearing this, the old man stormed off, fuming. Hanju became even more certain. "I nearly killed him just now. How could he be so kind? He's definitely trying to screw me over." Hanju told his master what had happened. Having such a childish master gave Fairy Shishin a headache. "That damn old man is causing trouble again. Don't worry, I'll go find him another day. If he dares to pull something like this again, I will personally take action." After giving Hanju her assurance, she told him to go and rest. But Hanju was still curious. Is the heavenly astral fiend celestial body really that powerful? That senior wanted to pass it down to me. Fairy Shishin answered with some embarrassment. "It's very powerful. It can be considered the strongest cultivation art in the Jade Pure Sect. But to successfully cultivate it, you must first castrate yourself." At this, the room fell silent. Just as I thought, that old man had no good intentions. Refusing him was the right decision. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then? So the sect master and the Grand Elder aren't actually. Fairy Shishin knew what he was thinking and strictly forbade him from breathing a word of it to anyone. Hanju shouted his obedience at the top of his lungs just to look more sincere. But inside, he was thinking that the seniors of this world are truly ruthless, cutting off parts of themselves just to cultivate a divine technique. The next morning, at the Inner Sect Citadel, the top 10 Inner Sect Decisive Trials officially began. Up in the observation stands, countless fellow disciples were jostling for a spot to witness the power of these geniuses. Fans crowded together, clutching plushies that looked nothing like pandas. They were screaming their lungs out for their favorite idols. With so many people watching, it's going to be hard to put on a show. Hanju wondered if he should just end this quickly and decisively. Suddenly, a stunning figure caught his eye. Chang Yuer's voice rang out. "You finally made it. Junior brother Han, we're all here to cheer for you." The moment she finished her sentence, the brothers and sisters from Jade Pure Peak behind her raised their banners, cheering with incredible enthusiasm. Stunned, Hanju thanked everyone for their support. But right now, his eyes were locked on a single figure. It was Zhou Fan, sitting at the very top of the stands. He was frowning with annoyance as he looked down. Zhou Fan recalled Ma Fuchio's warning. His greatest rival in this tournament would be Han Ju. Because Han Ju always hid his true strength, no one knew exactly what he was capable of. Ma Fuchio guessed his power was already on par with the elite disciples. Zhou Fan let out a confident smirk. I wouldn't be so sure about that. With this powerful Dharma treasure in my hands, there's no way he can be my match. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his eyes widening as if he'd seen something impossible. Below, the radiant Ma Zhu appeared in front of Han Ju to cheer for her brother's rival. I believe you'll definitely take first place. Chang Yue narrowed her eyes in disdain and looked down at her. And who are you supposed to be? Who I am is none of your business. She snapped back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring at Chang Yue. The senior sister gave her some gentle advice, though her words were sharp as thorns. Why don't you go finish hitting puberty first? Otherwise, junior brother Han might end up behind bars for dating a minor. In the middle of that tense standoff, Xing Hongxian appeared and called him husband, turning both women to stone. The duel between two women instantly turned into a three-way war. Ma Zhu snapped back hatefully. Husband? That's not a word you get to call him. Xing Hongxian countered immediately. I'll call him whatever I damn well please. What are you going to do about it? Han Ju, the source of all this trouble, was pushed to the side. He went to sit in a corner, lost in thought. How did my life end up like this? A few moments later, Elder Dao Lei stepped forward, using his spiritual power to project his voice across the entire square. Silence. The top 10 decisive trials will now begin. First match. Han Ju of Jade Pure Peak versus Zhou Fan of Heavenly Thunder Peak. The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, gossiping about Zhou Fan. Countless compliments were showered upon him. Word was that the lead disciple of the Sword Peak had publicly declared that if Zhou Fan made the top 3, she would consider becoming his Dao companion. Their gossip didn't affect the two geniuses standing on the stage. Zhou Fan was clearly irritated and started taunting. Brother Han. And here you were, saying you didn't care for the company of women. Han Ju felt utterly hopeless. I'm a victim of circumstance here. What do you expect me to do? He didn't have time for small talk anymore. Zhou Fan raised his hands, gathering intense, lightning spiritual energy. He gave an arrogant warning. Brother Han, this time, you better give it everything you've got. A strange-looking Dharma treasure, crackling with lightning, appeared in his hand. He was surrounded by a vortex of deadly lightning energy. Zhou Fan looked up, his eyes cold as ice as he stared Han Ju down. The spiritual pressure was so strong that both of their robes fluttered wildly. Both sides held their ground, observing each other warily. Zhou Fan politely invited him. Don't be shy, Brother Han. Why don't you take the first move? Acting like that was no different from declaring he'd already won. Han Ju knew exactly what he was playing at. Without flinching, he accepted the offer. You asked for it. Elder Dao Lei saw they were ready and gave the signal. Prepare yourselves. Begin. As soon as the word left his lips, faint golden sword chi began to materialize around Han Ju. He extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy for the strike. He was putting everything into this final blow. Han Ju looked up, his eyes sharp and focused on Zhou Fan. Get ready. Here it comes. Before that, Zhou Fan had been confident that his Dharma treasure would give him the edge, but now his heart was filled with panic. He panicked, wondering if what that person had said was true. Ma Fuchio was the core disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak. His strength was beyond question. Han Ju was one of the few people he truly respected. He had admitted that in some aspects, he was nowhere near Han Ju's level. He said they should compete, but never become enemies. If given the chance, he should try to befriend him, as it would bring many benefits. He said Han Ju's potential was immense, and that he was a role model for their entire generation. Despite that, Zhou Fan couldn't quite accept it. He was determined to defeat Han Ju and ascend to greatness in one leap. My destiny is mine to decide, not the heavens. He remembered Lu Jiao's mocking words. You're only worth this much. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. You better watch closely. I'm going to make you regret everything. I'll make you realize how wrong you were. In his rage, his spiritual power exploded outward. The resulting shockwave blasted in all directions. The crowd in the stands gasped in shock at such terrifying spiritual pressure. Dense purple lightning coiled around Zhou Fan's body. This was his ultimate defensive technique. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and smirked. So what if everyone else thinks you're the best? Today I, Zhou Fan, will trample you under my feet. He let out a loud roar, challenging Hanju. Come on, give me your best shot. Ma Zhu had been watching nervously, filled with fear and anxiety. With Zhou Fan's strength plus that Dharma treasure, he was practically unstoppable. He'd even been taken in as a legacy disciple by the master. Brother Han is in a bit of a tight spot this time. Chanyuer didn't look worried at all as she fired back. He's still nowhere near my junior brother Han's level. It's obvious you don't know the first thing about him. Suddenly, the entire stadium went dead silent. Xing Hongxian covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Is the match over already? Zhou Fan had been knocked unconscious, instinctively coughing up blood from the pain. The Dharma treasure he was so proud of had been shattered to pieces by the power of the sword strike. Zhou Fan was sent flying clear off the sparring stage. He crashed straight into the stands, shattering bricks and sending debris everywhere. Even Elder Dao Lei was startled by the sudden turn of events. He regained his composure and announced the result. The winner, Hanju of Jade Pure Peak. The second match will now begin. The people around still hadn't processed how quickly it had ended. They began mocking Zhou Fan, saying he wasn't all that after all. Amidst the whispers comparing Zhou Fan and Hanju, Chanyuer turned to Ma Zhu. I told you, junior brother Han is incredibly strong. Ma Zhu could only accept the defeat with a huff. She looked angrily at Zhou Fan, who was being treated by the healers below. What she didn't know was that Zhou Fan simply couldn't accept the fact that he'd lost. He knew Hanju hadn't held back in the slightest. After several more rounds, the top 5 of the inner sect had been decided. One person would be chosen to skip the next round and be placed directly into the top 3. The remaining 4 would face off in 2-on-2 matches. The elder brought out a container of lots for them to draw. Whoever drew the red slip would go straight to the top 3. Hanju stepped forward to draw first. He pulled out the red slip. As expected, having unparalleled luck was no joke. Hanju remembered his master saying that making the top 3 would let him choose an innate cave abode. Now that he was guaranteed 3rd place, wasn't his goal already achieved? Hanju sat out the next round. The other 4 began their duels for the top spots. Those 2 matches were quite a spectacle. The first match was between 2 soul attribute cultivators. The crowd was bored watching them just stand there, unaware that their spirits were locked in a fierce battle. The second match involved 2 guys who clearly had swords but insisted on using their muscles to prove their manliness. The audience's eyes hurt just watching, begging them to just use some magic already. But in the end, the most highlight-worthy match was still the one that lasted less than 3 seconds. The top 3 were now decided. Next, Elder Dao Lei was about to announce the rules for the finals. Before he could speak, a hand suddenly went up. Elder, I forfeit. Everyone stared at Hanju with massive question marks over their heads. Ignoring the stares of others, he explained, I exhausted too much spiritual energy in the previous match and haven't recovered yet. I'm perfectly happy with 3rd place. Elder Dao Lei was stunned. He pressed his lips together, his thick beard twitching. A moment later, he nodded. 3rd place is confirmed. Hanju of Jade Pure Peak. Remember to go to the main peak later to collect your reward. Some people felt they had overestimated Hanju, but others saw it as a sign of respect toward his opponents. Some even felt a strange sense of respect and pity for Zhou Fan. They heard him whispering, so, I'm not actually weak. Zhou Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He blushed and happily muttered Hanju's name. On the other side, Hanju suddenly received a system notification. Zhou Fan's favorability toward him had increased to 2 stars. He had no idea what was going on. Why does everyone's favorability keep acting so weird? The system notified him that he had received his reward, a high-grade Dharma treasure, the golden cicada divine robe. It could block any attack. At its peak, it could even withstand a single strike from a soul transformation cultivator. If infused with spiritual energy, its defensive power would increase further. Soul transformation is the stage right below nascent soul, isn't it? Is it really that powerful? Hanju was so happy with his gain, he was practically wagging an invisible tail. Elder Dao Lei saw him and asked suspiciously with a smirk, Are you really that happy with just 3rd place? Unless Fairy Shishien specifically told you to aim for third. Hanju denied it repeatedly before he was finally let go. The elder led the top 3 to the main peak hall to receive their rewards. Perfected Jing Si stood there as the sect representative. Congratulations to the 3 of you on becoming elite disciples of our sect. Your reward for this trial is one of 3 innate cave abodes. The first place winner gets to choose first. Golden orbs of light flew out from her hand. Perfected Jing Si explained the options to them. These 3 innate cave abodes are located near the mountain range, just outside the Jade Creek 10 Overlord Peaks. Since the locations are extremely well hidden, these light orbs will guide you to your respective abodes. From now on, you will also be responsible for guarding these areas. Hanju couldn't help but think to himself, so they're basically turning us into security guards? The first innate cave abode has exceptionally strong wind and fire spiritual energy. The first place winner didn't hesitate for a second and snatched it up. It was the perfect fit for his cultivation. The second innate cave abode has a high concentration of water, fire, and wood energy. Without a doubt, the muscular guy claimed it as his own. The remaining cave abode went to Hanju. The spiritual energy here is a bit of a mix, but its concentration is on par with a top-tier spirit pool. Hanju thought privately, this place is actually the best fit for my 6 different spiritual roots. On the surface, he remained incredibly humble, clasping his hands in thanks to Perfected Jing Si. This is more than enough for me. Thank you. Perfected Jing Si appreciated his modest nature. She thought to herself, to think this young man managed to take 3rd place. It seems Shiner has a good eye for talent. His potential is indeed quite impressive. With everything settled, Perfected Jing Si told them to follow the light orbs to inspect their new homes. The 3 of them bowed in gratitude and took their leave. Hanju was led by a white light orb. He trekked through forests until he reached the source of a stream, where a mountain loomed ahead. At the base of the mountain was a small cave entrance, faintly glowing with light. The orb led him to a crevice in a large rock. He squeezed through a narrow passage that was barely wide enough for one person. After about 10 paces, the end of the tunnel suddenly opened up into bright light. Before him stood a residence carved directly into the cliffside, divided into several small rooms. The place was neat and organized. There were even wooden frames already set up, perfect for growing climbing vines and herbs. The surrounding area featured vast land, ponds, and lush, naturally growing vegetation. Hanju stared wide-eyed at his newly received reward. This was his primary defensive gear. To anyone else, it looked like ordinary clothing, but the golden cicada mystical divine robe was special. To the touch, it felt incredibly thin. It was lightweight and translucent, yet possessed formidable defensive power. Hanju draped the golden cicada robe over his shoulders. It covered his arms in a shimmering, transparent glow. But after a moment, he looked no different than he did before putting it on. The robe was completely invisible over his regular clothes. It just made his sect uniform look a bit crisper. Hanju pondered for a bit. If the defense is as good as the system says, even a nascent soul powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to lay a finger on me. This is a level of security I've never felt before. Now he could finally cultivate with total peace of mind. Hanju paced back and forth, thinking, things are different now. It won't be easy for people to find me here. He carved a personal inscription outside the main entrance. Hopefully, people will realize this is my residence. Right at that moment, 2 people were standing outside the narrow cave entrance. It was Zhou Fan and Ma Fuchio, who had been searching for Hanju for half the day. Zhou Fan was skeptical that this was actually Hanju's place. Ma Fuchio had been hesitant at first, but now he was certain. He told Zhou Fan to look up, high up on the cliff face above the cave entrance. There was a bold inscription that read, "Endure for a moment, and the world is your oyster." The 2 of them stood there, completely speechless. But honestly, it fit Hanju's personality perfectly. Ma Fuchio called out into the cave. "Brother Han, it's Ma Fuchio. I've come to visit." Hanju curiously stepped out to meet them. "What brings you 2 brothers all the way out here?" Ma Fuchio explained the situation. The sect has been issuing a lot of missions lately regarding the Clear Brightness demonic sect. Are you interested in joining us to take down one of their branches? Zhou Fan added with a wild, eager grin. "I've already done the recon. That branch is loaded with pills and elixirs that could seriously boost your cultivation. Hanju wasn't tempted in the slightest and just waved them off. I appreciate the offer, guys, but I have no intention of leaving right now. I'm about to enter secluded cultivation to attempt a breakthrough. I wish you both a successful journey. A breakthrough? Are you about to reach the golden core stage already? Zhou Fan was genuinely intimidated by his friend's progress. Hanju didn't deny it. He turned to head back inside. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to my meditation. Mafuchio wasn't ready to give up yet. He grabbed Hanju's shoulder, trying to persuade him. The golden core stage isn't that easy to reach. The heavenly tribulation for it is far more terrifying than foundation establishment. If you go on this mission with us, and we find a tribulation transcendence pill, we'll give it to you first. When Hanju looked up, clearly paying attention, Mafuchio felt a surge of satisfaction. As expected, if you want to motivate Hanju, you have to talk about cultivation. Success isn't just about luck. You need stepping stones. Without them, you won't get very far. The man was clearly determined. His eyes said it all. In reality, Hanju was looking at his system options. Option 1. Agree to join them. Reward. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Refuse and stay low-key. Reward. A Dharma treasure. Who in their right mind would pick option 1? It's obvious which is better. Zhou Fan continued his enthusiastic pitch. This mission is a huge deal. If we perform well, we'll definitely be credited with a major achievement. Our status in the Jade Pure sect will skyrocket, and we'll make a name for ourselves in the cultivation world. Hanju still refused. Forgive me, but I have no interest in fame or fortune. If the Jade Pure sect ever falls into true danger, I will fight until my last breath. He turned around with an expression of pure righteousness. But right now, all I want to do is cultivate. He looked up from the ground toward the horizon. The white clouds drifted by, much like his long journey toward immortality. Mafuchio and Zhou Fan honestly couldn't wrap their heads around this guy. He was incredibly powerful, yet he was such a coward. Mafuchio nodded. True, but a lifetime of cultivation can't just be spent cooped up in a room. To progress, you eventually have to fight for resources and opportunities. He'll wake up sooner or later, Zhou Fan added, unless he literally doesn't need resources. Staying in seclusion like that makes it impossible to gain anything. He began to plot in his head. Just wait, once I get my hands on those pills and elixirs, I might actually be able to surpass him. Just you wait, Brother Han. I'll prove that I'm not inferior to you. When the time comes and you have nothing to show for your efforts, you'll definitely regret this. Meanwhile, Hanju was claiming his system reward, the little universe gourd, which could be used as a storage device. It contained a vast internal space. The small gourd was practically indestructible. 2 years later, all 6 of his spiritual energy systems were at full capacity. Hanju was finally ready to break through to the golden core stage. He couldn't afford a single mistake. Out of every 10 foundation establishment cultivators, only 3 successfully make the jump. Hanju's body was enveloped in overflowing spiritual energy as he stood on the verge of the breakthrough. Black clouds gathered and swirled directly above his head, just waiting for the moment to strike him with a searing bolt of lightning. Ignoring the storm, Hanju closed his eyes and focused. He had heard that the golden core tribulation often birthed inner demons. If the breakthrough fails, you either get struck dead by lightning, or you succumb to chi deviation. Just then, a chilling, eerie laugh echoed in his ear. It whispered, asking him what he truly desired. Fame? Power? Women? You're already strong enough. You don't need to hide anymore. Show the world your true strength. Will you pursue the path of a saint, or will you trample over all living beings to rule for eternity? The choice is yours. Just one thought. Hanju asked calmly, Is that all? Anything else? The demon was stunned. It couldn't understand why he wasn't wavering. With a simple flick of his finger, Hanju tore through the illusion. Is this all an inner demon can do? You don't even have other options, yet you're telling me to go out and conquer the world? You really picked the wrong guy to mess with. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. The inner demon disintegrated in a fine dust and vanished into nothingness. With the demon cleared, it was time for the full breakthrough. Hanju looked up, his eyes filled with absolute, unwavering resolve. Light flashed within the swirling clouds. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down, turning the dark sky pure white. At the same time, Hanju's hands moved fast, chanting an incantation. 6 paths of reincarnation, open. Golden cicada, mystical divine robe, activate. The light and his figure merged into one, indistinguishable from each other. Everything was a blur. 7 days later, the system notified him that he had received a top-tier Dharma sword. The Qilin sword, forged from the bones and tendons of a Qilin, housing its spirit. It had exorcism properties and unlocked the 6 paths soul-sucking inheritance function. Hanju danced around in pure excitement. My lifespan increased. Awesome. Reaching the nascent soul stage within 100 years is actually doable now. If I can't do it in 100 years, I'll consider myself a failure. He stretched his limbs and relaxed. Then he flopped onto his back, happily scrolling through his system screen. All right, let's see what my friends are up to before I get back to training. His joy was short-lived. Hanju suddenly froze, staring at the screen in horror. A notification popped up. Your good friend Li Qingzi is under attack by demonic cultivators. The sect master has been attacked that many times. Has the demonic sect already infiltrated the sect? I wonder if master is okay. I better go check it out. He hurriedly flew back on his sword, but the sight that met him left Hanju terrified. Black smoke choked the air over the once elegant Jade Pure sect. Alarm bells and the shouts of commanders echoed everywhere. If your injuries are minor, wait over there. Bring the critically wounded inside for treatment immediately. Anyone who can still move, gather at the northwest square. Countless disciples were covered in wounds. They huddled together, exhausted and broken. Standing in a square, overflowing with the wounded, Hanju found himself utterly speechless. Chang Yuer was busy handing out medicinal pills when she spotted him. Junior brother Han. The once proud and elegant girl now looked worn out. Her eyes, heavy with dark circles, narrowed as she scolded him. Oh, so you finally decided to find your way back? Master said if I saw you, I should tell you to go see her immediately. Walking back into the familiar Great Hall, Hanju bowed with a heavy heart. Disciple pays his respects to Master. After the inter-sect competition ended, I was so focused on my training that I forgot to come and visit you. Please, punish me for my negligence. Shishin spoke with a cold, detached tone. So you do remember how to get back here. I honestly thought you had abandoned the sect already. Hanju's mind was a mess. He didn't know how to respond to such a biting, sarcastic remark. She continued speaking in her slow, measured pace. The current situation is dire. The Jade Pure sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. A strange, unreadable glint flickered in Shishien's deep, bottomless eyes. I'm going to give you a choice. You may leave the Jade Pure sect now. The words hit Hanju like the world was crashing down around him. He stood frozen as the rain began to pour. His silent, brooding figure was reflected in a large puddle on the ground. He gasped in shock as if struck by lightning. The idea of the Jade Pure sect falling was so hard to believe he almost thought it was a cruel joke. Hanju's eyes widened, and he couldn't force a single word out. He just stood there, mouth agape, breaking into a cold sweat. While he was weighing whether or not to take the first option, a system notification suddenly caught his eye. The system presented him with 2 choices. The first was to leave the Jade Pure sect and receive a bottle of Qi gathering pills. The second was to stay and receive a magical artifact along with a manual for a secret technique. After reading the prompt, Hanju lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Then what about you, Master? Shishin closed her eyes, looking perfectly composed. I will live or die with the Jade Pure sect. His immediate response caught her off guard. If that's the case, Hanju looked up, his gaze steady and determined as he emphasized every word. Then I shall live or die by your side, Master. Shishin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, aren't you terrified of dying? I am, obviously, but I got the golden cicadas. A system alert suddenly cut off his train of thought. He saw a notification that his master's favorability toward him had risen to 3 stars. Hanju's expression became a bit complicated. If it goes up 1 more star, doesn't that mean things could turn romantic? After thinking it over for a moment, he decided to push those thoughts aside. Hanju raised his hand and spoke with conviction. Every man must face death eventually. One can either die as light as a feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. I seek immortality, but I refuse to abandon my master. He clenched his fist, his resolve firm. Despite his brave words, his eyes still betrayed a hint of worry. Unless, of course, we run into someone completely unstoppable, then I'm definitely saving my own skin first. The corner of Shi Xian's mouth twitched into a faint smile. But I haven't even taught you anything yet. There's no reason for you to go this far. He immediately countered her words the second she finished. You may not have taught me much, but the debt I owe you is as heavy as a mountain. Every time you've helped me, I've carved it into my heart. For once, Hanju was being completely sincere. He truly hoped she would remain safe and sound. Hearing this, Shi Xian smiled with a touch of pride. Spoken like a true disciple of my Jade Serene Peak. However, things haven't reached such a desperate state just yet. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Suddenly, Chang Yuer hopped into the room, looking excited. Actually, Master just saw how much a coward you usually are, and wanted to see if you'd run. Her reward for that comment was a swift flick to the forehead. Master then turned to ask about Hanju's cultivation progress, and suggested he follow her. Shi Xian realized she hadn't given Hanju any proper instruction yet. He looked a bit awkward and scratched his face, saying it was fine. She didn't say anything, but internally she was calling him a brat. I'm offering you pointers, and you're turning me down? In the end, she let it go and dismissed him. Hanju's cheerful voice echoed from within the sun-drenched tower. This disciple takes his leave. Once he was gone, she instructed Chang Yuer to head over to his place ahead of time. Shi Xian held the talisman between two fingers. Go and help your junior brother, as I've instructed. Everything you need is inside this storage bag. Curious, she took a quick peek inside before obediently agreeing. A short while later, at Hanju's cultivation cave, he hesitated before asking why his senior sister was there. Why are you sneaking into my cave when no one's home? Hanju stared in wide-eyed wonder at the scene before him. What is all this? Chang Yuer glanced back at him. Master told me to help you set up some decorations and plant some spirit herbs. It's to help boost the spiritual energy inside your cave. This formation is made of red stones. You just need to channel spirit energy into it to activate it. It's a concealment array. If anyone tries to barge in, they'll get trapped in an illusion they can't escape from. The spirit herbs don't need any care either. They'll naturally increase the spiritual energy of the surrounding area. The lush patches of spirit herbs seemed to glow under the sunlight. She happily asked Hanju if he liked the setup. He couldn't help but exclaim, I had no idea you were so skilled in these things, senior sister. Chang Yuer gave him a smug, self-satisfied smile. Don't let my lower cultivation level fool you. Alchemy, crafting, and warding, I'm a master of them all. Hanju immediately bowed to thank both her and Shi Xian. Suddenly, Chang Yuer leaned in close. Her figure swayed right in front of his eyes. Hanju recoiled in surprise. Don't worry about the thanks. Bathed in the evening glow, she looked like an angel descended to earth. In a little while, I'll be moving in here to keep you company. He broke into a sweat and swallowed hard, nervously calling out her name. After a moment of hesitation, the words that finally left Hanju's mouth, completely ruining the romantic atmosphere, were, you just want to leech off the spiritual energy in my cave, don't you? Chang Yuer's expression instantly darkened, her entire body trembling with rage. Seeing her reaction, he froze up like a stone statue. The look of pure regret was plastered across his face. 5 years later, inside the cave, brilliant light filtered through the entrance, illuminating the interior. Hanju, who had now reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, sat with his legs crossed, checking his system notifications. He scrolled through the alerts about Li Qingzi being repeatedly attacked by demon cultivators and sighed at how miserable the sect master's life was. Even Brother Ma and Brother Zhou have made the list. I'm so glad I didn't follow them back then. Suddenly, a new system prompt appeared. A Providence Bearer has been detected. Would you like to investigate their background? The mention of a Providence Bearer instantly put Hanju on high alert. Someone is outside the cave. The notification displayed the profile of the born devil fetus, Chun Santian. His face darkened as he calculated the situation. What is a core disciple of the demon cult doing at the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or did he bring an entire army with him? While Hanju was thinking that he'd have the upper hand if the intruder was alone, outside, Chun Santian was reading the words carved into the stone. Endure for a moment, and the world opens up. He let out a scoff of pure disdain and sneered. The people of the Jade Pure sect really are just a bunch of cowardly turtles. Suddenly, Chun Santion noticed something strange about the area. Why is there such a massive inscription in the middle of nowhere? He immediately concluded that this must be a hidden cultivation cave. But then he scratched his head, confused as to where the entrance was. Inside, Hanju was watching him through the barrier. Hearing Chun Santion call him a cowardly turtle made his blood boil, the veins on his hands bulging with rage. The intruder's voice drifted in again. "You're dead meat, kid." Hanju gritted his teeth, glaring at Chun Santion with murderous intent. Now that I'm sure he's alone, I should give him a very warm welcome. The moment he made his decision, the man outside sensed a sudden surge of killing intent nearby. Before Chun Santion could even react, 3 sword streaks tore through the air toward him. His eyes widened in disbelief at the situation he'd found himself in. Those 3 streaks were Hanju's 3 pure shadowless swords. In less than a second, Chun Santion was struck down. He was sent flying across the ground, disappearing into a thick cloud of dust. What kind of move was that? It completely dispersed my spiritual energy. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. A moment later, the dust settled, revealing Chun Santion sprawled on the ground. He suddenly sensed another attack looming above him and scrambled to look up in terror. Covered in blood, Chun Santion desperately begged for his life. "Senior, please, stop." A voice from inside the cave demanded to know what he was doing at the Jade Pure sect. Chun Santion immediately started babbling, trying to justify his presence. "It's all a misunderstanding. I was just passing through." Internally, his heart was racing. Who the hell is this guy? I did my research. The Jade Pure sect doesn't have any sword-cultivating elders this powerful. Chun Santion narrowed his eyes. Could he be one of their grand elders? Suddenly, Hanju appeared behind him and spoke his name in a low, cold voice. "A born devil fetus, and a disciple of the Qingming demon cult. If I hand you over to the sect, what do you think your fate will be?" The first thought that crossed Chun Santian's mind was, how does this person know exactly who I am? He whipped his head around, screaming that he was sorry. "Please, give me another chance." When he saw the young, handsome face before him, he assumed Hanju was just the senior's disciple. Hanju was currently debating whether he should trade the guy for some hostages. While he was lost in thought, a sharp blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. Having successfully taken Hanju hostage, Chun Santion shouted threats toward the cave in a rage. "Senior, let me go right now. If you don't, I'll kill your disciple." Suddenly, a calm voice spoke up, making him freeze. "Sorry to interrupt, but..." After he explained that he didn't actually have a disciple, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward and embarrassing. Chun Santion looked like he had been turned to stone. Once the realization hit him, he immediately crumpled to the ground, trembling as he claimed he was just joking. He was now utterly paralyzed with fear. A level 9 soul refinement cultivator. I'm doomed. It must be some kind of illusion. He can overpower me and even see through my background. He has to be a master. There's no way I can escape. Hanju, however, felt a bit disappointed. Is this all a core disciple of the demonic sect has to offer? For a moment, he wondered if the guy was just too weak, or if his 3 pure shadow sword was just too strong. With that thought, he turned, scratched his head, and started walking back toward his cave abode. "It's fine. Follow me." Hearing this, Chun Santion immediately thanked Hanju out loud for sparing his life. Inside the cave abode, water dripped continuously from several stalactites into a small stone pool. He led the man deeper inside. I can't just force him to stay. I need to find a way to make him want to. Chun Santion followed Hanju, looking around curiously. So it's a concealment formation. He guessed nervously. I was going to hand him over to my master, but he'd definitely try to escape, even if it killed him. I'd have no choice but to kill him then. The fact that he isn't running now probably means he's overestimating my strength. With that in mind, Hanju suddenly called out Chun Santian's name, causing the man to look over in confusion. He casually pointed to his own face and told Chun Santion to strike him with his sword, using all his strength. Upon hearing that, the man's eyes went wide. Is this senior trying to find an excuse to kill me? Chun Santian's own speculation terrified him, and he panicked, screaming that he was wrong. Hanju, however, remained calm. If you don't try now, you'll just keep thinking about sneak attacking me later. At his words, the man trembled and denied it immediately. Hearing Hanju say he wouldn't be blamed, Chen Santian immediately wanted to kowtow to him. He didn't know the reason Hanju was so confident was the golden cicada's mystic divine robe protecting him. Hanju cut him off, looked at Chen Santian's fearful, cowering form, and then assigned him his future tasks. Am I really that scared? I never would have thought this guy was such a coward. Clusters of diverse, multicolored flowers were bathed in sunlight and spiritual energy. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating the interior. Hanju sat right in the middle of the entrance, basking in the brightest and most powerful stream of light. From a dark corner, Chen Santian secretly watched him. This senior's cultivation is insane. He's never even stepped outside. Thinking this, he lowered his head, worried. I've been here for a whole year. At this rate, my intelligence mission will be delayed indefinitely. Chen Santian's face darkened as he glanced back at Hanju. As a core disciple, if I don't return soon, the elders and my master will be worried sick. What should I do? Unable to think of a solution, killing intent suddenly flared within him. If I strike while he's cultivating, I might have a chance. Deciding to act, Chen Santian moved at once. Vicious veins bulged on the back of his hand. The next second, Chen Santian lunged toward the seated Hanju. If I get the chance, I'll make you pay 100 times over. I am the demonic fetus of the illustrious demonic sect, a name that makes everyone piss their pants in fear. Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Hanju whipped his head around, his gaze filled with killing intent. The man immediately did a 180, pretending to swat a mosquito for Hanju. Sorry to bother you. There was a mosquito. Seeing this, Hanju simply pressed his lips together in silence. A system notification sound suddenly rang out. Hanju was left speechless, looking at the system notification that Chen Santian's hatred level had risen to 4 stars, then at the man obediently asking for permission to go clean. He sat in silence, contemplating. Over the past year, Hanju hadn't tormented Chen Santian in any way. He hadn't even contacted the sect, which in a way was protecting him. And yet, his hatred level had climbed to 4 stars. The moment Chen Santian turned to leave, he was already thinking of another plan. I'll have to wait for him to go outside before I can escape. He can't just keep cultivating like this forever. Once I get out and leave my sect here, I will level this entire mountain. His brows furrowed with determination. Chen Santian narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of hope for the future shone in his eyes. Then, I'll settle the debt from this past year. Just as he had that thought, his eyes shot wide open in shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Right in the middle of Chen Santian's chest was a huge, gaping hole. A hole that had been created by Hanju, who was standing behind him. The 3 pure shadow sword condensed into a single line. He declared coldly, I gave you a chance, and you didn't know how to take it. If you had just behaved, you would have at least had value as a hostage. But now, that's no longer necessary. As he finished speaking, Chen Santian's body collapsed at Hanju's feet. Blood and flesh splattered in every direction. Afterward, he began to consider his next steps. This guy was connected to that strange senior. Once he's dead, those old monsters will sense it and hunt me down at all costs. Just then, a strange smoke suddenly rose from the corpse at his feet, startling him. Hanju watched as Zhang Renma gradually materialized from the smoke and couldn't help but exclaim internally. So, a powerful backer really does exist. The man glared with bloodshot eyes, grinding his teeth. You killed my beloved disciple. That's a death sentence. With that, Zhang Renma pointed at him and growled. If you have the guts, state your name. Hanju lied, nonchalantly without batting an eye. I'm Cao Cao. And you are? Hearing this, the man laughed arrogantly. Zhang Renma of the illustrious demonic sect. Cao Cao, huh? I'll remember you. Just you wait to die. As he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air right before his eyes. At that moment, the system popped up a notification. Zhang Renma's hatred level toward Hanju was 5 stars. He looked at the hatred level and sighed in despair. Holy crap, that's high. Hanju was only at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Before reaching the soul formation realm, it would be difficult to fight him. With that in mind, he decided to contact the sect and have them send someone to clear up this mess. 8 years later, the familiar cave abode, with its motto carved above the entrance. Xing Hongxian stood before the cave entrance, calling out husband twice. She stepped gently inside, cheerfully raising a hand as if to ask, Husband, are you home? Immediately after, Xing Hongxian rushed in excitedly, still calling for her husband, which made Hanju jump and shout. My senior sister is one thing, but how can she do this too? Is the formation array just for show? After calming down, he asked Xing Hongxian what she was here for. She immediately pulled out something that left Hanju completely stunned. Look at this treasure I have for you. It turned out that the treasure Xing Hongxian mentioned was the Jade Pure Pill. Looking at the large number of Jade Pure Pills spread across the table, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She said generously, these are all the Jade Pure Pills I've managed to save up over the past few years. Go ahead and use them. But Hanju's answer was not what Xing Hongxian expected. You should go. I don't need them. She immediately stammered in confusion. He didn't explain, only said in a low voice. You're already at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Keep them for yourself. Hearing this, Xing Hongxuan's brow furrowed in sadness for a moment. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, and she stared in wide-eyed horror, speechless, as if struck by lightning. Seeing her reaction, Hanju walked over to Xing Hongxuan's side. Don't tell anyone about my breakthrough. If you want to be my companion. At this, he lifted his head slightly, his expression firm. Then you must cultivate properly. In a few hundred years, I will achieve immortality, while you will have become a pile of white bones. She listened in silence as Hanju's words cut into her heart like a knife. Your affection for me is a punishment. A moment later, Xing Hongxian finally replied. You're right. I can't hold you back. She turned her head slightly and smiled at him. Husband, focus on your cultivation. I'll go get you the cultivation pills for the Golden Core realm. Hearing this, Hanju immediately grew flustered, waving his hands and stammering, trying to stop her. That's not what I meant. Inside a room at the illustrious demonic sect, natural light filtered through a small opening in the ceiling, just enough to reveal what lay hidden in the shadows. Lining the wall was a neat row of skulls with glowing eye sockets. Deeper inside was another empty room. This room contained nothing but several people sitting in a circle. One man stood in the center, Duan Tong Tian, the sect master of the illustrious demonic sect and a peak nascent soul cultivator, frowned darkly. It's been this long, and you still haven't found Li Qingzi? Zhang Rima immediately spoke up with certainty. Li Qingzi is intentionally avoiding the Jade Pure sect to distract us. He slightly narrowed his deep-set eyes. Why don't we just ignore him and attack the Jade Pure sect directly? Several others present volunteered to lead the attack. One person came forward to report that the Jade Pure sect still had an old monster in its ranks. Someone spoke up, asking for the sect master's opinion. He pondered for a moment before deciding to delay. We invested too much in Chun Santian. Now that he's dead in the Jade Pure sect, we will not let this go. This time, however, is different. Duan Tongtian announced with a smug smile. This venerable one is about to reach the soul formation realm. If I succeed, defeating the Jade Pure sect will be a certainty. These words immediately sent a shockwave of astonishment through everyone in the room. Zhang Rima hesitantly asked if Duan Tongtian was confident. Hearing this, he frowned, annoyed at being doubted. This venerable one has been preparing for this for decades. Duan Tongtian then turned and declared, I am 90% confident. All of you need only wait another 30 years. The demonic sect members around him immediately cheered in support, demanding to level the Jade Pure sect for revenge. Zhang Renma also narrowed his eyes, which glinted with a sharp light. Just wait and die. Ciao ciao. Cherish the time you have left. Elsewhere, far away, a pair of eyes sparkled with happiness. Another 10 years passed. Things changed every day over those years. Hanju reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm with his lightning and wind spiritual roots. His other, lower-level Golden Core spiritual roots wiggled happily. The feeling was both prosperous and magical. The nascent soul realm is waving at me. He felt like he was dancing in heaven, so happy he could form a heart shape above his head. This is just too good to be true. Suddenly, Chang Yuer appeared beside him, joining the party. Junior brother, I've come to visit. Hanju's helpless voice once again echoed through the cave abode. Please, have some respect for my cave's defenses. She looked at him as if it were obvious. I'm the one who set up the formation array. Of course I know how to get in. Chang Yuer held something about the size of a thumb, saying that planting it by the pool would make the spiritual energy in the cave denser. It could even become the best cave abode in the entire Jade Pure sect. After hearing this, he was extremely grateful, bowing deeply and thanking her loudly. Seeing this, Chang Yuera laughed. It was all a reward for Master. It was just some manual labor for me. While Hanju was still blushing with happiness because his master was so kind to him, she continued her story. In the past few years, Jade Pure Peak has taken a few new disciples. And junior brother Tai, who joined after you, he reached the limit of his lifespan and passed away 2 years ago. Those words hit him like a physical blow, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Hanju turned back, his eyes wide with disbelief and his voice trembling. Elder Tai is gone? Chang Yuera looked up at the sky and sighed. His talent was just too poor. When your time is up, you die. That's just how it is. But before he passed, he said he wanted to see you one last time. At least, that's what his attendant told me. Hearing this, Hanju asked somberly, "Why did he want to see me?" She replied casually, "How should I know? It's not like I was close to him." Hanju said nothing more. He lowered his gaze, hiding the grief in his eyes while silently calling out Elder Tai's name. He flashed back to many years ago when he was just a 6-year-old child. His parents had abandoned him and fled. "Sir, what do you think we should do?" 2 people were outside the door, frantically pleading for the poor child's life to a man they called Master. He gave his orders coldly. "If that's the case, let the boy work in his parents' place. The spring harvest must not be delayed." A subordinate stammered an objection. "But he's just a child. He can't handle the work." 6-year-old Hanju looked up at Elder Tai with wide, confused eyes. "He'll do what he can. Besides, it's better than starving to death on the streets." Hanju recalled everything they had been through and thought back slowly. There were times when that man was barely human. He made Hanju do every kind of backbreaking chore. But in all those years, Elder Tai never actually harmed him and always made sure he was well fed. He even made sure Hanju received an education, even if that education usually left Hanju looking utterly miserable. He used to hate Elder Tai, but he realized that without him, the Hanju of today wouldn't exist. He thought to himself that perhaps the path of cultivation is just a series of fated encounters. Some people are just passing through, leaving only sorrow in their wake. Hanju looked back up at the woman in front of him. "Senior sister, please focus on your cultivation. If there ever comes a day when you're gone, I honestly don't know how I'd handle it." Startled, Chang Yuera turned her head to look at him. She smiled happily and teased him. "You brat. And here I thought you didn't care about me at all." A moment later, Chang Yuera said she had to get back to her training. She wanted to make the most of her time so she could walk the path of cultivation alongside him for as long as possible. After she left, Hanju stood in silence outside his cave. He looked up and took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He turned and walked away, revealing a small memorial tablet with the words Elder Tai carved into the stone. The tablet was bathed in a soft light. "I hope you're reborn into a good family, old man." Time flowed on like a river. Over a decade passed in the blink of an eye, even without the help of pills. His 6 spiritual roots, including earth and wood, had all reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. He was closing in on the nascent soul stage. As his 100th birthday approached, the system unlocked a new feature. Hanju stared at the system interface, bewildered. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations. You're now 100 years old. Unlocking feature, Simulation Trial." Simulation Trial. You can set the cultivation level and power of an opponent for a practice battle. The system will scan and copy the power of all living beings within a 100-mile radius. The results of the battle will not affect your physical body or mental state. Unlimited trials available. After reading it, he shouted in pure excitement. "A simulation trial? And I don't have to worry about getting injured? This is a god-tier tool." Without a second thought, Hanju tapped to start the simulation. He never really understood the full extent of his own strength. Now, he could finally test it out. A blinding blue light erupted from his system screen. Before he could even brace himself, he was sucked into the system. In an instant, Hanju was teleported into a void of pure white. The system announced, "Welcome to the simulation trial arena." It felt like a dream. Is this happening inside my consciousness? While he was still disoriented, a menu suddenly appeared in front of him. The system displayed a list of people Hanju knew to act as his simulated opponents. He muttered to himself, "Fighting myself would be a bit weird. Let's try the strongest one available." He decided to pick Li Qingzi, who was at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. A perfect replica of the sect master appeared instantly. Hanju reflexively greeted him. Master! By the sound of his voice, the simulation immediately locked onto his position. It lunged at him with the speed of light. He narrowly dodged the attack. Damn, that was fast. Hanju used his 7 clouds cloud-walking technique to leap away, grumbling under his breath. This simulation has zero sportsmanship. It didn't even give me a warning before attacking. And it's playing for keeps. He realized that if he didn't give it his all, he was going to get crushed. He channeled his energy and unleashed the 3 pure, shadowless sword. A massive beam of golden light shot from his hand toward the simulation. The ground erupted in a massive explosion. The blast sent thick clouds of smoke billowing across the arena. Hanju couldn't see a thing. He waited nervously for the smoke to clear. To his horror, he saw that his 3 pure, shadowless sword hadn't even scratched the man's defense. The simulation stood there, completely unfazed. Only its clothes were slightly torn. He guessed. That must be the heavenly golden body. Without a moment's rest, the simulation charged at Hanju again. He didn't hesitate and decided to try the 9 Dragons Demon Warding Seal. A brilliant golden orb flew from Hanju's hand, slamming directly into the simulation's head. Another massive explosion rocked the arena. This one was even more powerful than the last. Amidst the flying debris, the two of them traded blows, neither giving an inch. From the outside, all that could be seen were 2 orbs of blue and gold light locked in a frantic struggle. After a few more exchanges, the simulation was actually pushed back a few steps. Hanju assessed the situation. The 9 Dragons Demon Warding Seal is no joke. It actually forced the sect master back. But it only pushed him back. It didn't defeat him. Going up against an 8th level nascent soul cultivator is still a bit too much for me. Just then, the system appeared beside him. Would you like to adjust the opponent's strength? Range, 8th level nascent soul. To 1st level chi refining. Hanju raised an eyebrow. This simulation was getting more interesting by the second. Meanwhile, back at the Jade Pure sect, someone was stammering in shock inside the Great Hall. That's impossible. Dao Lei looked on in disbelief. Is this for real? Li Qingzi confirmed it. It's absolutely true. Duan Tongtian successfully crossed his tribulation last month. He's currently stabilizing his cultivation at the soul transformation realm. The news sent the room into a panic. Everyone felt they had no chance of winning. Jing Si suddenly remembered something. Wait, where's the founder? Wasn't he training for soul transformation too? He must be close by now, right? The old man quickly shot that down. No, that was just a special technique. True soul transformation is incredibly difficult. Dao Lei made a suggestion. Should we call for reinforcements? Is there even anyone we can ask? Li Qingzi replied grimly. I've already sent word to the righteous sections. So far, no one has responded. Fairy Shixian remained silent, lost in thought. The old man continued. If only our ancestor were here. He was at the mid-stage of the soul transformation realm. But he's been gone for years and hasn't returned. We have no way of finding him. How about this? When the time comes, the Grand Elder and I will deal with Duan Tongtian. Everyone gasped at his words. Jing Si quickly tried to stop him. Li Qingzi sighed helplessly. There's no other way. With your current cultivation, anyone else who tries would just be throwing their life away. The old man plotted. Regarding Duan Tongtian, none of you can even break through my heavenly golden body. It's the strongest technique in the Jade Pure sect. It's invincible. Perhaps I can actually hold my own against him. At that very moment, back at Hanju's side, Li Qingzi's simulation had been completely obliterated. He had broken through the heavenly golden body. System notification. Today's achievements. Defeated a 5th level nascent soul cultivator across realms. Observer's perspective. This simulation trial is a blast. Immediately after, black clouds began to gather in the sky above. The first sparks of lightning appeared. Then, a massive web of lightning spread across the sky, lighting up the entire horizon. Those bolts began to merge into a single, colossal pillar of lightning, screaming down toward the earth. And waiting right below was Hanju. He was ready for it. The lightning struck him directly. His entire body erupted in a brilliant glow. This was the moment his journey into the nascent soul realm truly began. In these 10 years, all 6 of his spiritual roots had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. He was at peak capacity. Hanju told himself he had to break through to nascent soul. Just then, his senior sister's voice called out from the foot of the mountain. He wondered, that's weird. The demonic sect is about to attack. What's she doing here? Changyuer came running up, breathless. Seeing the scene before her, she asked herself, is junior brother breaking through to the Golden Core realm? She whispered, if the clear brightness demonic sect arrives now, they'll interrupt his tribulation. A forced interruption is the greatest danger during a breakthrough. The backlash could be fatal. At that thought, Changyuer steeled her resolve. No, I'm his senior sister. I have to protect him. But then a doubt crept in. With my strength, it's going to be almost impossible to keep him safe. Watching the lightning continuously strike the mountain peak, she weighed her options. I'll have to wait for junior brother to wake up and then immediately get him back to the inner sect to find safety. Why'd I have to go and fall for him this hard? I'll stand guard for now. 10 days later, the Demon Cult forces launched their full-scale assault on the J-Pure sect. They slaughtered everyone in their path, leaving no survivors. Dust and debris filled the air as the sect was torn apart. Suddenly, Changyuer sensed an overwhelming demonic aura. She realized they had arrived. Looking toward the source of the aura, she felt a brief moment of relief. It's coming from the main peak. The Demon Cult is focusing their attack over there. At least they're far away from Junior Brother's cave. Changyuer furrowed her brow, reconsidering her plan. If I try to take him to the inner sect now, it might actually put him in more danger. Maybe this is for the best. As long as Junior Brother stays inside his cave, he should be safe. She stepped onto her sword, preparing to take flight. Before leaving, she left behind a final message. I'm sorry, but I have to go help Master. We live and die together. With that, Changyuer sped away on her flying sword. I just hope Junior Brother doesn't try to come back. At that exact moment, Hanju successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. He could feel the change within himself. This nascent soul realm power is on a whole different level. Even my reincarnation technique has undergone a complete transformation. The nascent soul realm is a massive hurdle. Its power connects the heavens and the earth, resonating with the 5 elements. It grants a level of power that feels absolute. Because of this, all my spirit roots have begun to merge. My 6 elemental roots have fused into a brand new, incredibly potent spiritual energy. Hanju watched the 6 paths spiritual energy dancing in the palm of his hand. From now on, I can directly absorb the spiritual energy from the world around me. I no longer have to rely solely on my spirit roots to cultivate. Just by absorbing this 6 paths energy alone, my cultivation efficiency is miles ahead of what it used to be. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You have received a divine ability reward. Since you chose the path of the sword, you have obtained the Sword Dao Divine Ability. Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. He stared at the number on the system screen, 998 years old, and was momentarily stunned. Wait, I'm almost 1,000. Suddenly, the system screen started flashing red. Alert! The J-Pure sect is currently under attack by the Qingming Demon Cult. He was caught completely off guard. What? It's already started? Maybe I should. The system chimed again, cutting him off. He didn't expect there to be another notification. Detected the strongest powerhouse within the J-Pure sect. Duan Tongtian, Sect Leader of the Qingming Demon Cult. Cultivation, Level 1 Soul Transformation Realm. Would you like to initiate the combat simulation immediately? Seeing this, he muttered to himself. There's no way the J-Pure sect can hold out against someone like that. Hanju told himself to stay calm. Back when I was in the Golden Core realm, I could take down nascent soul cultivators. Now that I'm at the nascent soul realm, I should be able to hold my own against a soul transformation expert. He decided he needed to test his limits. He pressed the button to start the simulation. Meanwhile, back at the J-Pure sect, thick black smoke blanketed the entire area. Seeing they were being overwhelmed, the disciples shouted for a retreat. Zhang Renma led the demon army, his voice booming across the battlefield. Chow Chow, get out here and face your death. Show yourself. Unless you've already turned tail and run like a coward. His one remaining, I was clouded with bloodlust. He let out a mocking, arrogant laugh. The people of the J-Pure sect are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Zhang Renma looked toward the deep red, lightning striking in the distance. The Sect Leader should be finishing things up on his end soon. He then barked out an order to his men. Listen up, disciples. Kill them all. Loot everything. The demon cultivators immediately moved to obey. He added with a snarl, if we can't find Chow Chow, then we'll use these jade pure disciples as sacrifices for my late apprentice's soul. At that moment, Hanju finished his simulation. Time elapsed 1 minute. After the battle, he fell into a long, stunned silence, unable to believe the results. After a while, he asked himself, still feeling uncertain, is that really all Duan Tongtian has got? The crimson lightning striking from the black clouds began to fade. A skull surrounded by a terrifying red aura lunged toward Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder, the pressure nearly crushing them. A figure slowly emerged from the gloom. The man laughed mockingly. Just give up. As they looked closer, they realized it was Duan Tongtian himself. He looked down on them with utter contempt. If you get on your knees and beg for mercy right now, I might consider making your deaths quick and painless. Li Qingzi ground out each word through gritted teeth. Duan Tongtian, even if every disciple of the Jade Pure sect has to die, we will never bow down to the likes of the demon cult. With a roar, he leaped toward Duan Tongtian. The sect leader didn't even flinch, simply remarking, too slow. Li Qingzi was sent flying instantly. The Grand Elder analyzed the situation quickly. That skull behind him contains the connate black cicada. Any spiritual energy it absorbs is instantly neutralized. He's using that treasure to slowly wear us down. The Elder struggled to his feet, cursing under his breath. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Behind them, Shishin painfully pushed herself up from the rubble, clutching her arm. She couldn't help but sigh, her thoughts filled with worry for her disciple, Hanju. That brat is probably still in seclusion. I hope to God no one finds his cave. And as for Yuer and the others, I'm sorry. As your master, I failed to protect you. I guess I'll have to go on ahead. Shishin thought to herself sadly. Duan Tongtian spoke up again. This centuries-old grudge ends today. He seemed slightly surprised when she suddenly stood her ground. Then, a lecherous smirk crept onto his face. It's a real shame for such a beauty to go to waste. Meanwhile, Emo Zhu had been cornered and was forced to leap off a cliff. Voices shouted from above. She jumped. That's a 10,000-foot drop. Keep moving. Don't let her get away. She felt completely helpless. In her desperate attempt to escape her pursuers, her spiritual energy had been completely drained. She couldn't even summon her flying sword to save herself. With the demon cultists closing in, Emo Zhu was certain this was the end. She was determined that even if she died, she wouldn't let them have their way with her. In her final moments, she thought of Hanju. If I had cultivated as hard as he did, I wouldn't be in this mess right now. I wonder if I'll ever see him again in the next life. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing for impact, Hanju suddenly appeared. Miss Emo, what are you doing down here? Emo Zhu's eyes flew open. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Hanju was hovering in midair, having caught her in his arms. It took her a long moment before she could stammer out, Senior Brother Han? But then she started asking some very strange questions in her confusion. Are we dead? Is this heaven? As he stood there, puzzled, a system notification popped up. Emo Zhu's favorability toward you has increased. It has now reached 5.5 stars. Hanju brought her to where Emo Fuchio was and said, Brother Emo, I finally found you. He looked up as Hanju landed, completely dumbfounded. Without hesitation, Hanju handed Emo Zhu over to him with a quick instruction. Take care of her. I have to get to the main peak. As he watched Hanju's silhouette disappear into the distance, he couldn't help but wonder, just how much has Brother Han been training lately? Emo Zhu, still dazed, asked him, Are you in heaven too? Emo Fuchio ignored her, lost in his own thoughts. The 3 golden core cultivators who were cornering me. Senior Brother Han killed them all like it was nothing as he was passing by. Hanju flew as fast as he could. The air was becoming increasingly oppressive, and he knew the situation was grim. That soul transformation aura is coming from the main peak. Damn it, I'm too late. Just then he passed by Jade Serene Peak. Something there caught his attention. Hanju flew closer to get a better look. He saw a group of demon cultivators surrounding his senior brothers and sisters. Menghi turned to the others and gave an order. Junior sister, wait for us to carve out a path. Then take the new disciples and get out of here. Hearing this, Chang Yuer turned back in shock. trying to stop them. Young Luo spoke with grim determination. My mind is made up. Even if we die, before we go, we're taking as many of these bastards to hell with us as we can. Just as the words left his mouth, they prepared to charge, but then they noticed 3 strange flashes of light. Chang Yuer was quick to realize what was happening. 3 flashes, could it be? Golden streaks of light in the shape of swords rained down from the sky. They swirled around the group of demon cultivators, killing everyone they touched. In the blink of an eye, dozens of demon cultivators were wiped out. The 3 of them stood there, mouths agape, stunned by what they had just witnessed. The golden flashes didn't linger for a second before zooming off again. She recognized him and called out, trembling, "Junior brother!" Meanwhile, a threatening voice echoed from within the forest. "I'm giving you one last chance." The man laid out his terms. "Become my cultivation partner and return to the cult with me. Do that, and I'll spare your life." Xing Hongxian replied with pure venom. "Duan Tongtian, murder my parents. I'd rather die than ever go back there." The man drew his sword, his eyes cold. "Fine, if you want to do this the hard way. My blade is coated in a lethal poison." At that exact moment, she seemed to spot something in the distance. Xing Hongshuan's expression shifted instantly. She cried out in excitement, "Husband!" The man, thinking she was talking to him, smirked. "So, you've decided to agree? Smart girl." The man let out a confident, mocking cackle. "I told you so. If you don't play hardball, they'll never learn to submit." But he had no idea that Hanju had already appeared behind him, his eyes cold and sharp. The trees swayed, their leaves rustling in the wind. In the presence of the god of death, Hanju, even nature itself, seemed to hold its breath. Only Xing Hongshuan's voice broke the silence as she cried out for her husband. The man who had just been taunting her now lay motionless on the ground. Xing Hongxian was paralyzed with fear. That man was the second-ranked core disciple of the demon sect, yet he was taken down in a single strike. Hanju turned to her and gave a stern warning. "Find somewhere to hide. It's not safe here anymore." Xing Hongshuan's face flushed a deep crimson. She shyly told Hanju to be careful as well. At that moment, the system chimed. "Xing Hongshuan's favorability toward you has increased. Current level, 6 stars. As he walked away, Hanju grumbled irritably to himself. "Damn this irresistible charm and overwhelming power of mine." Meanwhile, Duan Tongtian was acting as arrogant as ever, mocking his opponents. "Is this all the Jade Pure sect is capable of? You hunted my demon sect for hundreds of years. But now that I've reached the soul transformation realm, who among you can possibly stop me?" Crushed by the overwhelming pressure and her own injuries, Fairy Shixian didn't even have the strength to talk back. In the distance, Li Qingzi lay unconscious against a rock, both of his arms having been brutally torn off. Even the Grand Elder was at his limit, sitting motionless and drained of all energy. Duan Tongtian looked down at them, already calculating his next move. "I'll use every cultivator in your sect as fuel for my cauldrons. That will surely skyrocket my power. When that happens, the Great Yin Dynasty's #1 sect will belong to my demon sect." He looked at the Jade Pure sect's grand plaque and roared. 100 years of legacy. Is it all really going to be destroyed here today? With a surge of spiritual energy, he brought his foot down and shattered the sect's plaque into pieces. Duan Tongtian then began to walk slowly and maliciously toward Fairy Shixian. He glared at her with pure malice, relishing the chance to deepen her despair. "Still haven't given up yet? Why don't you guess how many people in your sect are still drawing breath?" Fairy Shixian's gaze remained fiercely defiant. She stared him straight in the eye and gave a flat no. Duan Tongtian's rage flared. His hand began to glow with a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. "You stubborn brat. You can tell it to the gods in the afterlife." A powerful blast of energy was leveled directly at Fairy Shixian. Unable to bear it, Li Qingzi let out a gut-wrenching scream. He wished more than anything that he could take the blow for her. Duan Tongtian's attack hit, triggering a massive explosion. Amidst the billowing flames, Hanju used his 7-step ethereal path to snatch Fairy Shixian away in the blink of an eye. He acted as if it were nothing at all. He even checked on her with a gentle tone. "Master, are you all right?" Shixian was still reeling from her brush with death. She stared blankly at her disciple, who definitely shouldn't have been there. Li Qingzi let out a shaky sigh of relief. Junior sister, you really raised a good disciple. The Grand Elder felt a spark of admiration for Hanju, but he immediately felt a pang of regret, thinking the boy was just going to die here with them. Suddenly, Shixin struck Hanju. Her voice was sharp and stern. What are you doing here? Get out of here now. Listen to me. Run as far away as you can. From this moment on, you're no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju stood there, looking like a rejected child, reaching out to her. But I came here for you, master. Shixin tried to push him away, her face a mix of worry and frustration as she tried to drive him off. Duan Tongtian, who had been ignored until now, burst into mocking laughter. A measly 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator dares to show his face here. You got guts, kid. If you get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to me, I'll spare your life and even give you a chance to join the Azure Hell Demon sect. Suddenly, the system presented Hanju with 2 choices. Option 1, listen to your master and escape. Reward for success, a high-grade Dharma treasure. Option 2, slay the soul transformation expert and save the Jade Pure sect. Reward, a bottle of top-tier pills. Hanju thought to himself, thank God for the combat simulations. Otherwise, I definitely would have picked running away. He turned to the villain and spoke. I'll pass on the opportunity. I only came here to kill you. Duan Tongtian couldn't help but laugh out loud at that. You're a cocky little brat, aren't you? Hanju calmly began walking toward him. Even a reclusive cultivator has a fire in his soul. Just as he was preparing to strike the old man down, another voice barked out. Chow chow. So you were here after all. Zhang Rima appeared behind Hanju, a blade pressed against his neck. The Grand Elder jumped in shock. He hadn't even sensed the man's approach. Duan Tongtian laughed heartily. I won't even have to lift a finger. Elder Rima's strength alone is enough to crush him like a bug. I'll just sit back and enjoy your looks of despair. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhang Rima was sent flying right past his face. The Elder crashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Duan Tongtian froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Li Qingzi gasped in shock. He took down a nascent soul expert in a single move. That's impossible. Everyone around them stared, their jaws dropping at the sight. Fairy Shixin quickly recognized the familiar spiritual energy and was momentarily stunned. She turned to see Hanju, the source of that power, standing amidst a swirling vortex of energy. He raised an eyebrow in a silent challenge. Are you ready? Because I'm about to send you to your grave. Duan Tongtian's eyes flashed with a sinister red light. He sneered. You think landing one lucky hit on Elder Rima means you can stand against me? The dust slowly cleared, revealing Zhang Rima as he struggled to his knees. He muttered through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with rage. The humiliation, the absolute humiliation. He let out a maddened roar and lunged at Hanju. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Rima summoned a glowing lantern. He activated his Dharma treasure, the malefic sky demon lantern. The Grand Elder finally snapped out of his shock and shouted, Young man, get back. That treasure can incinerate your very soul. Without hesitation, the Elder unleashed his move, the soul-sealing malefic wind. I'll use your souls as a 3-day sacrifice for my fallen disciple. Do you see this, my disciple? I am finally avenging you. Hanju only offered a cold, detached reply. Don't worry, you'll be seeing him very soon. He pointed a finger casually. 3 pure shadowless sword strike. Half of Zhang Rima's body was instantly vaporized. The malefic sky demon lantern shattered and clattered to the ground. The Grand Elder and Li Qingzi were beyond speech, their eyes wide with utter shock. Duan Tongtian, far from being afraid, felt his fighting spirit ignite. He even offered a word of praise. To be able to kill an elder of my sect at such a young age. Hanju looked up at him. Am I qualified now? Duan Tongtian was clearly impressed. You are so strong that you could easily take a position as an elder in my sect. Why not join us instead? Wealth, fame, cultivation partners, sacred lands. I can give you everything. What do you say? As he looked up, the 3 pure shadowless sword was already flying toward his face. A shimmering spiritual shield materialized in front of Duan Tongtian. Not even a thread of his robe was touched. Hanju's expression darkened as he grew more cautious. The 3 pure shadowless sword had been blocked. Duan Tongtian made no effort to hide his secret and spoke calmly. Behind me is the innate black skull. This supreme treasure can absorb spiritual energy and grant immunity to most attacks. Unless your energy exceeds my own, you'll never be able to touch me. He began to shout with increasing fervor. I gave you a chance. Your only fault is having such an extraordinary fate. Did you really think I was some kind of talent scout? The one thing this world has no shortage of is geniuses. Do you know why there's so few of them left? Because life depends on one's ability to survive. The rest die along the way, just like the sick and the weak. Duan Tongtian's aura exploded, causing the very earth to tremble. The battling armies of both sides were forced to stop, struggling just to stay on their feet under the crushing pressure. Even Zhou Fan, in the middle of a heated fight, was affected by this terrifying weight. On the mountain peak, the elders nearby felt the pressure even more intensely. Is this the true power of the soul transformation realm? Duan Tongtian ascended into the air, drawing in a massive surge of demonic energy. Since you want to be so stubborn, I'll show you the true meaning of suffering. You wanted to protect the Jade Pure sect, didn't you? Then I'll stand right here and make you watch as every single member of your sect dies before your eyes. Let's see how well you protect them then. Hanju tightened his grip on his glowing Qilin sword. Are you done yapping? What I meant was, do you have any final words you need to get out? He raised his sword. A brilliant sword light reflected above his head. The villain sneered back. Save your final words for yourself. Suddenly, an immense force left Duan Tongtian speechless. His mind raced with panic. What's happening? Something is locked onto me. I can't feel my treasures. I can't even move my body. What kind of twisted technique is this? It was the secret technique, the heaven-punishing ghost deity sword. A technique Hanju had only just created. The blinding light from the move made everything else fade into insignificance. The sheer force of the strike seemed to cleave the very air in two. Fairy Shishien's calm facade finally shattered. Her face was a mask of pure astonishment. Li Qingzi and the Grand Elder could only stare, their eyes wide. They trembled as they whispered, Duan Tongtian, is he dead? A nascent soul just slew a soul transformation master. The Grand Elder breathed out in amazement. No wonder. It wasn't a problem with his techniques after all. He's just ridiculously powerful. We have to keep this man in the Jade Pure sect at all costs. Hanju stood by, carefully scanning the area. Only that man's physical body was destroyed. My six paths, soul-sucking technique, senses an essence soul trying to escape. That means he still has a chance to regenerate. I have to kill him now, or he'll be a nightmare later. The battle is over. The blood-red sky has given way to the soft glow of twilight. Nobody cares about the beautiful view. They're all too busy buzzing about Hanju. Wisps of white smoke rise from the ruins. Amidst the debris, Duan Tongtian's trembling soul lies in hiding. Good thing I moved fast while things were chaotic. There's no way they spotted me, right? He gritted his teeth in resentment. He's only in the nascent soul realm. How is this possible? Just who the hell is this guy? Hanju suddenly materializes behind him and answers the question with authority. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The century-long feud between the Jade Pure sect and the Qingming demon cult ends today. Six paths soul-sucking. Bathed in the divine light, Duan Tongtian curses Zhao Zilong with his final breath. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you go. The beast-taming demon sect won't let you off either. His soul finally dissolves into the light, filled with bitter regret. And so, the life of a soul transformation master, Duan Tongtian, comes to an end. As Hanju withdraws his power, he wonders, what's this beast-taming demon sect? The reliable system chimes in with a notification. For slaying a soul transformation expert, you've received a bottle of top-grade pills, spirit resin pills. Xiao, he has developed a hatred toward you. Current hatred level, 6 stars. He wonders who the heck Xiao E is and gets his answer. Xiao E, power level, level 2 void fusion realm. He absolutely loathes you. He wants to grind your bones to dust and refine your soul. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Hanju looks at the screen, totally deflated. I knew some big shot would come looking for trouble. He thinks to himself, level 2 void fusion realm? He begins to sweat. No way I can win that fight. Even if I reached the soul transformation realm right now, it would be a struggle. Someone shouts out in worry. Everyone look, there's something wrong with that connate black cicada. They all turn to look. Everyone is stunned. As they see the skull, its eyes glowing red, exhaling a plume of dark green gas. From a mist, a red demon emerges. It lets out a dry, raspy laugh. Duan Tontian was utterly useless. He couldn't even buy me enough time. Sam Dalai Phai Tim Keke Dip Toy. You truly have impressive divine abilities, fellow Taoist. A nascent soul slaying a soul transformation master. You've certainly opened my eyes. Hanju raises his hand to form a seal, ready to strike, but the demon mocks him. It's useless. I'm a void fusion grand cultivator. Your puny abilities cannot harm my essence soul. But if only Duan Tong Tian had bought me a little more time, I wouldn't be stuck with such a meager recovery. His words leave everyone trembling in fear. Void fusion realm? Just who are you? He introduces himself with cold calm. I am Shao Yi, an elder of the beast-taming demon sect of North Azure. My sect has planned this for years, only to be derailed by an anomaly like you. I will remember this debt. Hanju narrows his eyes. So you're saying Duan Tong Tian was only buying time? For you? Shao Yi snaps back irritably. Obviously, that piece of trash told me that no one in the J Pure sect was his match, that he could provide me. Before he can finish, Hanju cuts him off. Trying to bait me? Your essence soul looks nothing like a normal one. Your original body must be heavily damaged, or maybe it was destroyed entirely. His expression remains unchanged. You have no right to know. I simply have no interest in bullying a junior. Shao Yi begins to channel his power. He leaves behind one final warning. I will report this back to the beast-taming demon sect. Wait for the demon sect to come for its revenge. With that, he vanishes. Li Qingzi pieced it together. No wonder the Qingming cult raided the myriad beasts. It turns out that guy from the beast-taming demon sect was pulling the strings all along. The Grand Elder beside him added, from this day on, the Qingming cult is history. Li Qingzi turned to Hanju. Our top priority is to wipe out the remaining demon cultivators' nests within the sect. I'm counting on you for this. Hanju, however, was busy fussing over Shixian. I'm so sorry, master. Your disciple was useless. Please, let me heal your wounds. Li Qingzi shouted from the sidelines. Kid, Hanju, your master isn't even that badly hurt. He flat out refused. Master is the top priority. If you want to go by yourselves. He thought to himself, are you kidding me? If I single-handedly wiped out the rest of the demon cult, my fame would go through the roof. Shixian beamed with happiness, touched by her disciple's devotion. Everyone around them felt a twinge of envy. Fairy Shixian was lucky to have a disciple who was as skilled as he was caring. Dao Lei, however, remained skeptical. Just what is that fellow's background? With that level of power, there's no way the Jade Pure sect could have raised you. Hanju remained calm. Just because we've met doesn't mean we know each other. All you need to know is that I am currently a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, and I have no intention of harming it. The people around him began to chime in his defense. They all assumed he simply had secrets he wasn't ready to share. Just then, a group of demon cultivators rushed in, calling for their sect leader. Panic set in when they realized their leader was nowhere to be found. His aura had completely vanished, leaving only a demonic corpse behind. Li Qingzi seized the moment. Kid, quick, kill them. I'll name you the next sect master. Shixian looked at him with concern. You just got your arm treated. Don't overexert yourself. Hanju insisted on staying to heal his master. It was a stalemate. He was so frustrated he was practically speechless. Li Qingzi had no choice but to roar. The demon sect leader is dead. Disciples of the Jade Pure sect, hear my command. Wipe out every last demon cultivator. Terrified, the demons turned and fled. As they ran, they spread the news. The sect leader is dead, sending the demon army into a total spiral of panic. The J Pure sect surged forward with renewed vigor, determined to hunt them down. The entire city echoed with battle cries, reaching every corner and forcing the demon rabble to run for their lives. Those left behind thought to themselves, the Qingming demon cult is going to suffer a devastating blow. This defeat will make sure they never dare attack us again. Li Qingzi made an announcement. Elders, I'm sure everyone here has witnessed Hanju's true power. He declared with pride, based on his performance today. From this day forward, Hanju is the vice sect master of the Jade Pure sect. As for me, my cultivation has reached its limit. The future of the sect rests in the hands of the youth. He thought to himself, I can't let this guy leave the sect. So he pushed further. Hanju has immense potential. He is more than capable of handling this position. I assume no one has any objections? But Hanju immediately protested, nearly making Li Qingzi blow a fuse. He grumbled, all I want to do is focus on my cultivation. Being vice sect master is too much work. I won't have any time left to train. That shut Li Qingzi up real quick. The Grand Elder stepped in to smooth things over. Then let him be an honorary elder with the perks and salary of a vice sect master. Unless the sect is in grave danger. No one is allowed to disturb him. Hanju gave a mental thumbs up. Now that's what I call a wise Grand Elder. Outwardly, he looked reluctant as he accepted, but then he asked, that guy from before, he was in the Void Fusion realm? So, does that mean? The Grand Elder confirmed his suspicion. Exactly as you suspected. Hanti Gon Dongwin Tun. Duan Tong Tian was only helping him recover his physical body to give him a chance at a breakthrough. That's why he was stalling. He was likely using some secret technique to siphon the life force and spiritual energy of our sect. The battlefield slowly began to return to a state of peace. The skull hovering in the sky gradually faded away. He continued, besides, North Azure is a long way from here. Even if they arrived, our righteous alliance wouldn't let them run wild. Hanju still felt a nagging sense of unease. How can I just relax? What if? I need to get back into seclusion and surpass the Void Fusion realm as soon as possible. A legend about a mysterious powerhouse began to spread throughout the sect. Shixian stood in the main hall and made an announcement to everyone. Our Pure sect faced a dire threat, but thankfully, our deity-slaying elder struck down a soul transformation master with a single blow, turning our peril into peace. The crowd buzzed with excitement, talking of nothing but this deity-slaying elder. Unlike the others, Hanju just stood there with a blank expression. Shixian dismissed the assembly, but asked Hanju to stay behind. Everyone obediently filed out, leaving only Hanju and Shixian. A thick, awkward silence hung in the air between them. Suddenly, she spoke up. Are you really going to stay? Shocked, he asked her to clarify. What are you getting at? He asks, as she lets out a heavy sigh. Tell me, who exactly are you? What is your real purpose for coming to the Pure sect? Li Qingzi might let this slide. But as your master, I need the truth. No wonder you never needed my guidance. Should I start calling you fellow Taoist Han from now on? These words put Hanju in an awkward spot, and he lets out a forced laugh. Master, there's no need for that. You've probably heard a bit about my background from Junior Brother Tai already. Do you really have so little faith in my natural talent? Shixian questions him, her tone sharp with suspicion. Even if your talent is extraordinary, where did those divine techniques and abilities come from? Hanju feels helpless. He can't really blame his master for thinking this way. A nascent soul cultivator slaying a soul transformation expert is completely unheard of. No one would believe it if he told them the truth. Plus, he spent years in seclusion, yet somehow possesses top-tier resources. Even a fool could see something was off. Hanju decides to come clean, sort of. Fine, I'll tell you. Just please keep this between us. Shixian nods in agreement as he begins his story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy. He was innocent and simple, and he loved drinking beast milk. He lived every day without a care in the world. Then one day, he found a ring beneath a willow tree that had been charred by lightning. The boy wasn't greedy, so he gave the ring to his uncle. He had no idea that an immortal was hidden inside that ring. The immortal took a liking to him and granted him a great opportunity. The immortal told him, I see you have a sturdy frame and remarkable potential. You are 1 in a million. Our meeting was fated. I shall gift you this emperor-grade cultivation technique. Hanju continues his tale. After that, the immortal often taught me through my dreams. He told me I would become a god, but my fate would be full of hardships. That's why I stay in seclusion every day. I don't want to cause trouble. Secretly, he thinks to himself, the more I make this up, the more ridiculous it sounds. There's no way Master is going to buy this. However, Shixian remains perfectly calm. So that's how it is. There actually have been similar cases in the past. Her response catches him completely off guard. She continues, if that's the case, why did you choose to step up back then? The Pure sect hasn't exactly treated you like royalty. I doubt you even think of this place as home. Hanju turns serious. That's true. But in the 100 years I've been alive, there are very few people I actually care about. And as it happens, they're all here at the Jade Pure Sect. The person I care about most was even willing to die with the sect. Just then, a system notification rings in his mind. Fairy Shishin's favorability toward you has increased. She asks him gently, "So, what are your plans for the future? Are you going back into seclusion?" Hanju replies respectfully, "Who knows when that void-returning stage devil might show up? I need to use every second I have to get stronger." Shishin agrees and gives him her blessing to leave. And so, he returns to his cave to resume his secluded cultivation. Hanju thinks back to how it used to be. The immortals who taught him always spoke with such disdain. But now, everyone calls him the Slaying God Elder. They can't stop thanking him for saving their lives. He lies back on his hammock, relaxing with a satisfied smile. It seems that since the dawn of time, one rule remains. Mame's right. Staying in seclusion was definitely the right choice. If I'd slacked off on my training for even a few years, I'd be dead by now. I guess success really does favor the prepared. I'll just have to train even harder from now on. Changyue walks up just then, greeting him cheerfully. "Junior brother, I'm here," she says excitedly. The sect gathered a ton of treasures to help boost the spiritual energy in your cave. I'm here to help you plant them. I also need to adjust your spirit gathering array. Hanju barely looks up as he speaks. "I'm bothering you again, senior sister." Changyue beams at him. "Oh, stop it. You're the famous Slaying God Elder now. I'm not even sure I'm worthy of being called your senior sister anymore." The system chimes in again. Changyue's favorability toward you has increased. Suddenly, she finds herself pinned against the wall. Her eyes widen in shock. Hanju leans one hand against the wall and smirks. "As long as you work hard at your cultivation, you'll always be my senior sister." Changyue blushes furiously, her voice trembling. I am working hard, but I could never compare to you." He leans in and whispers in her ear, "It's fine. Senior sister, I have a request." She whispers back shyly, "Go ahead and say it. I'll do whatever you want." Hanju flashes a mischievous grin. In his head, he thinks, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." He makes his request. "Then I'll trouble you to add one more array to the cave. A high-level anti-theft seal. One that keeps everyone out, including you." "Thanks." The comment leaves her completely speechless and at a loss. Over the next 3 years, the Jade Pure Sect prepares for war. The Sect Leader leads the disciples of the 10 Peaks to crush the Qingming sect. Elder Iron maintains the sect's defense. Under the Jade Pure Sect's onslaught, high-level enemies like Duan Tongthong and Zhang Renma are systematically defeated. Bodies pile up like mountains. Blood flows like rivers. The scene is truly gruesome. The Qingming Devil Sect, which terrorized the land for a century, is finally annihilated, sending shockwaves through the cultivation world. The Jade Pure Sect's prestige reaches an all-time high. The title of Slaying God Elder spreads far and wide. Everyone knows the name, even if they've never seen the man. Hanju stands watching the sunset fade in the distance. He can feel his cultivation level rising again. With the mission clearly complete, the system grants him a series of rare rewards. Dark clouds gather in the sky as thunder begins to roar. The landscape is bathed in an eerie, magical blue light. Fierce lightning strikes as if trying to swallow the pitch-black sky. Back at the Jade Pure Sect, the cultivators have all gathered. Everyone assumes the Devil Sect is launching another attack. Li Qingzi turns to the Supreme Elder. "Master, what do you make of this?" He remains calm. "Don't worry. Let me use my Qi observation technique to check it out." The source is coming from Hanju's territory. Hearing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. "Oh, then it's fine." Suddenly, a massive spell called the Grand Heavenly Thunder Blast strikes from the heavens. It converts the world's lightning energy into a devastating storm capable of total destruction. The area of effect is staggering. Lightning bolts slam into the earth. The explosions are deafening, scorching everything in their path. Hanju stands there, laughing out loud. "Finally, I have a massive AoE attack. God, I love this. Watch me strike 5 times in a row." Just then, a voice calls out to him. "Elder Han, do you have a moment?" He looks down to see Li Qingzi has been standing there for a while. He stops what he's doing and looks at him, confused. "Sect Leader Li, is something wrong?" The old man beams up at him. I have something to discuss with you. If you have any requests at all, Elder Han, you can tell me directly. I've already cleared it with the other elders. Your smallest concern is the Jade Pure Sect's top priority. Hanju speaks bluntly. I don't really need anything. I just want to live in peace. Li Qingzi glances around the area. This cave is looking a bit cramped, don't you think? Hanju remains indifferent. I'm used to it. The sect leader suddenly makes a suggestion. How about you move your cultivation to the main peak, Elder Han? It's much more spacious and comfortable over there. He refuses without hesitation. There's no need for that. But I appreciate the offer, sect leader. Li Qingzi continues. If that's the case, I won't force you. As for your immortal cave, the sect will do its best to renovate it with the finest resources available. Hanju is surprised. There's a catch, isn't there? The old man lowers his voice. Well, there is one more thing. Would you be willing to take on a disciple, Elder Han? He asks, feeling a bit awkward. A disciple? The sect leader quickly begins his pitch. This kid has extraordinary talent. You'd only need to give him a few pointers whenever you have time. Once he grows up, he'll be sure to show you his utmost devotion. Hanju isn't quite sure how to respond. Just then, the system pings with a notification. Potential Providence bearer detected. The information catches him by surprise. A young man steps forward. The system provides his profile. Name, Yang Tiandong. Possesses demon bloodline. Born half human, half demon. Incredible talent, but lost control of his demon side as a youth. He was imprisoned by the Qingming Devil Sect for injuring his fellow disciples. Fortunately, he was rescued by the Jade Pure Sect. Hearing this, Hanju thinks to himself, is this another main character archetype? The young man quickly bows with deep respect. Greetings, Slaying God Elder. Hanju feels conflicted. I can accept him as my disciple, but he must choose his own cultivation techniques from the Jade Pure Sect. I will only be responsible for teaching him spells and divine abilities. Li Qingzi readily agreed. That would be for the best. He pulled out a box full of tokens and handed it to him. Standard techniques are not a problem. But if he wants our ultimate arts, he'll need to accumulate enough contribution points. These tokens represent your elder status. Please accept them. In the future, you could distribute them to your disciples. Seeing a box overflowing with tokens, Hanju broke into a cold sweat. Is he expecting me to keep taking on new disciples from now on? Li Qingzi continued. All right, I'll be on my way. You two, master and disciple, can talk. Hanju turned back to the disciple who had been standing with his hands clasped respectfully the entire time. As your master, I have already divined your origins. Your original name is Yang Tiandong. His words made the young man's eyes fly open in shock. Hanju went on. You are a half-human, half-demon, and you were imprisoned by the illustrious demonic sect, correct? Yang Tiandong recalled Li Qingzi's warning. Your identity is special. Remember, do not tell him about your past. Do you understand? Now, he was thinking to himself in utter astonishment. He can even deduce my past? Hanju smiled. From this day forward, you are my disciple. Yang Tiandong said with deep admiration. Master, you are truly formidable. To be able to figure out even this. Your disciple is in awe. The system prompted again. His favorability toward Hanju had increased by 3 stars. Hanju chuckled inwardly. It's almost too easy. With my system, what is there that I can't know? He tossed a token to Yang Tiandong. All right, take this token. Find yourself a place to cultivate. He immediately obeyed the command. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong's mood fell. He spoke up to make a request. Seeing him like this, Hanju turned back, wondering what he wanted. The young man said, My father once left me a profound ultimate art, but it requires one to reach the soul formation realm to cultivate it. This disciple's aptitude is dull. I hope Master can provide some guidance. With that, he presented a beautiful orange-red feather. The moment Hanju saw the feather, he knew. This is... Hanju stared intently. He pondered. My spiritual sense is being blocked by this feather. To obtain the ultimate art within it, I would need the consciousness of a soul formation cultivator to unlock it. You wait here for me. He turned to leave, tossing a sentence over his shoulder. I will take this back to study it first. The path of cultivation requires diligent and arduous practice. After you've cultivated your spiritual energy for 10 years, I will impart my techniques to you. The young man quickly accepted the order, but then he realized something odd. He asked in surprise, 10 whole years. But seeing his master's indifferent expression, he could only say helplessly, "That's fine. This disciple will go cultivate now." In a flash, 10 years had passed. The same scenery, bathed in the brilliant, peaceful sunlight. Hanju was in secluded cultivation. A plan was already forming in his mind. 10 years to reach the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Breaking through to the soul formation realm shouldn't be far off now. I can finally prepare for that. Suddenly, he remembered. I wonder how my disciple is doing now. Yang Tiandong, who had been nearby all along, said with a trembling voice, "Master, you finally awakened." He had been sitting motionlessly for 10 years. He was about to get hemorrhoids. Hanju probed his cultivation. From the 1st level of foundation establishment, he's now broken through to the 6th. That's actually not a bad pace. He really does have some talent. He began to inquire. "My disciple, how have you felt these past 10 years? Yang Tiandong reported, "Master, this disciple's 10 years of arduous cultivation have yielded good results. I have also come to comprehend some truths of the Tao." This statement left Hanju completely speechless. "I've been in seclusion for so many years, and I haven't comprehended any damn truths." He let out a long, tired yawn. "If that's the case, then you can go out and take on some missions." Yang Tiandong's face lit up with excitement. "I can really go outside? That's great. What is the mission?" Hanju gave an order on a whim. "As I recall, the sect has a monthly contribution leaderboard. Come back when you're ranked number 1 for the month." Hearing this, the young man's jaw dropped in disbelief. He was kicked out of the cave abode by his master. He thought sorrowfully, "Number 1 on the monthly board. How long is that going to take me?" Alone in his cave, Hanju looked at the red feather. "Finally got that kid out of the way. Actually, I don't need to wait until I'm in the soul formation realm. I can open it right now. I've been preparing for this day for 10 years. Increasing my cultivation base to strengthen my spiritual sense was the secondary goal. The most important thing was to rely on one item, the Divine Thought Pill, which specializes in enhancing one's spiritual consciousness." He popped open the lid of the Divine Thought Pill vial. "Just as I planned. There are 9 pills in total. The more you take, the stronger the effect. A nascent soul cultivator can take one and possess the spiritual sense of a soul formation cultivator. This pill will strengthen my spiritual sense tenfold. Let's see what you really are." The feather began to emit smoke. The consciousness sealed within it slowly began to reveal itself. It started to release a brilliant light, enveloping the entire space, and Hanju along with it. He was completely swallowed by the blinding light. He only had time to let out a few muffled sounds. Outside, a group of people was approaching. They chatted as they walked. It appeared to be the group of candidates for the sect's entrance examination. The young people laughed and joked cheerfully. They asked each other all sorts of questions, creating a lively clamor. Mo Fujo led the way. A gentle smile graced his lips. "Ah, to be young is a wonderful thing." He recalled, "I was just like this when I first joined the J-Pure sect. Time waits for no one. I'm now in charge of recruiting new disciples. These kids are all talented, and they're pleasant to talk to. This recruitment job is relatively easy." Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure holding a small bamboo needle as a hidden weapon radiated clear, killing intent. Mo Fujo sensed it instantly. He immediately dodged out of the weapon's path. Unexpectedly, the hidden needle exploded, releasing a cloud of green smoke. He immediately realized, the smoke is poisonous. The kids behind him called out to him in a panic. He only had time to shout loudly, "Fall back! We're under attack." Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared. Wielding 2 long sabers, they charged forward to attack. Mo Fujo gathered his power in his hands. He shot a powerful bolt of purple lightning toward his opponent. The force of the lightning blast knocked the attacker backward. Mo Fujo seized the opportunity to launch another strike. He slammed his palm onto the ground. The earth erupted. Pillars of rock shot up in a straight line, flying towards the mysterious attacker. The attacker nimbly dodged the technique. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Blood splattered everywhere. Mo Fujo only had time to think. Careless, he wasn't alone, before another attacker impaled him through the throat from behind. Seeing this, the kids cried out in alarm, "Senior M.O." The strange attacker yelled, "All of you on your knees. Don't move. We're only here to capture Mo Fujo. If any of you interfere, Don't even dream of getting out of here alive. Mo Fujo gasped for breath and asked, "Who are you people?" He quickly assessed his own condition. That stab was close to my heart. I can't risk moving recklessly. The other attacker spoke. Tiange Disha, Gui Gui Mei. All we can tell you is, the Great Calamity of the Jade Pure Sect is coming. Suddenly, a white mist billowed forth, surrounding everyone. It forced the strange attackers to retreat cautiously. The children looked up at the sky, speechless with amazement. A colossal figure stood there. It was Hanju, using his divine ability, heaven and earth manifestation, to create a body out of primal chi. When mastered, one can create a body 10,000 jam tall. He spoke. "You dare to capture a disciple of my Jade Pure sect?" The mysterious attackers were thrown into a panic. This must be an illusion, they all thought. It's impossible for anyone to be this big. Hanju thought to himself. A divine ability like heaven and earth manifestation is truly formidable. The suppressive force is maxed out instantly, and its destructive power is off the charts. It's just that my own people are here. I can't fight freely otherwise. Then he saw the gravely injured Mo Fujo on the ground and thought again. This person looks a bit familiar. He quickly rushed forward, causing the terrified attackers to flee. The children on the ground screamed in terror. "Don't step on us. If that foot comes down, we're all going to die." The intruders quickly signal a retreat. They plan to take the hostages and run, banking on the fact that he wouldn't dare do anything reckless. But Hanju throws a sudden punch, leaving them speechless with shock. As they watch the massive fist flying toward them, a single thought crosses their minds. Is he seriously willing to punch his own people? Mo Fujo screams at the top of his lungs. "Stop! Don't involve the children. They're innocent." Suddenly, Hanju's silhouette blurs past him, making him whip his head around. Was that just a feint? The realization leaves his eyes wide with astonishment. In that same instant, the two intruders are sent flying forward as if they'd been kicked by a spectral force. He quickly turns to look again, but there isn't a single soul in sight. Mo Fujo is left utterly speechless. His fellow disciple stands there, frozen and confused, still not understanding what just happened. The children are buzzing with excitement. They knew someone had stepped in, but he was moving so fast that none of them could see him clearly. Mo Fujo lets out a faint smile. Of course it was him. To take down two golden core masters in the blink of an eye. Who else could it possibly be? He turns back and barks at his fellow disciple. "What are you standing there for? Get over here and help me with these wounds." The disciple rushes over, stammering apologies. Meanwhile, back at the sect, massive clouds blanket the horizon. The sunlight filters through, bathing the rooftops in a shimmering golden hue. Li Qingzi has a sleazy grin on his face as he flips through a suggestive art book. "Oh, this is nice, very nice," he mutters to himself. Suddenly, Hanju kicks the door open. The shock makes the old man accidentally incinerate the book with a burst of spiritual energy. Hanju gestures to the two intruders he brought back. "These two tried to kidnap Mo Fujo. I'm leaving them in your hands." Li Qingzi studies their hats and the intricate patterns on their weapons. A realization dawns on him. A straw raincoat for the long journey. Twin blades to slay the righteous immortals. The Grand Elder steps forward, his expression grim. If I'm not mistaken, these men belong to the six-robed sacred sect. 1,000 years ago, they nearly unified the cultivation world of Great Yen. But because they slaughtered the geniuses of every other sect, the righteous path banded together to drive them into the shadows. Lately, their remnants have been resurfacing. They've been kidnapping quite a few talented disciples from the righteous sections. Li Qingzi adds his thoughts. It seems they have a frightening amount of intel on us. Every disciple they've taken was a top-tier genius. I suspect we have a mole within our own sect. The information they have is either coming from the Morning Sun Pavilion or someone in our high-ranking inner circle. The Grand Elder shakes his head. We can't jump to conclusions just yet. This demon sect has been silent for thousands of years. For them to suddenly emerge now, they must be planning something massive. Hanju asks the most important question. So, how strong is this six-robed sacred sect? Do they have any void refinement cultivators? The elder shakes his head. They definitely have soul transformation masters. But as for the void refinement realm, I honestly don't know. Hearing that, Hanju's first instinct is to pack his bags and run. The Grand Elder speaks with a serious tone. Elder Han, time is of the essence. Li Qingzi and I must personally visit the other sects to unite the righteous forces. While we are away, the safety of the Jade Pure sect is in your hands. The system interrupts with a prompt regarding the Grand Elder's request. Whether he accepts or refuses, the reward is the same, an appearance-preserving pill. Wait, if I have this, does it mean I won't ever need to use beautification spells again? Now that is tempting. He gave his answer immediately. No problem. Both old men let out a massive sigh of relief. With Elder Han guarding the home front, I can finally breathe easy. They begin to chat happily among themselves. The system notifies him that their favorability has increased once again. 6 years later, Hanju breaks through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. He is now 1,080 years old. He stretches his aching shoulders and sighs. It's been so long. Why hasn't my disciple returned yet? Did he take that top-of-the-moon rank thing a little too far? I should check his status in my friend list. A system notification pops up. All of his friends and disciples have been attacked by the six-robed sacred sect. Yang Tiandong has been captured. Hanju freezes in place. Normally, if a disciple is in trouble, it's the master's duty to go save them without a second thought. But no, this is definitely a trap. I can feel a mysterious power from the shadows trying to manipulate me. It's trying to control my life, trying to force me into a dangerous situation. This must be fate. Well, I'm gonna fight fate. I'm sorry, my dear disciple. Your master is powerless to help you. I can only hope you have a better life in your next reincarnation. I'm not leaving my cave, but as an elder, I should at least do something for the sect. I have to earn my keep somehow. He remembers what Li Qingzi said about a potential traitor among the elders. If there's a spy from the six-robed sacred sect inside the Jade Pure sect. Suddenly, a system notification appears before his eyes. He looks up, stunned. Old Immortal Dao Lei, 7th level nascent soul realm. Secret deacon for the six-robed sacred sect. So it's him. Hanju's face darkens as he scoffs. A secret deacon for the six-robed sacred sect. He's certainly been hiding it well. No wonder he was the only high-ranking member who didn't like me after I saved the sect that day. I thought he was just being arrogant. Turns out he's just a damn traitor. Now, what should I do with him? Should I arrest him immediately? Or find proof first? The Sect Leader and the Grand Elder are both away. The only person I can trust right now is... He goes to see his master. I've discovered a traitor within the elders working for the six-robed sacred sect. How should we handle this? Shixian listens and asks a single, cold question. Boo. Hanju is blunt. It's old Immortal Dao Lei from Heavenly Thunder Peak. He worries to himself. I don't have any physical evidence yet, and I can't exactly tell her about the system. Maybe I should make up a witness who saw him. But she doesn't wait for an explanation. She just gives a chilling command. Kill him. Hanju is so stunned he can only stare. Wait, do they have a personal grudge? She didn't even ask for proof. She just wants him dead. Shixian explains. I've suspected something was off about him for a long time. If even you say so, then it must be true. Don't bother telling the other elders. We're going straight to Heavenly Thunder Peak. Outside, the sun shines brightly, but a thick, ominous mist is beginning to roll in. Over at Heavenly Thunder Peak, Dao Lei opens his door with a pleasant smile. To what do I owe the pleasure of a visit from two fellow elders? Suddenly, a blade of sword energy whistles toward his face, accompanied by a cold voice. Consider this a gift. Hanju unleashes his 3 pure shadowless sword, pinning the man through his chest. The force of the strike slams Dao Lei against the wall, leaving him unable to move. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, but he still managed to scream in a fit of rage. What the hell is the meaning of this? Hanju steps closer to interrogate him. Someone has identified you as a secret deacon of the six-robed sacred sect. You're clearly involved in the recent disappearances of our disciples. Today, I'm going to purge you in the name of every genius you've helped kidnap. Dao Lei freezes, his face going pale with shock. Suddenly, he triggers a massive explosion that obscures Hanju's vision. A system alert pings. Dao Lei has developed a grudge against you. Current hatred level, 5 stars. He uses the 300 thunder tribulations to make a desperate escape. But the ground suddenly erupts in pillars of light, forming a barrier around him. Hanju brings down a great heavenly thunder blast right on top of him. Dao Lei lets out a howl of pure agony. Shi Xian, watching from the sidelines, feels a chill run down her spine. He's so fast. I couldn't even see when he launched that next attack. If you were his enemy, there would be no escaping him. Now reduced to a trembling, primordial spirit, the man begs for his life. Elder Han, please show mercy. I'll tell you everything. Han Ju suddenly appears behind him. Fine, I'll go easy on you. He glances back and leaves him with one last sentence. Master, I'll leave the rest to you. 9 Dragons Demon Banishing Seal. At that moment, Dao Lei's disciples rush over, shouting in concern. Master, what happened here? Seeing Shi Xian standing there in silence, they frantically demand to know where their master is. She announces with a stern, authoritative voice. After an investigation by the deity-slaying elder, it has been confirmed that Elder Dao Lei was a spy for the 6-robed sacred sect. He has been executed for his crimes. Disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak, return to your cultivation. A new elder will be appointed once the sect leader returns. In the meantime, refrain from leaving the sect. We must avoid being targeted by the 6-robed sacred sect. The disciples are left in total shock, unable to process the news as they continue to question it. One of the inner circle elders slams a vein-popping hand down on a table. He stands up and shouts, How can a man who served us for so many years be a traitor? Where's the proof? Shi Xian calmly explains. These are the storage rings belonging to old immortal Dao Lei. Inside, we found the tools he used to communicate with the 6-robed sacred sect's envoy. Aside from that, there were letters and several demon path dharma treasures. The other elders begin to confirm the findings one by one. They all quickly come to the same conclusion. The slain god elder is truly terrifying. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Han Ju sits leisurely on a tree branch, deep in thought. Fortunately, the remaining elders seem to be clean. It turns out this emerald robe sacred sect has spies embedded in both the righteous and demonic paths. They've even managed to infiltrate several cultivation clans. The Jade Pure sect has been hollowed out from the inside. Cleaning house is going to be such a massive pain. I'll just memorize their names for now and deal with them later. I can't afford to startle the snake just yet. Suddenly, the system chimes in. Providence Bearer detected nearby. Would you like to check this person's background? He gasps in shock. How is this even possible? Compared to this, my disciple's bloodline looks completely pathetic. Han Ju spins around, his mind racing with worry. Do things like this actually exist in this world? He leaps down, blocking the path of an old man. Old sir, please, wait a moment. His sudden appearance startles the old man. Han Ju speaks up quickly. Old sir, may I buy one of your chicks? The old man looks troubled. These are meant for the inner sect, young master. Han Ju flashes his command medallion. It's fine, don't worry. I'm the slaying god elder of the Jade Pure sect. If anyone asks, just tell them I took one of your chicks. The old man turns pale with fear. My apologies, elder. I didn't recognize you. Please, choose whichever one you like. Take as many as you want. The old man opens his basket, offering the birds to him. Han Ju shakes his head. No need for that. I only want this one. The system displays the info for a chick whose color and shape are vastly different from the others. Name, Black Hell Chicken. The reincarnation of a demon saint from the upper world. Currently just a hatchling. Its spiritual intelligence is equivalent to a 2-year-old child. Back at the Jade Pure sect, the sun is reaching its zenith. Brilliant light bathes the entire mountain range. Shi Xian speaks calmly. Master, senior brother, you finally returned. You both look quite refreshed. I take it your journey went smoothly? The Supreme Elder, his face swollen and bruised, tries to play it off. Oh, just fine, just fine. It's the first time I've seen this girl show any concern for us 2 old men. Li Qingzi, standing nearby in tattered robes, chimes in. At least I can say I've lived a life with no regrets. Is there something on your mind, junior sister? Her expression darkens. It's about old immortal Dao Lei. That man. She proceeds to tell them the entire story from start to finish. A heavy silence falls over the 3 of them. No one speaks. They're completely absorbed in the weight of her words. A long moment passes. The sect gates stand majestic and still under the glow of the setting sun. Everything is quiet until Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder both shout in unison, demanding to go hunt down Dao Lei themselves. Elsewhere, Hanju's system rings with a notification. The Sect Leader has returned to the Jade Pure Sect. He is safe and sound. A reward is granted for the successful completion of the mission. Meanwhile, Hanju is busy teaching the black-held chicken how to absorb chi. He's trying to train it to use energy to suppress its hunger. Once finished, Hanju tiredly wipes the sweat from his brow. At least now, I won't have to keep feeding it the rare treasures from my cave. Xing Hongxian, standing beside him, tries to comfort him. I gathered quite a few treasures during my travels. I've already planted them all for you. And that's not all. I have a very special gift for you. Care to guess what it is? He turns to her with a slight pout. Probably more storage rings, right? She beams with delight. Bingo! You guessed it. Last month, while I was out training with my seniors, we came across the Red Peak Sect fighting the Azure Dragon Sect. After we helped take down the Azure Dragon Sect, I managed to borrow a storage ring for myself. It's packed with treasures. Who says going out for experience doesn't pay off? With your strength, you'll be able to make great use of all this. Hanju remains indifferent. Just forget it. You should keep those rings for yourself. I just want to live a quiet, peaceful life. Xing Hongxian looks at him with concern. Honey, you need to face reality. The Jade Pure Sect can't protect you forever. There are sects out there so much stronger than ours, you can't even imagine it. Hanju asks, curious. So, where exactly does the Jade Pure Sect rank in the Great Yin cultivation world? She pauses to think. There are over 20 major sects in Great Yin. 12 of them belong to the righteous path. The Jade Pure Sect is probably in the top 5. He thinks to himself, frustrated. Only top 5? No wonder we have so many enemies breathing down our necks. Xing Hongxian continues. In truth, the gap between the top sects isn't that large. There isn't an official ranking system, nor do we hold grand tournaments to decide who's best. But my dear, if you're looking for a peaceful life, I'm afraid things are about to get difficult. A famous figure has recently emerged from the Vermilion Birdsword sect. His name is Huang Jihao. He was slaying nascent, soul old monsters while he was still just in the Golden Core realm. Now, he's already reached the soul transformation stage. Word is he wants to challenge every single sect in Great Yin. If he actually comes to our Jade Pure Sect, what will we do? You won't be able to just sit idly by, right, Mr. Slaying God Elder? Hanju thinks bitterly. What does the Slaying God Elder have to do with me? He sighs gloomily. Why is there always some battle-hungry maniac everywhere I look? This Huang, whatever, has he actually killed anyone during these challenges? She shakes her head. No, the Vermilion Birdsword sect is a prestigious, righteous sect, after all. This news immediately brightens Hanju's mood. He snaps upright, energized. He suddenly feels much more confident. Well, that's a relief. Tell old Huang to bring it on. I'll be here to welcome him anytime. Xing Hongxian can only stare at him, completely exasperated by his sudden change in attitude. The black-held chicken, meanwhile, is happily pecking at bugs on the ground. A year passes in the blink of an eye. The forest remains peaceful under the scorching sun. Yi Sanlang, a 7th-level nascent soul cultivator from the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect, hides in the shadows, grumbling. I've been stuck here for a whole month. Why hasn't old man Loy arrived yet? Did something happen to him? If it wasn't for that Slaying God Elder guarding the place, I would have slipped into the Jade Pure Sect ages ago. They say the Slaying God Elder is a brutal monster, but rumors also say he's incredibly cautious. No one has even seen his face lately. If he's really that disciplined, I'd love to see our sect leader go head-to-head with him. Suddenly, a figure approaches. Is that Deacon Yi from the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect? Hanju has disguised himself as old Immortal Dao Lei's core disciple. He thinks to himself, it's a good thing the system checks for powerful experts nearby periodically. I can't leave any potential threats lying around. However, his lies don't fool the man for a second. The spy lunges forward like lightning, attacking him. That's not our secret code. Yi Sanlang explains as he lands a heavy blow on Hanju. Even our deep cover moles don't know each other's true identities. The shockwave from the impact sends dirt and vegetation flying in every direction. Then, a massive explosion echoes through the forest. His attack is completely repelled, sending him flying backward instead. Yi Sanlang is reeling. Why couldn't I break through his defense? I've only ever seen this kind of power from the sect leader. But the most important thing is, he trembles as he stares at Hanju. You clearly only have a 9th level foundation building cultivation. How can you be this strong? Suddenly, the realization hits him. 9th level foundation building? Wait, are you? Hanju looks at him coldly, confirming his suspicion. That's right, it's me. Yi Sanlang immediately turns to bolt. His mind is racing. To deal with the slaying god elder, we're going to need at least half of our high-level strategists. I have to get this message back to the sect, no matter what. His eyes glow red with desperate determination. But before he can even finish the thought, something goes wrong with Yi Sanlang's body. Suddenly, he is reduced to nothing but his primordial soul. It turns out his physical body was instantly vaporized by Hanju's heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Yi Sanlang is paralyzed with horror. Before he could even react, his body was gone. No wonder the Sect Leader kept warning us. We really shouldn't have doubted him. Hanju shows no mercy, immediately preparing his grand heavenly thunderblast. The spy screams in terror. I give up. I surrender. Hanju steps forward, interrogating the soul. What exactly is the Emerald Robe sacred sect plotting? Talk. Now, Hanju continues to grill Yi Sanlang. Why is your sect kidnapping so many geniuses? The soul trembles. Before we annex a sect, we gather their geniuses in a central camp. Once their sect is destroyed, they are forced to join the sacred sect. Hanju threatens him, his anger rising. You people have some nerve. Does your sect have any soul transformation or void returning experts? Yi Sanlang grows even more frantic. We have soul transformation experts, but as for void returning, I don't know. That answer only makes Hanju more annoyed. If the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect is so powerful, why are they always hiding in the shadows? Where are the geniuses being held? He stammered in reply. I really don't know anything about that. I'm just an ordinary deacon. The moment he finished speaking, it seemed Yi Sanlang feared Hanju would get angry and cut him down. Hanju was, in fact, a little annoyed. A 7th level nascent soul cultivator is just an ordinary deacon? Your future's looking pretty bleak. The man could only tremble as he looked at Hanju, begging for his life. At the same time, a system notification showed his hatred level was now 6 stars. Hanju ordered in a cold voice. Very well. You may leave. This was perhaps what Yi Sanlang had been hoping for most. His face instantly lit up with an almost unbelievable excitement. But Hanju immediately crushed his hopes with a single sentence. But I'll be the one sending you off. A blinding flash of light. A single sound echoed out, and then the forest fell silent once more. Xing Hongxian excitedly held the ring in her hand. Another storage ring. I'll take this back to my husband as a gift. But this ring was not so simple. It still carried the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. In a flash, 2 years passed. The black-held chicken was as fat as ever. Its plump cheek sagged. Its beak chirped nonstop. At that moment, Li Qingzi was sitting and discussing matters with Hanju. He proposed, there's a matter I'd like to ask for Elder Han's help with. We've discovered the location where the Verdant Robe Holy Sect is holding the geniuses they've captured. But the place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the time comes, we'll handle the frontal assault. Elder, you can sneak in and take the enemy leader's head. Hanju frowned. I don't think that's a good idea. What if it's a ploy to lure the tiger from its mountain? The moment I leave the sect, what if the Verdant Robe Holy Sect sends another soul formation cultivator to attack the Jade Pure Sect? Can you handle it? He looked at the sect master, reminding him. Besides, in the Verdant Robe Holy Sect, even nascent soul masters are mere deacons. The difficulty is extremely high. The old man realized his point. Then I suppose I'll handle it myself. Li Qingzi quickly stood up and bowed. The safety of the Jade Pure Sect, I entrust it all to you, Elder Han. Hanju raised a hand to stop him, politely telling him not to worry. Li Qingzi thanked him profusely. Then he hastily departed. Hanju calculated internally. Just to be sure, I should test my own limits first. In the mock trial grounds, he issued a command to the system. Create a simulation of Duan Tong Tian for a trial battle. As per his command, the man was instantly configured with the cultivation of a 9th level soul formation expert. Hanju was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. He commanded his opponent. I didn't give you a chance last time. This time, use everything you've got. Duan Tong Tian frowned, but didn't reply. He readied himself for battle. Like a flash of lightning, Hanju rushed forward, throwing the first punch. The man's eyes gleamed as he retreated to dodge the blow. The two engaged in a fierce battle. They continuously attacked each other. Afterward, the mock trial ended. Hanju sat down, completely exhausted. Against a 9th-level soul formation expert, I can only fight to a standstill. What if it were a void amalgamation realm cultivator? Hanju thought with a headache. This won't do. I need to enter seclusion immediately. But first, let's confirm the Verdant Robe Holy Sect's next move. The system then notified him that his disciple and good friend had been attacked by the Verdant Robe Holy Sect. Hanju told himself, "Hang in there, my disciple. Your master is cultivating as hard as he can to come save you." In a dilapidated, crumbling house. It was pitch black inside. Only a few rays of light streamed in from the window. A group of heavily cloaked figures sat inside. They asked each other anxiously, "Why isn't Yinlang back yet? Could something have happened to him?" They speculated wildly. How could that be? Sanlang is a 7th-level nascent soul master. Besides the deity-slaying elder, who could possibly stop him? Not to mention, we have our spy on the inside. So who is the spy? Only Sanlang knows that. Aside from the sect master, each spy only has a single contact, and therein lies the problem. The sect master is too cautious. If you ask me, we should just go and level the Jade Pure sect. Kill anyone there who doesn't submit. Suddenly, the door behind them was kicked open. A tall, imposing male figure appeared. The group angrily drew their swords and rushed to deal with the arrogant intruder. But the man just looked at them with contempt and said dismissively, "With opponents of your caliber, I can't even be bothered to draw my sword." The group stared in shock at the newcomer. He introduced himself coldly. "I am Huang Jihao of the Sparrow Sword Sect." Huang Jihao glanced at them and interrogated them. "I wish to challenge your Verdant Robe Holy Sect. Tell me, where's your headquarters?" The group immediately started whispering amongst themselves. "Huang Jihao, why is that killing machine looking for us? Maybe we should let the sect master teach him a lesson." "Are you kidding? You know what the sect master is like. He'll definitely have our hides for this." The man said nothing more. The slight movement of his hand toward his sword was enough to scare them witless. One of them spoke up loudly. "Our sect master is in seclusion. He can't come out so quickly. In 2 days, go challenge the Jade Pure sect first. If you defeat him, we'll tell you the location of our mountain gate." He was surprised to hear the name Jade Pure sect. The mention of him puzzled Huang Jihao. Hearing Jade Pure sect and him, Huang Jihao's expression turned serious. He scoffed. Dealing with a low-class sect like the Jade Pure sect is hardly a challenge. The other man hurriedly said, "Things are different now. A formidable figure has appeared there, known as the deity-slaying elder. With a single sword strike, he can kill a soul formation expert. His true strength is unfathomable. Perhaps you'll find him interesting." Huang Jihao said in a low voice, "I have fought with the sect master and the grand elder of the Jade Pure sect before. Their strength was average, and I've never heard of any deity slaying whatever. Don't try to trick me." They scrambled to explain. "It's true. You can go ask around. The illustrious demonic sect was destroyed because of him, but a single sentence from him silenced them. Tell me the location of the Verdant Robe Holy Sect first. I will challenge the Jade Pure sect, and then I will return." To save their own lives, they finally compromised. Huang Jihao left with an air of arrogance. At Hanju's residence, the familiar, clear voice of Chang Yuer rang out again. "Junior brother Han, I've come to see you again." She ran over excitedly, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "Gong Gong, come here, let me give you a hug." The black hell chicken was squeezed tightly in her embrace. She chirped in its ear. "Junior brother Han, when did you start raising this? It's so big and soft." Hanju ran over angrily. "Stop touching it. That's my precious mount. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it." Chang Yuer paid no attention to his complaint, but when she looked up and saw his face, she couldn't help but want to praise him. She nodded in admiration as she looked at him. "Every time I see his face, I'm struck by how breathtakingly handsome he is, combined with your talent." Chang Yuer seemed very curious. "I'd really love to know how outstanding your parents must have been." "They must have been extraordinary," Hanju replied in a low voice. "They were just ordinary people. After more than 100 years, I'm afraid they're long gone." He felt a pang of sadness. The moment they abandoned me to save themselves, our blood ties were severed. He walked ahead silently, scratching his head. Chang Yuer followed behind him, asking, "Junior brother Han, do you know Elder Guan?" He's our master's third senior brother. Hanju didn't pay much attention to such things, so he didn't know. She added, 300 years ago, he offended someone, so the Grand Elder sent him away to lie low. Recently, he said he wants to come back. You didn't know? Naturally, he didn't care about this matter. Chang Yuer continued. I heard that Elder Guan is coming back to compete for the position of Sect Master. Hanju remained indifferent. That's Sect Master Li's problem. Let him have the headache. She put on a thoughtful expression. I heard that Elder Guan is very fond of our master. He might even become our master's Dao companion. Only then did Hanju ask with annoyance. If that's the case, how strong is this Elder Guan? Seeing his angry expression, Chang Yuer's voice trembled slightly. I heard that he had a fortunate encounter out in the Great Yen. He's now in the Soul Formation realm. Compared to the other elders here, he's like a ticking time bomb. Only the Sect Master doesn't know about this yet. Hearing this, he immediately told her to leave. Chang Yuer scrambled away as fast as she could. Hanju called after her. Please pass a message to Sect Master Li for me. Tell him I will do my best to protect his position as Sect Master. He frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Things have gotten complicated. A fight with this Elder Guan seems unavoidable. But for the sake of my master's reputation, finding a way to settle this peacefully is going to be a real headache. Even worse, this notification about a providential luck cultivator has been hovering there all day. Can't this guy just focus on his own cultivation? Why does he have to come here and challenge our sect? The fact that it's Huang Jihao makes this even more of a pain. The system keeps pinging me. It's even triggered a system quest. It looks like Huang Jihao is already closing in. I need to be absolutely sure about this. To be safe, I'll test him out in the simulation trial first. The system notification repeated once more. 2 minutes? That's too long. This is frustrating. Taking several minutes to win just won't do. After finishing the simulated battle, Hanju sat on the floor and sighed. He really is something else. I guess that's what you expect from a natural sword hard. He actually managed to hold his own against me for 2 minutes. I need to rethink this. I can't let this drag on. A long, drawn-out fight will only cause more trouble. There's only one way, but it depends entirely on what kind of person Huang Jihao actually is. Sure enough, he was already right on top of us. As the sun began to dip behind the mountains, the world grew dim. Huang Jihao's shadow stretched longer with every step he took. He crossed over rolling peaks and rugged terrain. Following the uneven paths with an arrogant air, he came seeking to challenge the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao's expression was ice cold. He radiated a murderous aura as he searched for the fearsome, deity-slaying elder everyone was talking about. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. The air around him seemed to shift ever so slightly. Startled, Huang Jihao looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared under a nearby tree. A 9th-level foundation establishment? How did I not sense him until now? This kid is actually pretty interesting. He took a closer look at the stranger. He had a graceful, captivating build. And then he saw his face, extraordinarily handsome. His lips were soft and full of life. Even at a glance, Huang Jihao could feel it. The way his long, smooth hair fluttered in the breeze. He practically radiated youth and vitality. He truly is a natural-born beauty. He froze for a moment. Huang Jihao's eyes scanned him from head to toe, judging every detail. Then, quite suddenly, his cheeks flushed a deep red, looking completely flustered. The system gave a prompt. Huang Jihao has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju definitely didn't see this coming. He stood there, completely helpless and at a loss for words. The two of them stood perfectly still. They locked eyes in total silence, neither saying a word. I haven't even done anything yet. Where did this favorability come from? Hanju wondered to himself. Finally, Huang Jihao spoke up. Kid, I like the look of you. How about you become my disciple? With me, reaching the nascent soul realm in the future will be a piece of cake. Hanju was stunned into silence. He never expected a man to say something like that. Is this guy for real? Hanju realized his charm had worked on the completely wrong target and felt a surge of annoyance. Who are you? And why have you come to the Jade Pure sect? Huang Jihao straightened up to introduce himself. I am Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Birdsword sect. His eyes burned with determination. I've come to the Jade Pure sect for one reason, to challenge your deity-slaying elder. Hanju couldn't understand why he was so fixated on the deity-slaying elder instead of anyone else in the sect. He answered immediately. Those Lu E sect bastards told me they'd only let me challenge them if I dealt with the deity-slaying elder first. Hearing such a ridiculous reason made Hanju's face flush with anger. A system notification appeared. You have gained hatred toward the Lu E sect. Current hatred level, 6 stars. Hanju asked curiously. So, how strong is their sect master anyway? I doubt the deity-slaying elder can even compare to him. Huang Jihao didn't know much since the man was so mysterious. Hanju kept pressing him for details just to be sure. Huang Jihao started to get irritated, his brow furrowing. What's with all these questions? Are you going to be my disciple or not? Hanju let out a faint, mysterious smile as a plan formed. He's getting impatient. Perfect. Now I've got him. Becoming your disciple isn't out of the question. But if you can take a single strike from my sword, only then will I call you master. A look of pure confidence washed over his face. I'll take your strike. If you can even manage to harm a single hair on my head, I'll leave the Jade Pure sect alone and never come back to bother you again. With that, Huang Jihao decisively opened his arms wide. I, Huang, am a man of my word. Hanju didn't hold back or waste any more breath. He immediately unsheathed his sword. Huang Jihao watched closely. That's no ordinary sword. How does a kid at the 9th level of Foundation establishment have a treasure like that? Hanju prepared to launch his attack on Huang Jihao. He released an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy. Huang Jihao was genuinely stunned by the sheer power radiating from Hanju. Realizing it would be nearly impossible to just stand there and take it, he quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Feeling like he was about to be blown away, Huang Jihao hastily summoned a wall of wind. Then he saw Hanju in the distance, unleashing his technique directly at him. Huang Jihao scrambled to raise his sword to block Hanju's incoming strike. The force behind the blow grew stronger by the second, and he realized he was losing his ground. His expression shifted from confidence to shock. He tried his absolute best to resist until the very end. But it wasn't enough. Huang Jihao was overpowered and sent flying. He was launched high into the air, unable to even touch the ground. I've never seen swordplay this powerful. What kind of technique is this? Suddenly, Huang Jihao realized something was very strange. No, that wasn't just swordplay. That was a divine ability. After regaining his composure, he touched down lightly on the ground. Hanju was genuinely impressed. I have to admit, your reflexes are outstanding. He arched an eyebrow and added mockingly. A man of your reputation wouldn't go back on his word, right, Huang Jihao? Refusing to accept defeat, he shouted, You cheated. Hanju remained perfectly calm. I gave you fair warning. Huang Jihao's tone became a bit more cautious. It doesn't matter what you say. Even if that wasn't a surprise attack, I wouldn't have been able to block it. Just who the hell are you? Hanju's gaze suddenly turned cold. You came all this way looking for me, and yet you have to ask who I am? Hearing that, he was utterly shocked, though he quickly regained his cool. Huang Jihao promised to leave the Jade Pure sect alone, but swore he'd find Hanju for a rematch the moment he stepped foot outside the sect. Hanju just gave a devious little smirk. Wait for me to leave the sect. Good luck waiting for that. Huang Jihao walked away, fuming with quiet rage. That brat actually dared to toy with me. I was just careless. I was too slow to dodge otherwise. Suddenly, a strange voice startled him. May I ask who you are, sir? Guan Yu Gang approached Huang Jihao from out of nowhere. Why are you coming from the direction of the Jade Pure sect? Sneaking around like this? You must be some thief from another sect. Being talked to like that made him feel more than a little annoyed. What's it to you? Guan Yu Gang remained nonchalant. If I bring you in, it'll be a great achievement. The elders will finally show me the respect I deserve. And then, before he could even finish his sentence, both of them had already drawn their swords. Suddenly, Huang Jihao burst into laughter. Who cares about some nascent soul whelp? The two of them began clashing wildly, swords swinging in every direction. He felt lucky to have found someone he could finally vent his frustrations on. Back with Hanju, a system notification popped up. You have successfully repelled Huang Jihao without drawing attention. You have obtained a spirit treasure. Congratulations. You have received a grade 6 spirit treasure. This is a pretty good treasure. Hanju smiled to himself, feeling quite pleased. I am unrivaled under heaven. Who else is there? Speak up. Just then, a voice called out to him from outside. Hanju, are you in there? Recognizing the familiar voice immediately, He knew his master had come to find him. Hanju felt a bit guilty, making his master come all the way to his place. Xian spoke as soon as he answered. Don't worry. Did you ever tell you about my senior brother, Guan Yu Gang? He tried to recall the name. Actually, she did mention him. She hurriedly continued. He returned yesterday, but he ran into Huang Jihao near the sect and ended up being severely injured. Hanju was left completely speechless. That sounds just like old Huang. He scratched his head in awkward confusion. Is he really that unlucky? Xian explained further. He was defeated even though Huang Jihao was already wounded himself. Plus, there's a forest nearby that was completely leveled by sword chi. She guessed that Huang Jihao had already challenged the sect and been defeated by Hanju. Hanju broke into a nervous sweat. She's right. Wait, is Master here to scold me? Xian smiled. I just didn't expect that even the famous Huang Jihao would lose to you. I've come because I hope you can help me take senior brother Wan down a peg or two. He looked both skeptical and a little concerned. Suppress Guan Yu Gang? She laid out her plan. The sect leader might not be as powerful as senior brother Wan, but he is dedicated to the Jade Pure sect, even if it has slowed down his own cultivation. Removing him from his position now would be a huge disappointment to everyone. Besides, senior brother Wan only cares about getting revenge on the sect leader. Once his wounds heal, he'll challenge you. If he wins, he could become the sect leader. Hanju turned serious. I can do it, but it's best if this fight stays between us. Xian nodded. Of course. It's better that way to save senior brother Wan's dignity. While they were talking, her eyes suddenly drifted down to the black-eyed chicken. Why are you raising a chicken? This bird actually looks quite extraordinary. Hanju gave a slightly creepy laugh, startling the poor bird. Cultivating can be a lonely business. Having it around for company isn't so bad. Xian hadn't realized that Hanju ever felt bored. That reminded her of something. The Centennial Immortal Realm meet is about to begin. You can get anything there, spirit treasures, pills, rare resources, even secret manuals. As long as you have the resources, you can trade for anything. Do you want to go? But he turned her down, not wanting to take the risk. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Birdsword sect, a furious shout echoed through the air. What? You couldn't even block a single one of his strikes. Huang Jihao hangs his head, forced to endure the criticism. I hate to admit it, but it's true. The man standing across from him speaks up. Excluding myself, you are the greatest talent our sect has to offer. Huang Jihao can only try to explain. His spiritual energy is incredibly overbearing. I've never encountered anything like it before. Besides, the man talking to Huang Jihao is the sect leader of the Vermilion Birdsword sect, Tang Han. Besides what? Tang Han asks, curious. At this, Huang Jihao's face flushes with embarrassment. The guy is, well, he's incredibly handsome. In terms of looks, no one in the Vermilion Birdsword sect even comes close to him. Tang Han's expression shifts to one of complete disbelief and annoyance. And why is that even relevant right now? Seeing his reaction, Huang Jihao waves his hands frantically. All right, it's not important. Suddenly, something occurs to him. The Emerald Robe Sacred Sect is still targeting the Jade Pure Sect. Once my wounds are healed, I plan to go and challenge the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect myself. Tang Han warns him not to underestimate their foundations. The Supreme Elder reached out to me before, hoping for an alliance against them. I refused. As long as that specific person is alive, the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect can never truly be destroyed. Huang Jihao is curious about this mysterious individual. Tang Han begins the tale. The sect leader of the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect. In his youth, he was as high-spirited as anyone. But a twist of fate led him down the demonic path, and he eventually became their leader. I heard from the Patriarch that among their peers, he was the most formidable. This is a good chance for you to scout his strength, but do not be reckless. Huang Jihao's gaze turns determined. Don't worry. I might be arrogant, but I'm not an idiot. 7 years later, Hanju sits in boredom, his mind wandering. After seeing Yang Tiandong off, Zhou Fan ended up getting captured, yet his cultivation somehow increased. His status hasn't changed, though. He's likely just pretending to comply. Sect leader Li really has it rough. If he's not getting beaten up, he's getting ambushed on the road. Suddenly, the black-held chicken waddles over and says it wants to see the outside world. Hearing this, Hanju pauses to think. The black-held chicken's strength is already equivalent to a chi refinement cultivator. As its mind matures, its curiosity about the world is only natural. Hanju suddenly stands up, startling the bird. Let me put it this way. Hanju holds up a picture of a roasted chicken, his voice dripping with menace. The outside world is terrifying. Everyone out there wants to eat you, understand? This cave is the only safe place for you. Don't you ever dare step outside. Unless you become absolutely invincible, you're as good as dead out there. Even I don't dare to leave. Terrified by his words, the black hell chicken collapses and begins to sob. Master, please stop. I don't want to go out anymore. I'll stay here forever. Hanju smirks, satisfied that the brainwashing was a success. Just then, Li Qingzi rushes in, looking frantic. Elder Han, we have a crisis. Funya Valley has been wiped out by the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect. The Valley Master sent me a message just before he died. He said there's a soul transformation presence within the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect. That's more than enough to steamroll the entire Great Yin cultivation world. Their next target is almost certainly the Jade Pure Sect. Elder Han, what do you think we should? Before he can even finish his sentence, Hanju is already a blur of motion. He grabs his things, not forgetting to stuff the black hell chicken into a bag and snatch up his gear. Li Qingzi shouts in surprise. Such quick action in a crisis. I knew I could count on you. Fully packed, Hanju turns to him. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get the hell out of here. Li Qingzi stares at him, jaw dropping in total shock. Hanju is fuming, using every ounce of his strength to try and bolt. But Li Qingzi won't let go. He desperately clings to Hanju's leg, trying to hold him back. He's gasping for air, completely exhausted. With the fat black hell chicken strapped to his back, Hanju yells at them to run for their lives. But Li Qingzi holds on for dear life. Listen to yourself. Is that even how a human talks? I came here to warn you, so you could prepare for battle. I didn't tell you, so you could pack your bags and bail. Hanju looks at him, only to hear the old man start grumbling. Besides, where'd we even go? What about all our disciples? Even if we run, we can't just hand our home over to those bastards. Those other sects would just move in and set up camp. Either way, the J Pure sect would be finished. Hearing this, Hanju falls into deep thought. He wanted to say that the sect didn't matter as long as they survived. The people are what's important, but it seems he vastly underestimated how much this sect means to them. Just then, the system screen pops up. A notification regarding the sect's impending doom appears, giving him 2 choices and their respective rewards. After reading it over, he wonders what his next move should be. Hanju turns back to Li Qingzi. You mentioned a secret report earlier. They can't be arriving that quickly, can they? Li Qingzi answers honestly. Cleaning up the remains of Funya Valley will take them some time. I'd say we have 10 days at most. Upon hearing this, Hanju suddenly grabs the sect leader by the shoulders. Sect leader? His eyes go wide with a pressing question. Why is the J Pure sect constantly being targeted like this? I honestly thought we were a powerful sect. Li Qingzi is stunned by the blunt question. Hanju doesn't stop there, firing off questions like a rapid-fire crossbow. Each one is more cutting than the last. It feels like you've been acting like this sect is way more important than it actually is. The old man sighs, his voice full of helplessness. The J Pure sect actually is quite formidable. It's just that our strongest expert, our founding ancestor, he's been gone for 500 years without a single word. If he were still here, the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect wouldn't dare lay a finger on us. 1,000 years ago, he personally taught them a lesson they'd never forget. He beat them so badly their sect leader went into a state of shock and seclusion. This piques Hanju's curiosity. So you're saying the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect is just out for revenge? Li Qingzi looks sheepish. That's not the point. My master and I have already used the communication treasure left behind by the ancestor. Once the patriarch returns, the Emerald Robe Sacred Sect will be nothing but a memory. As he speaks, he suddenly grabs Hanju's hand, his voice pleading. Elder Han, we have to grit our teeth and get through this together. Once this threat is gone, we'll finally be safe. You'll be able to focus on your cultivation in peace. Hanju realizes he has no choice but to agree. He uses his foot to gently push Li Qingzi away, setting a condition. Fine, but if it looks like we're losing, I'm out of here. The sect leader nods in agreement. He adds one more thing. If we truly can't win, I won't let you throw your life away for us. Satisfied, Hanju agrees to stay. By the way, Sect Leader, does the sect have any pills suitable for nascent soul stage cultivation? Li Qingzi looks embarrassed. The J-Pure sect is a bit lacking in alchemists. You'll have to find a way to get those yourself. As soon as he hears this, Hanju's face drops, and he immediately turns to leave, ignoring Li Qingzi's desperate attempts to stop him. Eventually, Hanju relents. I'm just kidding. I'm going to go buy a spirit beast bag. But secretly, he thinks it'll also make it much easier to carry everything when I have to run. And so, the man and his bird begin planning their potential escape. In the bustling inner city of the main peak, the streets are packed with people. Somewhere above, Hanju is floating through the air. The black-hell chicken looks utterly miserable and bored. Passers-by can't help but stare at it. It's a massive bird stuffed into a sack, with only its face visible through a small glass window. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Providence bearer detected. Would you like to check their background? It catches him completely off guard. Hanju looks at the system panel and sighs to himself. Another Providence bearer? The J-Pure sect really is a magnet for luck. He checks the details of the scan. The identity of Xian Qingjun. It includes her cultivation realm, her true identity, and several notable facts about her. His face goes pale as he reads the information. To be able to ascend, she'd have to be at least a Mahayana stage cultivator. Hanju freezes, focusing on one shocking detail. Wait, she's a woman. After recovering from the shock, he looks around. There's only one woman on the plaza right now. That must be her. Across from him is a woman, Xian Qingjun, sitting on a set of stairs near a railing. Beside her, two men are shouting and fighting over her. The verbal argument quickly escalates into a full-on brawl, with the two of them trading blows. Xian Qingjun watches them with zero interest. In fact, she looks completely bored by the whole display. Then, her eyes widen as she senses something. Her gaze snaps upward. A hidden aura? Xian Qingjun's focus shifts entirely to Hanju, who is standing some distance behind her. Interest flickers in her eyes, and she licks her lips slightly. Well, it looks like I might stay a little longer after all. As Hanju tries to walk away, the system pings again. Xian Qingjun is now interested in you because of your appearance. Favorability, 1 star. He feels completely helpless. All he wanted was to avoid trouble and stay out of the spotlight. He looks back at her, his mind reeling. I never thought my peerless potential would backfire on me like this. Xian Qingjun's eyes follow him, her interest clearly growing. Seconds later, the system notifies him that her favorability has increased. Current status, 2 stars. The notification sends both Hanju and the bird into a panic. Xian Qingjun eventually finds herself standing before a mountain engraved with a motto. Endure for a moment, and the world opens up. She finds it fascinating. After reflecting on it for a moment, the meaning sinks in. These words, they actually carry a profound truth. Finally, Xian Qingjun looks up and smirks, as if sending a message. You pique my interest even more. I've always preferred saving the best for last. Until we meet again. With a wave of her hand, she vanishes. Inside the cave, Hanju finally lets out a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. She probably couldn't find the entrance because of the array. He turns to the Black Hell Chicken to seriously discuss Xian Qingjun's true power. But the bird only has one thing on its mind. That was awful. Can we get a refund on this spirit beast bag? With that, he hung a piece of calligraphy on the cliff wall. He just hoped she could forget about him. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Hanju had reached the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, but he still wasn't satisfied with his current strength. If I can't break through to the soul formation realm before the verdant robe holy sect arrives, I'm really done for. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Among them, 2 people were being pursued, and 2 were being sneak attacked. He was very surprised. Why was Li Lu Zi being ambushed by a fellow sect member? They were all supposed to have been screened. None of the nascent soul cultivators in the J-Pure sect were supposed to be spies. Then, Hanju's eyes shot wide as he remembered something. Wait a minute. I forgot about Guan Yu Gang. No wonder. Indeed, Hanju's guess was correct. Guan Yu Gang didn't dare to challenge the deity, slaying elder. So he gave up on his ambition to become the sect master. But he couldn't just let go of his anger. So, he sought out Li Lu Zi and gave him a beating to vent his frustration. He He was still relieved that his master and the others were okay. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "Fellow Taoist, are you there? May I have a moment of your time?" Hanju thought, exasperated, Xian Qingjun. She's here again. For the past 7 years. She's come to visit twice with no success. But she never tried to force her way in. She truly doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. But 3 times is the charm, they say. If I keep ignoring her, I'm afraid she might just break in. After calling out, she waited quietly outside. This time, he actually went out to face Xian Qingjun directly. But the one who panicked was the black-held chicken. It looked like it was about to cry. It bowed its head, begging her, "Please spare him. Don't eat my master." Xian Qingjun looked at its actions, completely bewildered. Hanju swatted the shameless creature away and introduced himself. "I am Hanju. May I ask what brings you to my humble abode, fellow Taoist?" Xian Qingjun spoke softly. "I am Xian Qingjun, a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. A few years ago, I happened to see Senior Brother once in the intersect. Only then did I know what it meant to see someone once and never forget them for a lifetime. Finally," she said, "I have taken the liberty of visiting today. I hope Senior Brother will not be offended. Your handsome features are truly a rare sight in this world, Senior Brother. Absolutely peerless." Hearing this, Hanju just sighed, mumbled his thanks, and tried to slip away. Xian Qingjun took out a token and stopped him. "Don't be in such a hurry. This junior sister is willing to offer you a treasure. I hope Senior Brother will not refuse." He was very curious. "What is this?" She explained its origin. "This is a Heavenly Immortal Abode token. The Heavenly Immortal Abode is a sacred cultivation ground in the upper realm. With this, you can be guided into the sacred hall. Upon leaving that place, at the very least, one can achieve the nascent soul realm." Xian Qingjun thought to herself with certainty, "Pretty boy, I refuse to believe you won't be tempted. That face of yours, this lady will definitely have it." But contrary to her expectations, Hanju refused her outright. "Thank you for your kind intentions, junior sister. It's just that I have no desire to leave the Jade Pure sect. I intend to stay and cultivate in the Jade Pure sect for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Xian Qingjun quickly turned and searched for something else. "It's all right if Senior Brother doesn't value that. I still have." She took out a small, exquisite sword. This is the Earth Spirit Sword. It can easily take the life of a Golden Core Master. Seeing him stand there like a statue, completely uninterested, she began to feel a little flustered. Then, Xian Qingjun took out a bottle. "Then I'll also give you a bottle of pills for breaking through the Golden Core realm." He still maintained his petrified and indifferent expression, not paying the slightest attention. She continued, pulling out a book. "I'll add in a body-tempering cultivation manual, plus 3 secret spell manuals." Feeling that wasn't enough, she was about to pull out more. When Xian Qingjun took out a red spear, Hanju couldn't take it anymore. He spoke up to stop her. Xian Qingjun didn't understand what Hanju meant and looked at him with surprise. He unlocked his hidden cultivation. A powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated outwards. "The truth is, I've already reached the nascent soul realm." Xian Qingjun was stunned into realization. 8th level nascent soul realm. Then she spoke. "Unless you are the deity slaying elder." Hanju didn't hide it and quickly admitted it. "Can you please keep this a secret?" At that moment, the system prompted again. "Xian Qingjun's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. After a moment of surprise, she smiled cheerfully. "I understand now. Then what you need right now is simple." Xian Qingjun took out a jade bottle. "These are first-grade nascent soul pills. They can help you break through to the soul formation realm. Is one bottle enough? If not, I'll give you another." Hanju was rendered speechless by her wealth. He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "Junior sister, what exactly is your background?" She didn't answer, changing the subject instead. "My identity isn't important. But this junior sister wishes to become Tao companions with you, Senior Brother. I wonder if you would be willing?" Hearing this, Hanju hesitated slightly. Then he slowly spoke. "For you to be able to produce so many treasures, your background is surely not simple. Could you help us deal with the Verdant Robe Holy Sect?" Xian Qingjun refused without a moment's hesitation. "No, the only one I care about is you, Senior Brother." Hanju felt helpless. "As I thought, recruiting a demon lord is no easy task. He didn't have the integrity to refuse selling himself. So, if I agree, what's your offer? Hearing his question, she covered her mouth and giggled. Then she answered, then the price is? We cultivate together and grow stronger together. What do you say? At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Xianxin Jun wants to become Dao companions with you. Option 1, refuse. Option 2, agree. You will receive a corresponding reward. Seeing this, Hanju really wanted to curse out the system. It was clearly doing this on purpose. In a dark and gloomy dungeon, the sound of footsteps echoed, bleak and terrifying. The figure walked past a cell where guards were cracking their whips. In there, Zhou Fan was being brutally tortured. Bleeding and bruised whip marks were visible all over his body. Yang Tiandong wasn't faring any better. He had been tortured to the point of coughing up blood. He had to gasp for every breath. The members of the Verdant Robe Holy Sect talked amongst themselves. These two from the J-Pure Sect are really stubborn. They try to escape every single year. They get caught and beaten, but that's not even the end of it. Damn it, they still refuse to give up hope. One of them said, let's just kill them already. The other one said worriedly, if we kill them, how will our holy sect win the hearts of the people? After complaining for a while, they went off for a drink, leaving the two of them there. Zhou Fan swore in his heart, if I ever achieve the Tao, I will slaughter every last one of you in the Verdant Robe Holy Sect, down to the chickens and dogs. Yang Tiandong collapsed in pain. So this was your brilliant plan? We got caught before we even made out. He sighed. Who knew there was someone training giant monitor lizards on the rooftop? He panted, advising, Brother Zhou, let's stop struggling. Let's just wait for my master to come. Zhou Fan looked up to the heavens and sighed. Your master? The deity-slaying elder, huh? Sorry to say, he's not coming. Yang Tiandong shot up and retorted, nonsense. My master is so powerful. He's unmatched even in the Jade Pure Sect. If he doesn't come, who will? He also felt helpless. Your master's talent is indeed the highest I've ever seen, and it's true that his strength is immense. Then Zhou Fan thought to himself, not daring to say it out loud, but he's afraid of dying. Yang Tiandong's eyes shone with admiration as he said, Exactly. My master is that awesome. He must have arrived a long time ago. He's probably observing us from the shadows, wanting to see if I can endure hardship. He couldn't be bothered to argue. It's better not to say anything. Let this poor kid have a little hope. Elsewhere, Hanju was remembering the divine ability gifted to him by the system. The somersault cloud, capable of traveling 108,000 li in a single day. Xianxin Jun's favorability had increased again. She told him to remember to cultivate properly and promised to find him if she needed anything. He sat in a corner, covering his face. I'm sorry. You've given me way too much. I'm not going to be pure anymore. The black-held chicken looked at him suspiciously. Master, is she still going to eat you later? Hanju kicked it right in the face. He popped the pills into his mouth as he spoke. Don't you dare speak ill of my Tao companion. Hanju suddenly snapped his eyes open, sensing something terrifying about to happen. First-grade nascent soul. The medicinal effect is incredibly domineering. The spirit energy of the 6 paths is being purged until it's crystal clear. The absorption rate that's been stable for years is accelerating once again. Surrounded by a massive torrent of spiritual energy, Hanju sighed in awe. A single session is worth 100 years of hard work. But I can't rely too much on pills. Daily cultivation must continue. I have to avoid any weakness in my spiritual energy. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju stood there radiating majesty, much to the black hell chicken's amazement. Thanks to the demon lord's generosity, I'm already half a step into the deity transformation realm. He was now at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. With a sharp gaze, he called upon the system to check the status. The system promptly issued a notification. The strongest person in the Jade Pure Sect, Guan Yuqiang, 2nd level of the deity transformation realm. Hanju heard this and thought, that's good then. The viridescent silk sacred sect hasn't made a move for now. I still have time to break through to the deity transformation realm. He quickly set off, tossing a final command to the black hell chicken. I'm heading to the myriad demon realm for a bit. Look after the house while I'm gone. As soon as he stepped outside, Li Qingzi came running toward him, breathless. Elder Han, you've come at the perfect time. I have great news. Seeing the look on the man's face, Hanju knew it wasn't anything good. he said with a beaming smile. Huang Jihao challenged the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect and got absolutely thrashed. The Vermilion Bird Sword Sect wants to form an alliance with us to launch a joint attack on the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect. The tables have turned. Both of them smiled with satisfaction, praising Huang Jihao for causing trouble at just the right time. Li Qingzi suddenly lowered his voice. So, this time I was planning to invite. Before he could finish, Hanju felt a bad premonition and cut him off. He slung an arm around the man's shoulder playfully. I know what you're thinking. You want to take Elder Guan with you, but you're worried about the sect's safety, right? Li Qingzi looked conflicted. That's not what I meant. Hanju continued, his voice firm. You can take all the elders with you. I'm more than enough to guard the Jade Pure sect alone. This made Li Qingzi's face twist in frustration as he thought. You're such a sly fox. Suddenly, Hanju whispered into his ear. I'm about to break through to the deity transformation realm. I need time. The sudden revelation left Li Qingzi speechless for a long moment. Then he shouted in pure exhilaration. Good. Excellent. Focus on your breakthrough without worry. Leave the crusade against the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect to us. This is a real morale booster. He could already kill deity transformation cultivators while in the nascent soul realm. So, once he actually reaches that stage, just how powerful will he be? Hanju waved him off hurriedly. Right. So you better get going. Good luck with everything. At the Myriad Demon Realm, Hanju thought to himself, I've heard that breaking through to deity transformation causes quite a stir. It might attract enemies looking to ambush me. The Myriad Demon Realm is the best choice. He stood alone on the edge of a vast abyss, looking down with a heavy heart. Hanju proclaimed solemnly, Today is the day I ascend to the deity transformation realm. Thunder rumbled amidst dark clouds in the sky above. Below, beasts and birds scattered in a panic. At that moment, the heavens cracked open, revealing a blinding storm of lightning. He declared flatly, Bring it on. Instantly, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the heart of the Myriad Demon Realm. The gates of the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect were shrouded in a mysterious darkness. A figure approached slowly. The guard stopped him. Show me your token. The person quickly produced a command token. The guard held the token, looking at the name Li Liuzi, Sect Master of the Jade Pure Sect, and felt suspicious. The person quickly snatched the token back, realizing he'd handed over the wrong one. Then he handed over the correct token along with the suggestive magazine. The guard's attitude shifted instantly as he accepted it. My respects, Deacon. The figure was revealed. It was indeed Li Qingzi. He was currently grinning ear to ear. It's a piece of cake. Everything is prepared. All that's left is to set up the teleportation array. In the prison block, the sounds of urgent marching echoed. Faster. Move it. A regiment from the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect was marching in haste, following an elder's summons. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Fan stood there dazed, watching the move. He turned to discuss it with Yang Tiandong. Do you think something happened to their people? Yang Tiandong said, Wait, unless Master has come to rescue us. His eyes widened as he thought. To mobilize this many people, it must be a full-scale assault from a sect. Zhou Fan was ecstatic. This is a rare chance. Why don't we try to escape again while things are chaotic? Yang Tiandong scratched his head, looking conflicted. Let's just wait patiently for them to come and save us. Ugh, that's so frustrating. Don't just sit there waiting to die. Zhou Fan pointed toward the door. What if it's not our people out there? Won't we have missed our only chance? Yang Tiandong was also getting annoyed. I'm only worried because of your great ideas. Don't you remember how many times we've failed to escape? Suddenly, a massive dent appeared in the ceiling. Rocks and debris rained down, forcing the two of them to scramble out of the way. Amidst the dust and haze, a voice rang out. To all the imprisoned disciples of the Jade Pure Sect, Li Qingzi appeared, bathed in the admiring gazes of the two prisoners. I have come to save you. They cried out happily. Sect Master, he bellowed. Prepare to fight back. Break out. Together, we shall destroy the Viridescent Silk Sacred Sect. For a moment, everyone was speechless. At the Myriad Demon Realm, Hanju had successfully broken through to the deity transformation realm. The system displayed a notification for a well-deserved reward. He stretched his limbs and thought. After breaking through to deity transformation, I have 3,000 years of life. There's hope for immortality now. He let out a breath. That feels amazing. The black-haired chicken saw him and spoke up. Master, you finally returned. I thought that woman had eaten you alive. Hanju angrily flicked its head. What the hell is going on in that bird brain of yours all day? It cried out in pain and argued back. Aren't I supposed to be a phoenix? He said coldly. But right now, you're just a chicken. Only by working hard in your cultivation can you become a phoenix. The black-haired chicken looked dejected. How long will that take? Hanju checked the system. Seeing his fellow disciples under attack by the viridescent silk sacred sect, he thought, good luck, everyone. I still have to protect the Jade Pure sect. And stay alert for enemies from afar. Xianqing Jun suddenly appeared behind him. I heard that our deity-slaying elder made a breakthrough in the myriad demon realm. The shock made Hanju's face twist in terror. When did Xianqing Jun get in here? He turned around and asked her tremulously. What do you want with me? Hanju thought frantically. She's not planning to force herself on me, is she? What should I do now? She spoke softly, but her words were heavy with meaning. The reason I came is... Before Xianqing Jun could finish her sentence, Hanju was already breaking out in a cold sweat. She's a demon lord who has roamed the mortal world for ages. How could she fall in love at first sight with someone like me? To let me ascend to heaven in a single step and make me pay the ultimate price? I don't even want to think about it. Xianqing Jun continued. I came to say goodbye. I'm preparing to leave. These words made Hanju freeze. Surprised beyond words, he asked, where are you going? She looked down, offering no clear answer. I don't know how many years it'll be before we meet again. That's why I wanted to see you. Hanju spoke up. Before you go, is there anything you want? I'll do my best to satisfy your request. Can you really not stay? I'll be so lonely without you. Xianqing Jun grew annoyed. Your face, however, clearly says you can't wait for me to leave. I will need you, but not right now. Don't miss me too much. The time for us to be together every day hasn't come yet. Hanju tried to squeeze out one last benefit. Do you have anything that can boost my deity transformation cultivation? She immediately pulled something out. These are spirit-boosting pills for the deity transformation realm. I have 4 bottles on me. You can have them all. He beamed with joy. How could I be so shameless? Thanks a lot. Xianqing Jun gave her final instructions. For many years to come, I won't be able to see this face of yours. I'm actually going to miss it. Even though you're in the soul formation realm now, you're not invincible. Stay here in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate properly. Don't go running around. The cultivation world is a dangerous place. Pretty boy, I'm leaving now. With that, her figure faded from the entrance of the Cave Abode. Hanju was left alone. His head was bowed, his face dark, seemingly filled with regret. The black-haired chicken, lying beside him, thought to itself. It seems the demon lord was really just passing through the Jade Pure sect. She's probably off to find enlightenment somewhere else now. It chuckled inwardly. Finally, I don't have to worry about her eating my master anymore. Against a backdrop of darkness that shrouded all things. This place was called the Verdant Robe Holy Sect. A powerful figure seated on the highest throne spoke. The Sparrow Sword sect really wants to go to war with us. What do you elders think? A man in the crowd spoke up. In my opinion, we should kill Huang Jihao to intimidate them. The crowd all thought that the Sparrow Sword sect was not very powerful. They surely wouldn't dare to resist. Huang Zuntian suddenly grew pensive and calm. But for them to be so arrogant, could it be that they have another power secretly backing them? The elders all rushed to tell him he was overthinking things. We must make good use of this opportunity. Everyone believed his sect was weak and that none among them could be their match. They were determined to fight at all costs. Huang Zuntian bit his nails. It's not that I'm scared. I'm just considering the worst-case scenario. His voice trailed off. The person next to him reminded him. Sect Master, you're being too cautious. More like too cowardly. The great elder said, our plan has been delayed time and time again. We cannot delay any longer. If you're still worried, I have another proposal. We can send a few elders to raid their headquarters. Their main force is currently tied up with us. Their sect will surely be empty. All the disciples of the Verdant Robe Holy Sect agreed that this was a good opportunity to strike. The great elder's words resonated with everyone. Huang Zuntian hesitated, slowly asking again, must we really fight? This question agitated the entire sect. It was starting to get on their nerves. He finally relented. All right, this time I will act personally. I and Jinren Kuei will go and attack the Sparrow Sword Sect and the Jade Pure Sect. That should be acceptable, right? As soon as he finished, the cheers of the entire sect erupted as if they had already won. This couldn't help but make a few people worry, reminding everyone to be careful. The Great Elder, standing beside him, lowered his head, secretly plotting something. He turned and whispered, Jinren Kuei, when the time comes, you must be forceful. I'm worried the sect master will try to stall again. At that moment, a terrifying figure appeared. It was Kuei. He only said softly, as you wish. In the cultivation cave, Hanju was gradually comprehending a new truth. He had mastered the 5th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. At the same time, he also comprehended a new, enhanced divine ability, the 6 paths soul absorption. It could absorb souls and store them deep within his own primordial spirit. It could both protect a soul and imprison it. Furthermore, it could place a 6 paths insignia on a soul. The 6 paths insignia would exist forever, indestructible. No matter how many times the opponent reincarnated, as long as the 6 paths insignia remained, he could find them across the cycle of reincarnation. The benefits of leveling up the 6 paths of reincarnation technique didn't stop there. The higher the realm, the more domineering the 6 paths spiritual energy became. Hanju cultivated while thinking to himself, my cultivation is still not enough. Even if the Verdant Robe Holy Sect isn't a major threat, I can't forget about the Imperial Fiend Sect. To think that a void amalgamation realm cultivator like him was only an elder in the Imperial Fiend Sect. The true depth of that demonic sect is unbelievable. Just then, Chang Yuer's voice called out loudly, Junior Brother Han. He turned and asked, Senior Sister, is something wrong? She, riding on the back of the Black Hell Chicken, said, Master has instructed me to invite you to Jade Serene Peak. This is very important. Hanju asked again, Master is inviting me? I'll go right away. He thought to himself, she rarely invites me over there. I should show some respect. In the main hall of Jade Serene Peak, many disciples had already gathered, discussing animatedly. Meng He raised his voice to calm them. Everyone quiet down. Take your seats. Master is here. Lien Xin had long since graduated and become a core disciple. His former senior brother, Meng He, had become the head disciple of the new generation. Suddenly, everyone noticed something very unusual. It made everyone's jaw drop in astonishment. Someone commented, It's junior brother Hanju. He seems to have gotten even more handsome, but they looked over at Xixian, who was sitting with her eyes closed in silence. All the disciples were shocked and wanted to ask what status Hanju had to be able to sit next to their master. Then someone realized, could he be the deity-slaying elder? Meng Yi's face was grim. That's right. When I first learned the truth, I was stunned for several days. He announced, Listen, everyone, you are absolutely forbidden from revealing Elder Han's identity. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand? Everyone voiced their assent. Hanju, sitting next to Xixian, felt awkward. Master wants to prepare me for something. How can I refuse? She spoke. In the coming days, I want all of you to cease your secluded cultivation. I want you all to patrol the outer sect of the Jade Pure Sect. The sect master has sent back news. He said that they have joined forces with the Sparrow Sword Sect to attack the Verdant Robe Holy Sect. The disciples who were captured have also been rescued. But he is worried that the Verdant Robe Holy Sect will raid our sect, because they only encountered 5 soul formation experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Among the disciples of the 18 peaks, our Jade Serene Peak has the smallest force. This is not just because we have few people, but also because the sect master favors us. Do you understand? We have cultivated arduously for so many years. Now is the time for us to shine. Hearing this, everyone cheered. We will fight to the death and never retreat. He smiled. The outer sect still has the first line of defense, fighting for their lives. To have such admiration is worthy of the sect's training. He wondered if he could even keep up with them. Xixian called out, Elder Han, do you have any intel on the defending experts from the Verdant Robe Holy Sect who might be planning a sneak attack? He immediately understood. So, she wants me to be a calming presence for them. Hanju raised his voice. I have some experience in dealing with powerful experts. The disciples, full of admiration, said, Elder Han, you are being too modest. She then used her spiritual power to send a private message, wanting to ask which level his cultivation had reached. Hanju casually said, "The first level." She was surprised. "You've been in seclusion for so many years. Why has your cultivation not progressed?" He smiled. "The first level of the soul formation realm. Didn't Li Qingzi tell you?" This left her speechless. Inside the main hall of the sect, Shi Xian gave the order. "All right, you are dismissed. Go back and prepare. Let Menghe arrange the patrols." All obeyed their master's command. As the group left, they started chatting. A few disciples noticed something strange about their master. They all said it was the first time they had seen their master look so flustered. She was now closing her eyes, thinking, how many years has it been since he broke through to the nascent soul realm? And in the blink of an eye, he's already at the soul formation realm. Shi Xian walked past Hanju and said, "Are you here to laugh at me? It seems you no longer see me as your master. As your master, I haven't really taught you anything." Hearing this, he felt awkward and scratched his head. "That's not what I meant." She said softly, "Never mind. If there's anything you need, just say it. You have done a great service to the J Pure sect. There's no need to be polite." Hanju raised his hand. "Do you have any cultivation pills for the soul formation realm?" Shi Xian hesitated. "I'm sorry, I don't." He replied, "That's all right. Then please do your best to get me an array to enhance the spiritual energy in my cave abode." She frowned. "I will find a way." Shi Xian thought to herself, "Hanju is growing too quickly. Soon, this small temple won't be able to hold a great Buddha like him. If only the J Pure sect were a little stronger." She then thought of the scene of Hanju leaving the sect. Suddenly, Shi Xian realized that image feels somewhat familiar. The founding patriarch. Back then, he also left the Jade Pure sect to seek a higher realm. She called out for Hanju to stay, causing him to pause, slightly bewildered. Shi Xian spoke up, her voice hesitating. "How much longer do you plan on staying at the J Pure sect? People naturally strive for the heights, just as water always flows to the depths. You're growing so fast. There may come a day when the J Pure sect only holds you back." He answered firmly, "Don't worry. If I wanted to run, I would have left a long time ago. Even if I went somewhere else, I just run into a whole new set of problems. Trouble follows you no matter where you go. Instead of chasing something far away, I'd rather stay right here and focus on my cultivation in peace." Shi Xian was still worried. But in the cultivation world, there are many sects far more powerful than the Jade Pure sect. "Aren't you afraid that staying here will stall your progress?" Hanju replied smoothly, "Master, you can always put your faith in my talent. If the day ever comes when I truly have to leave, I promise I'll tell you first." But inside he was thinking, venturing out into the vast world to seek the Tao, a load of crap. I'd much rather be a big fish in a small pond. Forget being the tail of a phoenix. I'm happy right where I am. Isn't a peaceful life the best kind of life? Suddenly, the system flared with a warning. The Lu sacred sect is preparing to invade the Jade Pure sect. He immediately commanded the system to scan for the strongest enemy present. A figure stood on the mountain peak, looking down at the Jade Pure sect's pass. It was Huang Zuntian and Shi Kuei, preparing for their assault. Huang Zuntian was still feeling uneasy. They seemed far too weak. Could this be some kind of trick? Shi Kuei snapped back irritably. "Sect Leader, I've already scouted the whole place. They don't have a single soul transformation cultivator, and they have fewer than 10 at the nascent soul realm." Huang Zuntian rubbed his chin. "No, this isn't right. I have a bad feeling about this. Something feels off." Shi Kuei fumed. "Sect Leader, we can't let this opportunity slip away. If the Lu sacred sect falls under our watch, how could we ever face the previous sect leader in the afterlife?" But he remained adamant. "Keep observing for now." Shi Kuei was about to lose his mind. Damn it. If I weren't so outmatched by him, I would have snatched the sect leader title for myself ages ago. Hanju had been hiding behind a boulder for a while, watching them quietly. "Looks like I've met a kindred spirit. I wouldn't have dared to show up either without running a simulation first." He turned to look at the system panel with a sigh. "I thought the system was glitching for a second. Unbelievable." The panel displayed the information. Huang Zuntian, sect leader of the Lu sacred sect. 9th level soul transformation. He thought to himself, "Now, this guy is interesting." Shi Kuei was still busy cursing Huang Zuntian under his breath. He was itching for fight. Just then, Hanju stepped forward and asked, "The Lu sacred sect only sent 2 people?" They both froze, realizing someone was there. Neither of them had detected his presence or his aura. I knew it. It's a trap. Sure, Kuei shouted. You think the two of us aren't enough? You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Fine then. Let's see what you're really made of. He began gathering his power. He fired a blast toward the mountain. Huang Zuntian panicked and screamed for him to stop. Sure, Kuei, wait. But he ignored the warning and pushed his power to the limit. Sect Leader, don't be a coward. Even if he is the so-called deity-slaying elder. I'm more than enough to handle him. Han Ju asked calmly. Rumor has it the Lu Sect Leader isn't fond of bloodshed. So why are you people so obsessed with targeting my J-Pure sect? Huang Zentian lowered his head, hesitating, unsure how to respond. Sure Kuei lunged forward, his hands glowing with power. Enough talk. Huang Zentian could only scream his name in vain. As he charged toward Han Ju, a massive formation was already waiting for him. Sure Kuei's eyes widened in pure terror. The only thing he had time to think was, this is... And then, in a flash, his body was torn into 100 pieces, reduced to nothing but crushed flesh and shattered bone. Huang Zuntian was absolutely horrified by the sight. It really is. Staring at Han Ju, who stood right in front of him, he could only choke out, a trap. Huang Zuntian stood rooted to the spot, his mind racing. I knew it was a trap. In an instant, Sure Kuei's physical form had been completely obliterated. Blood and gore were scattered everywhere. Having been forced into his primordial spirit form, Sure Kuei screamed out in terror, Sect Leader. I finally understand. I finally see why you were always so careful. Seeing Sure Kuei reduced to a floating soul, Huang Zuntian shouted in desperation, Regenerate. Without a word, Han Ju unleashed his 7-step illusionary move to ensnare Sure Kuei's primordial spirit. Immediately, he used a soul-seizing technique to vacuum the spirit right up. Grieving for his subordinate, Huang Zuntian reached out. Sure Kuei. Then, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. A 7th-level soul transformation elder was killed like he was nothing. I'm at the 9th level, and yet I can't even sense the depths of his power. Han Ju's shadow seemed to loom over Huang Zuntian like a mountain. He looked at the young man and thought, there's no way he's just at the soul transformation realm. He must have already broken through to the void transformation realm. Huang Zuntian's eyes turned bloodshot, the veins bulging from the sheer intensity of his fear. He screamed, just you wait. He talked a big game, but Huang Zuntian bolted faster than a racing stallion. Even as he fled, he didn't forget to toss out one last threat. The Lu Sacred Sect will not rest until you are dead. He ran for his life. My intuition was right. I can't believe the J-Pure Sect has a monster like this. Sure Kuei, wait for me. Once my cultivation is complete, I will personally avenge you, but no man can outrun the clouds. In less than 2 seconds, Han Ju's somersault cloud had already caught up to Huang Zuntian. Feeling the sheer unfairness of it all, he shrieked, You're breaking the rules. A massive explosion rocked the mountain, shaking the very heavens and earth. Han Ju pinned Huang Zuntian down. Forced against a tree, the sect leader begged in terror, Don't kill me. I can order the Lu Sacred Sect to stop the war immediately. But Han Ju gave him no such chance. When you pull weeds, you have to get the roots. You understand, right? Huang Zuntian, looking haggard and desperate, pleaded, I am the sect leader. I have a responsibility to my sect. Besides, if I hadn't been holding them back, Jade Pure sect disciples would have died 1,000 times over by now. Han Ju paused, finding some truth in that. He's actually right. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong are both still alive. Plus, given his dislike for killing, Huang Zuntian really was caught between a rock and a hard place. The only reason the Lu Sacred Sect has been so sluggish is because of him. Seeing Han Ju hesitate, Huang Zuntian pressed on. If you just spare my life, I promise the moment I get back, I'll order the sect to never touch the Jade Pure Sect again. Han Ju looked at him with skeptical eyes. Are you telling me the truth? Huang Zuntian felt a surge of hope. I can do this. I can negotiate my way out. But his hope was extinguished in a heartbeat. The heaven-punishing ghost deity sword sliced him clean in half. Han Ju gave a cold, decisive answer. I don't believe you. Standing over Huang Zuntian's bisected body, he said, You couldn't stop the war between our sects before. What makes you think you could do it now? As he spoke, Han Ju noticed something odd. He let out a confused hum and looked closer at the corpse. It turns out that wasn't his real body. Can he resurrect? No, it's a substitution illusion. Wait, this talisman. Is this a substitution charm? I heard those things cost a fortune. You really are loaded, aren't you? Huang Zuntian, having survived Hanju's strike, was reeling in agonizing pain. What kind of twisted magic was that? That pressure was terrifying. The system pinged with a notification. Huang Zuntian has developed hatred toward you. Current hatred level, 2 stars. Hanju noted the update. I just have to kill him. I'll use him to make an example for the Lu Yi Sacred Sect. That should stop them from causing any more trouble. As he dodged another of Hanju's attacks, Huang Zuntian marveled. This man is impossible to fight. That last move, there was no way to defend against it. It's a good thing I still have one last ace up my sleeve. He began casting a spell, calculating his escape. I haven't used this trick yet. Within the range of this formation, the caster is immune to hundreds of attacks. I'll use this opening to trigger the transport array and head straight back to headquarters. He'd have to break the entire formation to stop me. A technique that can land hundreds of hits in the blink of an eye is incredibly rare. I don't believe you have that kind of power. But Hanju wasn't intimidated in the least. He stood tall, pointing his sword toward the sky, and instantly, thousands of swords materialized in the air. His technique created a literal storm of blades aimed directly at Huang Zuntian. Countless swords shot forth from Hanju, raining down on the Sect Leader's formation. Huang Zuntian stood there frozen in shock. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stammered. 10,000 swords returning to the ancestor. How can he possibly possess a divine ability like this? The mountain where they fought shook violently from the aftershocks of their clash. The people below felt the tremors and ran to see what was happening. What was that massive noise? Who could it be? That sounded more like a scream of pure agony to me. That shockwave. That's at the nascent soul level at least. We can't handle something like that. As soon as the words left their mouths, they all gasped in sheer horror. It was a scene of absolute devastation. The entire mountain forest has been almost completely leveled. I think I know who did this. Returning to the mountain with the carved inscription. Endure for a moment, and the sea and sky will open up. Huang Zuntian's primordial spirit had already been captured and bound by Hanju. He cried out in pain. Huang Zuntian's primordial spirit trembled. Who in the world are you? How do you know the myriad swords returned to the origin, the lost secret technique of that mysterious sect? Facing him, he was utterly terrified. I've never been so thoroughly defeated. Hanju answered Huang Zuntian's question with complete honesty. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Hearing this name for the first time, Huang Zuntian was puzzled. Changshan? What sect is that? Even the black-held chicken had no idea what he was talking about. Hanju slapped him across the face and said, "Cut the crap. I ask, you answer." He began his questioning. Does the Verdant Robe Holy Sect have a position like Grand Elder? Huang Zuntian was truthful. We do, but he has already left the Great Yin. He continued his questions. How did you become the Sect Master? He was forced to answer again. Naturally, I have my own skills. All right. The Verdant Robe Holy Sect right now. Hanju kept asking questions. Huang Zuntian was interrogated to the point of tears. My lord, can you please spare me? I can join the J-Pure sect. I'll atone for my crimes with meritorious service. Hanju hadn't expected him to spill everything. With a single sentence, we'll see how you behave. He had essentially imprisoned Huang Zuntian behind eternal bars. The six-path soul absorption could absorb a soul and store it deep within the user's own primordial spirit. It could both protect and imprison a soul. Hanju said to the Black Hell Chicken, now that Huang Zuntian is imprisoned, the Verdant Robe Holy Sect is no longer a threat. It replied cheerfully, Master, you're the best. We don't have to run this time. But the one who was imprisoned wasn't feeling so cheerful. From behind the bars, he said with bitter resentment, those old bastards. If I ever get out of here alive, I'll strangle every last one of you. A massive explosion occurred, devastating everything in its path. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Even the birds flew away in a panic. A subordinate ran while asking, Great Elder. Still no contact with the sect master and the others? The Great Elder replied angrily, I can't reach them. It's highly likely that things are looking grim for them. The subordinate cried out in fear. Then let's abandon this place. All disciples are to return to the sect and fortify our defenses. Then we'll send people to investigate what happened to the sect master. The man pondered for a moment after hearing this, then replied, "That's the only way." As the two of them tried to escape, a streak of light shot past, landing between them. They were forced to stop as their path was blocked by a powerful master, standing atop his sword. It was Huang Jihao, who stood there with his arms crossed, speaking leisurely. "Last time, you people had no honor and ganged up on me. Today, I will wash away that previous humiliation. Tell me where your sect master is. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive today." The great elder angrily called out, "Huang Jihao." The subordinate whispered, "I'll hold him off from the front. You find a chance to circle around and sneak attack him." A cold voice, belonging to Li Qingzi, rang out from behind them, whispering to each other, "Are we planning your escape?" Yet another person had arrived. "Guan Yu Gang, looking smug. I just received news from my subordinates. Your sect master tried to launch a sneak attack on my Jade Pure sect. But everything at the Jade Pure sect is perfectly fine, which means your sect master probably ran into him. As for why your sect master hasn't returned to save you, I don't need to spell it out, do I?" Finally, the Verdant Robe Holy Sect raised the white flag and made a decision. The Verdant Robe Holy Sect sues for peace. Returning to the mountain where Han Ju resided, it was still very peaceful here. 3 empty pill vials lay discarded on the table. With a sleepy face, Han Ju thought to himself, "I've used up all the pills Xian Qingjun gave me. My cultivation speed is getting slower and slower." He slumped onto his lazy cushion. "And my current level is the 3rd stage of the soul formation realm." Han Ju lay there, feeling dejected. It seems the spiritual energy in the cave has thinned out too. This can't go on. As he lay there worrying, someone asked, "Is Elder Han present?" He leaned back with a weary expression. It's Sect Masterly." But the first thing he saw was Yang Tiandong's body, covered in injuries. He was still in a tattered state. His clothes were torn, and he trembled as he leaned on his staff. "After enduring for so many years, I finally get to see you again, my lord." Li Qingzi smiled from behind him. "Fortunately, I haven't failed my mission. I brought your disciple back." With tears in his eyes, Yang Tiandong leaped forward to hug Han Ju, his voice choked with sobs. "You know, your disciple has suffered so much over these years." With that, he buried his face in Han Ju's leg, whimpering. "I always believed that Master would come to save me. It was that belief that gave me the strength to persevere." Han Ju felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry. It's too dangerous outside. I didn't dare to leave." Yang Tiandong hugged him tightly. "If you weren't here guarding the Jade Pure sect, the sect master wouldn't have dared to attack and save us. You are my god." But all Han Ju cared about was, "Your snot is getting on my clothes." He surprisingly reached out and patted Yang Tiandong's head, comforting him gently. The atmosphere between the two became sweet. Han Ju also spoke softly. "You have performed very well. In the future, I will pass on everything I have learned in this life to you." A system prompt appeared. Yang Tiandong's favorability has increased. Current level, 5 stars. The Black Hell Chicken, witnessing this from the side, was green with envy. "How dare you compete with this old man for affection?" Yang Tiandong no longer cared about his surroundings. He just kept repeating, "Master is the best." Li Qingzi suddenly interjected, "Congratulations, congratulations. This time, all the disciples of the Jade Pure sect have been safely rescued. But I still have a few matters I'd like to consult with Elder Han about." He leaned in and asked, "The spy I planted in the Verdant Robe Holy Sect said that their sect master, Huang Zuntian, went missing near the Jade Pure sect. And just now, when I returned to the sect, I discovered that a mountain near the North Gate is gone. Was it your doing?" Hearing the question, Han Ju became wary. He simply grunted in response and said no more. A glint shone from behind Li Qingzi's glasses. His mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Elder Han." He had thought something dangerous was about to happen, but it turned out what the old man wanted to say was, "Elder Han, you are my god." Li Qingzi danced and hooped around his cave. "You are the hero. Thank goodness you took care of Huang Zuntian. It made our attack on the Verdant Robe Holy Sect's stronghold go so much more smoothly. For the Jade Pure sect to have a hero like Elder Han, the heavens are truly just." Hearing these cringy lines, Han Ju said, "Sect Master, please stop running around like a madman. Focus on your cultivation." The old man suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing. In half a year at most, the founding ancestor will return." Hearing this, Hanju looked at Li Qingzi with a serious expression and asked, "The founding ancestor?" The old man continued, "In another 5 years, we will hold a grand celebration for the 1000th anniversary of the Jade Pure Sect's founding. I will invite famous figures from all the major sects to attend. To establish connections, we will build up your reputation. We will let them know how skilled Elder Han, who slayed Huang Zunqian, truly is. To make your name resound throughout the cultivation world." Li Qingzi's beautiful daydream was shattered by 2 words. "No way," from Hanju. With the face of a villain, he said, "Do not let them know that Huang Zunqian died at my hands. Besides, I don't want to be in the limelight. I just want to cultivate in peace." The old man stammered, But that way, they'll be wary of you and won't dare to have any designs on the Jade Pure Sect." Only then did Hanju slowly explain, "Your starting point isn't wrong, but I've already shouldered a great deal of karma for helping the Jade Pure Sect. If they all band together and come knocking, I can escape. But what about the Jade Pure Sect?" Li Qingzi pondered. "That's also true. In that case, we will supplement the spiritual energy in Elder Han's cave abode." He was skeptical. "Is that all? I believe my cave already has the densest spiritual energy in the entire sect." After thinking, the old man replied, "That's the most we can do. I'm afraid anything else wouldn't satisfy you. Otherwise, we could wait for the founding ancestor to return. With his realm, he surely has many treasures. At that time, you will certainly get your share." The two bid each other farewell. As Li Qingzi left, he thought to himself, "Old ancestor, please come back soon. We really can't handle this little brat anymore." System notification. Hanju refocuses as a system panel flickers into view. System announcement. You have successfully protected the sect. For repelling the Lu E Sacred Sect, you have received 1 Spirit Treasure, 1 Sword Dao Secret Manual, and 1 Providential Divine Beast Egg. Hanju shouted in delight after reading, "I'm rich." But the notifications didn't stop there. You have received a Grade 5 Spirit Treasure, 9 stars treading the Spirit Sea. Secret Manual, Heartless Flying Sword, Chaos Heavenly Dog, Egg Form. Yang Tiandong watched in awe. Master just manifested magic treasures out of thin air. Is this some kind of spatial technique? And they're all high-quality treasures too, the black-eyed chicken added. Is Master a wholesale treasure merchant or something? Still basking in his success, Hanju spoke up. "Hey, bird, I got a little job for you." A wicked grin spread across Hanju's face as he held up the egg. He thrust the egg toward the black-eyed chicken, instantly realizing what Hanju wanted. The bird began to wail and plead. "Master, please, anything but that." But what hope does a chicken have against the ruthless whims of a human? In the end, things went exactly as expected. The black-eyed chicken was forced to sit on the egg and hatch it. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "Elders of the 18 Peaks and all deacons of Jade Pure Peak, assemble at the main hall immediately." Following the summons, everyone gathered in force at the main hall. The crowd began to buzz with nervous whispers. Are we about to go to war with another sect? Why else would they mobilize all 18 Peak Elders? Someone at the front called for order. Silence. The Grand Elder is about to speak. The Grand Elder stepped forward and made a bold announcement. For this very moment, we have waited nearly 1,000 years. A millennium ago, before him, we were nothing more than ants. But today, 10 years later, it is time to show him the true extent of our might. With eyes full of determination, he gave the command. Prepare to depart. I will not tolerate a single mistake. Standing beside him, Li Qingzi asked, "Is this really necessary?" The Grand Elder replied without hesitation. "This is a grave matter of the utmost importance. No amount of preparation is too much." Suddenly, members of the sect began pointing toward the sky. "Look, up in the sky. What on earth is that?" Even the Grand Elder looked up in shock. A massive rift appeared in the sky, swirling like a cosmic black hole. Violent bolts of lightning crackled deep within the void. Then, a single foot slowly stepped out from the darkness. It was Jioding. A massive beast loomed beside him. He laughed boisterously as he descended. Jioding's voice boomed across the sect. "It's been nearly 1,000 years. Let me see just how much you've all improved. Don't you dare disappoint me." He stood suspended in the air, releasing a crushing wave of pressure in all directions to test them. Everyone below was paralyzed with fear. This pressure, it's far beyond the soul transformation realm. Could even the deity-slaying elder stand a chance against him? With a grim expression, the Grand Elder roared, "Form the array." The moment the command left his lips, battle formations surged up on both sides. The tense silence was shattered by the thunderous boom of fireworks. It turned out everyone was setting off fireworks to welcome the ancestor of the Jade Pure sect. Perfected Jioding had officially returned. Even the old Grand Elder began acting like a pampered child. "Do you like it, Master?" He looked down at the rowdy crowd of disciples welcoming him and offered a nod of approval. "Not bad. The sect is far more impressive now than when I left." He turned to the beast at his side. "This demon was in the void transformation realm. I just happened to kill it on my way here. Send it to the alchemy hall to be refined into pills and distribute them." Jioding then turned serious as he gave his instructions. "While I was away, have any truly exceptional disciples emerged in the Jade Pure sect? As a reward, I will personally mentor them and pass on my techniques for a time." Li Qingzi stepped forward and respectfully made a suggestion. "The most outstanding person in our sect is undoubtedly Elder Han." The Grand Elder quickly added, "When the sect was facing a crisis, it was thanks to Elder Han that we were able to settle things peacefully." Intrigued, Jioding descended to the ground. To have such an excellent disciple. "Where is he? Let me meet him." Li Qingzi felt a twinge of worry. Elder Han is completely devoted to his cultivation. He rarely leaves his cave. He didn't come today. Instead of taking offense, Jioding seemed impressed. "He's got spirit." He pointed toward the distance. "No matter. I'll just pay him a visit myself in a few days." Li Qingzi was so relieved, he almost burst into tears. "Finally, we actually have someone strong enough to handle him." Back at Hanju's secluded mountain, he sat in contemplation. His eyes were filled with absolute, utter helplessness. Meanwhile, the bird was absolutely fuming. It was unleashing a nonstop barrage of insults. Hanju rolled his eyes. The look of defeat on his face didn't fade for a second. The peaceful silence of the mountain was shattered by incessant barking. The culprit was the puppy that had just hatched from the egg the chicken was forced to sit on. Hanju sat there, forced to watch the endless bickering between the bird and the beast. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was still young and mischievous, and it lived to get under the black-eyed chicken's skin. He watched them and sighed. It's been quite a while since the Chaos Heavenly Dog hatched under that chicken. But this dog is naturally arrogant. It refuses to acknowledge the bird as its mother. I've tried to live a virtuous life. How'd I end up stuck with these two? As Hanju sat there wallowing in his misery, Jioding's voice suddenly rang out. "One look at Elder Han's pets is enough to tell they're anything but ordinary. Where on earth did you find them?" Startled, Hanju turned around and answered, "I just stumbled upon them. And you are?" The man began to introduce himself. "I am the founding ancestor of this sect." Perfected Jioding. Li Qingzi, trailing behind, sniffed the air in confusion. "Wait, since when did it start smelling like a dog in here?" The moment Hanju heard the name, he immediately bowed. He clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. "Please forgive my lack of manners. I hope the ancestor won't take offense." But inside, he was thinking something else entirely. The system already gave me his info. I even fought him in the simulation trial earlier today. Jioding replied gently, "There's no need for apologies. In fact, I should be thanking you for stepping up when the Jade Pure sect was in danger. As a token of my gratitude, I want to offer you a great opportunity. I wonder, would you be interested?" Hanju was genuinely taken aback. His eyes widened. "An opportunity?" Jioding began to recount his journey. 1,000 years ago, I left the Great Yin cultivation world to search for immortals across the continent. Eventually, I traveled overseas. I spent many years there, and now, I am the vice sect master of a dominant sect. Coming back this time, I intend to take a few geniuses back with me to cultivate there." He felt quite self-assured about the offer. An opportunity like this, anyone would jump at it. But as for me, Hanju thought to himself, the whole world is falling apart, and he wants me to go on a field trip? A system notification appeared. "You have received invitations from Li Qingzi and Jioding. Option 1, follow Jioding overseas. Option 2, stay at the Jade Pure sect and cultivate in seclusion." Since option 1 offered more benefits, Hanju weighed it carefully. But then he asked hesitantly, "Tell me, is your sect considered invincible overseas?" Jioding paused to consider the question before answering. "While we aren't invincible, we are certainly one of the great powers." Hanju pressed further. "So that means you have rivals." The ancestor continued. However, our sect has many experts in the void transformation realm. No outsider would dare lay a finger on us. Hanju still looked uncertain. I see, he replied awkwardly. Seeing his hesitation, Li Qingzi quickly interjected. If Elder Han is feeling conflicted, there's no need to decide right away. The ancestor will be staying at the Jade Pure sect for a while. You can give your answer then. But in truth, Li Qingzi was fretting. If Elder Han leaves with perfected Geoding, what will we do the next time the sect is in trouble? Without much further thought, Hanju gave his answer. There's no need to think it over. I am honored by your favor, ancestor, but I choose to stay at the Jade Pure sect. I want to devote all my strength to helping this sect grow. Just as you spent years abroad for the sake of the Jade Pure sect, I have my own way of protecting us. Watching this sect flourish and become powerful. That is the Tao I follow. Jioding grew quiet, contemplating Hanju's words. Finally, he spoke. If that is your wish, I won't force you. Li Qingzi was the happiest man alive. His eyes actually welled up with relief. The ancestor turned to leave. But before he went, he left Hanju with a final instruction. I've heard you prefer a quiet life of cultivation. From this moment on, this entire mountain belongs to you. You don't need to rely on the chi from a spirit cave anymore. The spirit veins of this entire mountain will be yours to use as you please. Li Qingzi, make the arrangements. Everyone else is to leave this mountain. Leave Elder Han to himself. Feeling like he'd struck gold, Hanju bowed low to see perfected Jioding off. Thank you for your immense generosity, senior. Once they were a safe distance away, Li Qingzi finally asked, Old ancestor, were you originally just testing Elder Han's loyalty to the sect? After he had gotten the answer he wanted, Li Qingzi, gather all the treasures I've collected. Give them all to him. Also, set up a spirit gathering array to concentrate the spiritual energy of the entire mountain. I'm sure you know how to arrange for the disciples in the other caves. The old man obeyed the command. Jiuding, having lived for so long, knew with just a glance. Are you worried that if he follows me, there will be no one left to protect the Jade Pure sect? Li Qingzi remained silent for a moment, then said, Indeed, the Jade Pure sect cannot be without Elder Han. He clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely. You all say he is cautious by nature. I think he's just afraid of the dangers overseas. But it is true that overseas is dangerous. Seeing Li Qingzi's predicament, he offered a way out. If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. Having him stay and guard the Jade Pure sect also puts this old man's mind at ease. He's good, he's really good. But to be a coward with such a good-sounding excuse. This is the first time I've seen it. Back in my day, I wasn't like him. Another system prompt appeared. You have chosen to stay in the Jade Pure sect. You have received a divine ability inheritance. Divine ability, Tathagata's Abode. A Buddhist divine ability. It can deliver souls from suffering and suppress evil demons. Receiving the item, Hanju's heart ached as he thought. Is it trying to make me become a monk? On a warm, sunny day, Hanju was sitting and admiring the scenery when he was called husband. It was Xing Hongxian who had just called him. She approached. I've picked up another treasure recently. He asked curiously. Miss Xing, where did you pick it up this time? Xing Hongxian winked, looking adorable. At the market. I participated in an auction that day and got a few treasures. Then, she opened her hand to show him. Someone wanted to rob me of my treasures. But I killed him. This is what I took from his things. A fellow Taoist who was with me said, this is an extremely rare piece of innate spirit gathering jade. Hanju remained vigilant and extended his spiritual sense. What he saw didn't seem very good, but Xing Hongxian continued to ramble on. I heard it can automatically gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And it can even promote the birth of a spirit-gathering altar. It's a good treasure. He, however, didn't think so, because what she was holding in her hand was a pitch-black lump, not a treasure. Hanju shouted in exasperation. Stop picking up just anything. That thing has a malevolent spirit sealed inside. If you use it to cultivate, both your physical body and your soul will be corrupted. Xing Hongxian still tried to justify herself. I checked it. How could that be? He sighed wearily. This thing has disguised its killing intent as spiritual energy. You need the spiritual sense of at least a nascent soul cultivator to see through it. Hearing this, she immediately tossed the treasure aside. She picked up the treasure and started to run away. I'm sorry. I almost brought harm to you, my husband. I'll go throw it away right now. Hanju was helpless. I can purify it. Bring it here. He used the 6 paths, soul absorption. From within the treasure, the blood-curdling screams of a malevolent spirit could be heard. Xing Hongxian blushed shyly. How dangerous. Luckily, my husband's cultivation is high, to be able to see through this wicked thing. However shall I repay this debt of gratitude? Look at my appearance. Before she could finish, Hanju cut her off. You keep it. I've already eliminated the malevolent spirit. You'll need it when you break through. Her face fell, her plan having failed. But he continued nonchalantly. Your cultivation speed is too slow. If you continue like this, you won't be worthy of being my Dao companion. As soon as he finished, Xing Hongshuan's hands clenched so tightly they trembled. Her gaze dropped in disappointment as she replied, I understand. Hanju seemed to realize he had misspoken. I think I was too harsh. Feeling guilty, he took out a ring. Inside this ring are all the treasures you've given me. I've kept them very carefully. I'm returning them to you. Suddenly, Hanju also blushed and stammered. Also, the spiritual energy here is dense. Why don't you move closer to Cultivate? Xing Hongshuan's eyes showed clear surprise, but also no small amount of joy as she looked at him. Xing Hongxian ran up to Hanju. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him, and started to blush herself. Hanju also said shyly, I just hope you will focus all your efforts on cultivation. He became serious and said, Our relationship cannot be revealed to the public for the time being. I'm afraid my enemies will use you to threaten me. She was overjoyed to hear him say this, and covered her face as she replied. And she thought to herself, he really does care about me. This scene between a man and a woman was witnessed by Hanju's 2 demon pets. The black-held chicken was lecturing the chaotic heavenly hound. Son, now look here. This is what you call a smooth talker. Husband. Xing Hongxian was about to say something, then hesitated. Her mind was filled with thoughts. Am I really worthy of him? But I was clearly one step ahead. I remember that year. For the sake of revenge, I went through countless hardships to become a cultivator. I spent all my effort and energy to advance my cultivation level. I invested an unknown amount of money. I thought everyone was like me, until the first time I saw him. He was just a teenager then. He didn't even have a spiritual root. Finding his appearance pleasing to the eye, I gave him a spirit-tempering pill. Actually, with the medicinal effects of that spirit pill, having a mixed spiritual root was already very good. I never expected that later on, he would become one of the strongest people in the Jade Pure sect. Hanju saw that Xing Hongxian was about to say something, but had been silent for a long time. So he asked, what's wrong? She was just a little sad about her fate. Aptitude is truly something incomprehensible. Simply put, the more I compare, the more inferior I feel. But the truth is right in front of me. I really should work harder. If I continue like this, I won't be worthy of Hanju. Xing Hongxian didn't answer him and turned away sharply. It's nothing. I'm going to cultivate now. She walked away, leaving Hanju alone. Why is she suddenly unhappy? Girls are so hard to understand. The black-held chicken was still lecturing the chaotic heavenly hound at the side. I take back what I said earlier. Master is a real jerk. A year and a half later, after returning, Jinren Jioding personally reorganized the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. The spiritual energy in the inner sect's cultivation pools increased dramatically as a result. Not only that, he also tamed several exotic beasts comparable to the nascent soul realm to guard the sect's myriad demon realm. The Jade Pure sect grew stronger and stronger since the opening of the Millennium Celebration. The righteous sects of the cultivation world all sent representatives to congratulate the Jade Pure sect. The scene was unprecedentedly lively. Everyone was eager to offer their congratulations. The Jade Pure sect's power is unfathomable. I heard even the sect master of the Verdant Robe, Holy Sect, was slain here. We can rest assured, no one would dare to mess with this place. Hanju had no interest in the Millennium Celebration. Cultivation was his entire life. Unless there was something to stimulate him. He was currently instructing his 2 demon beasts. If you 2 get any bigger, you won't be able to fit through the cave entrance. Just stay outside, and don't go wandering down the mountain. Got it? The expressions of the little chicken and the little dog, unable to cry or argue, were truly pitiful. A system prompt appeared again, catching Hanju's attention. detected a bearer of immortal fortune. Check their background. After he saw that Su Chi's background was a comet that could bring disaster to those around him, because he possessed the fortune of an immortal emperor. He could be immune to the bad luck of the comet. Also, he could not kill the comet. Otherwise, even the immortal emperor's fortune would be cursed beyond salvation. After reading all the information on the bulletin board, Hanju's jaw dropped. His body seemed to turn to stone. He rushed off in a hurry. He spoke to the system as he ran. System, quick, tell me where he is. I have my spiritual sense. Don't let him get close to the Jade Pure Sect. My immortal emperor's fortune can negate the influence, but the Jade Pure Sect can't. But perhaps Hanju was a step too late, because that Su Chi was already standing at the sect's gate. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. I finally made it to the Jade Pure Sect. Su Chi's eyes widened with excitement. Su Chi, from now on, you must cultivate diligently. You will definitely be the best. The small-statured boy walked up the giant steps, spouting philosophy. The first step is always the hardest. Though small, it is a giant leap for mankind. Just as Su Chi's foot was about to touch the first step of the Jade Pure Sect, a gust of wind shot past. It was Hanju, who had rushed over to intercept him. He threw the boy to the ground. Hanju's face was cold as he asked, "A mortal like you, why have you come here?" Su Chi introduced himself cheerfully. "My name is Su Chi. I want to join the Jade Pure Sect to cultivate immortality." "Are you an immortal from the Jade Pure Sect?" And the boy's face lit up as he asked, "Can I go straight to the inner sect?" "My talent is guaranteed to never let the sect down." Hanju's face twisted in annoyance. "Let you join just so your jinx of a curse can ruin the whole sect? No thanks." He scrambled for an excuse to kick Su Chi out. "You're far too old. You've already missed the prime window for cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a basic breathing technique, and you go find someone else to take you in as a disciple." The boy panicked. "No, I won't go. I only want to join the Jade Pure Sect." Su Chi actually stepped up and pointed right at Hanju's face. "Don't tell me you aren't even from this sect. I heard plenty of other sects are coming for the 1,000-year celebration. You're just here to poach their talent, aren't you? Have you no shame?" Hanju fumed internally. How does this brat know so much? What a total pain. The boy, acting like he was some high-value prize, scoffed. "Don't think you can just claim me because you saw how great I am." Hanju finally snapped. "You really won't leave? Then fine. If you won't do this the easy way, we'll do it the hard way." To Su Chi's absolute shock, Hanju lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. He prepared to launch the boy as far away as possible. He was trying to hurl the bad luck away with him, but Su Chi started screaming in terror, "Don't kill me." "Kill you?" Hanju thought. "If your bad luck explodes upon death, even I won't be able to tank the backlash." Su Chi's screams echoed through Hanju's mountain. "Let me go." The boy was tossed unceremoniously onto the ground. He let out a sharp cry of pain. Terrified, Su Chi scrambled backward on all fours. Who the hell are you?" Hanju's expression was terrifyingly cold. "You don't need to know who I am, since you refuse to leave. Then from this day forward, this mountain will be your cage. Don't even dream of ever stepping foot outside again." The system pinged with another alert. Su Chi has developed hatred toward you. Current hatred level, 2 stars. The boy looked up at him with clear resentment. Hearing the notification, Hanju felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Am I about to get cursed? Su Chi looked like a cornered beast ready to pounce. Hanju watched him carefully. I can sense a strange, eerie aura. It feels like something massive is brewing, ready to explode. Is this the jinx's bad luck attacking me? The boy lunged forward like a starving tiger. But instead of attacking, Su Chi fell flat on his face, his stomach letting out a violent, thunderous growl. Hanju, who had been bracing for a fight, just stood there in dead silence. The boy shakily pushed himself up, trembling as he asked, "Does this place come with free meals? I haven't eaten a single thing in days." Hanju sighed, completely exasperated. "How did you even get here? Didn't you stop for food on the way?" Su Chi used his last ounce of strength to speak. "I tried 7 different restaurants, but for some reason, either they'd suddenly go out of business the moment I arrived, or they'd get raided by bandits. I couldn't get a single bite." Hanju was at a loss for words. A jinx indeed. He really lives up to the name. Using the system, Hanju quickly laid out a lavish feast. At the same time, another notification popped up. Su Chi has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Su-Chi was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. I'm digging in. As Han-Ju watched the boy devour the food, he thought, the favorability actually went up. Kids really are simple and easy to bribe. From the looks of it, Su-Chi hasn't even realized he's a walking disaster yet. A Jinx is destined for a life of absolute solitude. He's just a poor, cursed kid. Some truths are better left unknown. After a moment, Han-Ju spoke up. How's the food? Because this is your last meal. Su-Chi's face went pale with fright. His eyes went wide with panic. But Han-Ju quickly dispelled his fear. From now on, you start your cultivation. This is a chi gathering technique. Read it and learn. Su-Chi is forever grateful for Senior's mercy. The boy happily took the manual. So, I'm staying here to train? Su-Chi clutched the items in his hands, beaming. I promise I'll work harder than anyone. I won't let you down, Senior. System notification. Su-Chi has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han-Ju smirked. This kid is way too easy to manipulate. And so, the journey of master and disciple began as spring swallows filled the sky. To train here, one must follow the rules. Then came the heat of summer. Han-Ju remained patient, teaching Su-Chi bit by bit. Autumn arrived swiftly, painting the leaves in vibrant colors. The two stayed focused on their path. Han-Ju even told him stories about Yang Tiandong, making the boy look up to his senior brother. Winter fell, blanketing everything in a layer of pure white snow. Even as he trained, Su-Chi never forgot to worry about the chicken and the dog getting cold. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han-Ju had reached the 5th level of the soul transformation realm. He turned to Su-Chi. What's with all that racket outside? Is there something going on today? Han-Ju stopped his meditation. He listened to the distant cheers. Su-Chi answered, Did you forget, Senior? 10 days ago, Ancestor Jiu Ding led the core disciples back from overseas. It finally clicked for him. I actually did almost forget. Ancestor Jiu Ding wanted to speak with me before they left, didn't he? Su-Chi, now grown and handsome, had already broken through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. The cheering outside was deafening. They must be back. Han-Ju looked at the grown-up Su-Chi and thought, his talent really is terrifying. He broke through easily without even needing a foundation establishment pill. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called out. Junior brother. Han-Ju snapped back to attention. It was Chang Yuer, excitedly waving at him. I'm back from overseas. I have such good news to tell. Before she could finish, Han-Ju grabbed her and hauled her away like a piece of luggage. Senior sister, it's a bit cramped in here. Let's go outside and get some fresh air, shall we? Su-Chi was left standing there, completely bewildered. Cramped? This place is huge. The scenery today was breathtaking. Flowers bloomed across the horizon. Chang Yuer sighed happily. After all those days of fighting and killing overseas, this place feels like paradise. I didn't know you had such a romantic side, junior brother. He sat down properly and joked. The sect gave me this mountain as a gift. It's not a bad place to host guests. Inside, Han-Ju breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. I managed to steer her away from Su-Chi. She continued her story with a smile. Did you hear, junior brother? The Louis sacred sect has been wiped out. Really? That certainly is something worth celebrating. Chang Yuer's face lit up. The ancestor led the core disciples and absolutely crushed them. We stripped them of every last bit of their wealth. I really wish you could have been there. The look on their faces when the ancestor showed up, they turned pale as ghosts. He shared in her joy. That's great. One less hidden threat to worry about. Now I can focus on my cultivation in peace. Han-Ju made sure to ask, So, were you working hard on your training while you were away? She answered happily. Once we got overseas, I did nothing but train. My only wish is to walk the Great Tao by your side. The two of them continued their conversation for a long time. The Chaos Heavenly Dog watched them curiously. Who is that woman? She seems to really like our master. The black-eyed chicken decided to give it a life lesson. Don't let appearances fool you. That's nothing but worldly desire. Wait, is she going to eat master? The dog yelped in fear. Aren't you overthinking this? It's clearly a romantic connection. The bird grimaced. On the path to immortality. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. Emotions only slow down your progress toward the Great Tao. Those are Master's own words to me. The dog stuck out its tongue. You actually believe that? With a tiny bird brain like yours, you'll never become a phoenix. It didn't notice the black-eyed chicken had already picked up a feather duster, ready to strike. And so, another brawl broke out. Inside, Hanju was lost in thought until a new notification appeared. System alert. Your disciple has been attacked by a demonic cultivator. Xian Qingjun has been attacked by monsters. She has been attacked by the Buddhist sect. Your Tao companion, Xian Qingjun, is being hunted. She has been reborn. Zhou Fan has accidentally entered an ancient forbidden zone. His destiny has been altered. Reading the alerts, Hanju's mind raced. Even Xian Qingjun is being hunted? Her cultivation is so high, and yet she's still being overwhelmed by numbers. The cultivation world is a brutal place. It's a good thing she was reborn. If we ever cross paths again, I'll have to ask her how that whole rebirth thing works. The sun began to dip behind the mountains. Evening had finally arrived. Hanju and Chang Yuani said their goodbyes. He felt relieved that she was safe and sound. It seemed Su Chi's curse had a limited range or duration of effect. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Hanju's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Su Chi was actually giving Jiao Ding a massage. The old man looked incredibly pleased. "Ah, young friend Han, I've been waiting for you." Su Chi stood by his side, beaming with joy. The founding ancestor of the Jade Pure sect was right here. Jiao Ding asked curiously, "Is this boy your disciple? His potential isn't bad at all. How about I take him overseas with me to seek the great Tao?" Hanju heard every word as he approached, but he was completely stunned. All his hard work to keep them apart had just gone up in smoke. Jiao Ding, being pampered by Su Chi's attentive service, felt exceptionally comfortable. He then turned to Hanju and said, "I've just returned from overseas. I brought back quite a few treasures to replenish the spiritual energy in your cave abode. I'll have a disciple bring them over to you later." Jiao Ding hadn't forgotten about Su Chi and asked again, "Your disciple has great talent. What do you think about letting me take him overseas next time to train?" Hanju was terrified. His face had turned a sickly shade of pale. Taking a literal jinx to live with the ancestor? You're basically asking for a one-way ticket to the grave, old man. Unaware of Hanju's horrified expression, he turned to Su Chi. "What do you think, kid? Are you willing to follow this ancestor to study overseas?" The boy asked excitedly. "There's really such a great opportunity?" He's taking the bait. Jiao Ding thought smugly. Hanju is most afraid of trouble. If I take this kid off his hands, he'll probably be grateful to me. But contrary to his expectations, Hanju spoke up. "Ancestor, this guy is unique. It's best if you don't take him in." Jiao Ding broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "You're not willing to let him go?" He pressed further. "Aren't you afraid he'll hinder your cultivation?" Hanju quickly explained that it wasn't an issue this time. Su Chi, watching from the side, began to analyze the situation. Master Jiao Ding is the founding ancestor of the Jade Pure sect, yet he personally came to visit Senior and even asked for his opinion. The boy's eyes sparkled with calculation. This proves Senior's status is anything but simple. I must cling to this powerful support no matter what. Hanju said, almost in despair, setting everything else aside. "I just want to ask, do you feel physically unwell in any way?" The sudden question left Jiao Ding bewildered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Su Chi spoke up. "Thank you for your kindness, ancestor, but I wish to stay here with Senior." Jiao Ding laughed, fairly satisfied. "Like master, like disciple. Very well then." Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. "You just narrowly escaped with your life, old man." The ancestor turned back to praise him. "Young friend, I have visited every single sect in the cultivation world's great banquet. From now on, no one will dare harbor ill intentions toward the Jade Pure sect. You can focus on your cultivation in peace." Hanju didn't hold back his praise. "You're incredible, ancestor." But Jiao Ding cut through his enthusiasm. "One more thing. During my travels, I discovered an ancient forbidden zone. It hasn't been discovered for long. There might be hidden resources inside. Do you want to go check it out?" Hanju suddenly remembered the notification from earlier. An ancient forbidden zone? Just the name alone sounds like a terrible place to visit. He recalled a certain story. Isn't this the same forbidden zone Zhou Fan fell into? Speaking of which, there hasn't been a peep from Zhou Fan since then. Thinking of this, he replied to Jiao Ding. "I'll pass. Let the other disciples in the sect have that opportunity." The ancestor already knew Hanju would say that, so he didn't push it. Jiao Ding's gaze turned serious, as if he were about to discuss something grave. I will be leaving in 20 years at most. The immortal abode is about to open. I plan to enter to seek the great Tao. Do you want to come with me? Let me tell you, this heavenly immortal abode has an extraordinary lineage. Every 100 years, disciples emerge who ascend to immortality. Hearing this, Hanju thought, wait, isn't this the same opportunity Xian Qingjun tried to give me? He had already refused once. What was one more time? I'm sorry, ancestor. Someone has offered me this chance before, but my heart remains here. Jioding was deeply impressed. Even the heavenly immortal abode cannot sway your heart. In that case, I have nothing left to say. With someone like you guarding the sect, I can leave in peace. Hanju bowed respectfully. You flatter me, ancestor. Even with a few thousand more years, I could never catch up to your level. Jioding's attempt to recruit him had failed, so he prepared to leave. Then I shall go rest and regulate my qi. Until next time. Once he had left, Hanju thought to himself. The ancestor was in contact with Su Qi for quite a while. I'm afraid he won't be able to dodge that bad luck. Another 10 years passed. Hanju finished reading the notifications and remarked, as expected, the ancestor has been having a rough time lately. Fortunately, he hasn't kicked the bucket yet. He was now a powerful 6th-level deity transformation cultivator, scrolling through his system logs. I lasted half an hour in the simulation trial, just now. That's some decent progress. As he pondered, Hanju's gaze landed on a specific spot. As Su Qi cultivated in the cave, his jinx seemed to be growing even stronger. Outside, the Black Hell Chicken and the Chaos Heavenly Dog were fast asleep. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was a divine beast of providence. It could protect the chicken from Su Qi's influence. Hanju stepped out of his cave. It seemed Xing Hongxian returned not too long ago. I should go see how she's doing. In a flash, he arrived at her house on the mountain and knocked on the door. Miss Xing, are you home? But for a long time, there was no answer. Finally, the door creaked open along with a sleepy complaint. What is it this early in the morning? Xing Hongxian appeared in a seductive nightgown, rubbing her eyes as she opened the door. When she saw Hanju, she woke up instantly and squealed, "Husband!" She rushed forward to grab his arm, cheering. You came at the perfect time. I have a treasure I want to show you. Hanju was a bit caught off guard by her physical affection. Seeing this, she said, let's go inside first. Inside the house, Xing Hongxian quickly lit some candles to brighten the room. This was the first time Hanju had seen her room since they met. After a short wait, she brought out what she called a treasure and placed it before him. She leaned against his arm and said, I took a trip to that ancient forbidden zone a few years ago. I managed to find quite a few treasures there. Pick whatever you like. Hanju looked at the pile of items on the table and thought, I appreciate the sentiment, Miss Xing, but these treasures all look pretty ordinary. With her cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to get her hands on anything high grade anyway. But then, something caught his eye and stopped his train of thought. It was a piece of wood that looked incredibly dull. It looked like a memorial tablet, but there were no words on it. Furthermore, there was an extremely faint trace of divine sense inside. Hanju's expression turned solemn. The divine sense of a normal deity transformation cultivator wouldn't even notice anything unusual. Only by using the primal spirit to investigate could one sense a slight anomaly. This thing is not simple at all. While his primal spirit was projecting into the tablet, Xing Hongxian stood beside him, watching him with hungry eyes. It's been so long since I've been this close to him. The black-held chicken was right. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She wants to eat, master. Those words were probably 99.99% accurate, as her hunger seemed to be surfacing again. After checking with his divine sense, Hanju realized there was a hidden mechanism within this wooden tablet. The identity of its former owner was likely quite prestigious. He just didn't know what secret treasure was hidden inside. A light emitted from the tablet, momentarily blinding him. It turned out to be a secret technique, the heavenly puppet forged from spiritual energy. Its strength was determined by the creator's cultivation level. The heavenly puppet doesn't fight on its own. Instead, it requires a thread of the creator's soul to manipulate it. Hearing this, Hanju thought, isn't this basically a body double? Then he learned more. If the heavenly puppet is destroyed, it won't affect the creator. It just can't be maintained for long. When the spiritual energy is exhausted, the puppet will stand motionless. It only regains its mobility once spiritual energy is infused again. Hanju was speechless. This is more than just a simple construct made of spiritual energy. If rare materials were added, it could be refined to its absolute maximum potential. Since they don't need to breathe, one could create a massive number of them and store them in a spatial ring. An army of clones at his fingertips. Legend says that using the world's top-tier materials combined with absolute spiritual energy would create the ultimate heavenly puppet. Its godlike power could even rival an immortal emperor. The cold, lifeless gaze of the puppet loomed in his mind. Hanju broke into a sweat thinking about how domineering its power was. Xing Hongxian, witnessing his sequence of expressions, was utterly confused. By the time Hanju's soul returned from the tablet's depths, he realized she was about to strip him bare. He jumped in fright and yelled, "Stop!" Xing Hongxian pouted in disappointment. "Husband, you finished way too fast." Hanju blushed and quickly adjusted his clothes. "Thank you for sharing these treasures with me. Can I take this wooden tablet?" She was also embarrassed by his reaction and hugged a pillow as she replied, "Of course. Everything I have belongs to you, husband." Hanju thought to himself, "This girl is really bold. But I guess it was my fault. I shouldn't have projected my soul without being prepared. Then, thanks. I'll head back and study this. I'll visit again soon." With that, he waved goodbye and hurried away, leaving Xing Hongxian alone, blushing as she hugged her pillow and daydreamed about what almost happened. Back at Hanju's cave abode, it was now midday, but the space remained cool and quiet. He began to throw himself into puppet production. "I can't believe it's from the ancient Forbidden Land. This heavenly puppet's secret art is truly remarkable. Normally, spiritual energy is incredibly difficult to materialize, let alone using it to craft a puppet. But this heavenly puppet technique can actually do it." Hanju quickly assessed the situation. Plus, this secret art of splitting one's consciousness is extremely rare. It's like having another pair of eyes. I can share the same vision as the puppet, which means I can make one for everyone. If they run into danger outside, it could save their lives. Even if the puppet can't win the fight, it can share their location so I can come to the rescue. He was having a perfectly respectable train of thought, and then his mind wandered to scenes that would make one blush. At that thought, Hanju yelled out, "I'm making 10 of them." However, he had severely underestimated the difficulty of crafting the puppets. Difficulties soon piled up as a disappointed voice echoed in the cave abode. "It broke? Why did it break again?" Then came a disbelieving scream. "Damn it. The next second, I had water and now it's cracked." Undeterred by the repeated failures, Hanju was determined to try again. "I refuse to believe this." And so, after 2 years of diligent crafting, the first person he wanted to see was Xing Hongxian. She was sitting and reading a book when he called out to her. "Miss Xing, this puppet is for you." Xing Hongxian turned around and was completely surprised to see a stuffed animal in his hand that looked exactly like Hanju. He said shyly, "You can store it in your storage ring. From now on, no matter where you go, you must carry it with you. At a critical moment, it will save your life." Chang Yuer also received one from Hanju and absolutely loved it. "It's so cute. Thank you, junior brother." As for Shi Xian, he just handed it to her and ran away immediately, leaving her alone with the puppet in her hand. Shi Xian was left speechless as she faced it. Because the heavenly puppet was nearly flawless, Hanju once considered creating an army of them, but he discovered that manipulating the puppets required splitting a sliver of his soul. It would have a massive impact on his cultivation, so he decided to stop. After much deliberation, he made a decision. "I can't let my cultivation be delayed any longer." The system prompted again. "You have reached 200 years of age. Having passed no short amount of time on the path of cultivation, you have the following choices." Hanju sighed with emotion. "I can't believe 2 years went by so fast." The 2 choices offered by the system were as follows. 1. Cultivate in silence as before. 2. Cultivate in the spotlight. After reading them, he pondered. Choose to cultivate silently. Only a demon would believe I'm a peerless prodigy if I go out now. A system prompt appeared. You have received the 4th grade spirit treasure, Crimson Monarch's Azure Crown. As Hanju put on the new item, he thought, another defensive spirit treasure. The system really gets me. From head to toe, I'm completely decked out in spirit treasures. Anyone below the void amalgamation realm can no longer threaten me. On his head was the 4th grade Crimson Monarch's Azure Crown, yet it still drew a comment. This crown is really small. A quick overview of Hanju's equipment from top to bottom. Robe, 7th grade Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Ring, Lesser Universe Ring. Boots, 5th grade 9 stars Spirit Treading Boots. Su Chi, standing beside him, said with great admiration. Senior, that new hair tie makes you look even more handsome. He corrected with a hint of annoyance. It's a crown, not a hair tie. But to Hanju, these things weren't important because magical treasures are, after all, just external objects. To become stronger, I still have to rely on myself. It's in a while. Time to check on my cultivation. In a flash, 5 years passed. Jinren Juding once again led a group of disciples overseas. Changyur, aboard the ship heading overseas, was crying her eyes out. Oh, my dear junior brother. Without you, how will I go on? Hanju remained the same, as always. He still didn't go overseas with Juding, only coming to see everyone off. I wish you all a safe journey. After seeing Changyur off, he thought. With Jinren Juding gone, I wonder how long I'll have to guard the sect. The system checked for the strongest person currently in the Jade Pure sect. After receiving Hanju's query, it replied. Li Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Formation Realm, successor to the Poison King. The familiar name made him pause. He searched his memories. Wait a minute. I remember Imo Zhu mentioning this person. Someone discovered Li Qianlong's Cave Abode. She had chattered on and on. I heard that in his lifetime, he almost achieved the Soul Formation Realm. Whatever he left behind must be extraordinary. What a shame you're not going for such a great opportunity. But something didn't feel right to Hanju. Li Qianlong. Why have I never heard news of him taking a master? A 5th level Soul Formation cultivation base is top tier in the Great Yin cultivation world. Wherever he goes, he should cause a huge stir. His thoughts raced. He's an inside agent. In the sect's main hall, Jing Su was making an announcement. This month's elite disciples may enter the secret hall within the ancient Forbidden Land. Relevant disciples, remember to register at the registration hall. Now you can cultivate with peace of mind. She continued speaking from her high seat. This time, although Ancestor Juding has left, he has left us with no small number of opportunities. Do not disappoint the Ancestor's painstaking efforts. Li Qianlong, hidden in the crowd, sneered inwardly. That old fool. I finally got my chance. He was planning his next steps. Calm down. There's still one person who will stand in my way. Before I execute my plan, I'll take care of him first. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect, the deity Slaying Elder. In the ancient Forbidden Land, Zhou Fan was in a state of utter exhaustion. He roared with furious indignation. Must I, Zhou Fan, suffer like this? No, my fate is my own, not for the heavens to decide. He collapsed before a mysterious purple-black object. All around him were thin, dry skeletons. With that thought, Zhou Fan struggled to his feet, away from the shackles that tried to hold him down. He had successfully snatched his life back from the hands of the one they call Heaven. Zhou Fan's entire body was enveloped, like a butterfly yet to emerge from its chrysalis. 5 years later, the system prompted again. Xian Qingjun has comprehended a divine ability. Mo Fuzhou has fallen into the demonic path. The chaotic heavenly hound has comprehended its innate divine ability. Jinren Juding encountered a demon king. His Dao heart has been damaged. After reading it, Hanju said, 3 seconds of silence for old Ancestor Juding. That's what you get for looking at a jinx. Another notification arrived, leaving him completely surprised. Your good friend Zhou Fan has achieved the hegemon body, shaking heaven and earth. He sat there, reading the news from the notification board, utterly shocked. So much has happened in these 5 years. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Hanju, making him tremble. This is not good. If this continues, they'll surpass me. The system is scanning the Jade Pure sect's vicinity. No trace of Li Qianlong has been found. Seeing this, he felt relieved. He's gone. Luckily, he didn't do anything. It's because I was monitoring his cultivation that I got distracted. Time to get serious. Let's see who's the cat and who's the mouse now. The 2 demon beasts, 1 chicken and 1 dog, couldn't help but worry when they saw Hanju's intensity. How many times has the master been like this year? The 3rd time? I've never seen him rest. The black hell chicken pouted again. Sitting for too long isn't good. There's a reason why cultivators often get hemorrhoids. But Su Chi was hopelessly devoted. He declared, how admirable to face one's sister with such determination. Another 10 years passed. Li Qingzi appeared, calling out, "Elder Han, are you there?" "It's me, old Li." Hearing the call, Han Ju replied, "Sect Master, please stop. Let's find another place to reminisce." By now, he had already broken through to the 8th level of the soul formation realm. Su Qi was still kept hidden, for fear that others would suffer his bad luck. Li Qingzi started, "Elder Han, it's been a long time. You made a lot of progress, I see." He replied politely, "I wonder what brings the sect master to see me." The old man's face was as sad as a soggy dumpling as he said, "The Righteous Path's Grand Cultivation Tournament is about to begin. Elder Han, are you going?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "A Grand Cultivation Tournament. Sounds like a place where trouble brews easily." Therefore, Han Ju replied with all his might, "I'm not." Before he could finish, a large hand from Li Qingzi covered his mouth. This time, the tournament is being held in the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. By participating, one can receive the fortune of the dynasty. For a cultivator, this is only beneficial, not harmful. Han Ju said hesitantly, "I'm not going." Regarding the old ancestor's departure, the other powers must know by now. You should understand what I mean, right? Li Qingzi sighed. "I knew you would say that. You don't even want a great opportunity. Just you wait. When I get that fortune and come back, you'll die of envy." Han Ju changed the subject, and what he probed about was Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi's face darkened. "How do you know that wicked creature?" The old man began to recount what he knew about Li Qianlong. "He was once my junior brother, a rare talent of the Jade Pure sect, seen only once in 100 years. But he and Guan Yu Gang both fell for Fairy Shixian. The two of them once fought a duel to the death. It forced our master to intervene and mediate." The old man recounted sadly. "But Li Qianlong, unresigned, dared to sneak attack our master. Luckily, I acted in time and averted a great tragedy. But his meridians were severed, and he was locked up in Sigua Cliff to reflect on his actions. However, he escaped. Before leaving, he left a letter. He said that one day, he would return and destroy the Jade Pure sect." After hearing the story, Han Ju couldn't help but think indignantly. No wonder Master forbids relationships among the disciples of Jade Serene Peak. Returning to the present, Li Qingzi asked, "But why did you suddenly bring him up, Elder Han?" Han Ju told the truth. "In the inner city, I met someone claiming to be Li Qianlong's disciple, who was recruiting people. I was also invited by him, but when I went to find him, he had disappeared." Hearing this, the old man nervously pressed his face close to his. "What? He's already here? And what's this about him recruiting people? What the hell is he planning?" Han Ju didn't know whether to tell the truth or make something up, but he decided to go with it. He claimed he caught a fish, and inside its belly, he found a slip of paper that said, "Great Chu shall rise." Li Qingzi broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Great Chu shall rise. He wants to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. A sudden, deafening scream erupted, startling the birds in the trees into flight. "Elder Han, you have to catch him. But listen, watch your strength. Don't kill him before he can talk." With that, Li Qingzi turned and scurried away. "I have to warn the others. We need to be on high alert. Take care, Elder Han." The system pinged again. Something unexpected was happening, catching Han Ju off guard. Sect Leader Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. Select an option. 1. Decline and continue cultivating. Reward: 1 spirit treasure. 2. Accept and leave the sect with the sect leader. Reward: 1 high-grade spirit stone. He immediately scoffed at the screen. "System, you're way too slow. I already turned him down, and you're just now telling me? You have declined the sect leader's invitation. Congratulations. You have received a supreme grade spirit treasure, the Book of Misfortune." Han Ju's eyes widened. A supreme grade treasure? Book of Misfortune. A supreme grade spirit treasure. It allows the user to curse living beings and bring calamity upon them. The target will remain completely unaware of who is responsible. Han Ju looked at the scene before him. He thought to himself, "I've never had such a dramatic presentation for a treasure before." The treasure took the form of an ancient book. Anything the master wished for would come to pass, while the cursed target would suffer endless bad luck. Han Ju sat on the ground, arms crossed in thought. The Book of Misfortune. It certainly lives up to its name. One look is enough to tell this isn't exactly a holy item. With all these seals on it, this is clearly a weapon for murder. It might actually work, just like Su Qi, channeling bad luck to curse others. The boy was nearby, holding a stack of scrolls. As he swept the floor, he suddenly noticed Hanju. Suchi stared at him blankly, his eyes wide. His cheeks flushed slightly. For some reason, I feel a strange sense of kinship. Hanju's face was shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. His eyes flickered with a strange light. What did you say? Suchi jumped, startled. The boy scrambled away in a panic. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Senior. Hanju didn't chase him, just watched him go in silence. Can two sources of misfortune actually sense each other? How interesting. But everything the system produces is top tier. I hope this Book of Misfortune doesn't just curse people to death instantly. Without overthinking it, he bit his finger. Guess it's time to bind this thing with blood. The book was covered in sealing talismans. Hanju let a drop of his blood fall onto the most prominent one. The blood slowly seeped into the worn, tattered paper. The talisman immediately erupted in a brilliant light that filled the area. At the same time, a pillar of purple light descended, enveloping Hanju. Now, who should I test this on? He flipped the book open. Shao, he's my #1 enemy. No, his cultivation is much higher than mine. It might not be effective. The system says the curse is undetectable, but I still feel like I shouldn't take it at face value. Then, Hanju thought of Li Qianlong. We're at the same level, and he couldn't even beat me in a fair fight. Plus, he's the one plotting to take down the Jade Pure sect. A terrifying look crossed his face. He let out a devious smirk. If it weren't for you, our Jade Pure peak might have been a lot more peaceful. In a secluded forest, birds soared through the sky, passing through the fluffy, drifting clouds. A waterfall cascaded from the heights, its current fierce and roaring. Li Qianlong knelt before a small hut, desperately begging his master to come out. But the old man refused. I left the mortal world behind a long time ago. I no longer involve myself in the petty squabbles of the cultivation world. If you have a grudge, go settle it yourself. Li Qianlong broke into a cold sweat, his brow furrowing. Master, please, at least give me the divine poison pill. The old man still wouldn't budge. If I give it to you, and someone uses it against me, I die a fool's death. He gnashed his teeth, cursing internally. This old dog is still as paranoid as ever. Finally, his master explained. Perfected Jioding has already sensed my presence. I cannot afford to offend him, but if you truly want revenge, you should go find the Wei family of the Great Yan. They have deep connections in the cultivation world. You understand what I'm saying? Li Qianlong caught on immediately. He grumbled as he walked away. That old fossil. I wasted years acting as his poison vessel. He told me I was the sole heir to his secret techniques. Yet he won't even teach me everything he knows. Li Qianlong spat out bitter words. Just you wait. When the time comes. Suddenly, bolts of lightning crackled in the sky. It seemed his karma had finally caught up to him. Before Li Qianlong could finish his thought, a bolt of lightning struck him dead center. In one direction, the sun was shining brightly. But right where Li Qianlong stood, the sky was pitch black. A cluster of dark clouds gathered, raining lightning down on him repeatedly. Elsewhere, Hanju stared silently at the tattered old book. It was still covered in talismans. He felt a bit skeptical. I've been cursing him all day, and nothing seems to be happening. Did I get a dud? Yang Tiandong arrived, beaming with pride over his achievements. Master, your disciple did not fail you. I've officially become a core disciple. That heartless sword technique you taught me is incredible. Most people couldn't even withstand a single strike. I'm planning to represent the Jade Pure sect at the Cultivation Assembly to make a name for us. Do you think you could teach me one more move? Hearing this, Su Qi became curious. Wait, are you the senior brother Yang Tiandong that Master always talks about? He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hearing that, Hanju immediately kicked Yang Tiandong right off the mountain. The disciple cried out in shock. Master, do you really hate the idea of me going to the assembly that much? I just don't want your bad luck rubbing off on him, Hanju thought. 5 years later, Hanju finally reached the great circle of the soul transformation realm. Once I enter the void transformation realm, my efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy will triple. But that means the others in the cave won't be able to get any. It wouldn't be fair to Su Qi. Keeping him in this cave forever isn't a long-term solution. He needs a place where he can actually go. After thinking it over for a long time, Hanju finally spoke. Su Qi, come here. I have something to tell you. The boy obeyed immediately. He hurried over to Hanju's side. What is it, senior? Hanju laid out his terms. You've been at the J-Pure sect for years now. You've officially started your path as a cultivator, so I'm giving you a mission. If you can complete it, I will officially accept you as my disciple. Su Chi was over the moon. What's a mission? I won't let you down, senior. Hanju pointed toward the distance. I want you to go to the North Province. Hanju's expression turned grim. Join the beast taming sect. Focus on your cultivation and act as my inside man. One day, I'll come and wipe that sect out myself to bring you home. Su Chi was floored. Wipe out an entire sect. Just how powerful is Senior? He's incredible, the boy shouted with excitement. This disciple will complete the mission at all costs. This is a top-secret mission. You must not tell a soul. Now go. Su Chi immediately followed his orders. The boy reached his hand up toward the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun. It's been so many years. I can't believe Senior is finally letting me go. The sunlight filtered through his fingers. Su Chi reflected on everything. I thought I'd have to surpass him before I'd be allowed to leave. I was prepared to spend my whole life here. I must pass this test for my master. He scratched his head. Suddenly, Su Chi realized he'd forgotten one very important detail. Where exactly is the North Province? Hanju stood with a ghostly expression. His eyes glowed red as he looked at the book covered in charms and symbols. Meanwhile, at a mountain under a dark, heavy sky, the air was freezing and filled with a sense of dread, home to all sorts of twisted creatures. A massive monster with a round body and a mouth like a giant vortex appeared, making the earth itself tremble. In the middle of the chaos and dust, Li Qianlong was drenched in a cold sweat. His face was tight with fear as he faced the monstrosity. He was so focused that he didn't even notice someone calling his name. The man beside him snapped. I thought you knew the way. Why the hell did you lead us straight into a monster's den? Li Qianlong's face went dark. This path wasn't like this before. He tried to stay calm and reassure them. This is the right way. I've taken this path before. Li Qianlong couldn't understand what was happening. It was as if his bad luck was infecting everyone around him. First, he was struck by lightning while just walking down the road. Then, every time he tried to cultivate, he was plagued by heart demons. And then last week, he tried to rob a cultivator who was carrying a loot on his back. Li Qianlong groaned in misery. Who would have thought he was a master in disguise? He nearly wiped out my entire team. He tried to motivate himself. No, I can't give up. I haven't had my revenge yet. I can't die here, Li Qianlong shouted. I remember now. It's this way. The man beside him sighed in defeat. We just came from that way, you idiot. 2 years passed. The system displayed a series of notifications. One particular line caught Hanju's attention. Your disciple Su Chi has spread his misfortune. The Green Ghost sect has been struck by a rare series of heavenly tribulations, leading to the total destruction of the sect. He stared at the system notification and couldn't stop himself from grinning. Hanju was ecstatic, silently praising Su Chi for a job well done. Nearby, Jing Si spoke up. Starting today, all disciples are barred from entering the myriad demon realm. Wait for further notice. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers and speculation. He turned back and remarked, I'm not sure how long this tribulation in the myriad demon realm will take. I'll be in your care, Taoist Jing Si. She replied promptly, It's no trouble at all. Please, Elder Han. Hanju didn't hesitate, happily offering his thanks to Jing Si. A beam of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a prompt. Teleportation sequence initiated. Destination, myriad demon realm. Jing Si looked on with concern. He's been in the deity transformation realm for less than 100 years. At just over 200 years old, he's already reaching the void hallucinatory realm. Even a founding ancestor Jioding took nearly 1,000 years to get there. A disciple asked curiously, What's happening in the myriad demon realm? She kept her eyes fixed upward as she answered. The deity-slaying elder is using the realm to face his tribulation. Keep this in mind. Not a single word of this must leak out. Just tell everyone the myriad demon realm is experiencing a natural disaster. Hearing this, the disciples' eyes lit up with excitement, looking like fans who had just spotted their idol. Behind the cheering crowd, a man with a darkened expression gripped his binoculars tightly. At that moment, Guan Yuqiang had his eyes shut tight, sensing everything around him. Oomph. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, Finally, the opportunity I've been waiting for. In the myriad demon realm, thunder roared as lightning relentlessly tore through the pitch-black sky. It wasn't just a passing storm. The lightning had been bombarding the area for 7 days straight without rest. Then, one final, massive bolt split the heavens and surged down at an unimaginable speed. Hanju snapped his eyes open, revealing his mysterious, deep pupils. His face remained expressionless as he sat perfectly still. Void hallucinatory realm achieved. The system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations on your breakthrough. You have received one of 2 symbiotic treasures that will merge with your soul. This treasure will recognize only Hanju as its master. As you grow stronger, so will it. Without a second thought, he chose the sword. The system interface flashed. Congratulations. You have received the primordial judgment sword. Since you did not reincarnate according to the standard rules, the primordial chaos chi within you has forged this symbiotic treasure for you. A black sword suddenly emerged from within a strange, swirling dark mist. Hanju's eyes widened in pure awe at the powerful blade. Primordial chaos? He rested his chin on his hand, wondering, is this the same primordial chaos from the legends of the ancient era? Hanju looked at his status panel. What is this mortal shedding stage? It's like a pupa breaking its cocoon, shedding the mortal coil. This is the sign of one walking the path toward becoming a celestial. The gap between the void hallucinatory realm and the deity transformation realm is truly like heaven and earth. Things that were impossible before are now effortless. Images of a silent, dense forest flashed through his mind. Hanju was certain his divine sense could now stretch over 100 miles. A giant spider with pitch-black eyes and razor-sharp fangs suddenly appeared in his mind's eye. Then, the scene shifted to Guan Yuqiang walking forward with an air of power and authority. Surprised by the intrusion, Hanju exclaimed, "Why is Elder Guan here? The lightning tribulation has completely dissipated. I wonder where the deity-slaying elder is hiding to stabilize his cultivation." Suddenly, a voice came from right behind Guan Yuqiang. "Who are you looking for?" The shock made his face turn pale. He turned, blushing slightly as he looked at Hanju in total surprise. "Is this the deity-slaying elder? He's incredibly handsome." Back in meeting hall, acting as the chairman, Li Qianlong opened the floor. What are everyone's thoughts on this matter? One of them slammed the table in a rage and roared. "That Mo Fujio has gone too far. He dares call himself a disciple of the Jade Pure sect while brazenly stealing our sect's treasures?" Another person quickly interjected to challenge him. "Treasures have no owners. They belong to whoever can take them. If you're too weak to win, just say so." He was answered by a cold glare and a string of curses. Nonetheless, the man couldn't help but sigh. But lately, the Jade Pure sect has been acting far more arrogant and overbearing than before. This sentiment was echoed by another person. "If you all feel the same way, then why don't we join forces to suppress them?" A new strategy was immediately proposed. Li Qianlong, with a scheming look, agreed with the idea. "You're right. The Jade Pure sect protects demonic scum like Mo Fujio and has harmed countless righteous souls. We must seize them and demand justice." He narrowed his eyes and issued a sinister command. Everyone in the room shouted in unanimous agreement. Back at the myriad demon realm, Hanju looked down and asked the man before him, "Are you looking for me?" He could tell at a glance that this person didn't come with good intentions. However, the man sighed and spoke up. "That's right, deity-slaying elder. I am Guan Yuqiang. We once had an agreement." This immediately made Hanju frown in confusion. An agreement? Before Hanju could even think, Guan pointed a finger at him and said with absolute determination, "I am officially challenging you. If I win, I will become the sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Deity-slaying elder, surely you haven't forgotten?" Guan Yuqiang furrowed his brows and thought. He's not trying to find an excuse to back out because he's scared of me, is he? As for Hanju, he looked utterly pained as he recalled his master's serious face when giving him instructions. "I'm coming to you because I hope you can help me keep senior brother Guan in check." Hanju's reaction was starting to get on Guan Yuqiang's nerves. Thinking it over, Hanju jumped down, sighing in exhaustion. Of all the times to show up, he just had to pick this exact moment. Yuqiang stepped closer, clearly dissatisfied. "Does that mean you accept?" Without waiting for an answer, he made his move. "Very well. Deity-slaying elder, my divine technique is formidable. Try your best to endure it." Guan Yuqiang thought to himself, "I'll use the new technique I just mastered to take him down in an instant." Once I do, junior sister Hongxian will finally see me in a different light. He then manipulated the energy of 4 swords, merging them into one. They formed a single blade of immense, terrifying power. This is a world-class divine technique that deals true damage. With the killing move ready, Guan Yuqiang launched the sword at Hanju without any mercy. Witnessing this, Hanju calmly formed a hand seal and thought, "It's been a long time since I used this move." Hanju's eyes were a mix of annoyance and the resolve to end this in one shot. Heavenly Finger Sword. Instantly, a beam of sword chi, 10,000 times larger than Guan's blade, crashed down, leaving Guan Yuqiang in utter shock and terror as he cried out, "What the hell? Why is it so huge?" The ultimate move landed, crushing Guan Yuqiang in the blink of an eye. He was sent flying across the desert, howling in pain. Defeated and unable to resist, he could only gape in awe. I couldn't even block one of his strikes. If he hadn't held back, there wouldn't even be ashes left of me. No wonder junior sister is so obsessed with him. My heart, it hurts so much. This is bitter. How pathetic. I actually thought I could defeat him in one move. Guan Yuqiang lay there, fully accepting his defeat. Hanju walked over slowly to offer some comfort. "In truth, you are quite strong. You just chose the wrong opponent." With that, he turned to walk away, leaving him with one final remark. "Currently, you're the only one in the Jade Pure sect worth my time." Guan Yuqiang could only sit there and mutter weakly, "Deities slaying elder." Hanju continued to console him. "Don't be discouraged. With you around, the Jade Pure sect has a bright future." By now, the hatred and rivalry in Guan's eyes had vanished, replaced by profound respect and admiration. The system displayed a notification. "Guan Yuqiang's favorability toward you has increased." But Hanju just dismissed it. "Shut up." 3 years passed. In front of a stone tablet carved with the words "Cultivate diligently to become a celestial," Hanju admired his handiwork and sighed with satisfaction. From this day on, this mountain shall be known as the Cultivate diligently to become a celestial mountain. The Chaos Heavenly Dog sat by his side. "Master's aura is so overwhelming. Did he break through again?" The chicken chimed in. "Of course he did. Who do you think our master is?" Hanju soaked up the praise from his 2 pets. As expected of the pets, I raised myself. They really get me. And yes, I did break through. After testing myself in a simulation, I finally managed to defeat Taoist Jioding. It's all thanks to the primordial judgment, sword's incredible power. He recalled the scene of himself heroically defeating the founding ancestor. Still riding the high of his victory, Hanju felt smug. I can even win against an 8th-level void hallucinatory realm cultivator. So a 2nd level like Shao, you wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. "You have new social connections, pending review." Hanju could only sigh. The cultivation world sure is lively lately, he thought. With Taoist Jioding as the Jade Pure sect's backbone, we don't need to be as cautious as before. But what about the other sects? Could they have hidden ancestors of their own? No, the void hallucinatory realm isn't enough. I must keep cultivating and reach the body integration realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke his train of thought. "Elder Han of the Cultivate diligently to become a celestial mountain. Are you home?" Standing before him was Li Qingzi, looking more pathetic than ever. Seeing him covered in wounds, Hanju felt helpless. "Sect Master, can't you just stay out of trouble and cultivate in peace for a few hundred years?" But Li Qingzi replied with a look of pure panic. "Elder Han, everything's gone wrong. The righteous and demonic paths of Great Yin have united. They're preparing to launch a combined assault on our Jade Pure sect." Li Qianlong appeared with a face full of murderous intent, ready to strike the sect. Hanju was stunned and questioned Li Qingzi. "What do you mean the righteous and demonic paths have teamed up to besiege us?" The sect master recounted the story with pure rage. "They claim a core disciple of our sect has fallen to the demonic path. I personally went to apologize, but they actually attacked me." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Li Qingzi pointed at Hanju and said, "And you know that disciple too. His name is Mo Fujio." This revelation made Hanju's eyes widen in shock. The situation turned grave as the sect master began to harbor his own doubts. "Someone framed our sect. They're using it as an excuse to move against us." Hanju listened, his expression growing more serious. Tell me everything about Mo Fuzhou. To understand Mo Fuzhou's past, you have to know he was from the Mo Sha cultivation family. Back then, his name wasn't Mo Fuzhou. But then, tragedy struck. Someone in the Mo family colluded with the demonic path, leading to the entire clan being annihilated by a joint force of righteous and demonic sections. Only Mo Fuzhou and his sister, Mo Zhu, survived. From that day on, the two siblings had only each other to rely on. They wandered the mortal world until they met Taoist Thunder of the Jade Pure Sect. He took them in as his disciples and gave them new names. Looking at the two small children, he reminded them gently, "From now on, Mo Fuzhou will be your name. I hope you can forget your hatred and start a new life." At this point in the story, Li Qingzi could only sigh wearily and say, but he couldn't let it go. One time while out training, he ran into his old enemies. He showed no mercy, killing many of that sect's disciples. Later, he also killed people from other sects involved in the incident from years ago. Now, more than 5 sects are hunting him down. Mo Fuzhou was pushed into a corner. He was forced to use his family's divine ability. But that power contained a demonic will, causing him to succumb to its influence. Relying on this ability, he killed even more people. It completely demonized him. There was no turning back. Back in the present, Hanju gritted his teeth, insisting, Mo Fuzhou is definitely not that kind of person. He's always been modest. He would never act so ruthlessly. Oldly agreed with him. I think so too. This whole thing is just too hard to believe. These sects started hunting him without even consulting us. What if he was being manipulated? He added, his face contorted with anger. I originally wanted to reason with them, but they attacked me instead. It's obvious they're just looking for an excuse to start a war. Now, we're surrounded by them. And to make matters worse, the ancestor has left. With you and Guan Yugong, Elder Han, I thought we could still put up a fight. But Guan Yugong was seriously injured for some unknown reason and still hasn't recovered. Our only option is to flee. The old man couldn't help but wonder aloud. Hanju quickly turned away, trying his best to look like it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked, Sect Master, hold on. Do they have any void amalgamation or body integration realm experts? How could they? Li Qingzi answered forcefully. He explained heatedly. Back in the day, Huang Zuintian, at the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, was already considered unrivaled in the Great Yin. If they had cultivators of that level, they would have wiped out the Raincoat sacred cult long ago. He continued to press. What about their ancestors who went out seeking opportunities? Li Qingzi didn't know, answering vaguely. I'm not sure about that. When our ancestor first visited those sects, they all acted like his devoted juniors. At the very least, I've never heard of any other void amalgamation realm expert in the Great Yin. Hanju was about to say something, but Li Qingzi cut him off. The old man said sorrowfully, Elder Han, get ready to leave. In 3 days at most, I will lead the J Pure sect to find the ancestor. Behind him, Hanju's expression turned cunning, a cold aura emanating from him as he spoke. Run? Why should we run? I'm not running, so why are you? Let them come. They're about to learn that the most terrifying person in the Jade Pure sect might not be the ancestor. Li Qingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Stunned by what he'd just heard, he immediately asked, What realm are you in now? A clear, proud voice replied, At least as strong as the ancestor. That statement only multiplied the old man's astonishment. A year passed. 2 disciples of the Jade Pure sect were walking down the mountain, chatting as they went. Hey, have you heard? The other 19 sects have already gotten close to the Jade Pure sect. Should we run? Run from what? The other replied confidently. They don't dare to attack. If they do, the ancestor will come back and slaughter them all. Suddenly, the 2 were surprised to see a strange figure standing in the distance. The person turned abruptly to look at them, causing them to cry out in alarm. That's Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Birdsword sect. The Vermilion Birdsword sect is attacking. Without giving him a chance to explain, the 2 bolted, leaving a bewildered Huang Jihao staring after them. He could only stand there, frozen. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him, making Huang Jihao shudder in fear. Why are you here again? Didn't you get beaten badly enough last time? Hanju had appeared behind him at some point and was now questioning him. Huang Jihao could only stammer out an explanation in panic. Fellow Taoist, please don't attack. I'm only here to see you. I swear I have no ill intentions. That statement made Han Ju ask quizzically, here to see me? That's odd. He suddenly blushed with embarrassment and replied, recently, both the righteous and demonic paths have joined forces against the Jade Pure sect. I've come on behalf of my sect to ask if the Jade Pure sect requires any assistance. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he answered, we don't need it. No matter how many of you come, you will all die. Huang Jihao was surprised, a hint of fear in his thoughts. He's so certain, as expected of the god-slaying elder. Han Ju interrupted his train of thought. However, it's likely someone is orchestrating this from the shadows. If your sect can find a mastermind, I wouldn't mind asking my sect master to form a permanent alliance with you. Really? Huang Jihao asked, shocked. A firm reply came. Every single word is true. His face lit up with an unusual, ecstatic excitement. The god-slaying elder can take on 19 sects by himself. To form an alliance with someone like that, offending 19 other sects is a small price to pay. Han Ju's system displayed a notification. Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. He thought to himself, this guy doesn't have some weird designs on me, does he? The scene shifts to a house situated in the middle of a high mountain lake, shrouded in mist. Li Qianlong of the Wei family bows respectfully, pleading with a mysterious person inside the house. Li Qianlong of the Wei family begs you, Senior, to come down from the mountain. The mysterious figure steps outside and asks in return, coming down the mountain, my price is very high, you know. He quickly replies, Senior, just name your price. I will meet it, the figure asks mysteriously. Really? Anything at all? Then, with a cryptic laugh, answers their own question. Yes. Li Qianlong's face is filled with a fierce confidence, as if plotting something grand. In some ancient, secret realm, amidst dark caves, and large stone arches that open to the sky and distant mountain peaks, Xing Hongxian is diligently copying ancient texts, murmuring to herself. The secret arts on this wall look so profound. She chirps happily, if I copy this and bring it back to my husband, he'll definitely be overjoyed. After speaking, she turns to Han Ju's lifeless incarnation. I wonder if my husband can hear my thoughts. Suddenly, Xing Hongxian hears strange footsteps. Her expression immediately becomes cautious as she glances around. It turns out to be Wu Dao, looking incredibly melancholic. He casts a soulless gaze in Xing Hongshuan's direction. Seeing her wariness, he speaks to reassure her. Little friend, there's no need to be so cautious. I'm only here to comprehend the techniques. After saying this, he casually touches the stone wall, paying no further attention to Xing Hongxian. On her side, Xing Hongxian remains suspicious. He doesn't look like this is his first time here. Perhaps he discovered this cliff face before I did. The atmosphere grows chillingly silent. Elsewhere, Han Ju, through his incarnation, has already assessed the situation in the cave. His face shows a trace of concern, but not much. He thinks to himself, it doesn't seem like this person has any malicious intent. I don't need to worry too much, but it's best to leave a spiritual eye here just in case. Suddenly, a black crow approaches, drawing Han Ju's attention. He notices something attached to its leg, making him wonder, is this a voice transmission jade slip? But there's a problem. Han Ju has never used one of these before. How is he supposed to use it now? Before Han Ju can finish thinking, the scroll suddenly emits a dazzling light, and within it, the face of Huang Jihao appears. God-slaying elder, I've investigated thoroughly. Han Ju's main concern at the moment is why old Huang's face is so bruised and swollen. Huang Jihao continues. The attack on the Jade Pure sect by the 19 sects. The Wei family is involved. I'm fine, don't worry about me. As soon as he finishes, the light vanishes, leaving Han Ju looking baffled. The system panel shows that Huang Jihao was attacked multiple times but managed to escape. Seeing this, Han Ju remarks, aren't you still fine? Why would I be worried about you? He can't help but feel surprised. Before, wherever Su Qi went, destruction followed. It seems the providence of a celestial emperor's descendant is truly powerful. And yet, the Wei family was able to seriously injure Huang Jihao. I should probably find out a bit more about this family. No sooner said than done. Hanju immediately seeks out Li Qingzi to ask some questions. The moment the old man hears the name Wei family, his expression changes slightly. Hanju continues. Sect Master, you must know of the Wei family. Li Qingzi doesn't deny it. The Wei family of the Great Yin isn't particularly famous. They only have one nascent soul cultivator. But the Wei family has many beautiful women, and their marriage alliances and business network are considered the largest outside of the Great Yin. As he speaks, his expression turns a bit lecherous. Are you interested in having one of their women? Hanju's gaze remains sharp as he gets back to the point. Is it possible the Wei family is behind all this? Li Qingzi immediately denied it. The Wei family isn't that patient. Besides, they've always had a good relationship with the Jade Pure sect. But Hanju didn't see it that way. With a network that vast, anything is possible. So, who's the master of the Wei family now? Li Qingzi only knew it had changed hands, but he wasn't sure who the new leader was. Hearing this, Hanju reassured him. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. He also took the opportunity to remind the old man to take his medicine. Hanju stood by the railing and sighed. Old enemies haven't even been dealt with, and new ones are already showing up. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. If I just knew who was behind this, I could settle this score. He couldn't just swallow his anger. Might as well take it out on Xiao, Yi, and Li Qianlong. I already cursed Xiao, Yi last week. Now it's the other guy's turn. A dark look crept over Hanju's face, filled with anticipation for what was to come. In a certain secret chamber, Li Qianlong's long, arduous cultivation was finally bearing fruit. I'm about to break through. He was overcome with joy. His heart felt like it was about to bloom. If I break through this time, the chances of success will be even greater. Suddenly, Li Qianlong froze. A sharp pain shot through him from out of nowhere. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by an unending fit of coughing. Li Qianlong roared in agony. I was so close. How could something go wrong now? Despair began to creep into his eyes. If this keeps up, when will I ever be able to overthrow the Jade Pure sect? But then he calmed himself. Fine. It's almost time anyway. I'll stick to the plan. With that, Li Qianlong walked toward a dark staircase. Meanwhile, in a magnificent city, a boisterous and lively feast was underway inside a grand hall. As soon as they saw Li Qianlong, people hurried over to ask about his cultivation. Some tried to pull him into the festivities, not noticing the displeasure on his face. Seizing the moment with everyone gathered, Li Qianlong made an announcement. The Wei family and I have paid a tremendous price this time. Our goal was to invite a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator to help us completely eradicate the Jade Pure sect. Upon hearing this, everyone looked skeptical. Li Qianlong continued. We've already scouted the Jade Pure sect. Their ancestor, the perfected Jioding, has already left on a long journey overseas. Right now, their strongest member is the God-slaying elder. As he spoke, his gaze grew resolute. Gentlemen, are you willing to join forces with me to destroy the Jade Pure sect? The hall fell strangely silent. It seemed no one fully trusted Li Qianlong yet. He quickly reassured them. The senior cultivator will leave as soon as the job is done. And after we topple the Jade Pure sect, the Wei family only wants their secret realm. We won't get involved in any other conflicts. The moment Li Qianlong finished speaking, everyone present agreed to join him in unison. All their previous doubts vanished. That was his outward appearance, but inwardly, he was hatching a venomous scheme. After I'm done with the Jade Pure sect, I'll have that senior expert wipe all of you out too. As he was plotting, the pain suddenly struck again. Blood gushed from Li Qianlong's mouth like a fountain. He screamed internally, "Who the hell is toying with me?" Back in his cave, Hanju was completely oblivious. He just wondered to himself. Still no feedback? 3 years flew by in a flash. In that time, Hanju's friends had encountered their share of troubles. One fell to the demonic path. Another was relentlessly attacked. Only Su Qi had a fortuitous encounter, comprehending a new divine ability. Hanju reached the second level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. He was utterly surprised. How did Zhou Fan end up on the demonic path too? Don't tell me that's a traditional skill of Thunderclap Peak. The Peak Master is a mess, and his disciples are a disaster. As expected, Jade Serene Peak is still the best. Suddenly, the chaotic heavenly dog appeared and called out to him. It turned out that after staying here for so long, It was feeling cooped up and wanted to go out for some training. Hanju immediately refused. It's a divine beast. If its identity gets out, people will come after it. Besides, if you're not within the Jade Pure sect, it'll be very difficult for me to save you. Despite his warnings, the chaotic heavenly dog remained insistent. But I keep feeling like there's some kind of opportunity waiting for me out there. Faced with its persistence, Hanju could only ask one more time. Have you really thought this through? Once you're attacked, I won't save you, whether it's by the righteous or demonic path. Hearing this, not only was the chaotic heavenly dog unafraid, it even seemed a little confident. I think they're the ones who should be worried. It turned out Hanju had been worrying for nothing. The chaotic heavenly dog's physique had already become this formidable. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. He realized he'd been too careless. He hadn't even noticed the change in its appearance. The chaotic heavenly dog immediately reassured him. Don't worry, master. I'll be careful. I'll just go out for a stroll and be right back. As it spoke, it kept licking Hanju, making him curse internally. I really wish I could just smack it with my sword. Hanju knew perfectly well, with the chaotic heavenly dog's personality. Even if he said no, it would find a way to run off on its own one day. Might as well let it go out and get some experience. It's time for you to go. Hanju saw the chaotic heavenly dog off. It just barked once in reply. He was about to give it a few more words of advice, but in a flash, the chaotic heavenly dog was already long gone. It left Hanju standing there, thinking to himself, just you wait until the real world hits you with a nasty surprise. All he could do now was pray for the chaotic heavenly dog and reassure himself. It's a Providence divine beast. It'd be hard for it to die, even if it tried. The black-held chicken appeared from out of nowhere and called to him. Hanju lost his composure and yelled. You want to go too? The black-held chicken was startled and quickly explained, How could I? If I go out there, I'll be turned into fried chicken. The black-held chicken then shyly expressed its reason for being there. I came to ask if you could teach me how to cultivate, master. Or maybe some life-saving tricks will be fine too. Hanju then remembered that the black-held chicken had a life-preserving cultivation method, but lacked any magic techniques or divine abilities. He decided, it's time I passed on some real skills to it. With a look of anticipation, Hanju said, First, I'll teach you the heaven and earth dharma body. He thought to himself, this is a perfect opportunity to prove that diligent cultivation is just as effective as going out on adventures. The black-held chicken was smug. It cursed the chaotic heavenly dog under its breath. You damn dog. But you didn't see this coming. The moment you left, I went to master to secretly learn some divine abilities. Next time we meet, Big Bro Chicken is going to smash your head in. The scene changes to a bustling town. Suchi walked through the crowded streets with a pensive look on his face. He thought to himself, these past few years, have I been unlucky or fortunate? Suchi's life had truly been full of ups and downs. Once, a young lady took a liking to his handsome face. As a result, her entire family was struck by a plague. Only Suchi was lucky enough to escape unscathed. Another time, he was hunted by a demonic cultivator. The chase was relentless, a series of near misses. It took every ounce of his strength to flee and escape with his life. But he unfortunately stumbled right into the lair of a legendary beast. The demonic cultivator was killed instantly. Luck always seemed to follow Suchi. Everywhere he went, a life or death trial was waiting for him. But every single time, he managed to turn danger into safety. However, the people around him were never so lucky. He had witnessed too much suffering in the mortal world. The feeling of being willing but too weak to help grew stronger every day. In the end, all he could do was sigh. Faced with the state of this world, we are all too fragile. Perhaps the outcome of the mission isn't as important as the journey itself. After experiencing all the hardships of the mortal realm, he finally understood his master's intentions. Lost in his thoughts, he accidentally bumped into a woman's chest. She immediately shrieked, Are you so desperate to touch me that you've lost your mind? Suchi, flustered, apologized profusely, but it was too late. The woman didn't accept his apology and yelled, I've been sullied like this. Who's going to marry me now? Despite Suchi's attempts to explain, she decisively drew her sword, to his astonishment. Her anger exploded, overriding all reason. The woman lunged at Suchi without a second's hesitation. She spat out a curse, Go to hell. Suchi was frozen with fear. For a moment, he couldn't react. Unexpectedly, Luck was on his side once again. The woman slipped on a banana peel. The sound of her fall reverberated through the entire town. Suchi let out a sigh of relief. He quietly slipped away. It must be Master secretly helping me. Otherwise, how could I be this lucky? As expected of Master. On the other side, Li Qianlong had arrived at the Jade Pure Sect. He taunted them smugly. I bet you didn't expect this, did you, Jade Pure Sect? I've come to pay you a visit. With that, he turned to Wei Yuan and asked, Senior, what's the situation? Wei Yuan frowned and replied, I've just scanned the area with my spiritual sense. There's only one spirit transformation cultivator inside the Jade Pure Sect. What's more, he seems to be injured. Li Qianlong wore a sinister expression. A wicked scheme was brewing. If the deity-slaying elder is injured, that's perfect for us. Wei Yuan asked curiously, Is this the kind of sect you invited me here to deal with? Li Qianlong bowed low, pleading with him. We need to finish this quickly. I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Wei Yuan maintained his majestic air. A ragtag bunch of nobodies. It's a minor matter. With Wei Yuan backing him up, Li Qianlong loudly ordered the army to charge. The first person to kill a Jade Pure Sect member will be heavily rewarded. Hearing this, the soldiers felt a surge of strength. They charged forward as one. Meanwhile, the system notified Hanju of the incoming attack. Option: flee, or stay to protect the Jade Pure Sect. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to stay and defend his home. Hanju's gaze turned razor-sharp. Wei Yuan, first level of the Void Hallucinatory Realm from the West Abyss Province. Deputy Sect Master of the Nine Dragons Sect. The system immediately returned the simulation results. Trial concluded. Target defeated. Time elapsed. 3 seconds. Back in reality, Wei Yuan had collapsed before he even knew what hit him. Urgent reports echoed outside the Great Hall. 19 sects are attacking. The East Gate guards are requesting reinforcements. The South Gate's defensive array needs more spirit stones. Inside, the subordinates continue their frantic reports. Enemies spotted to the north. Hearing this, one of the elders spoke up. It's come to this crisis already. Everyone asked in a panic. Sect Master, Senior Brother, why aren't you worried at all? Even if we don't run, we should at least be sending disciples out to fight. Li Qingzi smiled confidently, replying with total composure. Relax. It's just a minor issue. One elder wiped away sweat, questioning him. Wait, is it the deity-slaying elder? The Sect Master knew exactly what he was thinking. Exactly. The deity-slaying elder has decided to handle all 19 sects alone. First, it's to minimize casualties among our disciples. Li Qingzi paused for a moment before continuing. Second, since the 19 sects haven't split up and are grouping for an ambush, it's the perfect time for the deity-slaying elder to wipe them all out in one go. Someone asked hesitantly, is he really that confident? Li Qingzi was practically glowing with excitement. Rest easy. The deity-slaying elder said it himself. He can now go toe-to-toe with the founding ancestor. With a guarantee like that, his confidence must be absolute. This is a God-given opportunity for us. Hearing that, everyone finally felt at ease. They even praised Xixian for educating him so well. Meanwhile, at the back of the mountain, Hanju rubbed his neck, muttering, Cultivating for too long has made my shoulders so stiff. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Master, you're finally out. Hanju turned to see the Black Hell chicken, loaded down with bags and luggage. We have to run. Fast. I've already packed everything. Hanju thought, feeling utterly helpless. This chicken really did inherit my cautious nature. He didn't rush, speaking with total indifference. Calm down. They're just a bunch of small fry. Why on earth would we need to run? The chicken's eyes widened, not quite grasping Hanju's meaning. But as soon as the words left his lips, Hanju took flight, leaving nothing behind but a trail of smoke. The Black Hell chicken stared at the dust, wondering, wait, did Master just call me small fry too? Hanju rode his sword like a gale, heading straight for the enemy. A loud voice announced to the invaders. The Jade Pure Sect is just ahead. They're dead meat, protecting Zhou Fan and Mo Fujio. They're nothing but traitors to the righteous path. They spotted a figure standing atop a rocky outcrop. The crowd started whispering. Is that Senior Wei Yuan? A real void hallucinatory realm cultivator? Shut up. A powerhouse like that isn't for us to gossip about. This battle will surely go down in history. Li Qianlong saw someone flying toward them and spoke up. Senior, someone from the J-Pure sect is coming. Wei Yuan secretly spread his divine sense to evaluate Hanju. Seeing what looked like a 9th-level foundation establishment aura, he sneered at such weakness. But upon closer inspection, he was stunned by the valuable gear Hanju was wearing. Every single piece is a spirit treasure. Li Qianlong stood by his side, laughing contemptuously. The J-Pure sect must be terrified. They only sent one person out to die. Wei Yuan ignored him, thinking about how he only owned one spirit treasure, and he nearly died just to get that one. Wait, is this person really not Daoist Jiuding? Li Qianlong speculated. He's probably an envoy coming to beg for peace. The ancestor is far overseas. He couldn't have returned this quickly. Besides, Dongzhou is in trouble too. He wouldn't have the time to worry about the J-Pure sect. Hearing this, Wei Yuan seemed to realize something. No wonder he's decked out in defensive treasures. He's likely afraid we'll use him as a punching bag for our anger. Hanju quickly reached the two of them. As he landed firmly, Li Qianlong was quick to taunt him. The J-Pure sect only sent one man? How arrogant! Hanju observed him and asked, "You're Li Qianlong, aren't you?" The question caught him off guard, making him wonder. The pressure coming from him is so intense. How does he know who I am? I clearly kept my involvement a secret. He then sent a silent transmission to Wei Yuan. Something's not right. Senior, please just kill him now. Wei Yuan replied, sounding a bit nervous. He's completely ignoring my pressure. His strength is definitely not below mine. I doubt he's actually from the J-Pure sect. Li Qianlong guessed. This person is most likely the deity-slaying elder. I've heard he's the youngest elder in the sect's history. Apparently, he wasn't even born in the J-Pure sect. He's not even 300 years old. Wei Yuan began to calculate his odds. Under 300? Then at most, he's only at the deity transformation realm. If he can withstand my pressure, it must be thanks to those spirit treasures. Thinking this, he said confidently, "In that case, deity-slaying elder, do you dare to cross blades with me?" The words had barely left his mouth when Hanju struck first. Hanju thought contemptuously, where does this guy get his confidence from? He decided to end it right then and there. Wei Yuan was still in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening. Li Qianlong, standing nearby, was paralyzed with fear. He has no honor. He actually dared to sneak attack. The crowd below was also jaw-dropped by Hanju's incredible speed. Hanju didn't hesitate to use the Six Paths ultimate seal. As his hand pressed against Wei Yuan's forehead, bolts of lightning flared. Ever since entering the void hallucinatory realm, he had mastered a new divine technique. This seal could directly crush an enemy's nascent soul. It was a definitive killing move. The body remains, but the soul is annihilated. Wei Yuan's knees slammed into the ground. The moment Hanju let go, the man fell unconscious. Li Qianlong could only let out a strangled cry as he watched. Senior Wei Yuan. Before the shock could even fade, he heard Hanju's voice. "Your turn." Hanju manipulated his sword. The tip of the blade pierced straight through Li Qianlong's chest. Then, Hanju raised his hand. With a flick of his finger, a burst of spiritual energy exploded. The energy surged through Li Qianlong's body. It shattered his golden core, tore through his nascent soul, and heavily damaged his spirit. In just a few short minutes, Hanju had neutralized the two strongest enemies. The sight left everyone so terrified they couldn't speak. After a long pause, someone asked tentatively, "Sect Master, are we still attacking?" The Sect Master immediately turned and snapped at him. "Attack my ass. Are you a spy or something? We came here to support the J-Pure sect." Then, the man put on a fake smile and shouted, "It seems the J-Pure sect doesn't need our help after all. We'll be taking our leave now. Sorry for the intrusion." Watching the crowd scramble away in a hurry, Hanju felt a sense of relief. It's a good thing the 19 sects didn't fight to the death. If I'd killed them all, the J-Pure sect would have become the common enemy of the great yin cultivation world. Now this can finally end. Hanju quickly made his way to the Great Hall. He stepped inside and called out, "Sect Master, I'm leaving Li Qianlong to you." Hearing this, everyone asked in disbelief, "Is it over already?" The battle hadn't even truly begun. Afterward, he returned to his cave abode at the back of the mountain. Hanju gently laid Wei Yuan's body on the ground. He immediately began to cast a spell, chanting the incantation in his mind, "Release him." A faint, blurry ghost instantly appeared before him. The ghost moved to tears, stammering, "Deity slaying elder." Hanju spoke coldly. "Huang Zuntian, listen closely. Do you want to live again?" His words left the ghost stunned and bewildered. He asked hesitantly, "Do you mean I can come back to life?" Hanju replied seriously, "That's right. I have a body here whose soul has already been extinguished. However, the physical vessel is still viable. You only need to seize it to be reborn." Hearing this, Huang Zuntian immediately fell to his knees and bowed. "I, Huang Zuntian, hereby swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. From this day forward, I will serve you like a beast of burden, senior. Should I break this oath, may my heart be devoured, and my soul be scattered into nothingness." His forehead was swollen from kowtowing so hard, yet he didn't care and continued, "I will follow you until the very end. Once I am reborn, I will return to the green-robed sacred cult and sever all ties. From now on, I am senior's man." However, Hanju spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "Sorry about that. The green-robed sacred cult has already been wiped out." While the man stood there, brain-dead from the shock, Hanju evaluated him. "This Huang Zuntian really knows how to play his cards, but I can't fully trust him based on word alone." Hanju's next words caught Huang Zuntian's attention. This body has quite a significant background. He was the vice sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. Hanju stated his objective. He was a void-level cultivator whose soul I recently destroyed. Now, I wanted to take his place. Terrified by the words void level, he began to stammer. "If you give the command, your subordinate will obey, even if it means death." Hanju explained his reasoning. "I'm telling you to replace him. I don't actually need you to do much. I'm just worried that those backing him will come for revenge and disturb my cultivation. Do you understand?" Huang Zuntian nodded vigorously, signaling his comprehension. Hanju added calmly, "You just need to help me pacify the Nine Dragons sect. Keep this whole affair hidden, and that will be enough. Furthermore, I've left a seal on your soul. If you ever dare to betray me in the future, I can crush you with a single thought." Upon hearing this, he knelt and spoke with absolute sincerity. "Please rest easy, great immortal. I would never dream of becoming your enemy." Having received his guarantee, Hanju ordered Huang Zuntian to begin the possession. 7 days later, a system notification appeared. "Huang Zuntian's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hanju speculated. It seems the possession was a success. Inside Wei Yuan's body, the man spoke with deep gratitude. Huang Zuntian said respectfully, "Mission accomplished. I have successfully seized the body." Seeing this, Hanju felt like something was off with old Huang. The man spoke up again. "Thank you for your mercy, senior. May I ask for senior's name and Taoist title? It would be incredibly disrespectful to keep calling you the deity-slaying elder." Hanju thought for a moment and replied, "Then you may call me reincarnation." He thought to himself, "Since I've mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, taking the name reincarnation shouldn't be overstepping too much." But Huang Zuntian thought differently. To dare use reincarnation as a Taoist title. As expected, he is no ordinary man. I must cling tightly to this person. Suddenly, he said with a hint of hesitation, "Senior reincarnation, I've just sensed the Nine Dragons sect summoning me." Just as Hanju expected, Wei Yuan has been out of contact for so long. They must be getting very anxious. There's no time to lose. Set off the Nine Dragons sect immediately. Hanju didn't forget to give instructions. The Nine Dragons sect is located in the Western Abyss province, outside Great Yin. Don't lose your way. And remember, don't let your cover blow. Huang Zuntian immediately obeyed. Before he left, Hanju gave one last reminder. If you're not good at lying, just keep your mouth shut. After all, you're a void-level cultivator now. They won't dare interrogate you. The man replied calmly. "Don't worry, I plan to handle this once and for all." Hanju didn't understand what he meant and asked for clarification. But he simply replied softly, "I'll just use my old tricks." After thinking for a moment, he turned back to ask, "Senior, do you need me to climb to the position of sect master of the Nine Dragons sect?" His words left Hanju speechless for a long time. Eventually, he replied indifferently, "Do as you wish." Huang Zuntian obeyed, bid him farewell, and prepared to set out. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. "You have successfully protected the Jade Pure sect. Received a secret manual for a magical technique. Congratulations! You have obtained the True Form Revelation technique. Casting this spell can force any living being to reveal its true form. After reading it, Hanju fell in a deep thought. A new system notification appeared. This means if I hadn't kept a trump card, the J-Pure sect would have faced even more trouble. It seems being cautious was the right call. The butterfly effect of karma is truly terrifying. 1 month later, Li Qingzi arrived, holding a box of treasures excitedly. I'm here to deliver some treasures to the deity-slaying elder. The old man pointed happily to the large pile behind him. It's all thanks to Elder Han. This time, the sect masters of the 19 sects all came to apologize and gave us quite a lot of things. I've handpicked some of the best items to give to you, Elder. Hanju replied helplessly. The sect master is too kind. Li Qingzi's attitude suddenly shifted to anger. I've confronted the sect masters of the various sects. The one behind everything this time was that bastard Li Qianlong. He's been locked up by me now. Then, he let out a heavy, troubled sigh. We've issued arrest warrants for Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou, but those two seem to have vanished into thin air. I'm a bit worried about them. Hanju said indifferently. There's no need to worry. They're both capable. They might have left Great Yin a long time ago. Li Qingzi replied. I can only hope so. Speaking of which, the Wei family is the same. The Wei family has been expelled from the Great Yin cultivation world by the other sects. Without them stirring up trouble, the various powers within Great Yin have become much quieter. Hanju said reassuringly. That's for the best. We have no intention of seeking hegemony. Only by cultivating in peace can the sect go further. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju ordered the system to open the social relationships of Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. Your friends Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden land. They have received an ancient inheritance. Hanju read the info while eating, making a guess. These two, they aren't going to end up together later, are they? He pushed thoughts of them aside for now. Next was a series of updates regarding his close acquaintances. He thought to himself dejectedly, these people, especially my disciples, why can't they just let me worry a little less? Just as Hanju was lost in thought, the system flashed another notification. Innate providence bearer detected. This information caught him by surprise. He couldn't help but feel it was a hassle. No way, not another one. Hanju hesitantly clicked on the option the system presented. His face was full of suspicion. It better not be another troublemaker. The system then displayed a series of biographical details for Sun Chang'an. Hanju felt overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. He looked at the part the system specifically highlighted, a human-shaped spirit chi gathering machine. Suddenly, he noticed a line of text. Wait, he actually came specifically looking for me. Hanju recalled the previous introduction, his head full of question marks. He silently felt a surge of self-importance. Am I, Hanju, really that famous? A figure bowed before a large stone tablet engraved with the words, Cultivate diligently to become immortal. The man muttered to himself, this must be the cave dwelling of the deity-slaying elder. The man was Sun Chang'an. He clasped his hands with certainty. It has to be, Sun Chang'an speculated. The deity-slaying elder is a dedicated cultivator. He can surely help me escape this sea of suffering. He thought back to Xiao Mei and wept silently. I can no longer be a simp crawling at her feet. At that moment, Sun Chang'an suddenly dropped to his knees. He kowtowed repeatedly toward the stone tablet and shouted, This humble monk, Sun Chang'an, begs the deity-slaying elder to accept me as a disciple. However, an entire hour passed without anyone responding to him. Sun Chang'an's spirit sank. Why is there no movement? Could it be that Senior isn't even here? He pressed his hands to his forehead, brushing away the thought. No, this must be a trial from Senior. I just need to persevere. My sincerity will eventually move him. Sun Chang'an bowed, his voice filled with earnestness. Please, Senior, accept me as your disciple. It turned out that everything had been observed through Han Ju's divine sense. He rubbed his chin and thought, while an ancient spirit ginseng is a good thing, it could also bring a lot of trouble. I'll just keep watching for now. Spring arrived. He was still kneeling before that massive stone tablet. Then came the scorching summer heat. The rain poured down in torrents, but he refused to budge. Through the autumn season, leaves fell and flowers bloomed in turns. People passed by, laughing and playing together. Finally, winter came. White snowflakes covered Sun Chang'an's entire body, yet he remained motionless. By now, winter was coming to an end. Suddenly, a voice rang out, awakening his mind. A voice calls out to him. Haven't you grown tired of kneeling for so long? The speaker is Emoju. He looks up at her and replies, to gaze upon the fleeting beauty of the flesh. I can never be tired. Emoju frowns, completely baffled by Sun Chang'en's words. He stares at her. With a pitiful look in his eyes, he stammers his question. Are you the deity-slaying elder? Without even sparing him a glance, Emoju confirms she is not. Emoju gazes up at the clear blue sky. With an unreadable expression, she whispers, a man like that was born to be admired from afar. Emoju knits her brows. She fixes him with a cold, piercing glare from her jade-green eyes. Not to be outdone, Hanju stares right back at her. Sitting cross-legged across from her, he asks, Miss Mo, are you really planning to follow your brother and fall into the demonic path? She answers without hesitation. I'm going to find my brother. We're going to get our revenge together. Hearing this, he asks, can't you let it go? Emoju's expression remains stoic. Her lips curl into a faint, bitter smile. I truly thought I had moved past the hatred. But as I cultivated tonight, I realized it has become my heart devil. She reaches out with her slender hands. If I can't overcome this inner demon, I will always be shackled by my own past, and I'll never reach the nascent soul realm. With that, Emoju clenches her hands in a tight fist. She turns her face away and speaks softly. I only came here to say goodbye. In the entire J-Pure sect, aside from my brother, Hanju silently fixes his brown eyes on Emoju. She lowers her head slightly. She finally confesses her true feelings. The one I care about most is you. You're the only person who has ever made my heart flutter. Having said her piece, Emoju leans in close to Hanju. They're face to face. Dragonflies dance over the water beside a small cluster of flowers, creating a picturesque scene. Emoju leans further forward, leaving Hanju looking utterly dazed. She whispers to him, there are some things I have to do. I don't want to live with the regret. So, I guess this is where we part ways. Emoju's eyes soften with a gentle, lingering gaze. A faint, shy blush creeps across her cheeks. Suddenly, a mysterious force grabs her by the wrist. Startled, Emoju snaps her head around to see who did it. Hanju is still sitting there. His hand is clamped firmly around her wrist, refusing to let go. He looks at her coldly and gives his final instruction. Since your mind is made up, then stay safe on your journey. Emoju yanks her hand back decisively. She curses him in her head. That total blockhead. What was I even expecting? Why won't he just ask me to stay? Even just a little sign of wanting me here would have been enough. She turns her back to him. Her face darkens as tears begin to fall. I don't know if we'll ever meet again after this. Is this really the last time I'll see him in this lifetime? I can't accept this. Emoju bites her lip hard. Her heart screams the same thought over and over. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, she spins around and shouts his name. And then, she asks the question. If I come back safely, will you marry me? Hanju lowers his head slightly, his expression hidden on his handsome face. Then, he looks up at her. He gives her a gentle smile. Of course you'll come back safely. Tears of relief stream down Emoju's face. Her heart swells with pure joy. I knew I didn't misjudge him, but things didn't go quite as Emoju expected. The moment she stepped out of the cave, she was caught and bound by the sect master. Emoju wails and struggles like a captured animal. Hanju wears a smug, infuriating grin as he points at her. See, I told you that you'd be safe. Behind them, one man sighs while the other scolds her. Emoju is hauled away over someone's shoulder. She hasn't stopped cursing his name for a second. The black hell chicken watches from the side, snickering. Meanwhile, Hanju is shaking hand with the old man. It's a good thing your spiritual sense alerted us to this. We can't afford to lose another disciple to the demonic path. Hanju offers a polite, humble smile in response. Li Qingzi suddenly remembers something and speaks up. Elder Han, when I was coming up the mountain earlier, I saw a monk kneeling there. If I'm not mistaken, he's been kneeling there for 5 years already. Hanju freezes instantly stunned. He remembers Sun Chang'en, who is still prostrating before the stone tablet. I've been so focused on cultivating, I almost completely forgot about him. By now, Sun Chang'en is entirely covered in fallen leaves. Birds have even built a nest on his head. Sun Chang'en mumbles under his breath. Please, deity-slaying elder, accept me as your disciple. A voice from right in front of him catches his attention, and he looks up. Sun Chang'an squints at the figure silhouetted against the bright sun. He instinctively calls out. Hanju looks down at the man on the ground and gives a soft chuckle, confirming he is indeed the one he's looking for. Still kneeling, the man stammers nervously. Your disciple, Sun Chang'an, pays his respects to master. Hanju looks at him and asks coldly, once you enter my tutelage, unless you achieve immortality, you are never to leave this mountain. Ever. Do you accept? The man's face lights up with joy. In his heart, he praises his new master. Sun Chang'an bows deeply and respectfully, pouring his heart out. My only wish is to cultivate in seclusion. I want nothing more to do with a mundane world. That is exactly why I sought you out. Hanju listens and nods slightly. A decent mindset. Follow me. The man quickly complies. Sun Chang'an's entire body is trembling slightly. Sweat beads on his forehead. Hanju stands there, leaning on his staff as he watches him. Go find a place to train. Once you reach the golden core stage, I will teach you my techniques. Exhausted, the man gasps out his thanks. The black hell chicken nearby thinks the guy looks like he wants to take a bite out of Hanju. Suddenly, a system notification pings, catching Hanju's attention. The system announces his achievements and presents him with 3 choices. He stares pensively at the screen. Rubbing his chin, he carefully considers the 3 options. After analyzing each one seriously, he decides the 3rd option is the best. Without hesitation, Hanju taps the 3rd option on the display. The system confirms his choice. It offers a quick congratulation. Next, it explains the new magic he just received. Reading the name of the spell, Hanju is left speechless as he imagines how to use it. Up on the cliffside, a voice rings out. Someone screams at the top of their lungs. This is too much. I need a better inheritance. In the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. Many things have happened during that time. A group of people stand tall with solemn, dignified expressions. Every one of them radiates a cold, formidable aura. The J-Pure sect has naturally risen to become the #1 sect in Great Yen. As for how Hanju knows all this, he is currently sitting there as still as a statue. His jaw is on the floor, eyes wide with shock. Hanju lies on the ground. He's scrolling through his friend list. Over the years, the numbers have added up. The list of friends from the Jade Pure sect has grown to an absurd, overwhelming size. He points angrily at the massive list and starts ranting. How am I supposed to keep up with this many people? Are you even going to let me cultivate in peace? Hanju puts a hand to his forehead and sighs. The notifications and the friends are just everywhere. Logically, I should just ignore it. But if I need to find someone, I have to scroll through everything. This is a mess. The system speaks up, grabbing his attention. He looks at it with exhausted eyes. The system displays an image of Xing Hongxian. It gives Hanju a brief explanation. After hearing it, his face twists with rage as he curses the system. Inside the mountain cave, Hanju bellows. I clearly remember this feature not being there before. The system shoots back a reply to his outburst, leaving him with no comeback. At that same moment, on a distant cliff, a lone figure stands on the edge. A group of people opposite him charge forward with weapons drawn, screaming, Su Chi, you monster! Their faces are contorted with rage. Their insults keep coming, but they are all aimed at one person. Su Chi is covered in wounds. He speaks softly. If you want to frame someone, any excuse will do. The boy tries to defend himself. I'll say this once. I have never killed anyone. I found these treasures fair and square. If you want them so badly, come and take them. The mob roars and charges at him. They lunge at Su Chi. Take this. D. Avenge the Sect Leader. But the boy easily tilts his head, dodging their attacks with ease. Su Chi's eyes go dark as he scoffs. Did you really think this was my limit? They freeze, stunned by his words. Every one of them tenses up, looking at the person before them with newfound caution. The crowd immediately backs away, warning one another to stay alert. Tuo Chi's expression suddenly turned menacing. Fine then, I'll show you my ultimate move. The boy looked up at the sky and let out a piercing scream, calling for his master to come to the rescue. But the only response Tuo Chi received was an agonizing, deafening silence. The atmosphere grew painfully awkward. The boy scratched his head and gave a sheepish thumbs up. Sorry about that. My master is currently in the latrine. Give him just a second, okay? Meanwhile, Hanju was still engrossed in his system, muttering to himself. Settings updated. Now I'll only see notifications from my special follower list. My social circle is finally quiet for once. As the system displayed a stream of information on the screen, he wondered, it's absolute chaos out there. Is staying at home to cultivate not good enough for these people? Suddenly, a new system notification pinged, instantly grabbing his attention. The message popped up. Your disciple, Tuo Chi, is being hunted by a coalition of 7 sects. Hanju read the message, speechless. He sighed to himself. I wonder which sects were lucky enough to run into him. Tuo Chi screamed in pure desperation. He didn't stop calling for Hanju to come and save his life. The crowd below watched this spectacle, standing frozen in place. One of them spoke up. Elder, are we still going to attack? The other man clasped his hands and gave Tuo Chi a mock bow. I am an elder of the earth-severing sect. If your fellow Taoist is truly present, why doesn't he stop hiding and step out? The boy was trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, this is bad. Did Master really step out for something? Suddenly, a man noticed the shifting expressions on Tuo Chi's face and immediately cut him off. Furious, he ordered the group to charge in and seize the boy. Tuo Chi stood there, awkwardly pleading for mercy. Before he knew it, he was knocked flat on the ground. The boy shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone has emergencies. My master must be busy with something really urgent. Suddenly, crackles of cold energy manifested in the air. Witnessing this phenomenon, the group immediately recoiled in terror. One man spoke, and everyone turned to listen. Dark clouds began to roll across the sky. Thunder roared, echoing across the land. They cried out in shock. What's happening? The weather was perfectly fine a second ago. Bolts of blood-red lightning began to strike down relentlessly. Tuo Chi stared up at the sky, eyes wide with awe. He knew in his heart that his master had finally arrived. Powerful bolts of lightning rained from above, striking the attackers directly. The sky was consumed by a blinding flash of lightning, making it impossible to see anything. Tuo Chi watched the scene unfold, then threw his arms wide and thanked Hanju at the top of his lungs. Another 18 years passed by in a flash. 2 figures stood facing each other. Hanju spoke to his companion. It's been 18 years since you joined the sect. His face was a mask of cold indifference as he spoke. Today, I will test your sword skills. Sun Chang'an clasped his hands and bowed with deep reverence. I have learned everything that Master has bestowed upon me. Hanju nodded and offered a rare word of praise. Very well. Let's see just how far you've come. The man's gaze suddenly turned sharp and dangerous. He drew his sword from its scabbard in a single, fluid motion. Sun Chang'an held the sword before him. His fingers shifted into a spell-casting gesture. The sword technique began. He swung his blade, executing the forms he had painstakingly practiced for nearly 2 decades. The deeper the emotion, the sharper the edge. Blades of energy danced within Sun Chang'an's palm. He leaped into the air, pointing the tip of his sword forward. To turn the blade into nothingness, without desire, without emotion, the 6 senses purified. All 4 elements are void. But suddenly, the memory of Xiao Mei flashed through his mind, and tears began to well up. Why? Why can't I forget her? Can anyone truly master the unfeeling sword technique? The mere step of abandoning desire is harder than reaching the heavens. Sun Chang'an immediately cast his doubts aside. He lunged forward, thrusting the sharp tip of his sword toward Hanju. Form is emptiness. The blade shall sever the heart to reach the man. Suddenly, the tip of his sword was caught and held effortlessly by just 2 fingers. Sun Chang'an's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Xing Hongxian, who was standing right in front of him, offered her critique while Hanju looked on in surprise. The swordplay isn't bad, but your cultivation level is a bit low. He hung his head in crushing disappointment. My sword was stopped that easily? As I thought, I'm still not good enough. He turned away dejectedly, looking at Hanju with an embarrassed expression. Is it possible that I'll never be able to see past love? Hanju placed a hand on his forehead and sighed before introducing Xing Hongxian. Let me introduce you. This is your senior. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang'an froze in place, completely stunned into silence. Seeing the intimate closeness between the 2 of them only made his own situation feel even more tragic. Sun Chang'an watched them, his mind beginning to wander. That unfeeling sword technique, Master taught me. It has to be a fake, right? Are you really the world's #1 hardcore cultivator? Back inside the cave, Xing Hongshuan's voice echoed incessantly. Oh, darling, this is a divine technique I discovered just for you. She clung to Hanju, asking with excitement. Well, isn't this a massive stroke of luck? Hanju scanned the manual and thought to himself, it actually is quite impressive. Her cultivation has increased significantly. She's already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Hanju glanced at the woman behind him. I appreciate the thought, but I have my own techniques. I don't really have a use for these things. Xing Hongxian powdered her cheeks in a huff. Fine then, but I have something else to show you. She pulled out a fruit with a very peculiar shape. This is a rare fruit I found in an ancient secret realm. Eating it boosts your vitality and spirit. I only ate one, and I could already shatter a mountain with a single punch. Xing Hongxian pulled out a mountain of those fruits, her mouth never stopping for a second. Eat as many as you like, my love. I have plenty more where that came from. Hanju, however, was preoccupied with where she was keeping all this stuff. Does her outfit really not have any pockets? Hanju fell into silent reflection. She's always thinking about me. I can't just keep turning her down. At that moment, she leaned in close and whispered into his ear. I heard someone named Imo Zhu came looking for you a while back. Upon hearing that question, Hanju's face turned as pale as a ghost. He opened his mouth to explain, but a slender hand was immediately placed over his racing heart. Xing Hongxian pinned Hanju down onto the table. Her expression darkened, though she kept a smile fixed on her face. We could talk about that later. Her gaze turned a bit predatory as she licked her lips. Sometimes it's necessary to strike first to gain the upper hand. She gently climbed onto the bed. Their clothes were soon scattered all over the floor. Mixed in with the sounds were Hanju's pleas for mercy and Xing Hongshuan's seductive calls. Several days had passed since that night. A pair of hairy legs walked toward the cave as a voice called out to him. Li Qingzi arrived with urgent news. The Bloodflame Heaven sect from the Great Way cultivation world has somehow recruited a powerful great expert as an elder. They say they want to unify all the surrounding cultivation worlds. Hanju was currently a complete wreck. His body was thin and frail, looking as drained as a shell of a man. Clearly, those passionate nights had taken a toll on him. He sat there listless and dazed. He managed to groan out a few words. Just let it all end. I'm too tired. Xing Hongxian, meanwhile, was still sound asleep beside him. The sun rose, casting a shimmering light over Hanju's cave dwelling. His voice finally rang out. What was it you said about the Bloodflame guy? Hanju grumbled to himself. Can I get just a moment of peace? Li Qingzi explained frantically. The neighboring Great Way cultivation world has already been unified by the Bloodflame Heaven sect. They're preparing to invade Great Yin, and their primary target is the Jade Pure sect. Hanju frowned slightly and inquired, is this Bloodflame sect actually strong? The old man replied impatiently. The issue isn't their overall strength. It's that they have a great expert elder. He's at least in the Void Realm. Hearing Void Realm, Hanju didn't seem too worried. I'm only worried if they have someone in the Integration Realm. Li Qingzi admitted that it was a possibility. Otherwise, they couldn't have unified the Great Way cultivation world so quickly. Elder Han, are you planning to take this chance to slip away? He spoke while making a walking motion with his fingers. Caught red-handed, Hanju hesitated. We'll see how it goes. If they're at the door by tomorrow, then yeah, I'm probably out of here. Li Qingzi immediately corrected him. It will take at least a few decades for them to reach us. I'm just giving you a heads up. Even so, Hanju still wasn't entirely at ease. 10 years might not be enough for me to reach the Integration Realm. The old man quickly tried to encourage him. I have absolute faith in your potential. Hanju begrudgingly accepted that, but another question bothered him. Hanju stared at the old man. You're all cultivators, yet you're fighting over territory like common mortals. Li Qingzi looked flustered. The more of the cultivation world you control, the more resources you have. As one's cultivation grows, so does their ambition. Having said that, the old man suddenly changed the subject. I have news regarding your disciple. The image of Yang Tiandong's face immediately flashed through Hanju's mind. Right? He's been missing for years, ever since that cultivation grand assembly. Li Qingzi looked a bit awkward. We found him, but he says he's a demon king now. He said life is good, so he has no plans to return for the time being. I'm worried he'll end up like Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. In contrast to the old man's worry, Han Ju was perfectly relaxed. Given how thick-headed he is, just leave him be. Hearing that, Li Qingzi brought up the black hell chicken he was raising. Han Ju still didn't care. Let life teach him what it's like to be a dog. He'll come crawling back soon enough. At this, the old man could only sigh in admiration. You truly are something else. With that, Li Qingzi bid him farewell to go prepare for the threat of the Blood Flame Heaven sect. Han Ju turned and waved him off. Try not to get beaten up again. A moment later, Han Ju reads the affectionate note left behind by Xing Hongxian. My dear husband, I know you are a busy man. Next time, your wife will make sure we share in the ultimate joys of the world together. After reading it, his disappointment turns into a silent tirade against Li Qingzi. That old geezer, he just ruined everything. Han Ju picks up the parchment and carefully studies the techniques written inside. The worldly joys technique. It's all about balance and compensation. The 3-pure go-sealing sword is a top-tier offensive skill. Right now, it's my strongest single-target attack. The success rate for a kill is quite high. On the other hand, the myriad sword sex technique can summon sword shadows from the long river of history. It's great for large-scale attacks, but the damage to a single target is still lacking. A sudden thought strikes him. What if I combine the two to cover their respective weaknesses? Han Ju narrows his eyes at the idea. If that's the case, why shouldn't I create my own unique Sword Dao divine power? Sometime later, at the True Martial Sect in the West Abyss State, inside a building nestled against the mountainside. The vast room is completely empty, except for a single man sitting in meditation right in the center. Is Huang Jihao. His eyes are tightly shut, focused in deep concentration. Suddenly, the door is slid open, letting in a flood of blinding sunlight along with a voice calling out his name. Shangguan Qiujin walks in and asks, Have you finally come to your senses? Huang Jihao keeps his eyes closed. Losing to you doesn't mean my sword Dao is inferior. Give me 100 years, and I will definitely surpass you. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect raised and educated me. I will never betray my sect, not even if it costs me my life. He opens his eyes, revealing a cold, steely gaze. Hearing this, Shangguan Qiujin tries to entice him with a dark tone. If you stay, I guarantee you'll become the greatest sword cultivator in the world. You could even become a sword immortal. You were born with a sword heart. Staying at the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is just a waste of talent. If you achieve immortality, it would be an honor for the Vermilion Bird Sword sect as well. Huang Jihao's face darkens instantly. Is my talent for the sword truly that unparalleled? Seeing the man's absolute certainty, he stands up, his expression grim. But I've met a sword genius even more monstrous than me. His sword Dao is far beyond yours. Shangguan curls his lip and scoffs in derision. What? You found him in that backwater place called Great Yin? Don't make me laugh. There's no way Great Yin has a sword cultivator stronger than me. Huang Jihao simply replies with indifference. Have you ever heard of the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? His strength is bottomless. He's easily on par with a soul formation cultivator. Even Wei Yuan of a Nine Dragons sect was sent packing in defeat. The man clicks his tongue darkly. Wei Yuan's talent was mediocre to begin with. He sells his services to others just for resources, shaming all of us in the soul formation realm. Defeating him is no great feat. Suddenly, Shangguan's sword begins to vibrate violently, as if it's about to leap from its scabbard. Next to him, Huang Jihao experiences the same thing with the sword at his hip. Confused, both men reach out to steady their blades. Shangguan Qiujin is the first to cry out. What's happening? Why is the sword trying to fly away? He suspects an enemy attack. With that, Shangguan rushes outside. It's not an attack. The two of them dash out of the room. The courtyard is in total chaos. Everyone is panicking as they watch their swords suddenly soar into the sky. The sight above leaves them paralyzed with shock. Countless swords of all shapes and sizes are being pulled into the heavens by an unseen energy. Shangguan and Huang Jihao can't hide their amazement. Suddenly, a realization hits Shangguan, and his eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters. 10,000 swords paying homage. The sword spirit speaks up. This is... Every sword in the sky suddenly levels out and points forward. They all begin streaking through the air toward a single destination. This is the eternal sword Dao. At that very moment, in a cave dwelling marked with a familiar motto. Hanju is sitting cross-legged in silence, head bowed. Suddenly, he looks up, his eyes filled with a deadly, unwavering light. Huang Jihao tracks the direction of the glowing swords and gasps out, "Great Yin." He asks in confusion, "Why do they call it the Eternal Sword Tao?" Xiujian immediately explains. "It's a realm of existence. A sword Tao divine power that is rarely seen in ages." A strange look of intrigue crosses his face. I never imagined such a genius existed in this day and age. Hearing the explanation, Huang Jihao's mind instinctively goes to Hanju's silhouette. It has to be him. He asks darkly, "If I join the true martial sect, can I learn a divine power like that?" Shangwan Qiujian frowns. "With your talent, it's impossible to ever reach that level." He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "You actually have the guts to even think about it? Whatever, let's just call that a white lie." Suddenly, a shadow streaks across the sky as fast as a lightning bolt. A figure slams down onto the ground right in front of them. The impact nearly makes Qiujian and Huang Jihao jump out of their skins. The newcomer glares with bloodshot eyes and screams, Who? Who has attained the eternal sword Tao?" The disheveled old man throws his arms wide and shouts at the sky, "I have spent 3,000 years agonizing over my innate sword heart and still failed. On what grounds? The heavens are truly unfair." Watching this scene, the two men are frozen like statues. Huang Jihao breaks into a sweat. "You just said my innate sword heart wouldn't amount to much." Qiujian denies it immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Jade Pure sect, startled cries erupt everywhere. The disciples are in an uproar as their swords suddenly fly toward the sky. Someone notices in terror that they are all heading toward a nearby mountain. On that mountain, Hanju grumbles in annoyance. "It's too early for it to be this noisy outside. They're interrupting my divine power enlightenment. Do these people have no decency?" Fuming, he storms out of his cave dwelling. The Black Hell Chicken and Sun Chang'an are relieved to see their master finally appear. But when Hanju looks up and sees the swarm of swords heading his way, his eyes bug out in shock. What the hell is going on? The two of them rush over in a panic. "A master has come to our doorstep. We need to get out of here fast." Contrary to their frantic energy, he simply looks at his palm in confusion. A brilliant ring of light appears in Hanju's hand. Why do these swords feel like they're waiting for my command? Unless I'm the one who caused this? With that thought, he tries to command them to stand down. The ring of light instantly shrinks. A moment later, the last of the light in the sky fades away. The glow surrounding the swords vanishes instantly. They begin to wobble and hover aimlessly in midair. A second later, the countless swords plummet from the sky, raining down into the ground all around Hanju. The Black Hell Chicken and Sun Chang'an stare in absolute awe. As expected of Master, his moves are truly extraordinary. The danger has been neutralized. Just then, the system pops up to inform him that he has gained insight into the Eternal Extreme Sword Tao. Hanju is surprised to learn that divine powers have different rankings. He rubs his chin, pondering over what to name this new power. After a moment, Hanju decides to call it the Three Pure World Shaking Sword. The system immediately confirms the name. Additionally, since he is the first to comprehend it, his luck has increased. Hanju chooses the path of low-key cultivation and receives a spirit treasure. Nearby, the Black Hell Chicken and Sun Chang'an are confused by his lack of movement. Could he be suffering from a spiritual backlash? The moment those words are spoken, Hanju's body erupts in a blinding light, making them scream. "Arg, my eyes!" This time, he gains a grade 3 defensive spirit treasure, the Earth Spirit Guarding Ribbon. It can automatically defend against and counterattack others. Hanju sinks into thought. If I did something arrogant right now, would the system take the treasure back? He immediately dismisses the thought. Being arrogant doesn't fit my style at all. But looking at those two idiots staring at him with sparkling eyes, Hanju finds it a bit hard to stay humble. Meanwhile, at the Nine Dragons sect in the West Abyss state, a gloomy atmosphere hangs over the vast estate. Inside the main hall, a giant incense burner sends thick clouds of smoke into the air. The sect master of the Nine Dragons sect sits across from Wei Yuan. "I have come to discuss a certain matter with you." Wei Yuan wonders why the man has suddenly sought him out. The sect master speaks in a heavy tone. I am well aware that the long-standing conflict between our sect and the true martial sect has drained our resources. So today, I've decided to send our disciples to Cultivate in the Great Yin region. It's a small place with weakening dynastic luck, making it perfect for our expansion. How about I let you lead the way? These words leave Wei Yuan completely stunned. He grit his teeth in pure anxiety. Invading Great Yin? Isn't that just a death wish? Wei Yuan tries his best to dissuade him. Great Yin isn't as simple as it looks. Can't we just attack somewhere else? The sect master remains convinced that Great Yin is weak. He wonders why Wei Yuan has been so cowardly ever since he returned from that battle. Besides, if you pull this off, the position of sect master will be yours sooner or later. Unless, of course, you intend to disappoint me. Hearing that, Wei Yuan screams internally. Like how I'm falling for your tricks. The sect master stands up and makes the decision himself, ignoring Wei Yuan's lack of cooperation. Get yourself ready. I'm going to go select the disciples now. Watching the sect master leave, Wei Yuan clenches his fists so hard his whole body trembles with rage. That old fox is setting me up. I finally managed to settle down for some quiet cultivation, and now he shoves this crap onto me. It's time to start the plan. Just you wait. The man from back then has returned. He grinds his teeth in silence. Hanju's creation of the eternal divine power caused quite a phenomenon. In an instant, every sect felt a sense of impending danger. Aside from a certain Taoist named Huang, no one believes the master who created the eternal sword Tao would be hiding in Great Yin. Huang Jihao holds up a drawing of Hanju, shouting back at the mocking crowds. I stake my reputation on the fact that Great Yin truly has a sword immortal, seeing him get so defensive over people insulting his drawing skills. Shangguan Xiujian sits on the wall with his legs crossed, sighing in helpless agreement. Meanwhile, on a majestic mountain peak, Hanju's voice rings out. The wooden puppet is almost finished. He mumbles to himself as he carves a comical wooden statue. I should probably get a little polish. Suddenly, the system pops up to congratulate Hanju on his 300th birthday. Since he has reached a 100-year cultivation milestone, he is given the choice to either end his seclusion or continue cultivating quietly. Hanju stared at the numbers on the notification, completely stunned. It was no surprise that he chose to stay low-key and keep cultivating. Afterward, Hanju received a Grade 3 spirit treasure, the heavenly immortal heart-protecting necklace. This treasure could automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and provide autonomous protection during combat. Reading the system's description, Hanju couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Meanwhile, the Black Hell Chicken and Sun Chang'an began their usual display of wide-eyed admiration. Seeing them like that, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll teach you two a new magical technique. The moment those words left his mouth, the two idiots immediately cheered and thanked him. At that moment, a system notification quietly appeared in the corner of his vision. It was a long list of notifications regarding the injuries and mishaps others were suffering out in the world. The final entry mentioned that Tuo Chi had been captured by the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty. At that very moment, in a magnificent palace within Great Jin, Tuo Chi was thrown violently onto the floor, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The boy struggled to stand, shouting to ask where he was. A soldier replied gloomily, "You're in Great Jin." He smirked, his voice low and raspy. "Consider yourself lucky, kid. The emperor personally handpicked you to marry the eldest princess. Until the wedding day, you aren't going anywhere." With that, the soldier slammed the door shut and left before Tuo Chi could say another word. Outside, the two guards kept gossiping about the princess's upcoming marriage. They wondered why the state preceptor claimed the fate of the Great Jin dynasty depended on this brat. Inside the dark, silent room, the boy stood up, trembling. "This is bad. Locked up by a dynasty again. If saving me means going up against an entire empire, then master, please don't come." Tuo Chi looked up in despair. Suddenly, a chorus of frantic screams and cries for help erupted outside, startling him. Through the shadows cast upon the door, Tuo Chi could see blood splattering everywhere. Voices outside were screaming about monsters and locusts. Curious, the boy peered through a crack in the door. What's so scary about a few locusts? But his eyes met those of a massive locust, its shimmering eyes staring right back at him. Tuo Chi stepped outside and stood frozen, staring at the two giant locusts before him. His jaw dropped, and his eyes bulged. He was literally petrified on the spot, seeing the swarm of giant locusts scaring everyone into a chaotic retreat. Tuachi immediately thought of his master. The boy's voice echoed through the vast courtyard. "Thank you for your help, master. I promise I will complete the mission." Meanwhile, Hanju was reading the system notification with a look of confusion. "Your disciple, Tuachi, has spread his jinx energy. The Great Jin dynasty is suffering from a locust plague, floods, and pestilence. The nation's foundations are on the verge of collapse. This is a once-in-a-millennium disaster." A week into the locust plague, Tuachi believed that despite all the hardships he'd faced over the years, the reason he survived was entirely due to his master's secret protection. The boy stood quietly amidst the wind and dust. Tuachi had tried calling out to his master several times, but he never received an answer. "You've been testing me for over 6 months, making me feel the true weight of solitude." The boy's face had become noticeably gaunt and hollow. Only by enduring absolute loneliness can one truly seek the Tao and become an immortal. Suddenly, Tuachi noticed something near a tree up ahead. In the cool shade, an old man sat silently, leaning on his staff. A moment later, the boy approached him to ask where they were. The old man simply replied, "North Basin," and nothing more. The moment Tuachi heard the name North Basin, he was thunderstruck. It's been nearly 100 years. Finally, the boy couldn't contain his joy and began shouting at the top of his lungs. "I finally made it to North Basin." Then Tuachi suddenly dropped to his knees. "Master, did you see that?" The boy looked up at the sky in triumph, basking in the light of his victory. "Your disciple did not let you down." Witnessing this, the old man couldn't help but ask, "You're that happy to be in North Basin? Do you even know what kind of place this is?" Tuachi wiped his nose and answered honestly, "Not really, but the Royal Demon Sect is in North Basin, right?" The old man asked what his business was with them. Tuachi grew excited. "Once I join the Royal Demon Sect, I'll have plenty of business with them." The old man began to break it down for him. The Royal Demon Sect has incredibly high standards. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to join. Furthermore, North Basin is a land where demons run wild. Listen to my advice, young man. The path into North Basin is a living hell, he warned in a low, somber tone. Hearing that, Tuachi just scratched his head and said he'd be careful. The old man sighed helplessly. Stupid brat, ignoring warnings and heading straight for death. Meanwhile, the boy was wondering if North Basin was even half as powerful as his master. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. On a day when the sky was thick with snow, pristine snowflakes gently landed on the familiar characters outside Hanju's cave dwelling. Cheers rang out at the sight of the falling snow. Sun Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken rushed outside to build a snowman in their master's likeness. While they were playing, Hanju looked up at the sky and sighed. "This snowfall is a bit much, isn't it?" Suddenly, the system popped up with a warning that startled him. The notification stated that a 10,000-year-old demon was about to awaken. Hanju had to choose: head out immediately to kill the demon, or continue cultivating and stay far away from the danger. At that moment, on a treacherous, snow-capped mountain range, the blizzard was so thick it completely obscured the horizon. Yang Tiandong frowned impatiently. How much longer? The beast demon reassured him it would be soon. The great demon King Dian Su is finally waking from his deep slumber. He frowned deeper, clearly skeptical. If he was really that powerful, why was he injured and forced to sleep for 2,000 years? The demon let out a cold snort. 2,000 years ago, this land was the playground of our demon race. Demon King Dian Su was the sole ruler of this territory. Every monster and beast obeyed his command. Once, the Demon King tried to save an injured cultivator. Instead, he was ambushed and sealed away right here. But now, the seal's power has finally faded. The Demon King is about to wake. The beast demon growled. The glory of the demon race will be restored. Hearing the story, Yang Tiandong couldn't help but be curious. Weren't those cultivators worried that Demon King Dian Su would return? The demon laughed mockingly. Human hearts are uglier than any monsters. 2,000 years have passed. We aren't their only enemies anymore. They're probably too busy slaughtering each other. That is why now is our chance to rise again. Hearing this, he just walked on in silence. A moment later, Yang Tiandong probed further. Once the Demon King wakes up, Will you guys massacre the humans of Great Yin? The beast demon frowned in confusion, as if the answer was obvious. This territory belongs to us. Hearing that, the image of his master appeared in his mind. Yang Tiandong pondered, deciding he had to find a way to mediate. Suddenly, the beast demon stopped in his tracks and warned them to be on guard. The protective barrier. Yang Tiandong was startled and confused. The demon pointed toward the mountain peak ahead. That is where the Demon King is sealed. Even after all these years, the pressure is still overwhelming. The demons behind them were equally stunned. A short while later at the mountain peak, the seal had completely dissipated. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the ice. A second later, a massive fissure opened, signaling that something was about to break free. A glowing eye, radiating a thick, murderous intent, slowly opened. Then, a monster crawled out from beneath the rocks, letting out a frenzied roar. The next instant, it shot off like a bolt of lightning into the distance. Yang Tiandong and the demons below had to shield their eyes from the blinding light. He grit his teeth in disbelief. This pressure is terrifying. It far exceeds the feeling Master gives off. Master is in trouble. Returning to Hanju's choice, he decided to continue his cultivation and received a Fusang tree, which grows by absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He held the glowing orb in his hand. In the future, it could attract golden crows. And these aren't just any crows, they're like suns. 1,000,000 years from now, it could even connect to other realms. 1,000,000 years is way too long. Hanju examined it hesitantly. Then, he turned and called over Sun Chang'an, who was still busy with his snowman. The man stared blankly at the strange orb he was given. Hanju told him it was his treasure tree and ordered him to plant and care for it with his life. He glared at him threateningly. If it doesn't grow well, I'm coming for you. Terrified, the man scrambled to obey the command. As Sun Chang'an ran off, clutching the Fusang tree, another system notification popped up. After reading it, Hanju narrowed his eyes, looking quite displeased. At the same time, inside the massive library, a voice could be heard shouting insults. Deep within the cluttered rooms filled with scrolls, a man was hurling unfiltered abuse. The J-Pure sect is really nothing special. This is supposed to be Great Yan's #1 sect? How pathetic. Qing Xian picked up a book featuring illustrations of spicy girls. Now this one isn't bad. It's just too old and blurry to see clearly. I'll save it for later. For now, my priority is dealing with that deity-slaying elder. He muttered to himself while stuffing the book into his robes. Just then, someone discovered the intruder and shouted. 2 J-Pure sect disciples lunged at him, furious. How dare you steal our scriptures and sneak into the forbidden grounds? Surrender now. However, a few seconds later, they were sent crashing through the walls, screaming as they flew. Qing Xian watched them with a look of pure disdain. Is that all you've got? No wonder the deity-slaying elder is called the strongest in Great Yin. The competition must be non-existent. After taking a tour around the sect, I found that this mountain has the densest spiritual qi, and it happens to be where the deity-slaying elder is in seclusion. He gazed thoughtfully at the distant peak. I can't wait to see the pathetic look on your face when you're kneeling and begging me for mercy. Qing Xian smirked with anticipation. Meanwhile, after reading the notification about perfected Qing Xian of the Blood Flame Heaven sect wreaking havoc, Hanju muttered coldly, "In that case, I guess I'll have to deal with you." Having made his decision, Qing Xian immediately shot toward the mountain where Hanju lived. His speed was so incredible, he seemed to merge with the howling blizzard. Qing Xian recalled his conversation with the sect master. I know you love seeking out challenges to advance your Dao, but when you get a Great Yin, don't forget our primary objective. He had replied casually. The main goal is to investigate the sect's background and strength. I know what I'm doing. My plan is to pose as one of their disciples. Qing Xian speaks with a dark, brooding tone. If the sect is strong, I'll take my time and plan carefully. But if they're weak, I'll wipe them out on the spot. Back in the present, he casts a contemptuous glance toward the sect. From what I can see, the J-Pure sect is nothing special. No wonder perfected Kuju wasn't sure about staying here. Cultivating like a frog at the bottom of a well, they'll never get far. A moment later, he finally approaches his destination. The spiritual energy is getting denser by the second. I must be close. If I heard correctly, they call this place the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain. Qing Xian lands gracefully on a tree branch. What a tasteless name. Immediately after, he builds momentum and leaps into the air. Well, if he refuses to cooperate, this place will make a decent burial ground. Suddenly, a massive head appears in front of Qing Xian, its maw hanging open as if to swallow him whole. Caught completely off guard, Qing Xian's eyes widen in sheer terror, nearly bulging out of his head. By the time he recovers and looks again, the head has vanished into thin air. Was that an illusion? Sweating profusely, he stares at the mountain before him. For some reason, a nagging sense of danger begins to crawl up his spine. This is the first time in all his years as a soul formation cultivator that he's felt this way. In the cultivation world, there are some monsters that defy all logic. Deciding to play it safe, he raises 2 fingers to cast a spell. Better to be cautious. A flicker of blue light, like a dancing flame, envelopes Qing Xian's entire body. Once the barrier is set, he closes his eyes and lets out a silent sigh of relief. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Hanju is sitting in silent meditation. I sense him. He probably senses me too. Once he's certain Qing Xian has arrived, he slowly opens his eyes, cold and terrifying. At that moment, the intruder is standing directly above Hanju, observing him. What a handsome young man. His cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He must be a disciple of the deity-slaying elder. Qing Xian speaks up, asking Hanju where the deity-slaying elder is. Just then, the system notifies Hanju that the intruder has developed a favorable impression of him. Hanju asks calmly, "What do you want?" The man squints, looking quite pleased with himself. "I'm here to invite him to join my Blood Flame Heaven sect, of course." Before Qing Xian can even finish his sentence, his eyes snap open in shock. The young man before him suddenly reaches out his hand to summon something. "Then why don't you talk to my sword first?" With those words, a sword appears in Hanju's hand. Qing Xian's eyes nearly pop out of his head. The aura of that weapon. It's no ordinary blade. In the next second, Hanju throws his head back and bellows at the top of his lungs, "3!" As Hanju shouts the second word, "Pure," the man sees nothing but a chaotic blur of brilliant sword light flashing before him. Realization finally hits Qing Xian, leaving him slack-jawed and wide-eyed. The soul formation realm. You're the deity-slaying elder. At the same time, Hanju roars the final word, "Sword." Hanju holds the sword before him. In a flash, the blade is driven deep into the earth. The point of impact erupts in a blinding flash of light. Countless chaotic sword streaks suddenly manifest around where he stands. Caught defenseless, Qing Xian takes a direct hit to the shoulder. "I was careless. I need to get out of here now." He glances upward, searching for an escape route. But he realizes with despair that he is completely surrounded with no way out. This sword chi is too overwhelming. I can't block it. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to die here. There's no other choice. I have to cause a distraction and use the chaos to escape. He hooks his fingers together. A tower resting on a lotus pedestal appears in the palm of Qing Xian's hand. He mutters under his breath, "Forgive me, little Qing." A second later, the tower suddenly expands. As Hanju watches, Qing Xian leaps into the air. He holds 2 fingers to his face. With eyes full of hatred, he curses. "The cost of this is too high. I will remember this debt." The moment he finishes, a massive explosion rocks the snowy mountain. Flesh and blood spray everywhere like black shrapnel. He just self-destructed his own spirit treasure. A short while later, in another location, Qing Xian coughs up a mouthful of blood. He grinds his teeth in agony, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. That overwhelming sword chi. I've never seen anything like it. It even reached me here. Qing Xian still hasn't recovered from the sheer terror of it. Just one move, and it forced me to lose everything just to survive. What kind of monster is that deity-slaying elder? I can't stay here any longer. I have to report this to the Blood Flame Heaven sect immediately. He forces himself to stand up. The yin-yang body splitting technique. It separates the soul and body into 2 entities. Once one dies, the other automatically becomes the main body. This was the very thing that saved Qing Xian when his self-destruction failed to kill his opponent. Back with Hanju, he watches as Qing Xian's body explodes into 1,000 pieces. He doesn't miss the faint wisps of spiritual energy swirling in the air. Hanju frowns in annoyance. Another clone. My true strength has been exposed. He turns around and gazes at the surrounding landscape. I was too careless. That guy was more cautious than he looked. This is going to be a headache to deal with. Is this going to be one of those hit the subordinate and the boss shows up situations? Suddenly, Hanju remembers a good friend of his and starts rummaging through his things. He pulls out a board covered in talismans and mutters. This will make targeting him much easier. 3 years later, one morning at the Blood Flame Heaven Sect, rhythmic chants of 1, 2 echo through the training grounds. The disciples are training hard, shouting in unison. Lu Wumi is barking orders with a stern face. Forget your hair. Focus on the fight. Treat every battle with absolute seriousness. Suddenly, a weak, trembling voice calls out, Junior brother, I'm finally back. He turns around and is immediately shocked by Qing Xian's pathetic appearance. Covered in wounds and trembling, the man replies, I lost my clone and suffered a backlash to my essence. That's why the injuries are so severe. But more than that, I had nothing but rotten luck on the way back. Hearing the explanation, Lu Wumi's worry eases slightly. Suddenly, Qing Xian looks behind him, curious. Junior brother, what is this? Behind him is a banner that reads, Grand Oath Ceremony for the Invasion of Great Yen. Lu Wumi explains with a grin. Our sect's disciples have completed their training. Together, we're going to level Great Yen. He laughs heartily, his eyes brimming with confidence. Images of Hanju, looking like a soul-reaping demon, flash through Qing Xian's mind. Terrified, he bursts into tears and screams. Whatever you do not go to Great Yen. Frantic screams echo through the Blood Flame Heaven Sect camp. Junior brother, you absolutely cannot do this. The Jade Pure sect in Great Yen has a terrifyingly powerful master. I couldn't even withstand a single one of his moves. We need to put the invasion on hold and rethink this. Lu Wumi stares at him, stunned and in disbelief. Sobbing, Qing Xian points to his own battered face. Do you honestly think I'm wearing makeup to look like this? Despite the warning, the man still hesitates. But our sect has already prepared everything. If we give up now, won't all our preparations go to waste? Besides, we just unified Great Way. The morale of our men is at an all-time high. It's not the right time to crush their spirits. We need those resources. We have to move forward with the invasion. With that guest elder on our side, we might still have a chance to win. Lu Wumi tries to convince him. Qing Xian gives a cold, calculated analysis. The deity-slaying elder has always been low-key. It's because of him that the Jade Pure sect became the #1 sect in Great Yen. He looks like he's at the soul formation stage, but his power feels bottomless. Even our guest elder might not be able to gain the upper hand against him. Junior brother, you know my intuition is never wrong. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hearing this, Lu Wumi finds himself in a difficult position. A moment later, he suddenly turns around and loudly announces that the target has changed to West Abyss Province, leaving the soldiers confused. Lu Wumi raises his arms and declares boldly, the Nine Dragons sect in West Abyss has recently suffered a major setback. We will strike while they are weak and deal them a crushing blow. This is our golden opportunity. The soldiers immediately hoist their weapons and roar in agreement. Finally, Qing Xian turns to leave. Lu Wumi is overjoyed that his senior brother is joining the fight and thanks him profusely. As Lu Wumi bows respectfully, Qing Xian is still lost in thought. How could Great Yen possibly have a master of that caliber? Meanwhile, in northern Great Yen, the wind and snow continue to howl across the mountain peaks. Diansu Demon King looks down at the demons kneeling before him. From this day forward, you are all my generals. Any objections? The lead demon is the first to respond. We follow your orders, Demon King. When do we begin the bloodbath against the humans of Great Yen? The Demon King's eyes flash. When did I ever say I wanted to slaughter the humans? Suddenly, something catches the Demon King's eye, taking him by surprise. His gaze locks onto Yang Tiandong, who is kneeling respectfully. Diansu Demon King senses two different auras within him. One half is demonic power, the other half is human. A smirk of intrigue crosses his face. A half human, half demon, and yet your aura is this strong? You hide it well. No wonder the others didn't notice. The Demon King calls the boy forward, leaving Yang Tiandong startled. Standing before the massive figure, the boy feels a suffocating sense of fear. The pressure in the air is absolute. Yang Tiandong stands and looks up at Dian Su Demon King. It feels like he's walking straight into an abyss. And this man is the master of that abyss. Thinking of this, his eyes widen in sudden realization. Oh no! Meanwhile, somewhere within the Nine Dragons sect, a man is bound by chains to a boulder 10 times his size, struggling as he glares at Wei Yuan. He bellows through gasping breaths. I will never rest until you are dead. Wei Yuan gives a dark smile as he approaches with a blade. Senior brother, it's been several years since that Jade Pure Sect disciple left, hasn't it? Wei Yuan brings the knife close to the man. Let me tell you, it's been 16 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 16 years? Ever since I returned, you've done nothing but suppress me. It wasn't easy to finally bribe your inner circle. His eyes are filled with nothing but loathing and hatred. Even with the blade at his throat, the man keeps his eyes tightly shut. My junior brother wouldn't think that far ahead. Just who the hell are you? A moment later, Wei Yuan walked out, his robe splattered with blood. The Nine Dragons sect members immediately greeted him with deep respect. One of them asked, "Sect Master, what is our next move? Where's the old boss?" He told them that they simply needed to focus on their diligent cultivation. Suddenly, that same person suggested attacking Great Yin, causing Wei Yuan to snap his head around. His roar echoed throughout the entire building. No one is permitted to mention Great Yin ever again. The disciples immediately scrambled to obey his command. At the same time, Hanju sat staring at the Book of Misfortune. Li Qianlong's name had been crossed out, but Xiao, Yi, and Qing Xian remained. He couldn't help but frown and sigh. It's been so long, yet nothing has changed. Selling these names for scrap wouldn't even earn me a penny. Even grilled meat is more useful than you guys. The ones I want dead won't die, and not a single name has dropped. Hanju set down the Book of Misfortune and stretched wearily. The previous battle didn't account for an enemy as cautious as I am. Even the Book of Misfortune is powerless against someone like that. In the future, if I run into an enemy, I'll have to use my ultimate move to end them instantly. Suddenly, a voice calling Elder Han made him pause. Li Qingzi came running toward him, waving his arms frantically to deliver some news. Something terrible has happened. In contrast to the old man's panic, Hanju remained indifferent. What is it this time? Did the 10,000-year demon attack? Or did the blood flame heaven sect arrive? Li Qingzi immediately shook his head and explained that Wei Yuan had become the new sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. What if he comes here seeking revenge? Hearing this, Hanju's jaw dropped in genuine surprise. He recalled the man's desperate, sniveling face. You want to be the sect master? He broke into a sweat and forced a laugh. I guess that works too. In his mind, Hanju awarded Wei Yuan a gold medal for best performance in a mental simulation. He glanced at the system notification confirming Huang Zuentian as the Nine Dragons sect master and couldn't help but be impressed. Old Huang, you really are something else. Thinking this, Hanju spoke up to reassure the old man. Rest easy, sect master. Wei Yuan and I have an understanding. He won't be coming here to cause us any trouble. Seeing Hanju's confidence, Li Qingzi brightened up instantly. That's wonderful news, Elder Han. Just as Hanju was about to leave and resume his cultivation, the old man called out to him again. He turned his head, looking at Li Qingzi with confusion. Is there something else? The old man suggested that Hanju become the 4th sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Over the years, you've poured so much effort into this sect. Your extraordinary contributions make you more than worthy of the sect master position. No one is more suited for this than you. Li Qingzi's voice grew more passionate with every word. However, his enthusiasm was met with Hanju's icy cold refusal. Hanju turned back toward his cave, ignoring Li Qingzi's desperate pleas. Being a sect master is way too much work. Forget about getting targeted every day. You have to manage every little thing. The worst part is having absolutely no time to cultivate. And so, the old man turned into a literal stone statue of despair outside the cave. Sun Chang'an walked past Li Qingzi, casually carrying a bucket of water. Li Qingzi watched him water the plants and sighed in wonder. After all these years, the mountain of diligent cultivation has truly grown. Just what kind of heavenly treasure is this? Even in its sprout stage, it generates such massive spiritual qi. Furthermore, even this pet bird has reached the golden core realm. It's stronger than most of the disciples in the sect. Some of them aren't even as good as a chicken. Li Qingzi watched the black hell chicken. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. He thought it was just another golden core demon pet. But the moment he saw who it was, Li Qingzi jumped in shock. Good heavens! A half-man, half-demon. A moment later, a tearful Yang Tiandong approached Han Ju to greet him. Han Ju replied coldly, "Oh, so, you actually remembered the way home?" Han Ju crossed his arms, looking exhausted as his disciple collapsed at his feet in tears. "I was captured by a demon king." Yang Tiandong wailed piteously. "I went through so much danger just to become a demon king myself. I have so many demon subordinates now. I couldn't just leave them." Han Ju remained indifferent and mocked him. "This demon king image of yours isn't very convincing." But when Yang Tiandong mentioned that the strongest demon king in history, Dian Su, had appeared in Great Yin, Han Ju was stunned. "Wait, is it that 10,000-year-old demon?" Yang Tiandong grit his teeth. "All the previous demon kings had no choice but to submit. He even forced me to become his godson. He's planning to treat the people of Great Yin like livestock. He's currently mobilizing his demon army toward the borders of Great Yin." Hearing this, Han Ju's expression darkened instantly. He told him to repeat that last part. Yang Tiandong repeated that Demon King Dian Su was preparing to unify Great Yin, but Han Ju told him to repeat the sentence before that. Yang Tiandong looked dejected. "Demon King Dian Su forced me to be his godson. I couldn't say no." Han Ju grit his teeth in anger. How dare someone try to steal his disciple? So just how strong is he? Demon King Dian Su is at least in the integration realm. He could kill us all with his aura alone. Thinking of the danger, Yang Tiandong fell to his knees and cried out. "I only escaped by claiming I was scouting Great Yin. Master, we have to run. Now." After Han Ju said they wouldn't be running, Yang Tiandong looked up in alarm. He saw Han Ju's lips curl into a dark, sinister smirk. "I want you to go back to that demon king right now. Tell him that your master deeply admires him. Basically, talk me up as much as possible. Make sure he develops a favorable impression of me." Han Ju smiled, his eyes narrowing. His disciple blushed and hesitated, confused by the smile. "Master, are you planning to defect to the enemy?" Han Ju didn't answer and simply kicked Yang Tiandong out of the cave. "Just do exactly as I said." 3 months later, Han Ju read a system notification and gasped in surprise. Tuo Chi joined the Royal Demon Sect. Han Ju sighed and went back to his meditation. Suddenly, a system notification informed him that Demon King Dian Su had developed a favorable impression of him. Han Ju was instantly overjoyed. "Nice work, Yang Tiandong. I don't know what you said to sway him, but it worked." Meanwhile, his good disciple was excitedly showing off a very suggestive drawing of Han Ju. "This is my master. She has always admired you, great king." A demon subordinate immediately chimed in with flattery. "She truly is a legendary beauty. My lord, why don't we make her your bandit queen? What do you think?" Yang Tiandong immediately clarified that Han Ju was not a woman. The demon brushed it off casually. "We demons don't care about such trivial details. Look at how pleased our lord is." Back at the cave, Han Ju slammed the Book of Misfortune down. "Everything is ready. He's at the 4th level of the integration realm, while I'm only at the 7th level of the void realm. My chances of winning a direct fight aren't great, but the Book of Misfortune can bridge that gap. No matter how high their level, no one can calculate the karma of a curse. I might not be able to curse him to death, but I can make his life a living hell regardless of his cultivation. As long as they're on my friends list, the Book of Misfortune has a target to lock onto. If I just try to name, the curse's power is limited. It wouldn't be enough to kill an enemy." Li Qianlong was proof of that. "The key is that I've never put my full power into a curse before. This is going to require a massive amount of spiritual energy. This time, I'll try using every ounce of my spiritual power to curse Demon King Dian Su and see what happens." The Book of Misfortune glowed with an eerie light, making Han Ju's face look slightly distorted. The light seemed to seep into his skin, illuminating every inch of his face. The system emitted a piercing warning. "Warning. Overusing the Book of Misfortune will result in a backlash." The northern peaks of Great Yin were currently blanketed in white snow. Suddenly, Demon King Dian Su let out a roar of agony. Blood sprayed out in every direction. He struggled to stay upright, coughing violently on the ground. I've been vomiting blood for 5 hours. Is this a curse? Who the hell did I offend that would dare use such a method against me? Dian Su gasped for air, exhausted. Blood continued to pour from his mouth. Could it be that they have returned? No, that's impossible. Flashback to tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he had been so terrified by the sight before him that he was speechless. Before Dian Su's eyes, countless pillars of light pierced through the dark clouds, shining directly onto the earth. It was a divine miracle. Back then, he had seen the Buddhas in the sky with his own eyes. Dian Su couldn't help but wonder now. Is this their way of warning me, because they know my plan to destroy Great Yin? Things weren't looking much better on Hanju's end. For the first time, he had maintained a curse for 5 consecutive hours. After reading the notification that Demon King Dian Su had been successfully cursed, Hanju was genuinely surprised. The Book of Misfortune finally gave me feedback. That's a first. He slammed the book shut. I'll stop here for now. The effect of using full power is truly overwhelming, even if it deals 10,000 damage to the enemy. I still take 800 myself. Hanju was suffering from the backlash, with blood trickling from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He sat cross-legged, looking outside as he made a decision. I'll curse Demon King Dian Su once every 3 years. That should keep him from plotting against us. 5 years later, a spot where 2 trees had grown together into a strange shape. A robe hung casually on a branch. The sound of heavy, rhythmic panting echoed through the air. Xing Hongxian looked at Hanju, her face flushed and sweaty as he panted heavily. He leaned his head back with a look of pure satisfaction. Yes, just like that. This feels so good. She was so overwhelmed by the heat that she had to fan herself while eating. Darling, what is this dish called? Hanju replied happily. It's snail rice noodles. I used to be a pro at making this. Suddenly, he sensed 2 Void Realm auras approaching the Jade Pure Sect and snapped his head around. One of them is an old acquaintance. Seeing Hanju suddenly stand up, Xing Hongxian asked in confusion. He simply told her to wait for him and then vanished. Xing Hongxian stared at the delicious, irresistible snail noodles, her mouth watering. Come back soon, darling. It won't taste good once it gets cold. If you're too slow, I'll just eat your portion for you. Meanwhile, the 2 auras Hanju sensed had arrived at the gates of the Jade Pure Sect. So, this is the Jade Pure Sect you're talking about? Shangwan Xiujian smirked with disdain. Are you sure there's a master here? I don't sense any particularly strong sword intent. It seems like this place is nothing special. Huang Jihao simply told him not to speak too soon. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind them, making them spin around in shock. Seeing Hanju approaching with a stern expression, Huang Jihao hurriedly greeted him. Shangwan Xiujian wondered when he had arrived, as he hadn't sensed a thing. Shangwan Xiujian stared in total disbelief. Is this really the senior Huang Jihao described? He held up Jihao's abstract drawing and told him to go back and practice his art. Huang Jihao awkwardly explained that he didn't know the senior had changed his hairstyle. Meanwhile, Hanju stood there, watching them with a dark expression. While Shangwan Xiujian was buried in the drawing, Hanju leaned in and whispered to Jihao. Blink once if you've been kidnapped. The man hurriedly tried to explain. Senior, please rest assured. We mean no harm. This is Shangwan Xiujian, the top sword cultivator of the West Abyss True Martial Sect. He came here today, wishing to challenge you to a duel. Hanju was at a loss for words upon hearing about the challenge. He's only at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm. How does he have the guts? On the other side, Shangwan Xiujian looked quite confident. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This is merely a friendly match. It certainly won't affect the relationship between the Jade Pure Sect and the True Martial Sect. Hanju bowed his head and sighed, feeling conflicted. I'm the kind of person who hates trouble. I'll perform one strike. If you can block it, I'll consider it my loss. Huang Jihao's jaw dropped in horror when he heard the proposal. Shangwan Xiujian's arrogant response only made him more frantic. Are you looking down on me, sir? I'd truly love to see what kind of secrets this strike of yours holds. Hearing that, Hanju tilted his head back and summoned his sword. Then forgive my lack of restraint, fellow Taoist Shangwan. The moment the sword appeared, Huang Jihao's eyes widened in terror. This is bad. The senior is even stronger than last time. Shangwan Xiujian was also being crushed by the sheer pressure, sweating and gritting his teeth. His body tensed up instinctively, giving rise to a terrifying thought. The realization that he couldn't possibly face this head-on. He reached out to draw his sword, but Hanju had already swung. A strike from the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword shot toward Shangwan Qiujian like a raging cyclone. He was stunned, unable to believe its incredible speed. It was already right in front of him. Suddenly, the shockwave sent Shangwan Qiujian's consciousness into a tailspin. His life began to play back in his mind like a film strip. It started from when he was a child, living happily with his family. Then, he joined the true martial sect and met the girl he loved. But before long, he witnessed his lover betraying him, leaving him heartbroken. After that, he spent his life killing to drown his sorrows, becoming a cold, heartless wanderer. Seeing these memories play out all over again left Shangwan Qiujian breathless. Back in reality, he stood there like a statue, completely dazed. That sword strike had split the ground right next to him clean in half. Hanju retracted his sword and let out a sigh. Using my left hand really is less accurate. Huang Jihao, knowing Hanju had held back, was frozen in shock. Hanju looked at Shangwan Qiujian. It seems you couldn't even handle a single strike. A second later, the man collapsed to his knees. It was a sight no one could have expected. Shangwan Qiujian was in total disbelief. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. The top sword cultivator of the West Abyss true martial sect couldn't even take one hit. And I wanted to be the greatest sword cultivator in the world? How pathetic. Suddenly, Hanju spoke, catching him off guard. As the saying goes, there's always a higher heaven and a greater man. How can you see the rainbow without going through the storm? Your talent is superior to most. If you want to defeat me in the future, it's not impossible. He smiled under the light, looking like an angel guiding a lost soul. I have high hopes for you. These words moved Shangwan Qiujian to tears. He slumped on the ground, head bowed, letting out a soft moan. I failed. Shangwan Qiujian looked like a hollow shell, his life force completely drained. Hanju looked awkwardly at Huang Jihao, who was checking on the man. Did I go a bit too far? Maybe he wasn't looking for trouble and just wanted some guidance. He turned around, putting on a cold front. I held back just now. He should be able to recover. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Suddenly, Shangwan Qiujian called out, telling Hanju to wait. May I ask what your down name is, senior? He asked tentatively. Hanju paused for a moment, looking as if he were contemplating something profound. Then, he turned around with a cold smirk and replied, Reincarnation. Immediately after, he teleported away, leaving Shangwan Qiujian to mutter the name he'd just heard. Just what kind of god-tier being is that senior? Seeing his look of despair, Huang Jihao patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. At least you're not hurt. I had it much worse than you did back then. Shangwan Qiujian didn't respond, still muttering to himself. That Dao title. Could he be a hidden master experiencing the mortal life? It turns out I was just a frog in a well. Meanwhile, the system notified Hanju that Shangwan Qiujian's favorability toward him had reached 3 stars. Hanju had a complicated look on his face. Are these geniuses all a bit off? I beat them up, and they like me more? To be fair, showing off like that was cool, but the aftermath is a nightmare. Li Qingzi was wailing in agony. The patriarch himself planted this jade pure tree on the day the sect was founded. He sobbed, pointing at the ancient tree that had been split in 2. It's been over 1,000 years. What absolute bastard did this? Hearing that, Hanju just played dumb. I happened to see it. It was a cat. Li Qingzi obviously didn't buy it. What kind of cat has that much power? And look at this crack here. Redrawing the maps is going to be so much work. Hanju retreated into a corner, feeling guilty. I was a bit too flashy this time. My form was sloppy. My techniques are going to get way more destructive as my cultivation increases. I need to develop a move that's powerful yet low-key, so I don't trash the place. Meanwhile, on that familiar snowy mountain, the snow had settled into thick, white drifts. A wooden table had been smashed in half. Why does it feel like that again? Who on earth is targeting me? Diansu Demon King was coughing up blood, thrashing in agony. Suddenly, a demon minion entered to announce Yang Tiandong's arrival. The king gasped for air, regaining his composure before ordering him in. Yang Tiandong entered and bowed respectfully. I heard you were troubled, father, so I came to help ease your mind. Diansu seemed intrigued and let out an "oh" You know of my troubles? The boy immediately claimed he had recently asked a master to read his fortune. The divination said your troubles are tied to your ambitions. The king looked quite surprised. Could this curse be related to the humans I want to attack? Yang Tiandong quickly followed up. It's not impossible. Dian Su Demon King raised a hand to his forehead, looking exhausted. Better to believe it than risk it. Maybe that's why the immortals are punishing me. Seeing everything going according to plan, the boy got straight to the point. Should we cancel our plans to invade the humans? The king bowed his head and sighed. For now, tell everyone the invasion is off. Yang Tiandong secretly rejoiced at having achieved his goal. That was so easy. I can't believe he fell for it. Master, Great Yin is safe. Thinking of this, he looked up with eyes full of ambition. But it's not enough. I have much bigger goals. Later, Yang Tiandong walked through the camp with a grim expression. A true man shouldn't spend his life serving under someone else. A brilliant sun broke through the gloomy, overcast sky. He whispered to himself, "Just you wait, old man Jian Su." Yang Tiandong turned his head back. The title of Demon King will be mine, sooner or later. 6 months later, somewhere else, Shangguan Qiujian and Huang Jihao were sitting on a cliff, talking after defeating some opponent. Shangguan said he had finally regained his original confidence. I plan to return to the true martial sect to stabilize my Dao heart for a while. Then, I'll come back to challenge that senior again. Jihao poked fun at him for wanting to come back. I won't be carrying you home next time. Suddenly, strange streaks of light appeared on the horizon. Their 2 swords, lying on the ground, began to vibrate violently as if being pulled upward. Huang Jihao and Shangguan Qiujian were both stunned. Someone else has attained the eternal sword Dao. Suddenly, he realized something and snapped his head around. Do you think it's? Shangguan immediately cut him off. There's no way. He looked like he was on the verge of tears. Achieving the eternal sword Dao once in a lifetime is already a peak accomplishment, but Huang Jihao, still didn't get the hint. But that looks like it's coming from Great Yin. At this, Shangguan couldn't even argue. The strange light spread to the surrounding peaks, creating a mystical sight. On a mountainside, a man sitting there also noticed the phenomenon. Another one has attained the eternal sword intent. He pulled out a talisman and placed it on the ground, preparing to do something. The old man began performing a divination, muttering to himself. A moment later, he stopped, looking shocked. I can't calculate any further. He looked at the word reincarnation on the paper, puzzled. Is it a law of heaven and earth, or some cultivator? Meanwhile, at the J Pure sect, everyone was in an uproar. The sky has changed. What's going on? Could a master be coming out of seclusion? A heavenly phenomenon. 10,000 swords crying out. Something terrifying must be happening. Li Qingzi hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. Don't worry, everyone. Didn't we experience this once before? It was fine then, so it will definitely be fine now. He sounded confident, but inside, he was crying. Why does the J Pure sect have so much trouble during my time? I wonder if Elder Han was disturbed by this. If he leaves because of this, I'll never find another pillar like him. In the cave dwelling with a familiar motto carved in stone, Han Ju had his eyes tightly shut. A glowing mark appeared in the center of his forehead. Suddenly, blurry, humanoid figures appeared in his mind, making him frown. As the figures increased in number, he snapped his eyes open in alarm. Han Ju realized he was standing in a strange place, surrounded by those same figures. Where am I? He nervously scanned his surroundings. I was just in my cave. How did I get here? Suddenly, the system informed him that this was the long river of Sword Dao, a place to hone one's skills. The higher your comprehension, the further you can go. He understood immediately. Han Ju couldn't help but marvel. This is so vast. I wonder what the view is like at the very end of this river of the Sword Dao. The fact that they can walk ahead of me proves that their mastery of the sword is far greater than mine. There are so many of them. It's a good thing I never go outside. If I had to face any of these people, I'd probably just lose. With that thought, he stepped forward with determination. I can't fall behind anymore. First, I'll catch up to them, then I'll figure out the rest. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, sending a shockwave through Han Ju's entire being. A colossal immortal being appeared, its voice deep and resonant. A mere mortal wishes to enter the immortal realm? You are not yet worthy. Turn back. The words immortal realm immediately shocked him. The immortal's eyes flashed, and it let out a deafening roar. As the sound faded, several beams of blinding sword chi shot down from the sky, aimed directly at Hanju. Caught off guard, he was stunned speechless. His face was pale with fear. A second later, Hanju's entire body was engulfed in smoke, obscuring his vision completely. He threw his head back and let out a gut-wrenching scream of agony, as if he were enduring the most intense torture. A moment later, after the smoke cleared, Hanju was on one knee, gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Who the hell was that? To be able to injure me from a distance with just sword chi. Luckily, he had no killing intent. Otherwise, my nascent soul might have been crushed. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. Hanju had comprehended a Tai grade sword intent, the reincarnation sword intent. Seeing the words Tai grade, his eyes widened in shock. Asterisk, a mere mortal dares to enter the immortal realm? Asterisk, Hanju recalled the immortal's words. This has to be a level beyond the mortal world. The immortal realm, isn't it the world you go to after ascending? His expression darkened as he raised his hand to summon his power. Does this mean the average person in that river of the sword Tao was a Mahayana-level ascendant? That would explain it. If their cultivation realms were that high, their sword intent was surely just as powerful. Hanju swirled two fingers together. Then, he flicked them forward. The next time someone challenges me, I'll use this reincarnation sword intent to deal with them. Plus, it won't cause too much of a commotion. At that moment, in front of the Cave Abode, Sun Chang'an was focused on practicing his swordsmanship with a dummy. Before him was a straw scarecrow decorated to look like Hanju. Suddenly, the scarecrow's head fell off. Sun Chang'an hadn't even swung his sword, leaving him wide-eyed with astonishment. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand for a moment. His mind went blank. Then, he burst into tears of joy like a child. Master, I finally have sword chi. It was a beautiful full moon night at the demon taming sect. Everything was business as usual. In several small fighting pits, pairs of disciples battled fiercely, each determined to kill their opponent. Su Chi stared up at the sky, bored. Master, why haven't you made your move yet? Your disciple is about to be forced to cultivate demonic techniques over here. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, eclipsing the moon. He landed heavily on the ground and shouted, Stop the training. Elder Shao Yi has passed away. All disciples will pay their respects immediately. The man announced grimly. His words sent a wave of disbelief through the crowd, with disciples murmuring about whether it was true. Su Chi was also surprised, muttering to himself, I was just listening to his lecture this morning. I can't believe he's gone just like that. The boy suddenly suspected that his master had begun to make his move. A short while later, inside a spacious room, moonlight shone down directly onto a coffin placed neatly in the center. Inside the coffin lay Shao Yi, dressed in white robes, his eyes closed. The sect master of the demon taming sect, Du Quan, looked up and asked, We've done all we can. This secret technique can preserve your soul for 15 minutes at most. You passed away so suddenly today. Is there anything you wish to entrust to us? Shao Yi's remnant soul expressed his unwillingness to die without knowing the cause. Hearing this, Du Quan explained that all signs pointed to him dying of old age. But the second elder theorized. Shao Yi died because of curse. A look of realization dawned on his face. No wonder I've had such a long string of bad luck. My cultivation was plagued by inner demons, and my power was regressing instead of advancing. The fellow disciples below angrily asked Shao Yi if he knew who did it. We will definitely avenge you, brother. He looked conflicted. Because I've already killed all of my enemies. What a shame. I worked so hard to restore my physical body, and was just about to make my comeback. As he spoke, Shao Yi's eyes widened as he remembered something. That time, my plan was thwarted. Hanju's face appeared in his mind. Ever since I returned from the Great Yin, I've had nothing but bad luck. He couldn't possibly have that kind of power. But when you have eliminated all, which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Du Quan watched the scene with alarm. This is bad. Junior brother is getting angry. This will only speed up the dissipation of his soul. Shao Yi used his last bit of strength to give a warning. I only have one last thing to say. You must not Under any circumstances, go to the Great Yin. And you must never provoke the Jade Pure sect of the Great Yin. As his words faded, his soul completely dissipated. His fellow disciples immediately started wailing, not for him, but for the loss of Shao Yi's secret technique for summoning demon dragons and his hidden treasures. A moment later, Du Quan asked where the Great Yin was, but no one around him knew. Should we send someone to investigate? He immediately dismissed the idea. Too dangerous. Didn't you hear his final words? We are not even to provoke them. What kind of backwater place is this? At the same time, the system notified Hanju that Shao Yi had died. He was in the middle of eating when he saw the notification and was startled. On the familiar, snowy mountain peak, agonized roars once again echoed from within the cave. Dian Su angrily punched the ice wall, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Then he madly closed his eyes and slammed his head against that same wall. A moment later, Dian Su was in a frenzy. I can't take it anymore. Why is this happening? I already swore an oath to the heavens. Why am I still being punished like this? Yang Tiandong, scared to tears, hugged his knees and trembled in a corner amidst the wreckage of smashed belongings. The Demon King turned to him in agony and asked, "Tell me, what should I do?" Yang Tiandong regained his composure and seriously proposed. "Perhaps the celestial gods want to see you take real action." Dian Su, curious, told him to explain. Yang Tiandong analyzed. For example, perhaps you should pay a visit to and form an alliance with a human sect. That might change the gods' opinion of you. The Demon King grumbled irritably. Pay them a visit? Huh? Are you kidding me? There are so many sects in the Great Yin. Am I supposed to visit every single one and make nice with those cultivators? A cunning smile immediately spread across his face. You could just pick one sect to visit as a symbolic gesture. It's about showing your new attitude. Hearing this, Dian Su was suddenly reminded of Hanju. He asked which sect he was in. Yang Tiandong quickly replied that it was the Jade Pure sect. And so, the Demon King immediately made his decision. They would leave today. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. He hadn't notified his master yet. Yang Tiandong quickly tried to stop him. Humans place a great deal of importance on first impressions. You should dress up a bit. If you handle this well, forming an alliance will be halfway to success. Diansu immediately started grumbling and complaining. But in the end, while his mouth said no, his body was very honest. He sighed in frustration. Will it really be halfway to success? Beside him, Yang Tiandong struggled to suppress his laughter. He's surprisingly practical. A short while later, having arrived before the main gate, Diansu roared, "Where is the sect master of the Jade Pure sect? Get out here and meet me now." He quickly whispered, "That's not how you form an alliance." At the same time, Hanju received a notification that the strongest being in the area, the Demon King Diansu, was at the Jade Pure sect. He frowned on guard. Why is he here? Before Hanju stood a perfect likeness of Diansu, staring at him with murderous eyes. Without letting anyone get a word in, Hanju gripped his sword, built up momentum, and launched into the air. Attack first, talk later. The Demon King opened his mouth, full of sharp fangs. A torrent of power gushed out of his mouth like an open fire hydrant. Hanju also brandished his sword, unleashing a continuous stream of attacks. Reincarnation, sword intent. 3 pure world cleansing. Grand desolation, thunderstorm. 9 dragons, devil expelling seal. Finger of the divine sword. A moment later, Diansu was lying flat in a crater that Hanju had punched into the ground. The system also announced that the 34th mock trial had ended. He looked up with a grim expression. Now, let's see what this Demon King is really here for. Outside the Cave Abode, a nervously Qingzi was sweating bullets, praying to himself. Elder Han, this is a crisis. Hasn't the J Pure sect had enough bad luck over the years? The old man wept in frustration. The incident with the 19 sects was bad enough. But this person Yang Tiandong brought back is even more dangerous. If you weren't Elder Han's disciple, I would have killed you with a single palm strike. Suddenly, Hanju stepped out onto a cliff and called down. Demon King Diansu, for what reason have you graced my Jade Pure sect with your presence? He immediately cheered. It's master. Hanju stood with his arms crossed, glancing down coldly. Li Qingzi couldn't help but marvel. Elder Han's powers are truly vast. To think he could have predicted that Demon King Dian Su would come to the Jade Pure sect. Dian Su's body suddenly tensed up as cold sweat dripped down his back. Is an illusion? The demon race is naturally sensitive to the aura of battle. He clearly just finished fighting, and he still has the bloodlust of a body integration realm expert on him. Where did the Great Yin get so many body integration realm experts? With that thought, he looked again at Han Ju's cold gaze. His sword intent is truly making me feel threatened. A moment later, Dian Su, sweating, forced a strained smile. I have long heard of Elder Han's great renown. I've always wanted to share a cup of wine with you, Elder Han. Before he could finish, Han Ju's dark, threatening aura made Dian Su tense up and quickly correct himself. I wish to become sworn brothers with Sect Master Li, and by extension, with you, Elder Han. I hope Elder Han will grant me this honor. Yang Tiandong stood behind him, surreptitiously holding up a sign to explain. Demon King Dian Su thinks the gods are cursing him, so he wants to ally with the Jade Pure sect to show the heavens his sincerity. Now it was Han Ju's turn to be utterly bewildered. A second later, he immediately flipped the script with a bright smile and accepted the alliance. I cursed the guy, and he thinks it's an act of God? Unbelievable. Dian Su thanked Han Ju profusely and hurriedly ushered Li Qingzi away to talk business. Han Ju let out a sigh of relief. Well, this works out. Better to have another ally than another enemy. For the first time in 10,000 years, the Demon King of Great Yin held a summit with the human race. Sect Master Li proposed a seek common ground while reserving differences policy to establish a foundation for trade. They implemented a 9-character decree to ensure mutual benefits for both sides. They vowed to cultivate from the masses for the masses, and to strive for a win-win outcome for everyone involved. Demon King Dian Su spoke highly of this initiative. He noted that the human spirit of unity was something the demons should learn from. He stated that the demon race would leverage their strengths, while avoiding weaknesses to foster deep commercial cooperation. The entire cultivation world of Great Yin was stunned by this development. The Jade Pure sect's prestige reached an all-time high. The historical significance of this alliance proved that different races could indeed live in harmony. It was a move that would influence generations to come. Han Ju slumped over and let out a long sigh. Demon King Dian Su is handled. Shao Yi is dead, so I don't have those daily tasks anymore. I should probably just go back to cultivating before I get bored to death. Suddenly, the system pinged again. He read the message and frowned. Who the hell is this? The notification read, Old Sage Wu Dao has developed a 4-star hatred toward you. He smirked with excitement. Looks like the fish are jumping straight into my net. Deep within an ancient secret realm, Xing Hongxian was currently backed into a corner. She asked the man before her voice trembling with fear. What do you want? Wu Dao stared at Xing Hongxian with a murderous glint in his eyes. I didn't expect a little girl like you to actually master such a profound technique. I've been contemplating this for so long and couldn't grasp a thing. She tried to stay humble and diplomatic. The manual had no owner. It only reveals itself to those it's destined for. Besides, I didn't destroy the scriptures. Senior, you can continue your meditation. He had no intention of letting her go. This divine technique belongs to my sect's ancestors. It seems you're destined to join us, little girl. Follow me back to the Wuxiang sect. Xing Hongxian desperately tried to make an excuse. I already have a sect. Furthermore, my Dao partner is currently nearby. This secret realm connects to many places. If I'm gone for too long, he will come looking for me. Wu Dao wouldn't budge. He even began to perform a divination with his fingers. Having a sect is fine. As for this Dao partner, once he finished his calculation, he realized he had been lied to. You dare threaten me? Little girl, you have absolutely no romantic destiny in this life. Wu Dao stopped playing nice and decided to seize her. Since you've already mastered the technique, you'll make a perfect cultivation cauldron for my disciple. Xing Hongxian wasn't about to give up without a fight. She swung her blade with all her might to keep him at bay. She held the blade to her own throat, threatening him. If you keep trying to force me, senior, I'll have no choice but to end my life right here. And I suggest you take back that nonsense about me having no romantic destiny. Wu Dao immediately unleashed a technique. If you refuse to listen, then don't blame me for being ruthless. His moves were lightning fast and vicious. In an instant, Xing Hongxian was completely surrounded. Purple vines coiled around her, tightening by the second. Xing Hongxian gasped for air, unable to struggle free. Wu Dao warned her angrily. My divinations are never wrong. If I say you have no romantic affinity, then you have none. Just then, a small spirit insect arrived to deliver a message. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Dongfang Xian has suffered a cultivation deviation. His life is in critical danger. You must return at once. Wu Dao was absolutely furious. Of all the times for this to happen, this woman isn't useful to me just yet. Bringing her back now would be too hasty anyway. Seeing that Xing Hongxian was powerless to resist, he formed a sinister plan. I don't know how bad things are with Dongfang Xian. I'll let this woman cultivate for a while longer. The harvest will be much sweeter later. Before leaving, Wu Dao didn't forget to threaten her. I'll place a seal on you. Don't even think about running. If you agree to join the Wuxiang sect, I might overlook your insolence today. I'll give you 10 years to think it over. Having narrowly escaped death, Xing Hongshuan's legs gave out, and she collapsed as soon as the pressure lifted. Everything was recorded by the puppet, which naturally relayed the information back to its creator. Through the puppet, Hanju saw everything that happened to Xing Hongxian. The system displayed Old Monster Wu Dao's information. 7th level of the integration realm. Sect Master of the Wuxiang sect, highly respected and influential. Because you are the husband of the woman he wants for his disciple, he is filled with resentment toward you. If Xing Hongxian refuses him, he intends to kill you to eliminate any future trouble. Hanju burned 4 words into his mind. Sect Master of Wuxiang. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, causing Sun Chang'an and the black-held chicken to start gossiping. The chicken looked at the sky and recognized the heavenly thunder. Master is about to break through. Even while enduring the lightning tribulation to break through, Hanju's anger didn't subside. Old Monster Wu Dao, was it? You dare touch what's mine? You must have a death wish. He wrote a name in large, bold letters in his book of curses. Old Monster Wu Dao. Hanju grit his teeth, speaking every word with venom. I'll use the spiritual power from this breakthrough and the lightning tribulation itself to curse you for 4 days and 4 nights straight. The lightning tribulation struck down directly. It released a massive amount of power and a blinding light. Even from a distance, the sheer force of the tribulation was terrifying. Everyone in the sect was overjoyed. The deity-slaying elder has broken through again. Even the high-ranking elders like Jing Si looked at Hanju with awe. The lightning tribulation is so far away, yet the pressure can still be felt all the way here. Just what level has he reached? The Jade Pure sect only prospers because we have the deity-slaying elder. Most importantly, he's never abused his power. His lack of ambition for world domination is truly admirable. Li Qingzi summed it up with one sentence. All you need to know is that you can always trust in the deity-slaying elder's strength. Everyone else agreed in unison. Exactly. The deity-slaying elder is an absolute god. Jun Yugang sighed, his head spinning. I've been following the deity-slaying elder's methods to a T. So why does the gap between us just keep getting wider? He thought to himself regretfully. Is it really just a difference in talent? Perhaps one day, he truly will ascend to immortality. Elsewhere, the lightning tribulation had left a massive crater in the ground. Zhou Fan groaned. Damn that lightning, it's finally over. He lay sprawled on the ground. The power of heavenly thunder is still almost impossible to withstand. With this body of mine, I could barely handle a single strike. At that moment, a figure appeared before Zhou Fan and asked, how does it feel to be back from the dead? Mo Fuzhou grumbled irritably. I spent a fortune in treasures to reconstruct your body. It cost me quite a bit. You'd better think twice before pulling a stunt like that again. Zhou Fan bowed to the senior, standing behind Mo Fuzhou. Thank you, senior, for reconstructing my body. I, Zhou Fan, am willing to serve you however you need. Xian Shishir dismissed it as a trivial matter. You saved my life in a previous existence. I'm merely repaying that debt today. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou looked at each other, confused by the cryptic mention of a previous life. She didn't seem to care and continued. You should thank the good karma from your past life. Your luck is incredibly strong. I was just helping things along. With that, she waved a hand and prepared to leave. That settles that. I'll be going now. Both Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou wanted to know the immortal's name. She simply said one word. Xian. Then, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind a lingering sense of mystery. Zhou Fan wondered, is there a great expert named Xian in the cultivation world? Mo Fuzhou threw up his hands. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Zhou Fan started bragging happily. I'm already at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. There's probably no one faster than me. Mo Fuzhou couldn't have cared less. Don't try to change the subject. I spent so many treasures on you. How exactly do you plan to pay me back? Back with Hanju. His system had updated with new info. A notification about his friend Zhou Fan being attacked and killed, but then receiving a new body. His cultivation has surged. His friend Xian Shishir obtained a great opportunity. Her cultivation has advanced significantly. His pet was heavily injured, but managed to turn the situation around. Looking through the series of updates, Hanju only focused on Zhou Fan, dying and then coming back to life. He really is a textbook protagonist. The system gave him another notification. You have successfully broken through to the integration realm. You have the following options. 1. Immediately make your debut. Show the world your true power. Reward: 1 spirit treasure. Reward: 1 divine power inheritance. 2. Continue your seclusion. Cultivate low-key. Goal: become the strongest in the world. Reward: a top-tier natural treasure. Hanju chooses to stay in seclusion and continue his low-key cultivation. Distancing himself from the world, he receives a heavenly treasure. The system congratulates him on obtaining an Earth Immortal Gourd seed. Hanju feels helpless after reading the description. 1,000 years to bloom, 10,000 years to bear fruit. It can be consumed or refined into a Dharma treasure. If allowed to grow long enough, it can evolve into a sentient Dharma treasure on its own. Images of 7 rainbow-colored gourds flash through his mind. Bringing 7 gourd babies down the mountain doesn't seem like such a bad idea. His status window appears on the system, currently in the Mortality Transcendent stage. Aptitude: 6 paths spirit body, containing top-tier spirit roots. Provides a significant boost to luck. Hanju is shocked when he sees his remaining lifespan. Holy, 27,900 years. Not bad at all. His list of techniques ranges from divine powers to magical artifacts, but Hanju only cares about one thing. As expected of the 6 paths, reincarnation technique. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. With that thought, he leans his head back against the stone wall. If I reach the Great Convergence realm, just how long will I live? By then, I'll have all the time in the world to live a carefree life. Today's grueling practice is the foundation for tomorrow's freedom. By now, Xing Hongxian has emerged from the ancient secret realm and found her way to Hanju's place. She bites her lip, feeling wronged by Wu Dao's coercion and earlier insults. The Black Hell chicken watches from a distance, wondering, ugh, why is this woman here again? Sun Chang'an hears this and gets curious. What does her being here have to do with you? The chicken replies with an air of self-righteousness. I'm just worried Master might get eaten alive by her. But she seems a bit off today. Sun Chang'an is suddenly moved by his own memories. I know that feeling. My Xiaomei was like that sometimes, too. She was heartbroken, though you probably won't believe me. I chased her for nearly 20 years before I ended up here. He begins to reminisce about the past. Xiaomei's cultivation was mediocre at best, but she was gentle, refined, and highly educated. She had so many suitors they were practically lined up at her door. I was just one of them. I knew a toad like me didn't deserve a swan like her. So, I protected her from the shadows. Pathetic Sun Chang'an could only steal glances at Xiaomei and her lover. To love her meant wanting her life to be full of joy and happiness. Following the principle of loving everything associated with her, I often treated her boyfriend to meals and outings. He whispers his past to the Black Hell chicken. Many of them even started calling me brother. They'd share their stories and tips on how to handle her. They even encouraged me to keep at it. I knew they meant well, but I still yearned for her to finally accept me. Foolish Sun Chang'an refused to let go. He believed that because Xiaomei came to him when she was in trouble, it meant there was a place in her heart for him. That tiny spark of warmth made it impossible for him to give up. Even more shocking was the extent of his persistence. I even took her to get abortions 7 or 8 times, and I paid for every single one. She'd always find someone new so quickly, but I got used to it. Even at this point, he remained delusional, insisting that she's just saving the best for last. So, I'm determined to be that last one. He notes with a hint of gloom that I sacrificed all those years just for her to realize one truth. She doesn't love a toad like me. She only finds her worth in scumbags. The Black Hell Chicken is speechless, not even knowing where to start roasting him. Sun Chang'an wonders, Brother Chicken, how come women flock to Master even when he doesn't leave his cave? Why don't he come to me? The chicken replies flatly, I think it's a matter of perception. It ruthlessly mocks him. Maybe it's because you're just too handsome. His fragile heart shatters, and tears of sorrow stream down his face. Up on a mountain slope, Xing Hongxian pours her heart out to Hanju. My dear husband, that's exactly what happened. She breaks down in front of him, crying uncontrollably. That old monster Wu Dao is truly despicable. Hanju tries to comfort her. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. He'll get what's coming to him sooner or later. But he was right about one thing. The overall strength of the formless sect far exceeds the Jade Pure sect. Thinking of her future, he shares his thoughts. The Jade Pure sect's potential is limited. Staying here any longer will only stun your growth. The formless sect can offer you a much broader world. If you agree to go, you might even find your own immortal opportunity. Xing Hongxian is a bit annoyed, but she's still just a young woman in love. I chose you to be my husband, and I intend to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Hanju gently tries to persuade her. But you're not my subordinate. You should really look out for yourself more. Annoyed, she grabs Hanju's face and pulls him close, catching him off guard. She stares at him with a dominant, beautiful gaze and declares, But I like it this way. Refusing to leave him, she confidently asserts, My husband is definitely going to become an immortal. And I'm just waiting to ride your coattails to the top. She coos sweetly, calling him husband again. Hanju starts making excuses to avoid his duties. Stop that. I need to upgrade your heavenly puppet. But she ignores him and continues. Several days later, the Black Hell Chicken is pacing back and forth with worry. Is Master going to be okay? It's been so long, and he still hasn't come out. Sun Chang'an, who knows best, offers a suggestion. Maybe we should go buy Master some oysters. Elsewhere, Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan are sitting by a fire, roasting meat. Zhou Fan promises, Senior brother, I'll help you get your revenge first. Brimming with arrogance and fearing nothing, he speaks boldly. In the future, I'm going to conquer the world. I want to be the #1 under the heavens. Mo Fuzhou recalls the day Zhou Fan's fiancé called off the engagement because he lacks status and power. He remembers her cold, decisive departure. He tries to snap Zhou Fan back to reality. I know you're bitter, but I've always felt that she only ever saw you as a backup plan. But Zhou Fan remains stubborn. I've already reached the nascent soul realm and even killed a soul formation master. Who in my generation could possibly be stronger than me? I'm going to prove to her that I'm the only one worthy of her. Mo Fuzhou doesn't answer, a certain silhouette flashing in his mind before he replies. Speaking of our generation, there's one person who comes to mind. Zhou Fan, mid-bite, realizes who he means. Are you talking about Hanju? He quickly brushes it off. Cultivation is about gaining experiences. You have to seek out opportunities. Look at me. After adventuring, my power surged. While those who just stay home and rot away, their progress will eventually stall. I'm the perfect example of that. Mo Fuzhou is left speechless. Being more realistic, he tries to warn Zhou Fan. Brother Han's talent is extraordinary. To beat him now, you need to be at least at the soul formation stage. He gets the point. He doesn't respond for a moment. Plenty of people have told me that already. Zhou Fan clenches his fist and declares firmly, If I ever get the chance to go back to the Jade Pure sect, I'm definitely going to have a showdown with Hanju. I'll make him realize that shut-in cultivation has no future. Brimming with energy, he makes his decision. Then, the three of us will travel the world together. Making a name for ourselves, it'll be glorious. Mo Fuzhou isn't quite as enthusiastic, thinking to himself, Why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the formless sect, the waterfalls and mountains are breathtaking. Dongfang Qian is meditating in front of the waterfall. Wu Dao watches his disciples' progress with satisfaction. Qin'er has made incredible progress. He'll surely be selected by the heavenly, immortal manor this time. A shame I couldn't trick that girl into coming after all. He gives a sinister grin. If I could have used her as a cultivation vessel, Qin'er would be even stronger. Suddenly, Wu Dao coughs up a large amount of blood, startling Dongfang Qian. Seeing him collapse, Dongfang Qian rushes over and calls for his master. Dongfang Qian asks with concern, "Master, you've been like this for a long time. Do you know who did this yet? Let me go and kill them." Wu Dao brushes him off. "I don't know. I haven't been able to calculate it. Don't worry about it. The curse isn't that strong. I can handle it. Just focus on your training. Make sure you master that divine power as soon as possible." Seeing Dongfang Qian finally agree, he thinks with pure hatred, "Once my disciple completes his training, I'll make you pay for this." Hanju lets out a sneeze and wonders, "Who's bad-mouthing me now?" Sun Chang'an, standing behind him, asks curiously, "What are you planting, master?" He gives the man his task. "I'm planting gourds. You'll be the one tending to them from now on." Sun Chang'an flatters him. "They certainly don't look ordinary. You really do have quite the collection of treasures, master." He can't help but pry. Did our ancestors have some kind of legendary figure among them? Hanju replies cryptically, "What do you think?" Truth be told, he doesn't actually know the origins of his techniques or these treasures himself. Li Qingzi comes by to chat. "Elder Han, it's been a few years. I see you've added even more treasures to your mountain." Hanju questions him. "Sect Master, is there something you need?" Li Qingzi invites himself into talk. The black-held chicken is still worried its master will be eaten. Once inside, Hanju gets straight to the point. "Out with it. Which demon king are we fighting now? Or whose sect is on fire this time?" Li Qingzi gives a wide, ecstatic grin. "Neither. It's actually something amazing." He explains everything in detail. An ancient sect ruin was discovered near the Jade Pure sect. According to the disciples who investigated, it's loaded with resources and techniques. There are heavenly treasures and magical artifacts everywhere. Hanju asks with a hint of concern, "Has the word gotten out yet? An opportunity of this magnitude. If word got out, it would cause cultivators across the land to fight to the death for it." Li Qingzi replied with certainty, "This is a secret of the Jade Pure sect. Besides, 100 years have passed. The younger generation of cultivators has never even heard the great name of the god-slaying elder. But the leaders of the various sects still remember your heroic deeds. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to interfere with the Jade Pure sect's good fortune." Hanju got to the point. "So, why did you come looking for me?" The old man extended an eager invitation. "Elder Han, would you like to come see it?" Elder Guan has already led 5 other elders and 100 elite disciples there to secure the area. The teleportation formation is almost complete, too. Hanju saw right through him. "You're afraid there's some danger inside, so you came to ask me to be a bodyguard, didn't you?" Having been found out, Li Qingzi could only ask sheepishly, "I really can't hide anything from you, Elder. So what do you think?" He looked at the boiling teapot and launched into a lecture. "Although the Jade Pure sect has developed peacefully these past few years, our disciples lack real-world training. Flowers raised in a greenhouse can't withstand a storm. Sect Master, surely you understand this point. This is a great opportunity for the disciples to temper themselves." Hanju said, radiating an aura of righteousness. "We must cultivate our disciples' ability to be self-reliant. We must raise the overall quality of the Jade Pure sect's disciples. As for me, I will stay behind to protect the sect." Although Li Qingzi agreed with his reasoning, something still fell off. "But coming from you, it just sounds a bit strange." As he saw the man out, Hanju didn't forget to add a reminder. "You all should be careful. Usually, this kind of ancient find will likely have restrictive spells." Li Qingzi understood and agreed. "If we find any heavenly treasures that can enhance spiritual qi, I'll have someone deliver them to you." Just outside the cave entrance, Li Qingzi suddenly gasped at the sight of something. Seeing this, Hanju grew curious. "Is there something else, Sect Master?" The old man looked ahead hesitantly. The Fusang tree was shaking back and forth, piquing Li Qingzi's curiosity. Hanju was shocked to see the Fusang tree shaking so violently. It swayed from its trunk to its highest branches as if it were dancing to music. The black-held chicken and Sun Chang'an were in a complete panic. "Why is it shaking during the day? Please don't let anything bad happen. Master is definitely going to kill me." Hanju flew over in a flash. "What's going on?" The black-held chicken and Sun Chang'an both started talking at once. "We didn't do anything. The tree just suddenly went crazy. It started shaking on its own at night before, too." He was incredibly surprised to hear that. shaking on its own? Has it gained sentience? He immediately scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was even more surprised to find it had no nascent soul. Hanju worriedly speculated. Logically, if it had gained sentience, it would have developed a consciousness. It would naturally have a nascent soul. Could it be the Fusang tree is summoning something? Suddenly, he saw the tree, from trunk to crown, covered in the brilliant light of a golden crow. Hanju grew even more worried. The Fusang tree only attracts a golden crow after living for 10,000 years. But it hasn't been nearly that long. Let's see if there are any major disturbances in the world right now. A stream of information about the current state of the world filled the small system window. He skimmed through it and concluded, it seems like there are no major changes in the cultivation world. On a magnificent pavilion in the middle of a lake, the evening sun dyed the entire sky red. Ji Xianxian took a sip of tea and then asked, Senior sister, you still haven't ascended? Xian Qingjun replied mysteriously, the time is not yet right. So, how is the plan going? Ji Xianxian sighed wearily. Don't even mention it. This version of Zhou Fan is like a completely different person from his past life. He's unbearably stubborn. Fortunately, he completely trusts me now. Xian Qingjun looked pleased. He is the key to our plan. Don't let him die again. Her mind was filled with questions. I really don't understand you. After ascending, you could clearly be reborn anew. With your strength, you could surely command the wind and rain in the immortal realm. What are you still waiting for? Xian Qingjun answered frankly. I'm waiting for my Tao companion. The moment she said it, Ji Xianxian choked, spitting out all the tea in his mouth. Seeing her junior sister coughing from shock, she said softly, I'm kidding. Ji Xianxian exclaimed loudly. You scared me to death, senior sister. Being love-struck is a recipe for disaster. Xian Qingjun then told her everything. Initially, I went to the J-Pure sect to check on Zhou Fan. Unexpectedly, I met a young man who really caught my eye. This young man is a reclusive cultivator. After all these years, he might have already reached the spirit transformation realm. Ji Xianxian was surprised and asked, his talent is even greater than Zhou Fan's. Xian Qingjun nodded in confirmation. A blush crept on her cheeks. When I have the chance, I'll take you to meet him. Ji Xianxian didn't find that very convincing. Senior sister, are you really not kidding? Suddenly, a golden light flashed, illuminating the sky as if to tear it apart. Something streaked past at incredible speed, causing the lake's surface to churn violently. Hearing the commotion, Yang Tiandong and Dian Su were startled and turned to look. He asked Dian Su in alarm, Father, what is that? The Demon King was so frightened he was speechless. The great Demon King Dian Su was trembling like a leaf. The child of the vermilion bird, a bringer of misfortune. The child of the vermilion bird, blazing gold, charged forward with a ferocious expression. It was the dreaded Judo. The Judo, wreathed in flames, opened its massive maw and dove straight down. The Judo, also called Huodo, is a demonic beast with a dog-like appearance. It can breathe and consume fire, and wherever it goes, disaster follows. It often appears amidst raging infernos. So the Judo is considered an omen of great fires and a symbol of extreme misfortune. At that moment, two girls were gathering herbs on a cliff, planning to head back as it was getting dark. One girl asked, Little Yao, do you feel something strange? She felt the current temperature was indeed abnormal. It's almost winter, so why is it suddenly so hot? They both looked up at the sky and saw what appeared to be two stars. Mistaking the raging fire on the Judo's body for the sun, they screamed in terror. Are those two suns? At that moment, the sect master and the perfected ones of the Jade Pure sect immediately flew up, issuing a warning. We're under attack. Li Qingzi, leading the group, bellowed. What demon dares to approach? The other perfected ones followed closely behind. This heat is as intense as the midday sun. Judging by its direction, it's heading for the Jade Pure sect. Everyone couldn't help but worry. If it gets any closer, will the Jade Pure sect be destroyed? As the leader of the sect, Li Qingzi gave a decisive command. Activate the Grand Sect Protecting Formation. A formation from the highest peak gradually enveloped every corner of the sect. With a wave of his hand, the formation's patterns grew even more complex. Seeing the Grand Sect Protecting Formation activated, Hanju was extremely worried. The Jade Pure Sect formation can't block this intense heat. At that moment, the system prompted him. The divine beast Zhu Do is attacking, seeking to claim the Fusong tree. It is a 5th-level body, integration, realm divine beast of calamity. The child of the vermilion bird, born with misfortune, carries the fire of the sun itself. It has the power to destroy the world. Hanju was completely taken aback. So it really is after the Fusong tree. It's too late. Prepare to fight the Zhu Do. Both the black-held chicken and Sun Chang'an suddenly felt a sense of restlessness. Hanju explained briefly. It's just your bloodlines reacting. I'll be right back. He shot off so fast that only an afterimage was left, stunning the black-held chicken. In an instant, Hanju had flown 100 miles, leaving the black-held chicken and Sun Chang'an to wail helplessly. Master, don't leave us behind. The Zhu Do roared madly, opening its mouth wide. It looked savage and rampaged wildly. The sect master and the perfected ones couldn't even get close to the Zhu Do. The back mountain is about to be burned to the ground. We can't see its true form clearly. It's hard to attack. The last time we faced a situation like this was when the strange fire appeared. Li Qingzi had to resort to a desperate measure. We can't let it get any closer. All elders, listen to my command. Use every technique you have. Attack with everything you've got. He chanted an incantation and yelled, for the Jade Pure Sect. All the elders and the perfected ones followed suit in unison. Just then, Hanju arrived and shouted to prevent the impending disaster. Stop. He quickly assigned tasks. You're not its match yet. Quickly, lead the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect and evacuate. Everyone thought, if the god-slaying elder himself has appeared, this opponent must be formidable indeed. Li Qingzi was surprised. I thought you had already run away. Hanju replied helplessly. To be honest, I wanted to run too. But this whole mess started because of me. He summoned his weapon as he spoke. I can't let the people of the Jade Pure Sect suffer the consequences for my actions. A long sword appeared in Hanju's hand. Go now. I'll buy you some time. Li Qingzi nodded quickly in agreement. He shouted to the others. Go quickly. Don't waste the opportunity Elder Han has bought for us. The Zhu Do had lost all reason by now. Its mind was completely captivated by the allure of the Fusong tree. Suddenly seeing Hanju blocking its path, the Zhu Do was surprised. But it immediately spat a huge, blazing ball of fire at him with a threatening roar, Get out of my way. Without another word, Hanju used his technique, the Heavenly Punishment Ghost God Sword. He aimed to sever the flame. A single slash, containing the power of the Milky Way, easily blocked the Zhu Do's solar fire. Knocked back by the sword chi, it became more frenzied than ever. Even Hanju was pushed back by the aftershock of his own attack. The system prompted. The divine beast Zhu Do has developed hatred for you. Current hatred level, 5 stars. He pondered for a long moment. It's clearly at the 5th level of the body integration realm. So why is it even harder to deal with than the old monster Wu Dao? This must be the true power of a divine beast. Zhu Do is gearing up to breathe fire again. This doesn't look good. It unleashes a blast of calamitous flames, intent on reducing everything to ash. I narrowly dodge the searing pillar of fire as it roars past me. But as the flames incinerate the forest, reality hits me. This isn't a simulation. The J-Pure Sect is right behind me. I glare at Zhu Do, my mind racing. The mere mention of the Jade Pure Sect seems to have drawn its focus. Zhu Do relentlessly pursues my every move. Wherever it treads, a trail of fire follows. Li Qingzi scrambled to lead the disciples to safety. Everyone, head toward the water spirit peak. Move. The teleportation array there is still active. I have to pull myself together. I can't keep this up. Its attacks are too relentless. I can't find an opening. Sensing imminent danger, my eyes dart around. Damn it, this is bad. To my horror, Zhu Do suddenly teleports, mirroring my own technique. It unleashes a point-blank blast of fire right at me. Zhu Do lets out a triumphant roar, looking at the heap of ash before it. That nuisance must be dead by now. Suddenly, a sharp strike aims directly for its neck, catching it off guard. I actually managed to dodge, just in time. TCH. This damn bird is way too tanky. My heavenly cycle, ghost deity, sword barely even singed its feathers. I have one trump card left, but there's no time. I look up and freeze. Did it give up? No, wait. Look at that energy. Is it charging up for an ultimate attack? What a coincidence. I was just about to do the same. Their ultimate techniques collide, triggering a colossal explosion. The very foundation of heaven and earth begins to tremble. Both Hanju and Zhu Do pour every ounce of their power into the clash. It's a brutal life-or-death struggle. Li Qingzi continued his frantic shouting, directing the evacuation. Stay in line. Don't push. Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared and spoke. It's over. Li Qingzi turned to him, stunned. Master, what do you mean? He replied with an air of calm. Haven't you noticed? The temperature has plummeted. Li Qingzi nodded slowly as he realized. You're right. The heat is gone. A wave of relief and joy swept through the sect. It's Elder Han. He saved us again. Moments ago, when the two ultimate attacks clashed, Zhu Do was completely consumed by the explosion. The spawn of the vermilion bird met a pathetic end, shattered into 1,000 pieces that scattered in the wind. Hanju let out a long, weary sigh of relief. In a fight between masters, a single moment of distraction is all it takes to die. System notification. For your first kill of a divine beast, you have received a sword Dao divine power inheritance. Congratulations! You have obtained the divine power. Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. The Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger utilizes concentrated sword chi to strike down enemies from thousands of miles away. The potency and range of the technique are directly tied to the user's cultivation level. My joy was short-lived. The system displayed information regarding the divine beast, Zhu Ke, a divine beast born with immense providence. Because you have slain its offspring, it now harbors a deep, burning hatred toward you. It will surely hunt you down for revenge once you ascend to the upper world. I see its cultivation level, mid-stage Tai Earth Immortal. My jaw practically hits the floor in shock. I can't help but curse out loud. Are you out of your mind? You're the one who failed to raise your kid. It tried to kill me first. How is its death my fault? Do you have any idea how many innocent lives this monster took? Seeing that 5-star hatred meter makes my blood boil. So, I take out the kid, and now the parent is coming to settle the score? But why wait until I ascend to seek revenge? I guess even a vermilion bird can't just ascend to the mortal realm whenever it wants. I fall into deep thought, weighing my options. If I want to ascend one day, I have to be at least stronger than that damn bird. Otherwise, I'm just jumping into a meat grinder. The upper world is way too chaotic. I look at Zhu Do's mangled remains and wonder what to do with them. Since the vermilion bird already knows, there's no point in hiding the evidence. Li Qingzi rushed over to me. Elder Han, what on earth was that sun creature? I think to myself, if I tell him it was a divine beast, it would probably blow his mind. To keep the sect out of trouble, I decide to keep it a secret. It was just a mutant crow demon. Nothing to worry about. Li Qingzi stared in disbelief. A crow? With that much terrifying power? And it was specifically targeting us. I immediately shift the blame to our founding patriarch. Maybe our patriarch, Jiao Ding, offended someone back in the day? Li Qingzi considered this. That actually makes sense. If it's one of the patriarch's old grudges, then it's understandable. I'll check the patriarch's records when I get back. He offered to send someone to clean up the remains, but I refused. These parts will make the perfect meal for Little Black. Somewhere far away, Patriarch Jiao Ding, the victim of my scapegoating, sneezed uncontrollably, wondering what he did to deserve this. After this incident, a legend began to spread of the day Zhu Do swept through Great Yen, bringing terror to countless living beings on a massive scale. Yet such a powerful beast had suddenly vanished from the face of Great Yen. It became an enduring mystery for generations to come. The fact that it disappeared within the borders of the Jade Pure sect thrust the sect into the center of the world's attention. No other sect dared to harbor any ill will toward us anymore. They all scrambled to build alliances with us, doing everything in their power to stay on our good side. Dian Su read the report and let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness we established an alliance. I knew from the start that the Jade Pure sect was extraordinary. Good God, that was Zhu Do. Countless rogue cultivators, hearing of the Jade Pure sect's fame, flocked to join. The Jade Pure sect's strength continued to grow at an incredible rate. They were now on par with the powers of Great Wei and Western Abyss Province. Hanju once again barred Li Qingzi from entering his cave. Let me be clear, don't come to me with any more golden opportunities. I'm not going anywhere. He pleaded with Hanju. It's not like that. This is serious. Li Qingzi began to explain. The Blood Flame Heaven sect of Great Wei and the Wuxiang sect of Guyuan province have declared war. They're bypassing Great Yin and Western Abyss and taking the fight directly to each other. He laid out his concerns. I have no idea why they're doing it, but there's a good chance Great Yin will be caught in the crossfire. I'm honestly speechless. They're that far apart and still fighting? Do they have nothing better to do? Both of those sects have a history with me. Li Qingzi continued. Rumor has it that the Wuxiang sect's prodigy, Dongfang Xian, killed the son of the Blood Flame Heaven sect master. He went on excitedly. That hot-headed sect master of Blood Flame couldn't take it lying down, so he declared war immediately. They say an integration realm elder led the charge into Wuxiang territory. I don't care about their petty squabbles. Let them rip each other apart. As long as they don't bother the Jade Pure sect, I couldn't care less. Li Qingzi turned away and whispered to himself. When will our sect finally have an integration realm powerhouse of its own? He had no idea he was already looking at one. Finally, Li Qingzi stopped beating around the bush and got to the point. Elder Han, do you remember those ancient sect ruins? It turns out that while Jun Yugang was leading the exploration, the elders made a massive discovery. There was actually someone still alive in those ruins. It's a blind old man. Li Qingzi recounted the events. I don't know which trap Jun Yugang tripped, but it somehow released the old man's seal. It's as if he had been in a deep slumber for over 1,000 years. His power is unfathomable. Fortunately, he didn't seem interested in attacking anyone. If he had, Jun Yugang wouldn't have stood a chance. Li Qingzi poured out his thoughts. To survive being sealed for that long, he must be someone extraordinary. We tried to recruit him, but he keeps refusing. Do you think you could help us convince him? Hanju didn't give an answer right away. Instead, he asked, where's he now? He's currently in the intersect city. I decided to play it cool. This is a major development. Let me look into his past first. I'll decide after that. Li Qingzi was full of admiration. Elder Han, your powers are truly limitless. In reality, I was just reading the system's info. His name is Xiao Yao, 9th level of the Void Realm. He was the top prodigy of the Heaven Immortal Abode 5,000 years ago. The sole survivor of the ancient Ling Shao sect. He was struck blind by a divine curse. I wonder, someone with such an elite background, yet he doesn't have innate providence? I asked Li Qingzi what he knew about the Ling Shao sect. He told me everything he knew. From what I've heard, it was a massive sect 5,000 years ago. But they offended the immortals and were struck down by divine retribution. The entire sect was wiped out. But what does any of that have to do with the blind man? I shook my head calmly. It has everything to do with him. That man is the sole survivor of the Ling Shao sect. Li Qingzi's face went pale. Then keeping him here, isn't that defying the will of heaven? He immediately began to reconsider. Should I personally go and kick him out? I didn't sugarcoat it. He is at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Li Qingzi practically sprinted away to warn Jun Yugang not to do anything stupid. I gave him one last instruction. Let him stay for now. I'll deal with him when I have the time. The name Xiao Yao stuck in my head. I decided to use the simulation trial to see what the top prodigy of the Heaven Immortal Abode is truly capable of. The best part about the simulation is that the opponent goes all out with every move. They don't feel fear, and they don't run away. It's the perfect way to gauge someone's true strength. Peak state and combat patterns. If I ignore the variables of a real fight, beating a puppet is much harder than a real person. Based on my experience, his first move will be his ultimate technique. Xiao Yao uses a divine power, summoning a massive army of thousands of clones. 10,000 versions of Xiao Yao swarm Hanju, leaving him dazed by this ninja-style jutsu. He freezes at the sight of such power. How am I supposed to fight 10,000 soul formation cultivators at once? Hanju curses under his breath. Damn it. On behalf of the J Pure sect, I thank you for not killing us all yet. He takes a jab at Guan Yugang. Just look at the mess you've made. Deep within the Ghost's Sorrow Ravine, the cliffs are steep and bottomless. The sight alone is enough to send shivers down one's spine. A bloody, brutal battle has just taken place here. Corpses are strewn everywhere. They were supposed to be on a crusade. But what kind of entity could have done this? Su Chi falls to his knees in terror, his mind racing. The elite squad of the monster-slaying demon sect was wiped out just like that. The boy trembles. Senior, I'm just an ordinary person. Su Chi drops his weapon and stammers, pleading with the mysterious purple light. Please, please spare me. The demon lord manifests before the boy and speaks with arrogance. If I wanted you dead, you would have been dust a long time ago. His eyes seem to contain the entire universe as he tries to entice Su Chi. The fact that I've let you live this long is a stroke of luck. Do you understand? Su Chi's pupils shrink in fear at the mention of the demon lord's blessing. In a daze, he slowly processes the word opportunity used by the demon lord. The boy asks tentatively, "Does this mean you want to pass your ultimate techniques to me?" The man replies with a playful smirk, "If you're willing to help me fulfill one wish, then why wouldn't I pass them to you?" The demon lord reaches out to Su Chi. "Your destiny is quite extraordinary. Even I cannot calculate your fate. Who knows? You might even be the one to inherit my mantle." Su Chi is thrown into a panic. Inherit his mantle? But I already have a master. How do I say no to this? The boy doesn't dare refuse him outright. "Tell me what it is, senior. I will do my best to fulfill it for you." The demon lord speaks bluntly. "I want to wash the mortal world in blood. Are you willing to help me?" Su Chi shakes like a leaf. "Senior, you must be joking. I don't think I have the stomach for that." He thinks to himself, wash the world in blood. He's actually insane. The demon lord fixes his single eye on Su Chi, his expression serious. "You think I'm playing games with you? I have never misjudged a person, and you truly have a gift for this kind of work." Back in the simulation, the beads around Xiao Yao's neck have shattered. He's badly injured, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. He looks as if he's on the verge of collapsing. Han Ju charges forward, seizing the upper hand while Xiao Yao is vulnerable. He makes a silent assessment. Xiao Yao really was the top genius of the heavenly immortal manner for a reason. To be able to push an integration realm master this far while only at the soul formation stage. That alone is something to be proud of. Despite his admiration, Han Ju doesn't slow down as he delivers the finishing blow to end the simulation. He finished in 89 minutes, but he's still not satisfied. Again, in the following attempts, Han Ju manages to cut the time down to 23 minutes. But Xiao Yao still managed to summon his clones. By the 5th attempt, it only takes him 3 minutes. Yet, Han Ju is still not happy. Not good enough. 3 minutes is more than enough time for him to level the Jade Pure sect. He uses the divine power he obtained after defeating the Judo, the heaven and earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Han Ju thinks with a hint of frustration. "I almost forgot I had this move." On the 7th try, it takes him only 2 seconds to make Xiao Yao vanish in a thin air. Finally, Han Ju's mood lightens. He has to admit it. That was an exhausting fight, but in a real-life situation, he probably wouldn't lead with his ultimate move right away. Strike first and strike hard. That's how you end things. Just then, the system window pops up with recent news updates for him. There's a lot of interesting news from the outside world. One headline catches his eye. Your companion, the Black Hell Chicken, has devoured the Judo beast, causing its lineage to mutate. It has obtained the providence of disaster. Han Ju is stunned to see the chicken has evolved. Meanwhile, the Black Hell Chicken is blissfully unaware, crunching away on some Judo meat. Master's jerky isn't half bad. I bet there's nothing tastier in the whole world. Seeing it enjoy the food so much that it wants to save some for the new year. Han Ju hesitates. Should I tell him he's eating the meat of a divine beast? Sun Chang'an comes running over, sounding frantic. "Master, something's wrong. The Fusang tree is moving again." He lets out a helpless sigh. This time, the Fusang tree isn't shaking violently. It's swaying gently, almost as if it's trying to be seductive. Sun Chang'an makes an observation. "At least it's not as crazy as last time. This is much better." The Black Hell Chicken chimes in. "But a moving tree is never a normal thing, is it?" Han Ju is beyond exhausted. "Truly, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Last time, I killed the Judo and offended the vermilion bird. Who did I piss off this time? Is there no way to make this thing settle down?" Sun Chang'an, drawing on his own expertise, shares his view. "Master, doesn't it look like it's in heat?" Han Ju catches on quickly. The Fusang tree can attract the Judo, which means it definitely has a connection to the Golden Crow. The common link is the fire attribute Divine Blood. Does the Fusang tree need high-level fire lineage? Could it be some kind of symbiotic relationship? The Black Hell Chicken's words come as a surprise. "I won't lie, Master. For some reason lately, I feel like it's trying to lure me into its branches." He makes a confession. "I was afraid you'd be upset, so I didn't dare go up there." Hanju realizes the connection between the tree and the bird. The Judo is a divine beast. The black-held chicken is a reincarnated demon saint. His status is just as high. Everything suddenly becomes clear. Little Black ate the Judo, so he has its essence in his blood now. That might be exactly what the Fusang tree wants. Hanju quickly agrees. A phoenix living in a tree is only natural, but you'll have to build your own nest. He calculates the benefits. If the chicken takes over the Fusang tree, then other monsters and divine beasts will stop coming around. Once the nest is finished, the black-held chicken feels completely at ease. A smug, satisfied look spreads across its face. Hanju is just happy the tree has stopped shaking. Only Sun Chang'an is still worried. Why do I feel like it only stopped? Because the chicken is weighing it down. Suddenly, someone arrives. The spiritual energy here is so dense. This must be the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. You must be that legendary deity-slaying elder everyone talks about. The visitor turns out to be Xiao Yao, the proud genius of the famous sect from 5,000 years ago. The chicken and Sun Chang'an are shocked that they didn't even sense his arrival. Hanju remains calm. What can I do for you, fellow Taoist? Xiao Yao lays out his intentions. The sect master has been trying to get me to join, but my situation is a bit unique. How about this? I'm willing to join the Jade Pure sect, but he has only one condition. If Hanju can represent the sect and withstand one of his palm strikes, he will join. Sun Chang'an thinks to himself, well, this guy is certainly arrogant. The chicken is also a bit worried. Wait, isn't that usually master's line? The tables have really turned. Hanju maintains a polite smile, but inside, he's thinking something else entirely. I wasn't even looking for you, and yet here you are, asking for a beating. Xiao Yao speaks coldly. There's no need to wait. He leaps up, channeling energy into his palm as he prepares to strike. He lands a direct hit on the chest of a seemingly unprepared Hanju. Hanju is jolted back, unable to react to the sudden impact. The chicken and Sun Chang'an cry out in panic. Master! Everything falls into a strange silence, leaving Xiao Yao questioning reality. He can clearly feel the spiritual power in his palm, but it's not penetrating his opponent at all. The eerie atmosphere makes Xiao Yao wonder, who exactly is this guy? How can he have so many spirit treasures on him? He keeps his hand pressed against Hanju's chest, lost in thought. Embarrassed, Hanju speaks up. Please, have some self-respect, senior. The man explains flatly. I was just testing your cultivation, but I still can't tell what your true realm is. Since you're wearing so many protective treasures, then I won't hold back anymore. I'm going all out. Hanju gives him a cold look. A 9th-level soul formation master wants to go all out? Are you here for a spar, or are you trying to commit murder? After a moment's thought, he speaks. If I block this, will you really join the sect and follow the sect master's orders? Xiao Yao replies with honor. I have never broken a promise in my life. And truth be told, I do need a place to settle down. I have a fairly good impression of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju stands there calmly and invites him to strike. Then, forgive my lack of restraint. Immediately, the man begins channeling his internal power into his palm. It's as if he's capturing the very wind in his hands. The spiritual energy takes physical form as Xiao Yao absorbs it. The chicken and Sun Chang'an gasp in fear. His power-gathering ability is insane. Even the sky itself seems to be affected. Everything is drowned out by the brilliant light radiating from Xiao Yao's palm. Though he can't see the man's face, it's clear he isn't afraid at all. To any outsider, the strongest master in the Jade Pure sect is only at the soul formation realm. He remains deep in thought. To accept a challenge like that, could he be in the void amalgamation realm? A full-powered palm strike from a void amalgamation expert slammed into Hanju's chest with a dull thud. A massive boom echoed, like the sound of two great mountains colliding. The force of the impact blew everything around them away. Sun Chang'an was flung into the air. Even the portly black-held chicken was sent sliding back. The surrounding trees were flattened by the powerful gale. Fallen leaves danced and fluttered in the sky. At the center of the battle, Ji Lingchan collapsed amidst the shattered remains of ancient trees. He screamed in terror. He's a body integration realm cultivator. He never imagined that a sect without even a single void amalgamation cultivator would actually have a body integration expert. Hanju stood there, unshakable as Mount Tai, and spoke softly. Does what you said earlier still count? Jilin-chan sat up and said, "A gentleman's word is his bond. From this day forward, I am a member of the Jade Pure Sect." Suddenly, the system prompted, "Jilin-chan has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star." Hanju felt a bit helpless about the situation. "I hope you won't reveal anything about my cultivation level to anyone." Jilin-chan looked up in surprise and asked, "The people of the Jade Pure Sect don't know." Gazing up at the clear blue sky, Hanju sighed. "If my cultivation is too high, I'm worried the sect will rely on me and stir up trouble everywhere. Apart from longevity, I seek nothing else. Not many people know about me." Jilin-chan couldn't help but think with regret. Such a mindset is truly rare. If the Spirit Firmament sect had been even half as humble as him back then, we wouldn't have faced annihilation. Hanju clasped his hands in a farewell gesture to Jilin-chan. The man showed him absolute respect in return. After he left, the black-held chicken asked curiously, "Master, why didn't you teach him a lesson? Didn't he just stab you?" Hanju retorted angrily, "If I stabbed you, would you dare to resist?" It feigned a cute expression. "Look how adorable I am. How could you possibly bring yourself to hurt me, master?" Hanju grew even more annoyed. This guy's been getting quite arrogant lately, hasn't he? Seeing it happily gnawing on some meat, he said, "I have to warn you. The current situation is not optimistic. The man from just now is being targeted by the celestial gods. Did you see his eyes? That's because of the celestial god's curse." Hearing this, the black-held chicken jumped in fright and screamed. A curse from the celestial gods. Hanju looked at it with a sharp gaze. "That's right. It's impossible to guard against. It's equally dangerous everywhere, so don't be so arrogant. Also, I wasn't going to tell you, but the food you're eating is actually made from the corpse of the judo. That was the child of the divine beast, the vermilion bird. Haven't you noticed the changes in your body? That's all thanks to that divine beast." Hanju's final words made it break out in a cold sweat. "So you must cultivate diligently. Become stronger, lest the vermilion bird come seeking revenge on you. I suspect the vermilion bird already holds a grudge against us. Therefore, I must also enter seclusion to cultivate." With that, Hanju turned and left, leaving the black-held chicken so panicked it turned pale and started to cry. After calming down, with tears and sorrow, it packed up the remaining jerky and gave it to the dogs to eat. It had completely forgotten that Sun Chang'an was still in need of rescue. The next day, the once spacious paths of the Jade Pure Sect were crowded with cultivators. Birds chirped and flew about everywhere, as if joining in the celebration. The sect master, beaming as if he'd just discovered a treasure trove, announced, "Let us welcome the new Void Amalgamation Realm Elder joining our Jade Pure Sect, Jilin-chan." After hearing the introduction, everyone couldn't help but marvel. That's a realm only the Grand Ancestor has ever reached. The square was packed with people, all jostling and jumping to welcome him. Many disciples were already thinking they should hurry and present gifts to win Elder Jilin-chan's favor. Li Qingzi's smile was so wide it couldn't be contained. Ultimately, it was only after clashing with Elder Han that Elder Jilin-chan agreed to join the Jade Pure Sect. As expected of Elder Han, the true pillar of our sect. Who would have known that the Jade Pure Sect was once just a small sect in a corner of the Great Yin? Who would have known that Elder Han was once a humble medicine boy under the guise of an outer disciple? One can only say that the day Elder Han decided to join the Jade Pure Sect was the luckiest day since the sect's founding. The old man sighed with joy. Without Elder Han, the Jade Pure Sect of today would not exist. As joyous as the scene was in the Jade Pure Sect, elsewhere, it was a battlefield of life and death. Corpses were scattered everywhere. A figure slowly walked forward, sighing in a low voice. 5 years. We've been fighting for 5 years. Senior brother, we've lost again. Lu Yixian, battered and worn, was numb to all feeling. Qing Xian stood beside him, silent. His face was covered in scratches as he looked up at the sky, helpless. This is so hard. The body integration realm guest elder was seriously injured and has gone into hiding to recover. Lu Yixian continued in despair. The formless sect is now expanding towards the Great Way with overwhelming momentum. Our blood-fiend heavenly sect is finished. The perfected Qing Xian suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Not necessarily. Junior brother, what if we surrender?" Lu Yixian was startled. Surrender? We have a blood feud with the formless sect. Even if we surrender, they won't let us go. The perfected Qing Xian explained, not to the formless sect, but to the Jade Pure sect. His face was filled with relief, as if he had just grasped a lifeline. Lu Buxian was completely stunned. The perfected Qing Xian said thoughtfully, "We can rely on the Jade Pure sect. As long as we can ensure the continuation of our orthodox cultivation, that's all that matters. In the cultivation world, depending on other powers is not uncommon." He slowly persuaded him. "Look at the sects around the Great Way. They are even weaker than our blood fiend heavenly sect. The major sects that could suppress the formless sect are all too far away. Our only option is the nearest one, the Jade Pure sect." Lu Ishian asked with some hesitation, "Is the Jade Pure sect really stronger than the formless sect? Can they withstand an attack from them?" An image of Han Ju suddenly flashed through the perfected Qing Xian's mind. It made him even more certain. If it's the Jade Pure sect, perhaps they really can. The person they were fondly remembering was currently out for a stroll, relaxing after a period of secluded cultivation. Han Ju observed his surroundings. Seeing the Fusong tree was no longer acting up, with the black-held chicken standing guard. He felt completely at ease. The Fusong tree and the earth immortal gourd vine are both growing well. And with the spiritual qi of Sun Chang'an's diligent cultivation, the immortal mountain is constantly being upgraded. Life is still as beautiful as ever. He happily and peacefully enjoyed the moment. After this round of seclusion, Han Ju had reached the third level of the body integration realm. Just as he was opening his mouth for a big yawn, the system suddenly displayed a notification. The list was full of familiar names. The chaotic heavenly dog, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. Xing Hongxian was about to reach this spirit transformation realm. It seems everyone is doing well. Seeing that Ji Lingchan was still being cursed by the celestial gods, he worried a little about whether the Jade Pure sect would bring disaster upon itself by taking him in. But what really gave Han Ju a headache was this notification. Su Qi cultivates a demonic technique. His divine persona begins to awaken. His bad luck is already terrifying enough. After his awakening, how much more exaggerated will it become? But then again, Su Qi's story is truly tragic. Everyone around him dies because of him, but he has no idea he's the cause. The heavenly court dropped him into the mortal realm and wiped his memories of his past life. They just let him wreak havoc on the human world. And the Zhu Do caused such a commotion, yet the higher-ups didn't intervene, as if they were tacitly allowing it. The heavenly court doesn't seem to be the righteous entity it's rumored to be. I haven't seen them do anything good, but bad things happen so quickly. What are their intentions? Finally, Han Ju came to a conclusion. Could it be that the population of the human realm is too large, and the higher-ups want to control it a bit? While Han Ju was lost in thought in the main hall of the Jade Pure sect, the sect master shouted in disbelief, "What?" The atmosphere in the main hall was incredibly tense. Li Qingzi sized up the representative from the blood fiend heavenly sect who had come to surrender. "Are you serious about this?" The sect master refused. "Your esteemed sect is currently at war with the formless sect. The J-Pure sect does not wish to be drawn into this conflict." The two grand elders beside him whispered, "They want to use our sect as a shield." The old man continued to present the benefits. If the J-Pure sect agrees, the blood fiend heavenly sect can be completely absorbed into the Jade Pure sect, becoming its 19th peak. This statement caused the Council of Elders to start murmuring. They all felt that if the Jade Pure sect could annex them, it would be a major step up. But if they annex the blood fiend heavenly sect, who will stop the formless sect? The representative who came was the perfected Yin Lin. He found his sect master's decision very strange. The J-Pure sect is so weak. What are they relying on? They only have one low-level spirit transformation cultivator. Everyone else is at the nascent soul realm. Even combined, they're not enough to pose a threat to him, except for that blindfolded person standing in the corner. At that moment, the sect master stood up and said, "Elder Jiling Chan, please entertain our honored guest well. I need to discuss this matter with Elder Han." Yin Lin sneered internally. It's one thing for a sect to have no real power, but for the sect master to have no opinion of his own. What on earth are the sect master and the perfected Qing Xian thinking, wanting to surrender to a sect like this? Ji Lingchan suddenly approached, interrupting his thoughts. I remember attending the founding ceremony of the Blood Fiend Heavenly Sect 5,000 years ago. How have you all fallen so far? Never mind, let's not talk about this. Since you and I are both elders, how about we have a little spar? Lingshan's current revealed strength was at the first level of the Golden Core realm. Lin knew that Lingshan was hiding his cultivation, pretending to be at the Golden Core realm to catch him off guard with a surprise attack. A petty trick like this won't fool me. I can already see that you're at the first level of the Void Amalgamation realm. Back at Hanju's Cave Abode, he was startled by the information he had just heard. The sect master asked anxiously for his opinion. Hanju thought it over slowly. This action will definitely offend the formless sect. Although he wasn't afraid of the old monster Wu Dao, he was still worried there might be someone stronger. He asked Li Qingzi with some concern, "What is the current strength of the Jade Pure sect? Can we go head-to-head with the formless sect?" The sect master replied dejectedly, "It will be difficult. In fact, disciples of the formless sect have been crossing into the borders of the Great Yin for a long time now. The disciples of the Jade Pure sect have clashed with them many times. We're seeing more losses than wins. They've even dispatched several Void Realm experts to occupy Great Yin. Ultimately, we had to rely on Elder Xiao Yao to keep them in check." Hanju furrowed his brows, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Is that old monster Wu Dao actually targeting me? He shouldn't even know it was me who's been secretly cursing him all this time." He thought for a moment before speaking. "Which means we don't have much of a choice. If the Wuxiang sect swallows up Great Wei, then Great Yin will undoubtedly be their next target." The sect master shared the same concern. Suddenly, the sound of a struggle reached them, drawing their attention. Two streaks of light clashed in the sky. Li Qingzi gasped as he recognized them. "It's Xiao Yao and Lin. Why on earth are those two fighting?" Hanju tried to calm him down. "It's fine. From what I can see, they're just sparring." In the sky, Elder Xiao Yao looked radiant as he chanted a spell, flying at high speed to pursue Lin. The old man who had been cursing Xiao Yao under his breath earlier was now covered in bruises. But his mouth still wouldn't quit. "You're at the 9th level of the Void Realm. What are you pretending for? Who taught you how to hide your power like that anyway?" Seeing this, the sect master felt that Hanju's assessment was wrong. This didn't look like sparring at all. It looked like a one-sided beatdown. Flashes of light erupted in the sky as their spiritual powers collided. Hanju gave the sect master another shock. Xiao Yao isn't even going all out yet. Lin was so battered that even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. He was forced to use his strongest move. He summoned a colossal fire serpent. Xiao Yao looked tiny in front of it, but he showed no fear. He calmly raised his hand. He gathered his spiritual energy into 2 fingers, pointing to the sky as he cast a spell. Xiao Yao created countless clones, surrounding Lin in an instant. Li Qingzi watched the clash of masters, his heart pounding with anxiety. Hanju, looking more relaxed than before, said, "If the J Pure sect truly wants to absorb the Blood Flame Heaven sect, we need to put some pressure on them. Otherwise, even if they merge with us now, there's no guarantee they won't try to rebel later." The sect master hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Watching the intense battle in the sky, Hanju mused. It seemed Xiao Yao and I are on the same page. When the fight finally ended, Lin had lost a tooth and couldn't understand how it had come to this. A broken shell of a man, he clasped his hands to take his leave. He coughed up blood with every word he spoke. It looked incredibly painful. The sect master couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. "Are you all right?" Lin had been beaten so badly he barely had a shred of dignity left. "I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." Once the old man had limped away, the sect master asked Hanju, visibly worried, "Look at the state of him. What if the Blood Flame Heaven sect decides not to come after all?" He replied without the slightest hesitation. "If they want the Jade Pure sect's protection, they need to act like they're begging for it." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Innate Providence Bearer detected. Would you like to view their background?" Hanju was taken aback. He didn't expect to run into another extraordinary person. The information immediately appeared. Name, Mo Rongqi. 4th level of the Golden Core realm. Title, Divine Emperor Yuzhan. He was besieged and reincarnated as a mortal, but his talent remains peerless and world-shaking. He is coming to the Jade Pure sect, drawn by the scent of the ancient spirit ginseng. This is getting interesting. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. A group of people was walking along, chatting happily. Jun Yugang gave a passionate introduction. The J-Pure sect has been established for 1,000 years now. He spoke with practiced eloquence. Within our sect, you'll find picturesque landscapes and rare, fragrant flora. We are the premier choice for rogue cultivators looking to settle down and join a proper establishment. Suddenly, someone asked Jun Yugang out of curiosity, "Elder, does that mountain over there also belong to the J-Pure sect?" The man pointed toward a towering peak engraved with the words, "Cultivate diligently to become immortal." Jun Yugang replied immediately, "That is the mountain of our deity-slaying elder. You must never trespass there without permission. If you do, you'll be expelled from the sect on the spot." Hearing this, Mo Rongqi felt even more certain of his intuition. This is it. The thing I'm looking for is definitely on that mountain. My gut is never wrong. He continued to probe for information. Does the deity-slaying elder take on disciples? Jun Yugang's answer was, well, he does. However, before he was accepted, there was a certain monk. Jun didn't finish his sentence, instead holding up 5 fingers to emphasize his point. He knelt at the base of the mountain for 5 years before he finally succeeded. If you have that kind of willpower, you're welcome to try your luck. That answer left everyone in the group stunned. While the group continued to their next destination, Mo Rongqi remained lost in thought. 5 years. For that item, what's 5 years of kneeling? After a moment, he made his decision. Elder Jun, I'm not going back with the rest of you. I plan to stay here and ask the deity-slaying elder to take me as his disciple. His declaration caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Sun Chang'an was busy knitting when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He had a sudden, sinking feeling that something was about to go wrong. 2 months later, life continued in its usual peaceful rhythm. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted in the distance, startling everyone. Voices filled with wonder broke the silence. Is that purple clouds? Has someone else gained an insight into the eternal Sword Tao? But the members of the J-Pure sect were already used to such things. They could only sigh in disbelief. Don't tell me it's him again. Just as expected, a powerful aura of golden light radiated from Hanju. A core of power was slowly manifesting before his chest. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. I've gained another insight. The heaven and earth mystic yellow world-piercing finger is truly profound. The space before him seemed to stretch on infinitely. He was startled to see blurry figures all around him. Am I back in the river of Sword Tao? No way. I was just reviewing my techniques. How did I not back here? Hanju looked around, completely bewildered. I hope I don't run into that guy again. He noticed that everyone else was moving. It looks like my Sword Tao comprehension has improved again. The higher your understanding, the further you can go. I wonder if I've actually made any progress. Suddenly, Hanju felt something strange and quickly looked down. That's when he realized he was rocketing forward. He was flying past everyone at an incredible speed. Wait, what is happening? I can't stop. He was moving so fast that the figures around him were nothing but a blur. Hanju wondered in a panic. How am I passing so many people so quickly? He came to a startling conclusion. Is my Sword Tao talent actually off the charts? Hanju was officially panicking now. He began to shout hysterically. I can't feel my arms or legs. I can't slow down. If he sees me, I'm dead. As he was flailing around, trying to find a way to break, a light suddenly appeared before him. A phantom manifested and immediately began to scold him. You again? I already gave you a chance last time. Don't push your luck. Hanju could only try to wipe away his tears and snot as he tried to explain. I have no intention of offending you, Senior. I literally can't stop. Before he could finish, he went flying past the figure. Only his desperate cries for help echoed in the air. The Phantom Senior was left completely speechless. I've guarded the river of Sword Tao for countless years, and I've never seen anyone comprehend things this fast. Directly ahead of Hanju was the Tai realm. His face was distorted with terror as he screamed. I'm going to crash right into it. Suddenly, something yanked his body to a halt, but his eyes and mouth were still wide with shock, nearly flying off from the momentum. It was the Phantom Senior who had managed to catch him. His face was practically on the ground, and though his spirit hadn't quite caught up with his body, he didn't forget to thank him profusely. Thank you, Senior. I can never repay your incredible kindness. The Phantom found the situation very strange. You clearly don't have a previous life. So how can your Sword Tao comprehension be this high? Most people struggle to take a single step forward. But you couldn't even stop yourself. It's as if the river of Sword Dao itself is chasing you down to force-feed you its secrets. At the mention of a previous life, Hanju spoke up quickly. Everything has a beginning. Maybe one day, I'll become the previous life for someone else. Unable to wrap his head around it, the senior sighed. Forget it. No one can truly control the cycle of reincarnation. The Phantom explained. With your current strength, the Tai realm isn't something you can handle. If you enter now, the backlash will destroy you. Go back. With those words, the senior raised his hand to flick Han-ju out of the river. Han-ju braced himself. He didn't understand why the guardian of the river of Sword Dao was holding his hand up to his forehead. With a sharp thwack, everything around him suddenly went pitch black, as if he'd gone blind. A moment later, Han-ju snapped awake. His eyes flew open, still filled with lingering terror. He could feel an overwhelming surge of power within him. His progress in the river of Sword Dao had caused his comprehension to skyrocket. A power capable of piercing the heavens shot downward. It created a massive shockwave. Just as Mo Rongqi was kneeling to beg for apprenticeship, that powerful force descended. It filled him with excitement, and he cheered out loud. I knew it. Mo Rongqi was overjoyed. The thing I want is definitely on this mountain. With a display like this, the senior must have finished his seclusion, right? He kowtowed repeatedly. Mo Rongqi hoped the elder would finally notice him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why is there someone at the foot of the mountain? The voice caught him by surprise. Mo Rongqi looked up, his heart filled with anticipation. Could it be? Is the deity-slaying elder here? But instead, he saw Sun Chang'an standing before him. A man who looked a bit peculiar. The moment Sun Chang'an laid eyes on Mo Rongqi, he was instantly, hopelessly mesmerized. This kid is so beautiful. Mu Rongqi, however, feels completely different. He stands there, frozen like a statue, thinking he's so profound. Amidst the blooming flowers and their sweet fragrance, a rather ridiculous scene is unfolding. On one side, Sun Chang'an is beaming with joy. He's grinning so wide his eyes are practically shut. On the other side, Mu Rongqi's face is dark as he begins to question his very existence. I don't know why, but I feel strangely drawn to this man. Yet he's clearly not my type at all. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Wait, could he be the deity-slaying elder? The one who can bring me my great opportunity? Mu Rongqi immediately bows down. This sudden movement startles Sun Chang'an, making him jump back. Whoa, what are you doing? Mu Rongqi speaks while prostrating. Senior, please, accept me as your disciple. Chang'an is momentarily stunned, unable to process what's happening. He just stands there, looking like a total idiot. But then he snaps out of it and begins to consider it seriously. My cultivation realm is higher than his. Taking a disciple shouldn't be too hard. But I still need to clear this with Master first. So Chang'an asks, what's your name? But after Mu Rongqi introduces himself, Chang'an gives him a blunt response. Fine, then keep kneeling right there. Mu Rongqi firmly replies, yes, Master. Inside the sect, Hanju asks skeptically, so, someone outside wants to become your disciple. Sun Chang'an reacts quickly. Is that not allowed, Master? Hanju answers calmly. It's not that it isn't allowed. It just depends on what you think of him. Chang'an explains his feelings. I feel like we really see eye to eye. If you agree, Master, I'd like to take him in. Hanju seriously doubts the truth of that statement. See eye to eye? Are you sure it's not just one-sided? In the end, he gives his consent. Fine, take him in. Bring him to Cultivate by the Fusong tree. Keep a close eye on him. He is not permitted to leave without permission. Hearing this, Sun Chang'an excitedly replies, yes, Master. Outside, Mu Rongqi is still faithfully kneeling as instructed. He has no idea he's just apprenticed himself to the wrong guy. He thinks, how much longer do I have to stay like this? This has to be a test of my patience, right? Sensing someone approaching, he looks up. Before Mu Rongqi stands a majestic master he had been longing for. Though this particular master is a bit hard on the eyes, Chang'an speaks. Let's go. Follow me up the mountain. Mu Rongqi rejoices internally, thinking he's finally succeeded. My great opportunity, here I come. The scene shifts to the gates of the Jade Pure sect. Lu Wumi and Qing Xian are whispering to one another. The fate of the Blood Flame Heaven sect depends entirely on this visit. Qing Xian takes a determined step forward. Let's go. This time, we have to make the Jade Pure Sect agree, no matter what. But Lu Wumi is still feeling a bit apprehensive. What if they still refuse? A dangerous glint appears in Qing Xian's eyes. He gives a cunning smile. They won't agree? Then we'll just have to get on our knees and beg until they do. And that is exactly what is happening. They were acting all tough and dangerous before, but the truth is they've run out of options. Qing Xian's decisive act of kneeling leaves Hanju at a loss, even though they're in the middle of begging for their lives. Lu Wumi can't help but whisper, the Jade Pure Sect is so massive. That sect master doesn't seem to have the final say. Whatever this guy says is the law. Qing Xian, however, has a much better grasp of the situation. Shut up. We're lucky he's even willing to see us. Suddenly, Hanju speaks, making their hearts skip a beat. I, Hanju, hate nothing more than having my cultivation disturbed. If you don't give me a damn good explanation, this is going to end very badly for you. As he delivers the threat, Hanju's face contorts into a terrifying, Azura-like expression. This scares the absolute wits out of Lu Wumi and Qing Xian. Is this aura the integration realm? This pressure is even stronger than the guest elders at our sect. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the other man collapses into a prostrate position as well. I am Lu Wumi, the sect master of the Blood Flame Heaven sect. He forces himself to look up despite his fear. He speaks with absolute sincerity. We have come to pay our respects and request that our sect be merged into the Jade Pure Sect. We hope you will grant us this favor, Senior. Since they seem genuine, Hanju agrees. However, the terms of joining aren't exactly what they expected. Your sect will be disbanded and then absorbed into the Jade Pure Sect. Is that understood? Hearing this, Lu Wumi and Qing Xian are overjoyed. Hanju reaches out and releases a seal. He speaks with a serious tone. I have placed a mark inside your bodies. It won't interfere with your normal cultivation. The seal releases a surge of immense power as it enters Lu Wumi and Qing Xian's bodies. Hanju gives a final warning. But if you even think about betraying us, well, I think you can guess the consequences. The two of them reply in unison. We are fully committed to the Jade Pure Sect. Hanju turns back toward his cave. He leaves them with one final word of approval. Don't bother me with the details. Go talk to Li Qingzi about the arrangements. His decisive departure leaves Qing Xian and Lu Wumi dazed. Wait, is that it? It's over? Not wanting the opportunity to slip away, Lu Wumi quickly brings up their main concern. Senior, please wait. The Blood Flame Heaven sect is being harassed by the Formless sect. Our treasures and disciples are still trapped in Great Way. They can't make it to the Jade Pure Sect. We beg for your assistance, Senior. The mention of the Formless sect immediately catches Hanju's attention, and he stops. He pauses and says, Fine, disperse your men, and I will take care of it. With that, Hanju walks straight inside. He leaves the two men outside, bowing their heads in deep gratitude. As he walks, he recalls the details. According to the reports, the strongest person in the Formless sect is that old freak, Wu Dao. If that's the case, as long as Wu Dao remains injured, the Formless sect won't dare to act recklessly, and the Jade Pure sect won't have to deal with a direct conflict. Hanju walks over to his ancient book. The issue with my wife has been settled for now. In this life, I rely on my own strength to face my enemies. Book of Misfortune, give him everything you've got. Curse him. Meanwhile, on the other side, violent coughing fits and the sound of someone spitting up blood echo repeatedly. Seeing his master tormented by the coughing fits and rolling on the floor, Dongfang Qian is in a panic. Master, are you all right? Wu Dao's eyes bulge with fury, but he can only manage to growl. Who on earth is doing this to me? Suddenly, a subordinate appears at the door to report news from the front lines. The Blood Flame Heaven sect has joined forces with the Jade Pure sect of Great Yin. Should we continue our assault? At the mention of the Jade Pure sect, Wu Dao immediately senses a threat. He decides to call off the war. Dongfang Qian immediately protests. What's going to stop? If word gets out, everyone will think the Formless sect is afraid of the Jade Pure sect. But Wu Dao replies, dealing with two sects at once would be a struggle, even for us. As if remembering something, Wu Dao's eyes turn red with rage as he roars. Wait, this Jade Pure sect. An image of Xing Hongxian appears in his mind. Wu Dao realizes that his curse began right after he invited that woman. And this time, the curse is strong enough to leave him severely injured. Just as the Blood Flame Heaven Sect and Jade Pure Sect are negotiating, Dongfang Qian speaks with absolute confidence. I've heard of this Jade Pure Sect. Their strongest member is only at the soul formation stage. Don't worry, Master. I'll lead the charge and bring you Lu Wumi's head. He turns to leave and carry out his plan immediately. But Wu Dao's voice stops him. You are not going anywhere. He continues. Something is very wrong here. Besides, your trial at the Heavenly Immortal Manor is coming up. Do not cause any more trouble. This war with the Blood Flame Heaven Sect has dragged on long enough. It's over. The reputation of the Formless Sect has already been established. There's no need to push them to the brink of extinction. His master's words leave him bitter, but he has no choice but to obey. Wu Dao continues. My mind is made up. We will not be invading the Blood Flame Heaven Sect. Dongfang Qian can only clench his fists and agree. Back with Murongch, it took a whole week of training before he realized his master wasn't the deity-slaying elder. While Sun Chang'an was introducing him to his senior sister, his grandmaster and the soul formation master, Murongchi finally realized the truth in a daze. Wait, you're not the deity-slaying elder? Upon hearing the question, Sun Chang'an replies nonchalantly. What did I ever say I was the deity-slaying elder? This ridiculous misunderstanding is quite a shock for Murongchi. After the Blood Flame Heaven Sect merged with the Jade Pure Sect, the Formless Sect postponed their invasion plans. As a result, the Jade Pure Sect began to grow at an unprecedented rate. This led to an influx of more and more rogue cultivators, and even more mortals seeking refuge. Li Qingzi acted as the representative for Hanju. From then on, Great Yin enjoyed 10 years of absolute peace. The cliffs were carved with cultivation mottos. Patience for a moment, and the world opens up before you. The system display appears. You have reached 400 years of age in this life. You have two choices. 1. Emerge from seclusion and prove your strength. Reward: luck-boosting divine beast or a heavenly treasure. 2. Continue your seclusion and cultivate quietly. Hanju chooses to stay in seclusion. I can get a spirit treasure, standing before a birthday cake with 400 blazing candles. Hanju made his wish. For my 400th birthday, I choose option 2. The system announced. You have chosen to continue your seclusion. Congratulations on obtaining a spirit treasure. The Heavenly Spirit Silver Anklet, a defensive item. It can block spiritual sense and defend against soul attacks. Hanju was very pleased with this birthday present. He slipped it onto his wrist. The spirit treasure immediately radiated a golden spiritual energy. Hanju said with delight, another defensive spirit treasure. How wonderful! The noise from Jilinchan made him drop his humorous demeanor and return to his serious persona. Within the Jade Pure Sect's territory, a determined voice rang out. I have come today to challenge the Jade Pure Sect to a Taoist battle, regardless of life or death. Jilinchan hovered in midair, arrogantly issuing his challenge. Is there anyone in the Jade Pure Sect who dares to fight me? Hanju checked the information panel and hesitated for a moment. Another challenge to the sect? And it's Huang Jihao? The system displayed Jilinchan's information. Body Integration Realm, 2nd level. He has an arrogant personality and desires to become the #1 grand cultivator in the world. He has challenged experts everywhere and has never been defeated. The thought of him being a Taoist disciple of the Heavenly Immortal Manor put Hanju on alert. I've heard a lot about the Heavenly Immortal Manor, but this is the first time I've met someone from there. This should be an interesting opponent. The Jade Pure Sect's defensive barrier immediately activated, followed by a powerful shout. Initiate mock battle. A solid barrier materialized around the Jade Pure Sect. Seeing this, Jilinchan taunted them. What's this? The Jade Pure Sect has absorbed the Blood Fiend Heavenly Sect. Yet no one dares to fight me? How disappointing. Seeing no response, he upped the ante. I'll wager 1 million high-grade spirit stones. He continued to shout. Is 1 million spirit stones not enough? I'll add a spirit treasure. Even the other sects within the Jade Pure Sect were surprised by his extravagance. Seeing that it still had no effect, Jilinchan roared in anger. You got to be kidding me. Is everyone in the Jade Pure Sect a coward? No one dares to even make a peep. While Li Qingzi was busy studying a precious book, he was disturbed by Ji Lingchan shouting, "People of the Jade Pure Sect, get out here. You have the guts to establish a sect, but not the guts to accept a challenge." Unable to stand it any longer, Li Qingzi had to put down his book and complain. "Elder Han and Elder Ji, why aren't you two doing anything? I'm just trying to cultivate in seclusion. Do you have to make things so difficult for me?" Elsewhere, someone was plucking petals off a flower to decide whether he should go or wait for Elder Han to handle it. Unexpectedly, the last petal landed on "I have to go." So, Ji Lingchan pretended to be clueless and said nonchalantly, "I think I miscounted. Let me count again." While Li Qingzi was reaching a critical point in his studies, and Ji Lingchan was sniffing flowers, Han Ju's face was contorted with anger. It's been so long. Why haven't the sect master and Ji Lingchan done anything yet? Even if they lose, they could at least fight him and make him leave. Outside, Ji Lingchan had been shouting to himself all day like a lunatic. He finally lost all his patience and flew into a rage. "I'll give you 10 breaths time. If you don't come out, I'll flatten the Jade Pure Sect." Ji Lingchan began to gather spiritual energy in his palm as he roared, "I'm serious." Finally, Ji Lingchan received a response. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Han Ju had no choice but to appear. "Fellow Taoist, your power is great. The Jade Pure Sect admits defeat." Hearing a voice, Ji Lingchan stopped his attack. "Are you the only one from the Jade Pure Sect to come out?" Despite his words, he had no idea when Han Ju had arrived. Han Ju replied humbly, "It is only I. I hope fellow Taoist will stay your hand." After his long monologue, someone finally appeared, and Ji Lingchan charged forward eagerly. "Since you're here, you think you can just end this with a single admission of defeat?" To ease the situation, Han Ju began to flatter him. "Fellow Taoist, you are as handsome as a jade tree in the wind. Your features are sharp and heroic. One look is enough to tell you have the air of a chosen one. There's no need to be so angry. How about we become friends?" After hearing this, Ji Lingchan calmed down a bit. "You're quite the smooth talker. Since I'm already here, I'll give you a few pointers. Just your best." Seeing how arrogant this guy was, Han Ju was also displeased and retorted, "Are you sure about that? You won't cry until you see the coffin," Ji Lingchan said condescendingly. "I am one of the chosen ones of the heavenly, immortal manor. Except for that one freak, I've never been afraid of anyone. Hurry up, stop wasting words." Without another word, Han Ju raised a hand in preparation. "Then, please enlighten me." Someone's loud voice called out to Ji Lingchan while he was sound asleep. He groggily opened his eyes. He clearly had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, his master appeared before him, surprising him. "Master, why are you here?" He replied angrily, "You fool, if I hadn't placed a protective avatar talisman on your nascent soul, your body and soul would have been destroyed long ago." It was only then that he noticed something was wrong. Why am I just a nascent soul now? Finally, Ji Lingchan remembered. He never thought that with just one palm strike, Han Ju would knock all the arrogance out of him. The technique was called the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. A single finger was enough to erase all traces of Ji Lingchan. Han Ju's face was grim. A chosen one from the heavenly immortal manor couldn't even last 3 seconds in a mock battle. "Who gave you the courage to challenge me?" Suddenly, a calm, steady voice rang out. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Seeing that Li Kong had arrived, Han Ju said, "The young one is beaten, and now the old one comes." You saw what happened, right? He was the one who was being unreasonable and kept provoking me. I don't want any trouble, but I'm absolutely not afraid of it. Li Kong, holding Ji Lingchan's weak, foaming nascent soul in his hands, bowed his head and admitted, "I am Ji Lingchan's master. You are right, fellow Taoist. This was indeed his fault. On behalf of my disciple, I apologize to you." Li Kong negotiated. "If you spare him, fellow Taoist, we will leave immediately. Is that acceptable?" Han Ju agreed. "A man of your word, fellow Taoist?" Li Kong replied, "Of course." The system announced, "The Taoist Li Kong has developed a 3-star favorable impression of you. Reason, you did not kill Ji Lingchan. To be honest, even if he didn't want to, he had to let them go. Because Li Kong's 7th level Tribulation Transcendence Realm Cultivation made Han Ju tremble. He thought, this person has a decent character. He's strong and handsome too. So Li Kong asked for his name. Han Ju replied solemnly with a fake name. Guan Yu, courtesy name Yin Chong. Later, the small figure of Ji Lingshan asked resentfully, how could I not even withstand a single move from Guan Yu? Li Kong told him the truth. If he hadn't intended to spare your nascent soul, even I wouldn't have been able to stop him. Even my dragon-protecting robe was torn to shreds. Ji Lingshan never imagined that even his Tribulation Transcendence Realm Master would be harmed. Li Kong explained, that was just an avatar, but his tyrannical sword technique made me lose some control over my true body. Consider this a lesson for you. What have you learned? Hearing his master's scolding tone, Ji Lingshan felt a pang of guilt. He stammered, unsure how to answer. Finally, he had to admit, I never realized there were so many experts outside the heavenly immortal manor. Even a small sect can have a great power cultivating in seclusion. Seeing that he had matured a bit, his master was pleased. Ji Lingshan quickly regained his enthusiastic spirit and said, from now on, I want to challenge even more sections to better understand that there are always people better than you and heavens beyond the heavens. It seemed as though he had attained enlightenment. But this leopard hadn't changed its spots, which made Li Kong furious. Unable to teach him, Li Kong decided to just lock him up. Go back to the heavenly immortal manor for me. You are not allowed to leave for 500 years. Ji Lingshan wailed in protest. He was truly at a loss. You fool. Who is it that saves you every single time, huh? The secret chamber of the Jade Pure sect was sealed by a complex layer of incantations. Ever since she was captured by Han Ju, Mo Zhu had been locked in this secret chamber. Every day, she focused on her cultivation. Her cultivation had now reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, Mo Zhu was still obsessed with escaping. To leave this place and avenge the Mo family. Mo Zhu deluded herself every day. What are you still waiting for? Your clan brother, Mo Fuzhou, is still waiting for you to help him. For a moment, she regained control of her mind. She struggled painfully against the demon within her. Who are you? Get out. I don't want you. You don't represent me. The two sides clashed fiercely. It made Mo Zhu's body feel like it was about to explode. She screamed as she strained to push the resentful spirits out of her body. The overexertion caused Mo Zhu to suffer internal injuries, leading her to vomit blood. After a long struggle, she was exhausted and had to collapse against the wall. I'm clearly cultivating the Mo family's ancestral technique. But why is this technique producing demonic chi? Mo Zhu couldn't be sure of what had just happened. Was it an inner demon? It didn't feel like it. She even called herself the family head. Could it be that the Mo family was once a demonic sect? The more she thought about it, Mo Zhu realized it seemed like she was intended to be a vessel for a legacy. But should she recultivate her technique? She looked up at the sky and pondered. If I start over, I don't know how much longer it's going to take. It was already hard enough to catch up to Han Ju. If I have to start all over again, then we practiced together. Back then, I was clearly the one who reached the foundation building stage first. Images of Han Ju constantly moving forward flashed through Mo Zhu's mind. It left a bitter ache in her heart. But now Mo Zhu couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears of shame finally began to stream down her face. Do I even have another chance? In a different place. At the bottom of a narrow ravine where only a sliver of sun could be seen, Su Qi was also training relentlessly. A burst of power surged, looking as if it would consume the boy in flames. Su Qi kept one thought in his mind. Master, I'm sorry. To survive, I have no choice but to discard my original cultivation technique. Su Qi was forced to restart his training using the demonic arts the demon lord taught him. As a result, the energy vibrating around the boy radiated a dark, gloomy aura. Surprisingly, as soon as the boy switched techniques, his cultivation base skyrocketed. Watching from the side, even the demon lord was stunned by how perfectly Su Qi suited the demonic arts. For a human to be able to do this, it's truly incomprehensible. But he also felt a hint of envy. What's been going on lately? Has my cultivation hit a bottleneck? Inner demons keep disrupting my practice. I can't even focus properly. It's so damn annoying. After finishing his internal monologue, the demon lord stood up. Stay here and keep training. I've set up a formation here. No one will dare disturb you. Seeing this, Su Qi asked, where are you going? The demon lord was already about to step out into the air, but he paused to answer irritably. I'm going for a walk to slaughter some sect members and clear my head. The answer left the boy speechless. Typical demon lord. This might be my chance. Su Chi truly hesitated. Should I try to escape? But looking at the situation, it's impossible. The demon lord's power is right there. Running is useless. If only Master were here. Su Chi suddenly realized something. Wait, Master hasn't intervened. Could he be allowing me to take this opportunity the demon lord gave me? I'm a perfect match for demonic arts, too. Is he letting this happen so I can grow faster? Having grasped his master's profound reasoning, the boy's fighting spirit ignited. Your intentions are so deep. I understand now, Master. Meanwhile, back home, Hanju was acting quite oblivious. He had no idea he was being seen as such a visionary. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The strongest person in the Jade Pure sect has been detected. It is the old monster Wu Dao, 7th level of the Water Mirror Realm, Sect Leader of the Formless Sect. This information left him puzzled. Wu Dao is here, right at the gates of the Jade Pure sect. Wu Dao had arrived with his disciple. Wait for me nearby. I'll go in alone. Wu Dao gave his instructions. It'll be easier to react if anything goes wrong. Hearing this, Dongfang Qian obeyed immediately. Yes, Master. Please be careful. Wu Dao glided lightly up the steps. He slowly entered the Jade Pure sect. Inside, Li Qingzi came rushing out. What's happening? Wu Dao of the Formless sect is here? Someone beside him said. He came alone. He doesn't look like he's here to pick a fight. The gates were crowded with people. Everyone was gossiping, wondering if Wu Dao was there to settle a debt. Li Qingzi had to raise his voice. I apologize for the late welcome, Sect Leader. To what do we owe the honor of your visit, Senior? Wu Dao spoke respectfully. I've come to resolve our past misunderstandings. Hearing this, Qing Xian and Bu Miao let out a loud snort. Still, Li Qingzi had to invite Wu Dao inside. Beneath his wide hood, a dangerous glint flashed across his face. Where's the deity-slaying elder? We had a bit of a misunderstanding before. I'd like to meet him in person. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian, Bu Miao, and Li Qingzi were all caught off guard. He has a grudge against Elder Han? Li Qingzi was about to refuse. This request is... But Wu Dao cut him off instantly. Are you telling me the sect leader of the Jade Pure sect can't even handle a mere elder? While Li Qingzi was struggling to respond, Xiao Yao spoke up. He said, Elder Han just told me to bring Wu Dao to him. Hearing that, Li Qingzi agreed to lead him to Hanju. Having achieved his goal, Wu Dao flashed a sinister smile. As they walked, Wu Dao received a tour. This is our Jade Pure sect's experimental dwelling site. It's rich in spiritual energy and full of life. Li Qingzi said excitedly, if the experiment succeeds, we'll open it to the entire sect. Before long, the Jade Pure sect will be overflowing with talent. He replied, is indeed an excellent place. As they walked, Hanju appeared and spoke up. What brings the senior here today? He welcomed Wu Dao with such a friendly attitude that no one could find fault with him. Seeing that calm face only made Wu Dao's hatred burn hotter. He grit his teeth and said, I've heard of your reputation for a long time, so I decided to pay a visit. I also wish to settle the grievances between us. Hanju's gentle voice echoed from within the cave. Please have a seat. He wondered what kind of grudge they could possibly have. You chose the path to hell when there was a way to heaven. You just had to barge in. Wu Dao apologized for offending Xing Hongxian. I didn't know Lady Xing was your Dao companion back then. Now that the Jade Pure sect has taken over the Blood Fiend Sky sect, I won't target them anymore. Hearing this, Hanju picked up a teacup and thanked him. He brought the tea to his lips, acting as if the past didn't matter. Wu Dao played along, praising Hanju for his magnanimity. He took a sip, hiding his cold eyes while cursing inwardly. Give me a break. Hanju looked at Wu Dao's saintly smile. Then he looked at the 5-star hatred notification from the system and felt annoyed. From 4 stars to 5. You probably want to hack me into 100 pieces, don't you? Suddenly, his voice turned low and raspy. Also, I was once cursed by someone. Was it your doing, fellow Taoist? This made Hanju freeze for a second. He was clearly surprised to be asked. Wu Dao's expression became twisted. I came here today to make one thing clear. Don't provoke me. I won't bother Lady Xing anymore. Our two sects can even establish a friendly relationship. Hanju responded with a face of pure innocence. I am a man of integrity. Why would I ever stoop to such a low-handed tactic? Besides, we've never even met. Why would I curse you? He continued to play dumb, though he was tense inside because he'd been found out. This man cannot be allowed to live. Wu Dao obviously didn't believe him. With so many coincidences, if it's not you, then who else could it be? He watched Han Ju playing the fool. The fact that he won't admit it means he's wary of me. He may have many artifacts, but he's not much of a threat. Even in a fight to the death, he couldn't kill me. At that thought, Wu Dao's lips curled into a smug smirk. With the 9 tribulations divine technique, as long as my soul remains, my physical body is immortal. If I get rid of him, the Jade Pure sect and the Blood Fiend Sky sect will belong to my formless sect. He then smiled, his eyes full of ambition. No need to pretend, fellow Taoist. I'm not here to demand an apology. Han Ju was speechless as he saw the hatred level jump to 5.5 stars. At this point, Wu Dao couldn't keep the act up and grit his teeth. I just want you to stop. With a wave of his hand, he released countless spiritual thorns to bind Han Ju. The thorns shot toward Han Ju from all directions. Facing the thorns closing in, Han Ju calmly enjoyed his tea as if nothing was happening. Outside, a grilled fish was cooking, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Sun Chang'an's voice rang out. Sect Leader, aren't you breaking Master's rules? Master doesn't like being disturbed, he asked. Li Qingzi looked helpless. We're lucky the Sect Leader of the formless sect didn't force his way onto the mountain. Meanwhile, the other two were focused solely on the delicious fish. Suddenly, a loud explosion made everyone jump and whip their heads around. Is that coming from Master's side? They rushed to the cave entrance, worried about Han Ju. They saw Wu Dao walking out of the cave in silence. Li Qingzi turned pale and screamed. What did you do to Elder Han? Wu Dao smirked and let out a dark chuckle. Sect Leader, don't attack. It's me. The voice clearly came from Wu Dao, but it sounded exactly like Han Ju. They stared in utter shock. Han Ju finally strolled out. I've destroyed his soul. Now, a fragment of my soul is controlling his body. Li Qingzi blurted out in disbelief. He's dead? Han Ju placed a hand on Wu Dao's shoulder and gave a short, Please don't make a fuss about this. I'm taking his body away. We can't let the formless sect find out it was us. Li Qingzi broke into a cold sweat and stammered that he would handle the rumors. Inwardly, he was marveling. It didn't even take 2 breaths to kill the old monster Wu Dao. The gap in power is just too huge. Han Ju quietly scoffed. To deal with him, all I need is the 6 Paths ultimate seal to obliterate his essence soul. This is the perfect strategy, refined over 8 combat simulations. Han Ju then urged Li Qingzi to get moving and handle the preparations. After that, he began weighing his options on where to dump Wu Dao's soul. He finally decided to pick a random demon tribe to take the fall. Outside, Dongfang Xian was starting to lose his patience. What's taking so long? Why hasn't Master come out yet? One of the disciples immediately tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Commander. Nothing could possibly happen to the Sect Leader. Suddenly, something streaked across the sky, making them all look up in a start. He recognized it instantly. It was his master. Dongfang Xian hurriedly led his men after him, shouting as they flew. Wait, Master, your disciple is over here. Wu Dao, currently under Han Ju's control, paused for a brief moment as if in thought. Then, he took off like a jet engine, leaving the group behind to eat his dust in a split second. Is the Sect Leader in that much of a hurry? Dongfang Xian shouted angrily, urging the disciples to keep up. They cried out in sheer helplessness. Sect Leader, wait for us. We aren't in the body integration realm. We can't possibly keep up with you. Han Ju manipulated the old monster Wu Dao to travel at full speed for half a month until his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. In the end, he had the man stop at a random spot deep in the mountains. Using the last threads of spiritual energy, Han Ju planted incriminating clues to lead the Wuxiang sect disciples to believe their master had been murdered. Only then did he withdraw his soul, leaving behind a perfectly orchestrated crime scene. Meanwhile, the exhausted disciples were still giving chase. They wondered why Wu Dao would head into the territory of Great Sage Qingman, a place only a fool would dare enter. Just as Dongfang Xian finished speaking, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuchio suddenly emerged from that very direction. The two of them stopped and looked back at the group, appearing completely puzzled. The Wuxiang sect disciples stared back, looking just as bewildered and lost. Ultimately, The two groups simply flew past each other without a word. Zhou Fan weighed the idea of just wiping them out then and there. Mo Fuchio immediately snapped at him. Can you think about the consequences for once? I've suffered so much just following you around. Are you brain dead or something? Remember what we agreed on before we left. We're only back this time to visit an old friend. Stop looking for trouble. At his reminder, Zhou Fan quickly gave his word. I just can't wait to see the look on Hanju's face. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, suddenly witnessing a power it can't even comprehend. Only by shattering his worldview can we get him to conquer the world by our side. Zhou Fan let out a sly, arrogant smirk. Back with Hanju, he was busy inspecting the storage ring he'd acquired from old monster Wu Dao. Hanju looked inside, and his jaw practically hit the floor, as expected of the Wuxiang Sect Leader. This hall is way beyond what the data suggested. Before him lay a mountain of jewels and gold, so bright it was practically blinding. Then, Hanju glanced over at a pile of rare, peerless cultivation treasures. Ecstatic, he started jumping for joy amidst the pile of treasures that were now his. With this many resources, I could start my own sect. This delivery man really pulled through for me. While Hanju was lost in his manic celebration, a frantic voice called out to him. Elder Han, something terrible has happened. There's a crisis at the secret hall. Mo Zhu has succumbed to her inner demons. She's gone berserk. Every living thing in the hall has been slaughtered. Li Qingzi shouted, his voice thick with panic. Hearing that she had fallen to her demons, Hanju stood frozen in disbelief. Is she following in Mo Fuchio's footsteps? As Hanju wondered what could have happened to Mo Zhu, a system notification popped up. His eyes immediately locked onto the update regarding her status. Demon's soul awakened, fallen to the demonic path. Murderous intent surging. Hanju had no idea what an awakened demon's soul even meant. A short while later, at the Jade Pure sect, Jingxi let out a cry of relief the moment she saw him arrive. Hanju immediately asked for a situation report. She explained that thanks to the restrictive seals, no one had actually been killed. However, the protective array had been completely shattered by demonic energy. The strange thing is, not long after she went berserk, she sealed herself away and hasn't moved since. It's as if she didn't want to bring harm to the sect. Hanju immediately countered her observation. That's not a seal. It looks more like a cocoon for metamorphosis. Hearing this, Jingxi grew even more worried. Does that mean the eventual outburst will be even more violent? He nodded in confirmation and ordered her to issue a command. No one was to come within 10 miles of the secret hall. Jingxi immediately set off to carry out his orders. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Hanju to be careful. He reassured her, but internally, he was incredibly tense with worry for Mo Zhu. This demonic energy is incredibly dense. Hanju gently reached out to touch the cocoon. I can't sense her through the shell. The energy inside is actively repelling me. It's strange. Mo Zhu hasn't even reached her true form yet, but this demonic energy can resist the investigative power of a void rejuvenation cultivator like me. Hanju frowned, a suspicion forming in his mind. Is there someone else inside with her? If that's the case, I can't hold back anymore. Determined, he raised his hand and unleashed his full power, shattering the cocoon instantly. As the shell crumbled, a faint Mo Zhu was revealed in the light. To his absolute shock, she was completely stark naked, leaving Han Zhu staring wide-eyed. Quickly regaining his composure, he rushed forward, calling her name while frantically shedding his outer robe. The moment she drifted toward the ground, Han Zhu caught her, wrapping his robe around her body to cover her up. She fell into his arms, her breathing steady as if she were in a deep sleep. She was completely oblivious to the world. Han Zhu placed his hand on Mo Zhu's forehead to examine her, only to find no other soul inhabiting her body, which meant she hadn't been possessed after all. He observed her chaotic essence soul, his expression darkening. Her own soul is undergoing a transformation. It doesn't even look human anymore. Just what is the deal with the Mo clan's lineage? First Mo Fuchio falls to the demonic path, and now her. Suddenly, Mo Zhu snapped awake, reaching up to caress Han Zhu's face. She pulled her face close to his, but there was something unsettling about her eyes. He immediately noticed her pupils looked wrong and quickly moved to stop her. Han Zhu shouted in flustered confusion as the exposed Mo Zhu clung to him. You've reached the nascent soul realm, So why haven't you faced your tribulation yet? Look, young lady, you need to control yourself. She didn't answer, only leaning in closer. Seeing her lack of response, Hanju wondered if this was even the same Mo-ju he knew. Her eyes were vacant, like a doll crafted for someone's amusement. A second later, he delivered a sharp slap to her face, sending her flying. Mo-ju tumbled dozens of times, eventually crashing into a pillar and breaking it. After a moment, she groaned in pain and struggled to crawl out of the debris. Now fully conscious, Mo-ju clutched her cheek, wondering who on earth had hit her. Then, she looked up in surprise to see Han-ju sitting right there. A second later, reality dawned on her, and she looked down at her naked body. She immediately burst into tears, wailing at him. "Han-ju, what did you do to me? You perverted scumbag." Mo-ju's blood-curdling scream echoed through the secret hall. "You have to take responsibility for this. From now on, I'm sticking to you like glue." Han-ju's face was a mask of disbelief as he stammered. "If I told you that you literally hatched from a giant black egg, would you even believe me? What is wrong with you Mo clan people? Why did you turn into a demon too?" She didn't seem to know how to answer that herself. "Ever since I reached the Golden Core realm, I started hearing a voice whenever I practiced." Mo-ju pouted, her eyes tearing up as she recounted the story. "At first, I thought it was just a mental demon, but then I realized it was something else. I searched through the ancient records my brother left for the family. It's the ancestral will of the Mo clan. The truth is the Mo clan aren't just demonic cultivators. We are true, pure-blooded demons. Long ago, our race was wiped out. Our techniques were passed down to humans, which is how demonic cultivation started. But the Mo clan, we are the descendants of a union between demons and humans." Mo-ju looked down, her expression filled with a quiet sorrow. Han-ju frowned, still confused. "So, are you going to lose control like the demonic cultivators in the cultivation world?" She puffed out her cheeks indignantly, insisting she wasn't like them. "Their bodies can't handle the power of demon techniques, so they suffer a backlash." Mo-ju suddenly blushed, bashfully looking away. "The techniques my ancestors passed down to me. One of them is duel." She trailed off, hesitating. Then, she looked at him expectantly. "It's a technique we practice together. Would you be willing to cultivate with me?" Right then, the system popped up again. Han-ju stared at the notification. "Mo Yuling has developed a 3-star hatred toward you." It felt like a bolt from the blue. He had no idea what was going on. The system provided basic info on Mo Yuling and the reason for her grudge against him. After reading it, he could only come to one conclusion. She wants me dead too. So, in the Book of Misfortune, a new name joined the 3 he'd already dealt with, and she went straight to the top of the list. But for now, his attention was fixed on the fact that Mo-ju actually liked him. Han-ju recalled her blushing and inviting him to duel Cultivate. At the time, he had bluntly rejected her. "You just broke through. You'd better focus on stabilizing your cultivation level. And another thing, don't forget to give me my robe back. That was my only set." Coming out of the flashback, he looked even more dazed. "I was only looking out for her. Why did she call me a massive idiot?" A woman's heart really is a mystery. Han-ju sighed, frustrated that he couldn't understand Mo Yuling's motives. Mo-ju has bonded with the demon technique, so she'll definitely be influenced by the family head. To ensure she can cultivate in peace, looks like I've got a new daily chore. Just then, Xing Hongxian appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Husband!" Han-ju helplessly snapped the Book of Misfortune shut. Adjusting his expression, he asked her where she'd been lately. Xing Hongxian happily held out a shimmering object. "A while ago, I left the Great Yin to train in West Azure Province." She explained that a man named Wei Yuan had given her many gifts, saying they were a gesture of goodwill for Han-ju. Xing Hongxian asked curiously if he knew the man. In his mind, Han-ju replayed what Huang Zuntian had said back then. "I will never forget senior's kindness as long as I live. Please accept these meager gifts as a token of my respect." He let out a helpless, dry laugh. Old Huang really is thoughtful. Suddenly, Xing Hongxian turned around to rummage through her things. "Oh, there's more. I got this from the demon tribe's sacred lands. When I found it, 2 demon kings were fighting over it. It has to be a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I snatched it while they were busy beating each other to a pulp. I wonder if it'll be useful to you?" She held out a stalk of grass and winked. The moment Han-ju saw it, his face went pale with shock. The system chimed in, "Heavenly treasure with the potential of a Khanate providence bearer." He couldn't help but marvel internally. This grass has actually gained sentience. As the system displayed a wall of text about the heaven and earth herb, Hanju's eyes widened even further. Good lord, it has the potential of a celestial deity. He quickly took the herb and began chatting with Xing Hongxian. She immediately started happily chirping away. I have to say, only after going out did I realize how vast the Great Yin truly is. Take the neighboring Rin state, for example. If you place the Jade Pure sect in the Rin state, it wouldn't even be considered a second-rate sect. Hearing this, Hanju's eyes widened in surprise. Is the Rin state that powerful? Xing Hongxian smiled proudly. The reputation the Jade Pure sect has today is all thanks to you, my husband. In the future, we will definitely surpass the other states. He closed his eyes, groaning with a look of reluctance. I was just forced into it. She immediately rubbed her cheek against his, trying to cheer him up. The list of the top 100 most renowned cultivators in the world has been updated. I feel like my husband should be at the top of the list. He had absolutely no idea what the top 100 was. Xing Hongxian said excitedly. Among the top 100, there's a guy from the Ministry of Justice who uses a giant sword as a surfboard. He's so dreamy. And another one who bathes with his sword. Before she could finish, Hanju suddenly remembered something. He took out a shimmering bottle. This is a high-grade pill that increases longevity. Consider it a compensatory gift from the old monster Wu Dao. Your aptitude is average. I'm afraid you'll pass away too soon. She crossed her arms and snorted, dismissing Hanju and ruining the mood. My husband only knows how to make fun of me. But he said in a low voice that he was serious. This time, Xing Hongxian stopped joking. Don't worry, I've already used one, and I have other heavenly treasures on hand. My lifespan is very long. She mused. Still, it's truly rare for a golden core cultivator to live for over 400 years. Speaking of lifespans, the first grand disciple of Jade Serene Peak from the previous generation, Lu Sanxin, passed away 10 years ago. Her words immediately reminded Hanju. No wonder I felt like someone was missing from my friend's list these past few years. Back during his decades at Jade Serene Peak, his senior brother had often looked out for him in terms of cultivation. Now, he wanted to repay him, but there was no chance. Xing Hongxian spoke again. He was about to reach the nascent soul realm, but there were too few life-extending pills. If he had left the Great Yin sooner, perhaps he would have had a sliver of hope. This place has too little spiritual energy compared to other cultivation lands. At this point, she gently rested her head in Hanju's lap. I really can't bear to leave this world. I still want to be by my husband's side. Hearing this, he just clenched his teeth grimly, saying nothing. It seemed to weigh heavily on his mind. At that moment, not far away, inside a cave filled with demonic energy, a large cauldron of oil was bubbling furiously. It gave off a captivating aroma. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou, tied together and hanging upside down, sighed with exhaustion, hunger, and thirst. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong walked in and asked if he was okay. The moment Zhou Fan saw him, he roared in anger, cursing him as a lackey of demons. If your master knew about this, he would be so disappointed. Yang Tiandong listened to his scolding in silence. Beside him, Mo Fuzhou gently tried to reason with him. We can only blame our own bad luck. We entered their territory and recklessly killed their patrolling lesser demon. Zhou Fan bristled. But they were so arrogant. They kept calling us mortals and wanted us to kneel and beg for mercy. How could we tolerate that? Suddenly, someone came and called out, Gunga, asking Yang Tiandong how they should deal with the two of them. It was the great sage Green Python. Should we cook them or refine them into pills? He grinned, revealing a set of sharp fangs and a long, wagging tongue. He asked nervously, Father, do we have to kill him? The Green Python was immediately enraged. They kill my demon subject. It's only natural that they pay with their lives. If you want to inherit my power, you must sever all ties with the human race. Humans and demons are irreconcilable enemies. That is an unshakable, ironclad rule. Yang Tiandong didn't argue, but he was cursing internally. You really think I want to be a demon? The Green Python returned to the previous topic, suggesting they deep fry them. He looked up helplessly. I'm sorry, Zhou Fan. We once swore to die on the same day, same month, same year. If I'd known it would come to this, I wouldn't have rushed in so blindly. Sometime before, Yang Tiandong had suddenly demanded to go out and see the world. After 2 years of hard work, he had gathered over 800 strong men. But the moment he met the great sage Green Python, it was all over. The sage was interested in Yang Tiandong's bloodline and kept him by his side. And so, Yang Tiandong was adopted as his godson. He gritted his teeth in regret. What did I even come out here for? Master was probably right. To step out into the world. The price is truly too high. At that moment, a lesser demon rushed in, frantically reporting a fire outside. It's a cultivator who calls himself Dong Wangxian of the Formless Sect. He says he's here to avenge his master. He's too strong. We can't control him. The green python muttered the name Formless Sect. Immediately after, he roared. As it happens, I have a score to settle with that old monster Wu Dao. With that, the green python instantly teleported. Donger, you stay here and watch them. Yang Tiandong remained silent, deep in thought, looking toward the cauldron of oil. Maybe I can use this opportunity to rescue them. Outside the green python's territory, Dong Wangxian sneered at the swarm of demons surrounding him. Is this all the strength you have? He shouted arrogantly. Tell your king to get his ass out here. A thick demonic energy emerged from the dark forest. Dong Wangxian immediately sensed it, startled and terrified. Such powerful demonic energy. This aura is even stronger than Master's. Could it be? He turned to face the green python, who was radiating killing intent. He said in a deep, threatening voice, daring to act so presumptuously in my territory. Are you tired of living? Dong Wangxian roared in anger, calling the green python an evil beast. Was it you who harmed my master? Hearing that Wu Dao was dead, he was also stunned. The very next second, the green python clutched his face and burst into laughter. He's dead? Wonderful. This is truly a great event. Seeing this, Dong Wangxian immediately connected the symbol on the ground with the great sage green python and went into a frenzy. So it was you. I'll fight you to the death. With that, he immediately launched himself into the air. Dong Wangxian's eyes were red as he raised his umbrella. The green python didn't deny it, but laughed heartily. Today, I will kill you too and make you into a stew. At the same time, in his own immortal's abode, Hanju was taking the heaven and earth grass he had just received out to sunbathe. It's not bad, huh? He crossed his arms and mused. If it doesn't get trampled, it probably won't be long before it develops a consciousness. Hey you, don't pretend you can't hear me. Hanju raised his head and yelled at the black-held chicken in frustration. A short while later, as he was relaxing, he saw a familiar figure approaching. Seeing Li Qingzi's dejected look, Hanju immediately guessed, the Formless Sect is here? The old man denied it, saying nothing was wrong, but, hearing his words, Hanju was immediately stunned. The Grand Elder's time is almost up. A moment later, the two sat in silence on the porch. Neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Hanju turned to him. Do you need me to go see him? Li Qingzi pursed his lips and lowered his head. Master, he left the Jade Pure sect alone. Last year, he failed to break through to the spirit transformation realm. On top of that, the pills he took had little effect. In the end, he decided to go out and find a way to break through. He said that if he doesn't return in 20 years, it means he is no longer in this world. Before he left, he asked me to thank you. He said that without you, Elder Han, the Jade Pure sect would not be as prosperous as it is today. Hearing this, Hanju was silent for a moment, then offered some comfort. The path to longevity has always been fraught with peril. Li Qingzi looked into the distance. Speaking of which, perhaps we have chosen the wrong path. Although I have experienced much and made progress early on, it seems that after so many years, I haven't gained much from reclusive cultivation. Elder Han, you know that although my cultivation is increasing, wanting to overcome this hurdle of the spirit transformation realm is becoming more and more difficult. Hanju looked at him with concern. Li Qingzi took out the Jade Pure sect master token. If the day comes when I also face my end, who among the disciples do you think is suitable to be the next sect master? He bowed his head grimly. I'm often in seclusion. How would I know? The old man slowly analyzed. The disciples with the greatest talent in the Jade Pure sect are all under you, Elder Han. Li Qingzi said he had just discovered that both Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi had already reached the nascent soul realm. Such speed. Apart from you, Elder Han, no one else could achieve it. If they take over, Hanju continued. I understand what you mean, Sect Master. The two of them are indeed talented, but there's one point that must be made clear first. If one day our sect encounters an enemy we cannot defeat, so serious that we must flee, even if they are the Sect Master, they cannot hinder my escape. He glanced at the old man with a dark expression. I was born into this world with only one goal, and that is eternal life. With that, he lowered his head, his expression somber. To reach that realm, one must be free of all attachments. Only by being unaffected by karma can one achieve complete success. At this point, Hanju's gaze turned sharp again. I can help the Jade Pure sect in my pursuit of this goal, but I will absolutely not give it up for the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this, Li Qingzi broke out in a cold sweat. You're overthinking things, Elder Han. Actually, I just feel that Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi would be more respected than the other disciples. I don't want them to die here. I didn't find Yang Tiandong very reliable before, and seeing that Su Qi isn't good at management, I didn't mention them to you. Only then did Hanju understand. The J Pure sect will be grateful to you. For a moment there, I thought you wanted to use my grand disciples to tie me down. The old man quickly denied it. We have long been prepared for this. After all, a small temple cannot hold a great Buddha. Not just our sect. The spiritual energy in the Great Yin region is quite limited for you. It wouldn't be surprising if you wanted to seek out a better place. Given the conditions here, the fact that the Jade Pure sect has reached its current scale, well, we're already more than satisfied. If you wish to sever your ties with us, Elder Han, it's perfectly fine. After all, you've already done so much for us. It's time you lived for yourself. Hanju offered a sincere expression of gratitude. I've noticed Murong Qi has exceptional talent. Perhaps you should take him out to gain some real-world experience. At those words, Li Qingzi immediately bowed in respect. Your selflessness is truly noble, Elder Han. Suddenly, Hanju remembered to ask about Fairy Shi Xian's remaining lifespan. Li Qingzi immediately reassured him. Junior sister's talent is far superior to mine. She even secured a special opportunity in the past. She should easily have another few hundred years in her. With that, Li Qingzi took his leave. He reminded Hanju to drop by and visit him whenever he had the time. Hanju waved, watching him depart. The path to immortality is one where many things are beyond my control. But if we are fated to meet in the next life, I will certainly do my utmost to help you. After 7 years of secluded cultivation, the heaven and earth herb that Hanju had painstakingly cared for finally developed its own sentience. He pulled out the Book of Misfortune with a devious smirk. The weather is quite nice today. It seems like the perfect time to send the Vermilion Bird and Mo Yuling a heartwarming curse. Just then, the system popped up to remind Hanju that he hadn't checked his friend list in a long time. He saw the notifications for Yang Tiandong and was stunned to see that Zhou Fan and Mo Fuchio were being attacked by a Demon King at the exact same time. Meanwhile, back at the battle within the Azure Python's territory, he roared in fury, demanding to know who was there. The Azure Python's eyes glowed with a dangerous, vengeful green light. A broken spear fell to the ground amidst a shower of stone fragments. The surrounding demons immediately panicked and began screaming. Stop her! Don't let her get away! Xian Shushi delivered a single, breathtakingly beautiful sword strike. The red ropes binding Zhou Fan and Mo Fuchio snapped instantly. They cried out in shock. Lady Xian, what are you doing here? She didn't answer, silently dropping into a crouch to build momentum. Then, Xian Shushi rocketed into the air, soaring through a hole in the cave ceiling. She dragged the two bound men along with her as they screamed in terror. The Azure Python and his subordinates watched them go, gnashing their teeth. Damn it, they got away again. He turned around and demanded an explanation. Tiandong, you'd better explain to this king exactly what just happened. Yang Tiandong, however, had been beaten so badly he was lying unconscious on the ground. One of the demons reported that the woman had knocked him out. The Azure Python's face darkened as he cursed Yang Tiandong for being useless. Fine, I'll wake him up myself. Years after that battle, Hanju sat in deep thought. That whole ordeal was years ago now. Judging by the profile icons, Zhou Fan and his group seem to be alive and well. I trust that you can turn any disaster into a blessing. By now, Hanju had reached the 6th level of the body integration realm. Over the years, more and more old acquaintances have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Hanju paused for a moment, his voice heavy. The Grand Elder has finally passed away. I wonder if Master is doing okay. He looked out at the surrounding mountain peaks, lost in reflection. A moment later, at Jade Serene Peak, a gentle breeze swept through the area. Hanju stood before the door, hesitating to knock. I don't think I've visited her once in the last few hundred years. I wonder if she's angry with me. Finally, summoning his courage, he gave the door a single knock. A voice from inside immediately invited him in. A moment later, the door creaked open. Hanju stared blankly at the person before him. He stammered as he greeted Fairy Shishien, who had opened the door. Master. Shortly after, Hanju's voice drifted out from inside Jade Serene Peak. I was so sorry to hear about the Grand Elder's passing. She immediately tried to comfort him. There's no need to worry about me. He lowered his head gloomily. The spiritual energy here at Jade Serene Peak is far too thin. Why don't you move over to my mountain? I've even prepared a luxurious cave abode just for you. Hanju looked up and offered a hopeful smile. But Fairy Shishien frowned slightly and shook her head. That is your mountain. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to move in. His next words left her completely stunned. My entire life has been nothing but bitter cultivation. The people I care about are few, and that number is only dwindling. But you, Master, you are one of them. I don't want to be alone on this endless path to immortality. I don't want to find myself at the end with no one by my side. If it's possible, Hanju lowered his eyes and whispered, I truly hope we can walk this path together, hand in hand. Shishien remained silent, lost in thought. Hanju tried one last time to persuade her. Please come. I promise I won't disturb your peace. In the end, she finally gave her consent. A while later, the Black-Held Chicken and Sun Chang'an were busy hauling a mountain of luggage. Sun Chang'an had actually thought the new cave abode was a special gift for him. All that excitement for nothing. The Black-Held Chicken snapped at him irritably. Even I don't have my own cave abode yet. What the hell were you thinking? Sun Chang'an looked a bit awkward. With the way you look, you should just stick to living in that hibiscus tree. On the other side, Hanju gave a playful wink. My cave is right next door. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me. Shishien simply gave a soft, quiet image. Suddenly, the Black-Held Chicken strutted over and called out to Hanju, startling him. It shoved its chubby face close to his. Is Fairy Shishien planning to devour you whole, or what? And just like that, the Black-Held Chicken became a bird that got a beating and then got kicked out by its master. During that time, on a vast, snow-covered mountain range in the Northern Territory, Yang Tiandong stood alone against a horde of snarling, menacing demons. He kept his head down, hiding his face beneath a straw hat. I mean, no disrespect. I'm only here to speak with your king. At those words, the demons parted, revealing a pair of sharp, piercing eyes in the shadows. Yang Tiandong got straight to the point. I want to propose an alliance to take down Great Sage Azure Python. Once he's dealt with, we'll split his territory equally. What do you say? The glowing red eyes spoke in a low, gravelly voice. I suggest you put that thought out of your head. Great Sage Azure Python is not someone to be trifled with. Across the 10 provinces and 9 empires, there are few demons who could even hope to best him. Yang Tiandong gave his word immediately. I can return to Great Yin and recruit King Dian Su. He's a 10,000-year-old demon vouched for by my master. He is every bit as powerful as the Azure Python. The mysterious figure was taken aback by the mention of Great Yin and his master. Yang Tiandong roared with conviction. You know as well as I do, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. The Azure Python's influence has been expanding like wildfire lately. It's only a matter of time before he comes for you. Right now, the Wuxiang sect is hunting him down and wearing him out. If you don't seize this opportunity, if you keep waiting, we'll end up as nothing more than his dogs. His words clearly struck a chord with the Demon King. The other roared back. Say that again if you think you're brave enough. Yang Tiandong's bravado instantly vanished. Wait, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. The chaotic heavenly dog stepped out, frowning. What? You got a problem with dogs? Speechless, Yang Tiandong took off his straw hat in surprise. The dog's eyes nearly popped out of its head when it saw his face. Two voices echoed through the forest in unison. Yang Tiandong, how is it you? Chaotic heavenly dog, why the hell are you here? A moment later, the two of them sat facing each other, looking annoyed. The dog claimed his name was now Great Sage Chaos. Yang Tiandong wasn't about to be outdone. What do you think Master would say if he saw you like this? Do you want me to go back and report your behavior to him? He gnashed his teeth threateningly. The dog's fur immediately stood on end. You've got a lot of nerve bringing up Master. You haven't gone back either, so what right do you have to talk to me like that? Yang Tiandong scratched his cheek, looking a bit guilty. Look, for better or worse, we both come from the same place. We should be helping each other out. I heard you're constantly being hunted by other demon kings. Life sounds pretty miserable for you. How about this? Join forces with your senior brother to kill that Azure Python guy. We'll split the territory. 70% for me, 30% for you. He made the offer with full confidence. The chaotic heavenly dog rejected it instantly. I can't beat him. Yang Tiandong tried his best to persuade it. I know the two of us aren't enough on our own. I'm planning to recruit more demon kings from the surrounding areas. There's strength in numbers. Think about it. You and I have been out here risking our lives for years just to get stronger and prove ourselves. We want to make Master proud, don't we? This is our chance to return home with our heads held high. The dog finally caved and agreed. Yang Tiandong let out a joyful cheer. I knew you were the best, puppy. The dog barked back angrily. It's great sage chaos to you. 8 years later, at the Jade Pure Sect, Murong-chi stood silently with his arms crossed atop the tallest building. He calmly surveyed the surrounding landscape. He had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. He was unrivaled by anyone below the nascent soul realm and had taken his place as the new senior brother of the inner sect. Suddenly, a disciple flew in on a sword, looking panicked. Senior Brother Murong, something's wrong. The two disciples who fell to the demonic path have returned to the sect. Murong-chi looked up and asked where they were. When the disciple said they had charged toward the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Murong-chi immediately relaxed. So, they're heading straight for the Grandmaster? In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Murong-chi replied with total indifference. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuchio looked up with a sigh of nostalgia. We're finally back. The J Pure sect has really changed a lot. Zhou Fan let out a smirk. I feel like the spiritual energy here is much denser than before. I wonder how Mo Zhu is doing. Zhou Fan suggested with a dark expression. Let's go find Master in a bit. I want to see. He smirked devilishly. Just how powerful Hanju is now. Seeing this, Mo Fujo looked a bit troubled and advised him. The J Pure sect just recently absorbed the entire Blood Fiend Heavenly sect. Hanju's strength might be greater than yours. Zhou Fan immediately analyzed the situation. That's only because the Blood Fiend Heavenly sect was pushed into a corner by the Formless sect. The fact that the Formless sect hasn't come here to cause trouble most likely means their sect master ran into some problems, delaying their progress. After hearing this, he felt it was quite reasonable. He then pointed towards the group of disciples over there. The J Pure sect might not even be as strong as the Blood Fiend Heavenly sect. After a look, Mo Fujo had no rebuttal. What year is it? And they still have railings on their flying swords. While the two were heatedly discussing how the J Pure sect strength was far inferior to that of a major sect, Ji Xianxin walked over. She was stunned in disbelief. How can these two not see that the spiritual energy of this mountain is incredibly rich? It's about to catch up to the hidden sacred lands and the 10,000-year-old clans. Meanwhile, ignoring Mo Fujo's attempts to stop him, Zhou Fan, full of vigor, loudly called out to Hanju. Zhou Fan is here. I'm going to knock all your teeth out. At the same time, Hanju was instructing his disciples in front of his immortal's abode. Today, I will teach you a technique, the divine finger of the absolute sword. Whether you can master it or not will depend on your own fortunes. With that, he raised 2 fingers and channeled his spiritual power. Watch the path of my spiritual energy. Circulate it for 1 cycle. Then condense the spiritual energy at your fingertips and release it. Hearing this, the black-held chicken awkwardly and hesitantly said that it didn't have fingers. He made a conflicted face. The tip of your wing feathers will do. A moment later, it raised its wing to try the technique. Behold the divine wing of the absolute chicken. The black-held chicken shouted as it swung its wing, sending a straight slash forward. The large boulder in front of it immediately shattered. It cheered with excitement. Hanju also praised it with satisfaction. From now on, let's call it the absolute wing kick. Sun Chang'an wondered what species of chicken really was. This kind of talent is not like a chicken at all. Before he could answer, the black-held chicken impatiently shoved its face in front of Sun Chang'an and made him call it Big Bro Chicken. I've told you before. This chicken is a phoenix. Do you really think this chicken is just a chicken? It looked towards the horizon with a smug expression. The two of them broke out in a sweat. Your build really does a disservice to the phoenix name. Suddenly, the system announced the appearance of the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect, Ji Xianxian, the Demon Lord's junior sister. Body integration realm, 9th level. Hanju's eyes widened in surprise. The Demon Lord's junior sister. Isn't that a sister-in-law? At that moment, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou cheerfully walked over to greet them. Behind them was the person who had just been mentioned, Ji Xianxian. He smirked despicably. Do you still remember me? He winked mischievously. It's been many years, Brother Han, but your imposing presence is still the same. Hanju glanced at him, his eyes seemingly seeing through everything, and replied, Of course I remember, Brother Zhou, Brother Mo. It must not have been easy these past few years, huh? His one-liner immediately deflated them. Their imposing aura vanished as they huddled in a corner, sobbing their hearts out. A moment later, Zhou Fan turned back, trying to save face. This young master has been living quite freely these past few years. With my sword, I've roamed the world, settling grudges and repaying kindnesses with a clear conscience, and I've obtained quite a few fortuitous encounters. In response, Hanju gave him a crude, knowing smile. Zhou Fan jumped to his feet, demanding a duel, which startled him. Although I lost to you before, I have now mastered a tyrant's body. Just like you back then, a nascent soul who killed a spirit transformation. I am now at the half-step spirit transformation realm. That should be enough to qualify for a duel with you, right? After so many years, you must still be stuck at the spirit transformation realm, right? He declared confidently. Zhou Fan wore a triumphant smile. He didn't know that after reaching the nascent soul realm, without fortuitous encounters, it was very difficult to make any significant progress through reclusive cultivation alone. Hanju continued to wear that same crude smile. You've just returned. There's no need to be in such a hurry. You should go report to the sect master. Explain your fall to the demonic path first. He taunted him impatiently. You're not scared, are you? If you're afraid of losing and being embarrassed, we can have a quiet duel right here. If you want to go out and adventure, Brother Mo and I can take you with us. Zhou Fan rambled on as if victory was already in his grasp. Suddenly, the black-held chicken loomed over him. And who are you? A mere nascent soul brat dares to challenge my master. Do you believe this chicken can slap you to death with one wing? He wasn't intimidated at all and even sneered at Hanju. The chicken you raised is quite arrogant, isn't it? His words immediately made it narrow its eyes dangerously. Zhou Fan ignored it and turned to offer to teach the pet a lesson for him. Hanju casually said he had no objection. Then, he smirked and added a reminder. Remember, don't hurt him. He was immediately startled, his eyes widening in disbelief at Hanju's words. Mo Fuzhou, on the side, was also stunned, because it was clear he wasn't talking to Zhou Fan. Only Ji Xianxian realized that he was definitely not as simple as he appeared, because she could see this pet's cultivation level. Ji Xianxian watched as the black hell chicken confidently gave its master a thumbs up and exclaimed internally, It's at the void amalgamation realm. Zhou Fan immediately bristled, loudly questioning what Hanju meant. You think I can't beat it? Mo Fuzhou stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder, advising him. Something's not right with this chicken. How about we just drop it? We've only just returned. Let's rest for a few days, find out more about Hanju, and then have our duel. It's not too late. But Zhou Fan clearly wasn't listening. He shouted, It's just a chicken. There's no need to be so cautious. With that, Zhou Fan ripped off his shirt to the other's surprise. Next, he crossed his arms in front of his face and began to perform a technique. Zhou Fan puffed out his chest and let out a roar. Spiritual power immediately surged out in all directions. Mo Fuzhou looked at Hanju with concern. He smirked and reassured him. I won't let them hurt each other. On the other side, after transforming, Zhou Fan began to sneer again. In this form, I've killed a spirit transformation cultivator before. That chicken should feel honored. Seeing that the black-held chicken didn't react, he thought it was already injured. Apologize to your granddaddy Zhou now, and I won't hold it against you. Hearing this, it rolled its eyes and clucked contemptuously. His opponent was immediately enraged and lunged forward to punch it. You don't know what's good for you. Zhou Fan's fist trailed a line of scorching fire as it aimed straight for the black-held chicken. He gritted his teeth and put all his strength into a devastating blow. A huge explosion shattered a large boulder, shaking the entire mountain. Mo Fuzhou was immediately anxious. That punch once seriously injured a spirit transformation cultivator. How am I going to explain this to Brother Han? Ji Xianxin, on the other hand, remained calm and assessed the situation. He used his ultimate move right from the start. He doesn't play by the rules, and he's not cocky. At that moment, the black-held chicken appeared with a blank expression, as if it had no idea what had just happened. It glanced down at the person punching its stomach. Except for a small dent in its belly, the black-held chicken was completely unharmed. It calmly asked Zhou Fan, "Is that all you've got?" He was immediately frozen in place, a look of disbelief on his face. The very next second, Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and pulled back his hand. "This is impossible. A sickly chicken like you dares to mock me? If I wasn't afraid of offending Brother Han, I wouldn't have held back. You would have been a mess by now. This is my true, complete state." He roared as he frantically performed his technique. The very next second, Zhou Fan unleashed the violent, shattering, demonic roar palm, a blow even more destructive than the last. Watching the black hell chicken fly into the air with the debris, Sun Chang'an exclaimed in shock. "That chicken can actually be sent flying?" Just then, Zhou Fan appeared from above, stomping down on it as it hung in the air. And so, the black-held chicken took a direct kick to the middle of its chubby face. Next, he raised his fist and roared furiously. "Is that all you've got? That's right. Is that all you've got?" And then it was met with a barrage of consecutive punches to its face and body. A moment later, Zhou Fan cocked his leg back, preparing for a finishing blow. He kicked out with all his might. It sent the black hell chicken flying like a jet plane. It was kicked through several layers of clouds, straight out into the vast expanse of space. A moment later, the black-held chicken was casually floating in the air as if it were sunbathing. It looked bored and squinted its eyes. "Is that all you've got?" The black-held chicken remembered what Hanju had taught it many years ago. When you fight someone in the future, first, you must ascertain their true level of skill. Some reckless people have strength that far surpasses their own realm. And then there are the insidious ones, who particularly enjoy pretending to be weak to prey on the strong. When you're testing your opponent, the biggest taboo is revealing too much of your own strength. Don't let the enemy exploit your weaknesses. In short, it's always good to be a little cautious. The black-held chicken closed its eyes to compose itself. I'll endure it a little longer. What if he has an ultimate move he hasn't used yet? It's best to be safe. And there's that mysterious young lady. The fact that he's in a group with her proves they are definitely extraordinary. With that thought, it opened its eyes, only to be startled to find Zhou Fan holding a giant fireball, preparing to smash it into him. He put all his strength into unleashing the scorching sun aerial bomb, wanting to finish off the black-held chicken. Seeing this, Mo Fuzhou immediately panicked and tried to stop him. A finishing move that can rival a spirit transformation. "That's going too far, Zhou Fan." But as soon as he finished speaking, an explosion that blotted out the sky erupted in the air. Mo Fuzhou's face darkened as he frantically tried to explain, but Hanju was very calm. "It's okay. It's not a big deal." He suddenly froze, his face turning pale as a terrifying realization dawned on him. Zhou Fan was trembling now, unable to believe what was happening. What kind of monster is this? Even at full strength, I can't even land a scratch on it. The hell chicken, or rather, the black-eyed phoenix, looked down at him with pure disdain. "So this is the full power of a rising star? I didn't expect you to be quite this pathetic, kid." To his horror, Zhou Fan realized the bird had just been testing him this whole time. A chilling light flashed in the black-eyed phoenix's eyes. That's right, this bird isn't playing around anymore. Countless streaks of sword chi surged toward him. It shrieked with excitement. "Time to show my hand." The hell chicken let out a furious roar. "Brace yourself, kid. Prepare to taste the flames of the Void Fusion Realm." The words Void Fusion Realm hit Zhou Fan like a physical blow. Under its overwhelming pressure, his entire body was paralyzed. His mind went completely blank. This feeling, it was all too familiar. The stench of death was exactly like the last time. Suddenly, The image of a girl flickered in his mind. He remembered Lu Yao's graceful face as she called out to him, "Brother Zhou Fan, let's go together." He drifted back to when they were children. I was born into a family of carpenters. The girl next door, Lu Yao, was my only friend growing up. It wasn't long before we became childhood sweethearts. Back then, I spent all my time carving wood. She'd always be by my side, curiously asking what I was making. I'd answer her with a grin. "It's a super puppet." Lu Yao would look at the carving and tease, "It's so ugly. Why does it have two mouths?" I just rubbed the back of my neck sheepishly. Don't sweat the small stuff. Eventually, because of our exceptional spiritual roots, both of us were scouted by the J Pure sect. On the day we were accepted, the entire village celebrated. Our village is finally going to produce someone great. During our days as chi refinement disciples in the outer sect, with my talent, I had no rivals in the entire sect. I was quickly promoted to the inner sect. Back then, I swore I would protect my Yaoer for the rest of my life. But the good times didn't last. The moment I reached the foundation building stage, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't accumulate spiritual energy in my dantian. The inner sect elders tried everything, but they couldn't find a cause. It meant I could never advance my cultivation again. My burning ambition, the promises I made to her, they all shattered, just like my Tao heart. Everything became broken and hollow. If Lu Yao hadn't pleaded for me, I would have been kicked out of the sect a long time ago. In the entire sect, she was the only one who still believed I could make a comeback. The higher a genius is placed on a pedestal, the harder they fall. When everyone bullied me, when they called me trash, she stood up with her sword to protect me, ignoring the warnings of our fellow disciples. Lu Yao always believed that one day, I would become the greatest cultivator in the world. She begged me not to give up on myself. But I felt worthless, and in my anger, I lashed out at her. After that, I just ran away. My insecurities made me hide from her. I did everything I could to push her away. I used to fantasize about it all the time. If only I could get my strength back. Then I could stand in front of her and protect her again. But there are no ifs. Not long after that, Lu Yao came to me with news that shattered my world. Senior Brother Yi from the Sword Peak confessed to me yesterday. I said yes. Her words felt like a lightning strike to my heart. In that moment, I realized I had truly lost her. There are 3 stages to growing up: being defeated by yourself, understanding yourself, and finally, becoming yourself. Only after losing Lu Yao did I move past my grief and reach that second step. I began to train relentlessly, day and night. Then, one day, my soul treasure manifested and spoke to me. "In your past life, you protected me from the cycle of reincarnation. I only borrowed your spiritual energy to repair myself. To repay you, I will grant you the combustion technique. It comes with heavenly fire, keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. What do you think?" Enraged, I punched it and barked, "Heavenly fire my ass. I don't need your charity." But then, I was reborn through that soul treasure. My cultivation speed far surpassed my previous peak. I swore that everything I lost, I would take back tenfold. I would defeat every disciple, become the strongest in the Jade Pure sect, marry Lu Yao, and reach the pinnacle of life. But as luck would have it, I ran into Hanju. I was defeated in less than 3 seconds. All my hopes turned to ash. Lu Yao didn't want to believe a word I said anymore. She wouldn't even see me. Back then, only Mo Fuchio stayed by my side to comfort me. On the day of Lu Yao's wedding, the 2 of us watched from a rooftop before deciding to leave for good. Later, we were ambushed by a monster. I tackled the beast and dove into a deep abyss just to give Mo Fuchio a chance to escape. He couldn't bear to watch me fall, but there was nothing he could do. As I felt my life fading, I could only whisper a final apology. I felt I had failed Lu Yao by not keeping my promise. If we're fated, perhaps we'll meet in the next life. My body lay motionless at the bottom of that abyss for a long time. I thought I was dead, but somehow I woke up. I could move my hands again. That was when I realized I had fallen into a very strange place. Above me, countless eyes were staring down. That was the beginning of the tyrant body inheritance. My survival was nothing short of a miracle. Realizing I still couldn't let go of Lu Yao, I decided to return to my hometown to find closure. When I saw her again, she was already a mother. Her child was the spitting image of her when she was young. Looking at that scene, for some reason, a strange sense of peace washed over me. While Lu Yao was away shopping, I went over to talk to the boy. "Hey there, little guy. It's not safe for you to be out here alone. Where are your parents? The boy answered happily. Mom went to buy some peanut brittle. We had a pleasant little chat. Peanut brittle is great, isn't it? I bet you really love it. I love it the most. I even want to change my name to Tang Tang. But Mom wouldn't let me. She said my name is special because she picked it herself. Intrigued, I asked, and what name is that? In a tiny, innocent voice, he said, Xiao Fan. The name left me stunned. By the time Lu Yao returned, I was already gone. She called out to him, Time to go home, Xiao Fan. What are you looking at? The boy gestured wildly with his hands. A flying uncle gave me a present. She stood there, confused by what he meant. Then, Xiao Fan pulled out a carving to show her. The uncle said, This is a super puppet. Time continued its relentless march. Lu Yao had grown old. She carried a bird carving as she visited a grave. She stroked it gently, whispering to herself, It seems you're the only one left. My husband died during the demonic cult invasion. Fanner had no talent for cultivation and passed away before me. Lu Yao didn't have much time left either. Other than Zhou Fan, she had nothing left. Our fellow disciples said he had fallen to the demonic path, that he was slaughtering people everywhere. But she refused to believe he was that kind of man. She blamed herself, thinking her attempt to motivate him years ago had driven him down the wrong path. Lu Yao wondered, after suffering for all these years, he must really hate me, doesn't he? At that very moment, Zhou Fan was there. He was hiding in a nearby tree, watching. Years had passed. Lu Yao was at the end of her life. Suddenly, she heard a sound and, thinking of Zhou Fan, she called out his name. Hearing her voice, he immediately turned and flew away, ignoring her desperate cries. Zhou Fan whispered to himself, Thank you for everything you did for me. If there's a next life, I will surely be your protector. But in this life, I want to see if I can become that legendary immortal. Under the golden glow of the sun, he and Mo Fuchio flew off into the distance. Their voices echoed along the way. Brother Zhou, where to next? Let's go find Hanju. I need one more fight with him to settle my final inner demon. The J Pure sect is pretty far. Let's take a shortcut. We'll have to pass through the abyss. Suddenly, a voice cut through Zhou Fan's memories. That's enough. He snapped back to reality and saw that Hanju had shattered the illusion. The Hell Chicken nodded obediently, following Hanju's lead. Zhou Fan was struck with pure shock as he realized Hanju had neutralized a void fusion level attack with just one hand. He stood there, completely frozen by Hanju's display of power, ignoring the man who was now slumped over in a daze. Mo Fuchio struck up a conversation with Hanju. Brother Han, what realm are you in now? Void fusion? He asked tentatively. The old master fell silent upon hearing the answer. He didn't know what to say. Mo Fuchio said sadly, As expected of Brother Han, we fought tooth and nail just to reach the nascent soul realm. You reached the void amalgamation realm in no time at all. It seems I completely underestimated your talent. Xian Shishir thought to herself, feeling a bit helpless. Some truths are better left unsaid. Then she spoke up. Zhou Fan doesn't seem to have woken up yet. How about we take a break first? It would also be a good time to report to the sect master. Mo Fujo immediately agreed. He dragged Zhou Fan away, who was still in a daze and hadn't come to his senses. The black chicken scoffed disdainfully. If you want to beat me, you're still way too green. Then it asked excitedly, Master, how was my performance? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Hanju replied indifferently. Is the void amalgamation realm really that impressive? Don't blame me for not warning you. That girl from before is a top-tier cultivator at the 9th level of the body integration realm. The black chicken's face turned pale with fear at those words. It immediately imagined the scene of being slaughtered by Xian Shishir. Hanju pinched its cheek to snap it out of it and gave a reminder. The relationship between her and Zhou Fan is complicated. If you had injured him, imagine what the consequences would have been. Even I might not have been able to protect you. Hanju pondered for a moment. Let's discuss some things you need to keep in mind. When you're in a fight, always remember to analyze your enemy. Check if there's someone even stronger backing them up. You want to avoid the situation where you beat up the kid and the old man shows up for revenge. The black chicken understood immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan and Mo Fujo returned and knelt before Li Qingzi to accept their punishment. The news spread quickly, and everyone began to gossip. Have you guys heard the news? The two senior brothers who betrayed the sect to join the demonic path back then have returned. Are you talking about Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou, the ones who were defeated in the grand competition all those years ago? At this moment, Zhou Fan was still sitting on the ground, lost in a gloomy silence. Mo Fuzhou stood by, watching him, unsure of what to say. Xian Sure asked curiously, I'm a bit surprised you can remain so calm. Did you already anticipate that it would turn out like this? Mo Fuzhou analyzed the situation. I knew that, given Han Ju's talent, reaching the void amalgamation realm was to be expected. Besides, not all talents are created equal. Not everyone can be like him, growing so rapidly through pure, diligent cultivation. Han Ju is an outlier. We shouldn't worry too much about it. Hearing this, she wondered if she should mention that she was already in the body integration realm. Just then, Mo Zhu ran over joyfully to find her brother. Mo Fuzhou was also delighted to see his sister. However, as he observed her, he realized she had reached the nascent soul realm. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped in sheer shock. Mo Fuzhou shouted, You've already broken through to the nascent soul realm. How on earth did you do that? Mo Zhu replied nonchalantly, I saw that senior brother Han was progressing quite fast through diligent cultivation, so I just followed his lead. She asked, confused, Why are you so surprised? Isn't this perfectly normal? These words completely triggered Mo Fuzhou. His anger instantly exploded. With fire burning in his eyes, he barked fiercely. I've been out there risking my life, facing death time and time again. I went through countless hardships just to reach the nascent soul realm. As he spoke, Mo Fuzhou became so angry his voice began to tremble. How can you keep up with me just by staying in seclusion and meditating every day? Where's the justice in this? Am I just not cut out for cultivation? Do I even need to go out for training anymore? Should I just stay at the sect instead? A moment later, he also fell into a brooding silence and sat down next to Zhou Fan. The two women stood there, watching them helplessly. Currently, in West Abyss Province, the 1100 Sect Leaders discussion assembly was taking place. In a certain tea house, the group was split into two sides. One side was drinking tea and discussing the Tao. The other side was focused on a game of mahjong. One man calmly placed his tile. 80,000. Shangguan Qiujian offered some advice. I'm telling you, you really should go out and socialize with our fellow Taoists more often. It's beneficial for raising your cultivation level. It's also good for the development of the Nine Dragons sect. You can't just keep yourself isolated. He glanced at Wei Yuan with a sharp gaze and asked, Don't you agree, Sect Master Wei? Wei Yuan was fully focused on the mahjong game. He replied dismissively, Definitely next time. Although he looked calm on the outside, Wei Yuan was internally flustered. Why do I have this nagging feeling like my heart is racing and I can't escape it? Is it because I haven't been out in a while? Am I starting to develop social anxiety? Right then, a series of loud noises suddenly erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Something came charging toward them and slammed on the brakes. Clouds of dust and smoke filled the air. Yang Tiandong gasped in pain, slowly regaining his composure. As the dust settled, the image of Yang Tiandong riding atop the Chaos Heavenly Dog was revealed. Wei Yuan observed him and wondered, Isn't that Yang Tiandong, the disciple of senior reincarnation? He immediately turned around and shouted, Fellow Taoists, that cultivator riding the dog is an old acquaintance of mine. Would you all be willing to join me in saving him? Everyone agreed without hesitation. They were actually bored because they hadn't had a chance to exchange techniques yet. While Yang Tiandong was still dazed and confused, Wei Yuan spoke up. Yang Tiandong, get behind me. Immediately after, he and the heavenly dog were shielded behind the group. Shangguan Qiujian spoke with disdain. I'd like to see which blind fool dares to act so arrogantly here. A massive silhouette quickly emerged. He was holding an eye in his hand. The azure python growled. A bunch of insignificant ants dare to block my path? You're courting death. Wei Yuan had never felt such a terrifying aura before. Someone stepped forward and shouted, Fellow Taoists, over the last few hundred years, I have mastered a secret combined attack technique. Its power can reach the body integration realm. Would you all be willing to help me test it out? Instantly, everyone stepped up to assist. The man's entire body began to glow brilliantly. Golden bolts of lightning enveloped the pavilion. Once he had gathered enough power, he unleashed the powerful lightning bolts and roared. Vile beast die! The azure python countered with a strike directed straight at him. A massive explosion immediately followed. Everyone behind was shocked to realize the truth. A demon king at the peak of the body integration realm. The Azure Python scoffed. Know your place. He swung his massive axe, intending to wipe out the entire group. Wei Yuan was quick on his feet and managed to escape. Once he made it back home, he panted heavily and muttered to himself. Thank goodness I ran fast. I'm never going outside again for the rest of my life. And I definitely shouldn't go around saving people on a whim. He felt that hiding was not a long-term solution. This Azure Python Great Sage was expanding his influence incredibly fast. Furthermore, West Abyss Province was about to be swallowed up. It was only a matter of time before he set his sights on the Great Yin cultivation world. Wei Yuan immediately thought of Hanju. I wonder if Senior Reincarnation can stand against that Azure Python Great Sage. Senior Reincarnation, you have to hold the line. At that moment, a voice called out at Hanju's cave dwelling. Senior Brother Han. Mo Zhu and Xian Shishir walked in. Mo Zhu asked cheerfully, how has everyone been lately? Faced with the scene before him, Hanju felt quite helpless. He looked at Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou, who were being dragged along the ground. It looks like those two aren't doing so well. They look like they've lost their souls. Mo Zhu replied calmly. It's fine. They'll recover soon. They then moved to a resting area. Mo Fuzhou spoke up gratefully. Thank you, Brother Han. If you hadn't looked after my little sister, I'm afraid she would have become a pile of bones in the wilderness long ago. He sighed gloomily. After all, the Mo family has far too many enemies. I heard my sister broke through because of your help. Is there a method that can help me break through as well? Hanju immediately declined. That method is quite a waste of clothes. Hearing this, Mo Fuzhou was stunned. He turned to Mo Zhu, wanting to know what happened. She just said embarrassedly, Brother, stop talking about it. Hanju explained. It has to do with your family's ancestral demonic technique. However, practicing it now is useless. The previous inheritance was a one-time thing. Then he asked with concern if Zhou Fan was okay. Right now, the man didn't just look soulless. Even his facial features seemed to have faded. Mo Fuzhou acted like it was no big deal. His mindset has always been very resilient. He'll recover quickly. As long as there's hope, he won't give up. Last time, when we were captured by the Azure Python Great Sage, it was because of him that Lady Xian appeared. That was how we were able to escape. Hanju was immediately intrigued by the name Azure Python Great Sage. Mo Fuzhou recounted the situation. When we were taken to the lair, we met someone. Zhou Fan recognized him as your disciple, Yang Tiandong. But now, he has completely transformed into a demon. This news took Hanju by surprise. Mo Fuzhou frowned and continued. If he hadn't taken the Azure Python Great Sage as his foster father and secretly helped us leave, we probably would have been roasted and eaten already. Hearing this, he slammed his teacup on the table in anger. He quickly tried to calm him down. Brother Han, calm down. The fact that he was willing to risk his life to let us escape proves that his conscience hasn't completely disappeared. He can still be saved. Hanju growled through gritted teeth. Another adopted father? Was that brat's surname Liu in his past life? He imagined the scene of Yang Tiandong putting on a grand display in front of the Great Sage Green Python, seeing the situation turning sour. Mo Fuzhou spoke up for him. Brother Han, don't be hasty. Tiandong was probably just using a temporary tactic. On our way back, we heard that he had joined forces with the Great Sage, Chaotic Heaven, and other demon kings to surround and attack him. He continued hesitantly, it's just that. It seems they were completely wiped out by the Great Sage Green Python. Seeing Hanju fall into a gloomy mood, Mo Zhu comforted him. Brother Han, don't be angry. They brought it upon themselves. But behind his hand, his face was completely emotionless. Hanju looked at the battle information on the system and sighed to himself. He's really seriously injured. It seems that Great Sage Chaotic Heaven is none other than the runaway egg. I can't believe it, and my disciple got beaten up together. Ji Xianxin also spoke up. That Great Sage Green Python could enter the Tribulation Transcendence realm at any moment. His cultivation is profound and unfathomable. When I rescued these two, I was almost injured myself. Hanju's attention was drawn to the words Tribulation Transcendence realm. Mo Fuzhou sighed and said, a great demon like that to our human race is a calamity. I wonder if Tiandong was able to escape. After reading the status updates for Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog. Hanju wondered to himself, even a 9th level body integration expert can't beat the great sage green python? That egg brat is tough and thick-skinned. Escaping with serious injuries shouldn't be a problem. But how did this wicked disciple of mine manage to escape from the great sage green python's grasp? The system reported that both Huang Zuentian and Shangwan Xiujian were seriously injured. He then speculated, could it be that these two managed to hold off the great sage green python? One is at the 1st level of the void amalgamation realm. The other is at the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm. Logically, they shouldn't be his match either. Mo Fuzhou said resentfully, every time I remember the threat of the great sage green python that night, I'm so scared I can't sleep. Mo Zhu said helplessly, there you go again, brother. Suddenly, Han Zhu made a suggestion. Brother Mo, why don't you stay and cultivate at the Jade Pure Sect from now on? He pondered. If anyone else had said that, I would have scoffed at them. But Han Zhu is different. His battle record is the real deal. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stay and cultivate. That's what he thought, but on the outside, Mo Fuzhou replied, I'll think about it carefully. He explained, although the remaining enemy forces of the Mo family don't dare to cause trouble. I'm a demonic cultivator. Staying at the Jade Pure Sect isn't appropriate. Sooner or later, someone will come looking for trouble. Hanju agreed. Why don't you two recuperate here first? Here, what I say goes. Hearing this, Mo Fuzhou replied politely. You're too kind, Brother Han. Zhou Fan really needs to adjust. Next time, we'll have a good, long drink. He immediately agreed. At that very moment, Ji Xianshun, who was behind them, suddenly drew her sword. Hanju's sharp eyes noticed it immediately. The moment she lunged forward, he deftly said, all right. Ji Xianshun's attack missed. By now, her eyes had turned blood red. She gathered her momentum, spun around, and delivered a decisive and powerful slash. But at that very moment, Ji Xianshun's eyes suddenly glazed over. Before she could register what was happening, a golden streak of light flashed across her neck. Hanju had successfully taken down Ji Xianshun with a single palm strike. Then, he said contemptuously, as a 9th level body integration expert, your strength is a bit weak. Her head, severed from her neck, spun several times in the air. Blood gushed out endlessly. It fell to the ground with a thud. Beside her, Hanju thought to himself, at the 6th level of the body integration realm, I can already instantly kill a 9th level body integration expert. So the Great Sage Green Python might not be that strong after all. I should still curse him first. If he dies during his tribulation, it would be a huge gain. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Mock training simulation complete. Time elapsed. For seconds. Hanju was closing his eyes, replaying the battle. In front of him, Ji Xianshun was waving her hand. Feeling someone standing in front of him, Hanju opened his eyes. Ji Xianshun spoke, fellow Taoist Han. She looked up, directly into Hanju's eyes. May I ask, do you have a Tao companion? He was a bit surprised and confused. Fellow Taoist, why do you ask? Ji Xianshun stared at him thoughtfully. No reason. Just asking. Hanju's face was full of suspicion as he thought of Xian Qingjun. She's Xian Qingjun's junior sister. She wasn't sent by her, was she? Why does that sound like a life-threatening question? The demon lord hasn't found out about my new flame, has she? Ji Xianshun's face was full of contemplation. Could it be that he isn't the Tao companion senior sister mentioned? But he's already at the body integration realm. Perhaps that other Tao companion is at the spirit transformation realm. Mo Fuzhou called out from behind. Perfected G, the J Pure Sect is having a food festival. Come and eat with us. Mo Zhu was cheerful. Stinky tofu is forever a god. Hearing this, Ji Xianshun turned to answer. She turned back and smiled at Hanju. So sorry, I must be going. He stood there, still waving his hand, as he heard Ji Xianshun say from a distance. Could it be that I got the wrong person? But senior sister still asked me to deliver the message. Where did her Tao companion find a new flame? He cursed internally. Damn it, she really was sent by Xian Qingjun. Good thing I didn't let her run into Hong Xian. I don't know why this Xian Qingjun chose me as her Tao companion. I'll hide it for as long as I can. Over there, the three of them were gradually walking away. Mo Zhu was carrying Zhou Fan on her head. Hanju worried in his heart. What if one day she finds out? At a stinky tofu stall, Mo Fuzhou was eating with great relish. He had even finished several bowls. But Ji Xianxian had a look of disgust on her face, pinching her nose. It smells so bad. Is it even edible? Zhou Fan sat beside her, still looking lifeless. At the same time, on a mountain, a gazelle's head was hung above the gate as a symbol. The green python sat on a high perch, complaining. Why has my cultivation been disturbed by a cursing power lately? He was furious. If it weren't for my insulating spirit treasure, I'm afraid this cursing power would have succeeded. It seems it's time to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. If I delay any longer, problems will arise. Suddenly, a large eagle demon flew in to report. Yang Tiandong has fled into the ancient origin state. Then, it flew and perched on the green python's arm. Should we continue the pursuit? He clenched his fist and replied, Of course. No matter where he runs, I will hunt him down. The green python gritted his teeth in anger. If I don't tear him to shreds, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. He spoke with a crazed look. Yang Tiandong, I treated you like my own son, and you betrayed me. I never thought this would happen, right when I was about to expand my territory. The green python gave an order to the subordinates below. Pass down the order. If any of the major human sects ask, tell them the half-demon Yang Tiandong betrayed me, so I am hunting him down. Upon hearing the order, the subordinates shouted in unison, As you command. Suddenly, the staff in his hand emitted a glow. The cursing power came again, making the subordinates look on in disbelief. Damn it, it's here again. He remained calm. Petty tricks. Nothing to be afraid of. Over here, Hanju was holding the Book of Misfortune, his eyes bloodshot, thinking, I wonder if the cursing power has reached the green python. I feel like I'm cursing into a void. He put down the Book of Misfortune. He looked at his friend's circle on the screen, feeling dejected. I don't see any reaction from my friend's circle. Yang Tiandong is being attacked by demonic beasts. The green python is in seclusion, preparing to break through. Hanju's face darkened with worry. When this disciple is at his wit's end, he will definitely come back to me. What if he comes, and I've never fought a tribulation transcendence expert before? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's not good if I can't win. Cultivating and leveling up is the best way. On the other side, the green python was also restless. I have to hurry. I have to find a place for my tribulation first. He shot to his feet. He brandished the staff in his hand and said loudly, Once I step into the tribulation transcendence realm, never mind the life or death of that evil beast. Even the mortal world will be my territory. At that moment in the northern state, smoke and fire filled the hazy sky. The demon-taming sect was shrouded in a deathly atmosphere, with defeated soldiers lying scattered on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Suchi looked around at his surroundings, his face full of shock. What on earth happened? Everyone's dead. After the demon lord left, Suchi found a chance to escape the ravine and head back to the demon-taming sect.